Chapter 47, Ovation Interlude Monsters and Nightmare. Ovation Interlude. Monsters and Nightmares. My dear Tailor A Bear, I have excellent news for you. Lorgar is reacting exactly like you wanted him to, and he pushed Magnus to support him as well. Oh no, I have no spies in his inner circle. The last wizard to try is still screaming in the torture chambers of the Trees-a-Jun. But no spies are really necessary when one can hear his tantrums in the Immaterium, and the concentration of military forces gathered under his banner is growing larger with every day. Unless the priest commander of the Word Bearers intends to attack Abaddon the Despoiler and challenge him for the title of War Master, his ambitions can only begin with the Kadayan Gate. To misquote an Olaf movie, war will arrive promptly in this system. The gauntlet was thrown, and the reinforcements dispatched by the High Lords to the Fortress Worlds have obviously goaded him further along this course of action. But I don't give you any new information, I'm sure. For 2 short moments, you illuminated the darkness during the Battle of Kamarak. You illuminated the abyss, where no mortal had ever dared bring the anathema's light. Furthermore, you sent the old rat curse of a long-dead age to Sikaris. You may have only obeyed the orders of your crippled master upon his golden throne at first, but it evolved rapidly from there. Your deeds, your alliances, and your hopes will break the Imperium's slow decline and the current correlation of force between the Imperium and the enemies opposing it. Lorgar can't afford to give you another century of rearming, reforms, and hope. He could have waited a bit longer if the rat infestation wasn't there, but as it stands, his Grand Armada of Chaos has a very limited window of opportunity to strike, or everything he believes in will be lost. For this is the dying Emperor's plan, and yours, truly. A Black Crusade is by definition the alliance of the 3 who were once 4. A Black Crusade is chaos undivided, or at least a temporary agreement to work towards that goal. Lorgar is the self-proclaimed champion of chaos undivided. His power base in the Great Game can't survive, unlike Abaddon's and those of other warlords of the Eye of Terror. Not if the rats succeed in claiming Sikaris or a significant place of worship in the heart of the greatest warp storm of this galaxy, awakening their god of anarchy beyond any possibility of suppression. This was a devilish choice you gave him, O destroyer of Kamarak. Either stand by as the horned god rose on the ashes of his precious temples and watch his precious pantheon accept a deity in their midst which will make cooperation between the gods impossible, or try a decisive gambit to destroy anarchy and put the genies back into the bottle they were firmly trapped in before you annihilated the post-fall Drukhari civilization. If the Custodes gave you enough information on Lorgar, you knew it wasn't a choice at all for him. The Gene-sire of the Word Bearers is a fanatic when his convictions are at stake. I don't know if it was something gene-crafted by his creator or a malign poison the gods infected him with when they sent him to Kalkus, but it is the reality, and the outcome was decided before the first attack on the Templum Officio. The Imperium will face the Black Crusade, perhaps the last one to ever exist, and you will have a gigantic host of enemy Astartes where you can fight and kill them in a single campaign, burning the dead branches of the imperial tree which need to be pruned before the new age begins. 2 words of warning though, Queen of the Swarm. Do not underestimate Lorgar. His plans are based on a lot of flawed assumptions and millennia spent stewing on non-existent wrongs inflicted upon him, but he is still a Daemon Primarch. When he strikes, it will be with the strength of a legion and the greatest alliance of Astartes and never born since Horus was slain. And do not think the 3 are going to be less redoubtable when it comes to confronting you. My patron and the other 2 will be invested in protecting their most important followers from the ravages of anarchy at all times. Divided the hosts of the Eye and the cultists will be, but a new order will soon emerge, until the next war. Because in many ways, this conflict is only the first step for you, isn't it? It is the great clash before you go back to mankind's cradle. Many lords of change don't believe it is within your capabilities. I believe otherwise. A daughter of Terra must return and deliver salvation or damnation to the throne world. One of us must kneel before the anathema and hear the story of our rise and fall. Because when it comes to it, para-humans and primarches are not that different. I am Militia, the destiny unwritten now, angel of sacrifice. I will wait for you where even demons fear to tread. From, Agent E264965. 2. Classified by Inquisitorial Order. Clearance, Vermilion. My lord. Your suspicions were right. The traitor 17th has accelerated their preparations. Their agents are seemingly everywhere in the Eye, and are recruiting or enslaving millions of mutants and abominable things that I won't name here. More worrying is the sheer number of traitor warbands and warships answering the call of these monsters. At least 1 representative for every traitor legion has sworn itself to redacted cause. The number of capital ships is frightening no matter how one looks at it. The sources employed are unreliable in the extreme, but I have been able to confirm over 60 battleships and 10 grand cruisers are being repaired or under construction in the pit of horrors that is Sikaris. Given how difficult it is to spy upon these heretics, I must admit there are likely more fleets and corrupted hulls waiting in secret shipyards that I have been unable to locate. The industrial effort to sustain this military expansion is absolutely massive and can only be directed at one target. There is no other conceivable reason to equip tens of thousands of traitor Astartes and hold them back in a single location. Add the presence of Chaos Knights and extremist Traitoris Titan legions, and there can no longer be any doubt. My lord, there hasn't been screams. You must recording partially damaged. They are coming. They are coming. Warn Cadia, for the love of the God Emperor. The heretics are returning to the Cadian gate and sounds of fighting. We are coming. We are coming, slaves of the false emperor. Aborted transcript, extreme corruption, agent E264965 declared lost. 90th most wanted being of the Imperium of mankind. Dead only. Ikotas. Apostle of destruction. Chaos sorcerer. Traitor Astartes. Extremis Traitoris. Extremis Diabolus. Excommunicate Traitoris. Extremis Omega moral threat. Endangerment of Alpha class militarum assets and below acceptable to eliminate the threat. The monster is to be killed and disposed of with the holiest weapons available. Reward, 20 trillion throne gelts, 3 planets. The Eye of Terror. Sikaras. Thought for the day, peace is hell. Grand Apostle Ikotas. I hate these damned rats. Ikotas had an enormous amount of self-control, one had to in order to be a senior member of the Dark Council, but the sentiment had to be voiced and his fury abated, if only for a short while. All the while he was trampling the corpses of dozens of giant rats, one of the few therapeutic methods he had found to work since this war had begun. The Grand Apostle uttered a word and hundreds more vermin corpses liquefied, creating a torrent of blood which would run to the prepared altars. At least this way Kern would be satisfied. The souls of the rats were repugnant and unsatisfying for the envoys of the gods, but blood was blood, and the throne of skulls did not care whose blood flowed on Sikaris, only that the life essence of beings poured out of their veins. It was a great one-sided victory, my lord, his Korifos spoke, advancing carefully amid the unending mountain of rat corpses. It was also a useless victory, and they both knew it. Battles like the one they had just fought were basically achieving nothing, for they were fought on the surface of Sikaris, where the rat commanders, their spawning pits, and their hazardous armament manufactorums were never found. Yes, if one ignores the fact these rats should never have been here in the first place. The cathedral and the bastion of the Black Scalpel were the heart of a fortified city where, until today, the vermin had failed to make any inroads. Most slaves had been possessed to make sure the slaves of anarchy had no opportunity of teaching them their heretical beliefs. Skulls had been modified to play the role of vigilant sentinels. Living and non-living guardians had been mustered in the thousands to play the role of garrisons. Pacts had been made. Sacrifices had bled. And all of this had proven futile in the end. Despite the security measures, despite the seismographs and the other blessed devices to ensure no tunnel creation came as a surprise, a rat army had nonetheless managed to break through, and he had to come in person with 1,000 warriors to eradicate them. Do I begin to assemble a reprisal force for an invasion of the tunnels? Yes, do so, Ikotas approved the suggestion of his Korifos. We can't afford to let the vermin believe they've struck a significant blow. They had, though. The infrastructure damage was really minimal, but his forces would have to be reinforced in this sector, and for all his blessings and the pacts he had made, Ikotas was very clearly aware the strength of his host was limited. The longer this conflict lasted, the more veterans and slave soldiers were pulled out of Sikaris to participate in the armament preparations of the Grand Armada of Chaos Undivided. Can I try a new tactic this time? Ikotas tried not to look too incredulous. What is this new tactic, Korifos? If I remember correctly, so far we tried summoning bloodthirsters into the rats' warrens, and discovered the hard way how unstable the damnable warpstone was in proximity of major summonings, conventional field battles, trapping the tunnels, the scheme of the 8 major blood lakes, the litany of the 9 lies, and the ferric plague. Ikotas thought about it for a second or two before adding for himself. Amongst other schemes and tactics. Field battles never worked, obviously. Over half of the rat armies fled into their tunnels when defeat was imminent. Summoning the children of the great ocean often failed, either because the warpstone explosions banished them, or the vermin refused to bow down to the majesty of the pantheon and drowned them with their overwhelming numbers. The rituals blessed by Tsianch were more a hindrance than a help, as the rats fought among themselves more than they did his armies anyways and therefore didn't really need an excuse to turn on each other. Targeting the leadership was useless, they had sacked and annihilated the headquarters of leaders pretending to be the true Council of 11 more than 20 times, only for another council to resurface afterwards. Releasing new plagues and anti-rats gases and neurotoxins had pleased bountiful Nurgle immensely, until the rats developed their own version of plague priests, that they had apparently called Clan Pestilens. This had been the end of new tactics from their side, because the last thing the word-bearers needed, in his modest opinion, was to give the rats even nastier ideas. The heretical creatures were already far too crazy and prompt to try to kill everyone in explosions of green flames to risk them reverse engineering new assets of mass destruction. We have received new tunnel boring machines, courtesy of one of the Iron Warrior warbands. I intend to use them for a surgical strike. Ikotas lacked the strength to muster any kind of enthusiasm. You have my permission, under the condition that none of the machines are abandoned to the claws of the vermin this time. On Sikaris and against the rats, this meant powerful self-destruct warheads. I will make sure of it. Good. Ikotas observed the partially damaged cathedral and bastion, trying to find something, anything, which would tell him this damnable war was going to end in his favor. He didn't find it. Holy Kalkus was crawling with giant rats, and though he and his armies killed millions every gory dawn, there were tens of millions more ready to replace them. It was an infestation, and discontent and doubt were rife within his ranks. Such was the state of his thoughts when a portal was activated and one of the souls he loathed the most stepped through. Erebus. Hand of Destiny Erebus, the vile one chided him with his smug smile that one always dreamed of wiping off his face with a series of powerful gauntlet blows. Repeatedly. It seems you have a little problem obeying the orders our father gave you. Any other dark apostle, Ikotas would have been more cordial with, if only to wait to unleash a good ritual in his face and let his soul be devoured by a Neverborn. With Erebus though, there was no playing this game. I have not invited you into my area of operations. Begone. Over 200 of his warriors had encircled the bastard as they spoke, ready to open fire at the first excuse. No, 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 my poor Ikotas. You have failed, and our father isn't in the mood to tolerate your defeats anymore. Report to him immediately. A scroll was tossed at him, and the Grand Apostle of the Dark Council gritted his teeth in fury as the bleeding words on the parchment confirmed the order. Your forces will stay here under my command, naturally. Ikotas didn't need to bother rereading the document to know this point of order wasn't part of his Primarch's commands. You can always try to take them by force, Erebus, Ikotas spat markedly on the ground. Even if he wasn't a leader of the Brotherhood whose goal was to purge the Legion of the Vile One's influence, he would never have left his warriors and resources under this betrayer's oversight. For those who believed it was a good idea, there were the examples of Kalth, Nuceria, and 100 more worlds to point at. My host and allies won't help you. I would rather go pledge myself to a Black Legion warband than allow my warriors to serve you. And for the record, Ikotas hated the very thought of allying himself with the Black Legion, that band of upstarts which had abandoned all dignity for a false brotherhood of broken legionnaires. Careful, the slime whispered. Your star is not ascendant anymore, my dear Grand Apostle. I would tell you to be careful, Ikotas countered. But I really want to see you eaten piece by 1,000,000 gangrenous rats before I take your corpse to my dungeons and spend a few eternities working on your soul. Have fun with this war, Erebus. I'm done with it. The Grand Apostle didn't turn his back to the Vile One, nor did any of his word-bearers, of course. No one presented his back to Erebus, not unless they had a death wish. 8th most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Erebus. The Vile One. Daemon Summoner. Traitor Astartes. Extremis Traitoris. Extremis Diabolus. Excommunicate Traitoris. Extremis Omega Moral Threat. Extremis Omega Corrupting Threat. No sacrifice is too great to eliminate this slime. This abomination is to be killed and disposed of with the holiest weapons available. Warning, the traitor is cowardly in the extreme and has been noted to flee as soon as events turn against him. Reward, 5 quadrillion throne gelts, 1 sector overlordship, title of Avenger of Kalth awarded, vote of the High Lords for a triumph, grand religious ovation, etc. 82nd most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Yaralek. Apostle of Lies. Chaos Sorcerer. Daemon Summoner. Traitor Astartes. Extremis Traitoris. Extremis Diabolus. Excommunicate Traitoris. Extremis Omega Moral Threat. Endangerment of Alpha-class militarum assets and below acceptable to eliminate the threat. The monster is to be killed and disposed of with the holiest weapons available. Reward, 57 trillion throne gelts, seat on the Holy Ophelian Synod, 1 Cardinal Stellar System, 1 Frateris Templar Army Group and Support Fleet, etc. The Eye of Terror. Outer Sikaris System. Illumination Shipyards. Korafos Kol Badar. Kelbir Hal certainly intends to fulfill his part of the pact. As much as Kol Badar hated to agree with this runt of Marduk on anything, in this instance the Korafos was willing to concede the Dark Acolyte was not completely in the wrong. At least the deployment of strength in the illumination shipyards was impressive enough, both to ignorant and veteran eyes. Before the proclamation of their Primarch that the Grand Armada was to be mustered, there had been a few dispersed shipyards in the asteroids, at least capable of supplying one minor host and then some. But now, the scene was a spectacle of implacable space industry and forges of war. Dock after dock could be seen as far as optical augmentations and Astartes' eyes reached, and all were filled to the brink with the most formidable machines of war ever built by the Hell Lords of the Mechanicum. Ranks after ranks of Infernus-class battleships were completed at speeds ranging from insane to miraculous. Desolator battleships and battle barges had their own construction sites, and between those Executor and Avenger-class Grand Cruisers were modified or outright rebuilt from the keel up. Hades, Styx, and Hecate heavy cruisers stolen from forgotten mothballed fleets of the false emperor were beginning a new glorious career in the true legions. Nor were the lesser cruisers neglected. Murder, Carnage, Slaughter, Inferno, Hellbringer and other classes of strike cruisers were all present here. For each battleship they had here, at least 4 or 5 capital ships could be added to the order of battle. And for each capital ship to be built or repaired, the word bearers would have a flotilla of escorts and attack craft, not to forget the Heldrakes and their modified starfighters and flying Daemon engines to add weight to their salvos. Kol Badar had at first thought the name Grand Armada of Chaos Undivided to be a bit of a mouthful, but as the firepower mustered here was revealed in all its terrible glory, the Korafos had to admit he had perhaps been a bit too hasty. More than 100 battleships. Dozens of grand cruisers and battlecruisers. Hundreds of cruisers of all tonnages. According to rumors, the number of Heldrakes hibernating in the bowels of the warships' hulls was over 200,000. The escorts and attack crafts were simply uncountable. Entire hordes of demons laughed and fought nearby for the chance to possess the Daemon engines which would conduct the great slaughter. We will see. Sodinol came with a lot of forces, I will give her that. And the former emissary of Horus was not shy about parading her forces so that they acknowledged her generous contribution. The Hellforge Mistress had moved to Sikaris with 30 capital ships, including one hull which may have started as an arc mechanicus but which had grown far beyond that in the last millennia, 3 Titan arcs, 2 heavy battleships, and some other ships which had to be unique designs originally developed inside her tenebrous mind. Jealous of the Titans she is bringing to our cause, Korafos. Once again, Kol Badar was vindicated in his thirst for vengeance against the perfidious weakling which had killed his blood brother. Marduk was japing and whining, and could only kill a true warrior if somebody else had already weakened him. The worm could laugh for now, but he didn't know what Yarlek had promised him. No, not at all, the veteran of Terra answered. I don't need Titans to crush everything on the battlefield. Oh? Then why did I hear you had concerns about the newly assembled second great host? Sometimes, Kol Badar wondered who he wanted to kill the most, Marduk or the informants who whispered every action he made in his duties of Korafos to him. Every time, the conclusion was the same, it was Marduk he loathed the most. The others would get there just deserts once he put the runt's head on a spike. Concern is such a strong word. I was explaining the will of Dark Apostle Yarlek to the other Korafos. In fact, these were genuine concerns, but he wasn't going to tell the runt that. The problem was the fact that, when the Primarch had ordered the Grand Armada to be reorganized into 8 great hosts, most of the pre-existing word-bearers hosts had not fought together since Terra. And for some formations, it was even further in the past. As a result, maneuvering each host to be a united whole again was problematic. The 34th host had been better than most in the coordination of superformations, as they had over 1,400 warriors, but others weren't so lucky. And in any case, mustering 1,400 Astartes wasn't the same as deploying 28,000 word-bearers. Joy of joys, the second great host had been given to his lord Yarlek, but they had to endure the presence of the sons of Horus, the arrogant sons who had failed when all the legions counted on them and fled Terra like curs. Cole didn't like Drekarth the Sightless and his lieutenants. They thought they knew everything about war, but under the symbol of the eye, their shame and cowardice was clear for all to see. They were barely above Marduk the Runt in that regard. By the gods, why did they send Horus spawns to them instead of throwing them against the walls of Cadia as cannon fodder? It wasn't like they were going to be missed. But if you want to hide in a Titan, don't worry, Dark Acolyte. I won't tell our lord anything. Cole could almost feel the fury burning behind the eyes and on the face of the Runt. I will. Is everything proceeding according to my plans, my Korafos? It is, Kol Badar smiled, as the anointed he commanded took position around Dark Apostle Yarlek, blessed by the gods, chosen by Holy Lorgar to command the second great host of the Grand Armada of Chaos Undivided. The host is waiting at your leisure. We were merely conversing about the war potential of our Mechanicum allies and the assets they brought with them. Ah yes. Sodinol and her Legio Vulturum. This was the strongest weapon in the Hellforge Mistress arsenal, yes. She brought the night houses of Morbidia and Vextrix. Knights were the lesser cousins of the Titans, but in great numbers, they were extremely dangerous, and Sodinol had convinced over 100 of the war suits to accept her patronage. But I will admit it is the Gore Crows which will be the true hammer once we need to break the walls the lackeys of the false emperor fight behind. Rare were the Titan legions which survived in their original numbers after having followed the War Master into the eye. Most of them had dispersed into various splinter factions. There were exceptions, however. One of them was the Legio Mortis, serving Abad in the Despoiler. The Legio Vulturum, formerly sworn to Xana, now following Sodinol, was clearly another. Cole felt wary about it. 90 Titans were a force which could destroy entire star clusters if properly wielded, but that Sodinol, not Kalbi or Hal, commanded them was in his opinion a clue something was wrong. The former master of the Red Planet had not exactly been trusting his subordinates with large Titan commands during the war to topple the false emperor, that he did now was a contradiction by itself. And the Legio Vulturum was visibly augmented and modified by Xeno's technology, not the blessings of the gods. They will indeed be useful for the great plan. Yarlek gave him a thin smile. I believe Sotanul is going to present us her biggest creation, now. Kol Badar didn't smile, not as the biggest titan he had ever seen became visible. Legio Vulturum wasn't the Legio Audax, it was extremely top-heavy, possessing few of the light titans like the Warhound class, and on the contrary deploying great numbers of reavers and warlords. But the machine on its way to be paraded made the classic battle titans look like mid-sized children. Its arms were gigantic cannons of a model the Koryphos had never seen before. Its head was a skull bigger than the entire body of a knight. Its legs were pillars of ceramite, adamantium, and terrifying technology. From armored feet to the upper fortified castle, the Titan was fortified so massively that even super-heavy tanks had no chance of collapsing its multi-layered shields. It was a mountain built to crush armies single-handedly. It was an Imperator-class Titan, the machine tech priests worshipped as an avatar of their god, be they the true Mechanicum or the petty fools who toiled in the name of the false emperor. I wasn't aware Xana had managed to build Titans of that size, Marduk the Runt admitted. As far as I'm aware, they only built a handful of them, they preferred the reavers and warlords. Cole maintained a facade of civility. This one may be the last surviving one. Behold Tyrannosaurus Rex, the maw of Xenocide. The eastern fringe. Approaches of the Svalbard sector. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. Cruiser Rockwaik. 9.339.299 M35. Ubermeek Boy Bruck X Rock Bruck. Not the time to say ere we go, and the metalheads were already boarding them. This was fun. This was Valawaik. Give MELLZ boys. Bruck roared, grabbing the first Shuda available and smashing it against the awesome big green gun of the Necron. For Gork and Mork. Waig. Waig. The boys and his favorite Squig didn't need more to roar and charge the funny metalheads. They had big guns. The metalheads were so funny with their surrender and die. But the orcs were the best. First de metaleads, seconds de swarmbringa. The meek boy shouted, hurriedly strapping on his new big Shuda with de cynic cannon. Bruck had built it to shoot down insects, but metalheads worked too. One by one, the borders vanished in green fun and explosions. Boss. Summitin shootin' at us. Where? Something hit violently and the rockwaik shook a lot. What was dat? De moon. Bruck laughed. Look at dat boys. De metaleads of a white moon. The meek boy raised his cynic cannon above his head. Let's go take it. Waig. Waig. The boys shouted. The boys fired their weapons and began to prepare for the scrap of their lives. Loads de torpedoes tubs. Engine speed max red. Cannons fira. The orc commander barked. Gork or de swarmbringa. Waig. Waik. Vargard Oberon. According to the manifesto spread by the Suraken dynasty, the Great Sleep had supposedly been an infallible plan of the Silent King to guarantee the Necrons would endure while the mortal races would perish from the ravages of time and galactic disasters. Oberon had barely woken up, and he could see the statement was worth exactly as much as the promises of Mephaeron the Deceiver, which was to say nothing. Waik. Oberon teleported himself behind the gigantic green brute and decapitated it, claiming his 25th significant kill of the skirmish. Enemy leader down. The Sodic officer said curtly. Formation 2-1 tech. Execute. His soldiers were the elite of Gidrum. They didn't miss. 5 seconds later, there weren't any living beings inside the dangerously unstable hull, and he had lost no troops in the violent skirmish. The engines were sabotaged in record time, and the starship was thrown into the enemy formation, out of control and no longer presenting a threat to any Necron phalanx. The first part of your plan is accomplished, my suzerain, Oberon reported after teleporting back. I'm afraid the enemy failed to recognize the generosity of your surrender conditions, however. Oberon hadn't bothered to ask more than once for the sake of formality, truly. These greenskins were more barbaric and less intelligent than the Kriegs, but surrender was still not in their vocabulary. And if Overlord Zendrek had been himself, he would have recognized it. Stubborn secessionists. The old Necron grumbled. Look at them, Oberon. They are advancing in a dispersed Cardatopec formation. Do they really think that painting their ships red and bathing themselves in green paint is going to change anything in the outcome of this battle? Oberon nodded half in resignation, half in sadness. There were many reasons the Great Sleep had been an utterly stupid idea that only a Surican mind could have conjured. Tomb worlds had been destroyed, that much had been clear, despite how prompt the Triarch's enforcers were at silencing the murmurs of discontent. Resurrection systems were malfunctioning. Old and new enemies continued to plague this galaxy. The superiority of Necron phalanxes and fleets, won in millions of battles, had been forgotten as millions of years were spent in stasis. But for Oberon, the harshest blow was the mental damage suffered by his suzerain. Overlord Zendrek had emerged from the Great Sleep apparently sound of mind. Except of course, his master believed he was still a Necrontyr of pre-biotransference times. One might have thought facing the greenskins would have corrected this in short order, but no. From his perspective, these were not barbaric brutes, but secessionist necrontyrs they were facing on the battlefield. Oberon didn't know if he should feel relief or sadness at seeing his suzerain in such a state. Relief would be because a lot of Gidram nobles had emerged in a far worse mental state, those they had been able to awaken at all. The Vargard had been forced to put down a large number of them with his own blade. The sadness was because Zendrek was more than his suzerain, he was the one who had believed in Oberon when he had been a mere young recruit born of peasant stock. Oberon owed Zendrek everything, his life, his long military career, and his political support. They had survived the bloodiest battles of the war in heaven together. They had endured the psychic maelstroms of the Old Ones, escaped the wrath of demented Citan, and challenged indomitable enemies. Zendrek was, the overlord was his suzerain. It pained him more than life itself to see him like this. Why are you not advancing to exterminate the vermin? A Surican commander barked in his back. Then again, not seeing the galaxy as it was had its advantages. The stars and planets knew the Surican had not stopped being cruel masters after something as short and insignificant as the Great Sleep. Patience, Herald. The secessionists must be placed in the correct ground at the correct moment. The other noble scoffed. They had told me how low you'd fallen, Zendrek, but I'd not believed them until now. I think I should summon a few death marks to get rid of your old carcass. For they. Oberon feigned to inspect a warriorship of his own forces before hurling it like a javelin and impaling the insolent noble who had dared threaten his suzerain. If the command protocols had been active, it would have been futile to attempt, and possibly suicidal, but the king's command protocols were not activated, and the Surican nobles were pathetic both in their security and their martial prowess. The imbecile was so sure of himself he had not noticed his death marks and wraiths were already disintegrated by Oberon's security measures. Did he really think they would allow just any scoundrel aboard the battleships of the Sodic dynasty? Oberon, I know he harbored secessionist tendencies, but that is no way to treat a herald. My suzerain, I am only concerned about your safety. Oberon, the secessionists have finally decided to commit themselves. That was one way to look at it, yes. Another would be to describe it as a gigantic rampage of countless warships which all tried to go in roughly the same direction. My warriors! Zendrek shouted. One day we will see loyalty rekindled and the old errors of the past purged. One day old feuds and inter-dynasty quarrels will cease. Secessionism must not win this day. Secessionism can't win this day. For the Necrontyr are greater than one petty tyrant, taller than the arid valleys of a radioactive planet. Divided we will fall. Together we will survive and from our humble origins rise again, nobler and stronger. For unity. For unity. The Necrons of Gidram, still sufficiently self-aware to be moved by the speech, shouted back. The battleships and cruisers accelerated to face the greenskins, and Oberon waited for new orders. Because for all his suzerain's mental issues, Zendrek remained the greatest military commander of the Sodic dynasty, perhaps the greatest of all dynasties united. Gregs. Ildari. Hrud. Old Ones. Rangdan. Citan. Other Necrontyrs and Necrons. All had eaten dust before him. These greenskins had enthusiasm and ferociousness, but they had no chance. Not because the Necrons had the throne of oblivion on their side. But because Zendrek was a genius whose defeats could be counted on one hand, and 4 out of those 5 enemies were permanently dead. We slept and we woke up to face the same old war. Zendrek and himself cut through the dimensions together, and they returned to the inferno which had made them legends. Mechaniku's Cruiser Athena Database. Magos Explorator Alena Wismer. Magos Explorator Alena Wismer wasn't going to pretend she was a specialist on the analysis and study Gloriana battleships, but she had the honor and the privilege to be invited aboard the Flame Rod and to see the Eternal Crusader with her optical augmentations. This undoubtedly placed her above most of the tech priests currently toiling across the galaxy to ensure the quest for knowledge thrived and would continue for millennia to come. One thing that had been easy to recognize when the 2 Gloriana warships were present at Pavia, of course, was the fact Gloriana wasn't a class at all. It didn't follow any definition of pattern she was aware of, and the Flame Rod and the Eternal Crusader, save their extraordinary dimensions making them living avatars of the machine god, had little in common. The ancient Salamander flagship was akin to the mighty salamanders living on Nocturne, large, possessing formidable weapons, and armored to the point normal battleships would need days to cause any damage assuming the void shields were brought down. It was a slow and ponderous void leviathan, but once it gained enough momentum, it was unstoppable. The Eternal Crusader was more suited for the description of Spear of the Omnissiah. It was a religious monument. The walls of prayers carved upon its hull supported this, and it was as formidable as the Flame Rod in its own way, but a cursory outside examination was sufficient to know the firepower and armor were inferior to the ship improved and cherished by the Great Fukin. Not to say the flagship of the Black Templars had no advantages, it was a simpler design, allowing more shipyards to repair and supply it when the need arose. It had a greater capacity to launch Astartes boarding parties, from boarding torpedoes to starfighters, and it was swifter to execute complicated maneuvers. And then there is the third. She canted in a complicated binary cipher no one but her aboard the Athena database understood. When Lady Weaver had chosen her for this important operation, Alena Wismer had been quite flattered. Who wouldn't be when the chosen of the Omnissiah continued to give her important assignments and brand new ships to explore little-known regions of space and return lost archaeotech to the Mechanikus. She had also felt a slight feeling of concerned trepidation. The flame rod had been severely damaged by traitors' guns and evil artifices, after all. She had tried to prepare herself, but in this moment, watching the spectacle of ruination and lost technology, it was difficult to do anything beyond mourning. The Armaglass viewport was releasing only minimal light and tight Auspex emissions to avoid detection from the hostile Xenos fighting less than 1 light-year away, but a minor tech priest couldn't miss the wreck of the defeated Gloriana. The Void Leviathan had been a beautiful ship once, as befitted such a mighty warship. Even after the dreadful fate which had befallen it, enough of the outer hull had survived to admire the sculpted waves and the elegant combinations of artwork its masters had insisted on adding in the long-forgotten decades of the Great Crusade. It was an ancient beauty, which made the 4 immense scars which had struck the Gloriana battleship deeply all the more horrible, which were now visible as terrible, black wounds reflecting nothing but the abyss between the stars. And as terrible as the devastation created by these injuries had been, they had not given the killing blow. No, the death of the mighty battleship had come when a Xenos weapon had literally melted the rear of the warship, engines, rear batteries, and all, despite the multi-layered void shields, the adamantium armor, and the countless other protections supposed to prevent an enemy from exploiting this relative weak point. Probability of a C-10-powered attack having overwhelmed the defenses and destroyed the engines? Wismer asked. Assuming we use the baseline our Necron allies gave us involving their Chimerac performance, over 93%, Magos. Omnissiah and motive force, this really wasn't good at all. Alena stayed silent as she studied more of the data arriving in her new sphere implants before arriving at an unpleasant conclusion. They were running, she whispered to the 2 members of her staff awaiting her commands. They were carved apart by the gauze weapons, but they had enough energy and discipline to run. I'm not saying you are wrong, Magos, but where are the other ships of the fleet? Closer to the Imga monolith, Alena Wismer grimly declared. They didn't survive long enough to have a chance, but a wounded Gloriana had the defenses and the sheer durability to try. But the null zone forbidding any warp translation too close to the Imga monolith had been the doom of the Emperor's servants. Their void shields had to operate at minimal power to give the engines and the other vital functions the energy they needed, and then the enemy Necron commander had most likely unleashed a C-10 to foil the escape attempt. As more data came in, the hololith representation allowing her to examine the damage of the prow found something interesting. Stop on 1-42. It took a second for her command to take effect, but then the scarred letters appeared, and the final piece of evidence she needed was revealed. Elegant letters higher than a manufacturum of good size, several of them dented and horribly mangled, but the name could still be read with difficulty. Tsunami. Loud footsteps were heard behind her, heralding the arrival of Shadowkeeper Baldur Vor, surrounded by 4 Sisters of Silence. Lord Vor, my teams will be ready to begin their landing into the hangar bays within 3 hours. Acceptable. I trust you haven't forgotten the agreement. No, Lord. Aside from the exploration mission being under one of the highest clearance levels possible, Alena was not authorized to keep anything like Gene Seed, Astartes trophies, and banners of past campaigns. Omnissiah be her witness, some things she was forbidden to touch or record. She could interact with the databases of the tsunami and copy them for extensive analysis, though. Lady Weaver needed to know what the Space Marines of the Great Crusade had died fighting against. Do you really think you will be able to tow the Gloriana battleship out of the null zone? The black-armored custodes asked in his usual unfriendly voice. I promised Lady Weaver I would succeed, and thanks to the myriad containment foams and protection foams generously provided by Lady Dragon, I will accomplish it. Alena replied. The Adeptus Mechanicus wasn't going to let a little thing like Necron destruction get in the way of the quest for knowledge. I have the tech priests and the materials to do so. The major issue which will determine the duration of our first emergency repairs is whether we can use the original Geller field generator, or whether we will have to install a temporary new one before removing this work of the Omnissiah from the Oblivion Quarantine Zone. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Kuiper Belt. Starfort Crown of Isolation. 0.001.300 M35. Grandmaster Hunter. If you worked in the Officio Assassinorum, being predictable, no matter how you tried to hide it, was a death sentence. Thus the Grandmaster of the Officio Assassinorum did his best to be unpredictable. His true name was only known to 3 people, the God Emperor, the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, and a blind trainer of the Vindicare Temple who had not uttered more than 5 words in the last 40 years. He had no known schedule, and the only known location where he could be found regularly was the room where the High 12 met to compensate for this. Each time his turn came, he announced his decision for there to be a change of council rooms and moved it to another palace of the Inner Sanctum. While some expert spies and assassins knew he was originally from the Vindicare Temple, few were aware he had taken steps to attain mastery in 62 weapons which were not of a gun type, and he didn't include the 3 dozen absolutely lethal poisons he kept on his person at all times. Predictability was dangerous, and thus he tried to do his best to mitigate it. The assassin landers, starfighters, and warships which transported him belonged to one temple or another, or other adept uses entirely, but practically never the same group twice. For example, the hull he had chosen for this travel officially belonged to a Chartist captain of the minor Catania dynasty. Hunter had done his best to ensure no one knew Alfonso Catania had never existed, not that it would be important for much longer, as in 20 hours, he would exit the craft and never set a foot on the long game of Catania ever again. Some might call his precautions baseless paranoia. The Grand Master begged to differ. Of his last 20 predecessors, only 2 had died of what could be called natural causes, growing too old. They had passed their mantle to their chosen successor and tried to go hunting one of the top 100 targets plaguing the Imperium. The others? 3 had died by custodes, 5 were eliminated by their own temple subordinates when other high lords decided to back a new potential Grand Master more in line with their own interests, and the others had perished countering plots of heretics and more monstrous things waiting in the dark. As a consequence, Hunter continued to walk the unpredictable path. He would be the first to acknowledge it wasn't an existence most of humanity would be able to endure for long. He had no wife, no children, or any known descendants. He had no sexual relationships, no attachments, and no ties save his loyalty to the God Emperor of mankind, he who guides the Astronomicon. When he died, there would be no great funerals, no mourning, and no grand eulogies. At best, he would be ignored and a few individuals would nod silently. At worst, citizens would openly drink and celebrate his demise. This was fine. One did not become the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum for the accolades and the parties. Like the Primarch of the 1st Legion Lyon L. Johnson had said, loyalty was its own reward. Unpredictability remaining key, there was no ceremony and the minimum welcoming committee when he landed on the crown of isolation, just as he wanted it to be. Grand Master. The Warden of the Star Fort, an ex-Vindicare assassin answering to the codename of Wraith 102, greeted him. You honor me with your presence. Hunter made a single gesture of the hand, and the attempted flattery ceased. 2 months, 6 days, 3 hours, and 40 minutes ago, I informed you I had finally convinced the High 12 to give me the authorization to deploy an execution force in support at Cadia. How fares the selection process? Very well, Grand Master. A hidden staircase, several concealed elevators, and the exigencies of the Alpha-class security system were left behind them before the conversation continued. Obviously, we were forced to keep the triplets of Project Absurd outside of Seoul, per the ancestral protocols. Images flashed out, revealing 3 identical bald males, so pale-skinned they might have rivaled the Voidborn of the Imperium. We have solved the mental stability issues of AC1, AC2, and AC3. They only killed 10% of the individuals we used as martial instructors. Since we are going to keep them in a new type of cryostasis chamber, it will be more than adequate. Hunter approved. These Kulexus triplets had cost him enormously to acquire and even more to train. It was out of the question to let something as stupid as questions of collateral damage keep them out of active service. The null aura being multiplied the closer they were to each other amply compensated for their sociopathic and psychopathic behavior. Besides, if the Black Crusade tried to storm Cadia, there would be far too many enemies for them to bother with allied guardsmen. Calidus. I thought the prime subject of Project Umbra would be extremely interesting to use. Wraith 102 licked his lips. But I understand progress has been made to make her more receptive to orders. Yes. Her Calidus mentor has managed to increase her usefulness. After a totally classified visit in the holiest place of the Imperium, but Wraith 102 didn't need to know that. For the present time, her skills are in high demand elsewhere. Do you have a substitute in mind? I have. Agent Decima in my opinion is the perfect choice. Ah yes. That insane hyena. If she wasn't so efficient at getting rid of her targets, the Assassinorum would have ejected her into the nearest star a long time ago. Unlike him, her given agent name was a real nickname. 9 out of 10 people who saw her really met atrocious ends. Venom. The Clade Primaries is proud to present you Project Joyous Feasting. Hunter had a stomach of steel, but he nonetheless found the 4 minutes of recordings which were presented to him very nauseating. Organ transplantations and bioalchemy to make the agent a natural poison to everything surrounding her, impressive. And quite worrying it was the first time he learned of it. Evidently, he was going to need to reinforce his monitoring of the Venom Temple. Does she have a name? Yes, she is Agent Basilisk. He needed a lot more questions to understand how far away the Venom assassin had to be deployed from the Kars of Cadia, or if she needed to remain in space all the times. The answers were, not exactly what he had predicted. By contrast, the Venus agent selected was non-problematic. Project Accident had already delivered excellent results in the last few decades, and the male agent named K1 had completed 19 successful large-scale missions. Now it was time for the hard part. Has a consensus been reached about Project Nest? Predictably, Wraith 102 winced. Are you sure, Grand Master? The new recruits have barely completed 50 assassinations between them, and none of them were against especially difficult targets. I know. But they represent a critical asset that has never been used against Chaos Marines, including the demon sorcerers of the Word Bearers. The last Black Crusades had been humiliating fiascos for the Officio Assassinorum wherever the self-proclaimed Dark Apostles were present. It had gotten so bad that, according to the last notes of the M34 Grand Master of the time, entire generations had been rushed in the hope quantity would succeed where quality had failed. The outcome had been disastrous. A duo then seems the most promising option, his interlocutor reluctantly agreed. Typhon Gamma and Falcon Tertius are the agents which have, based on their mission successes, the best chance to survive and reach the primary targets. These two Vindicare units were most likely going to die, barring a miracle, and both Hunter and Wraith 102 understood it perfectly. As for the Everzers, the Temple of the Holy Wrath has at last finished training their new generation of Imperial assassins. Given their nihilistic outlook on life and their fierce hatred of the archenemy, I am confident they will prove to be excellent instruments against the Chaos Marines and their slaves. I'm glad to hear it. That temple was so rigorous in its tests no one in the last few decades had survived its final graduation slaughter, also best described as pitting the aspirant Everzer against an overwhelming military opposition like a hive filled with heretics or something similar. How many passed? 6, Grand Master. Hunter smiled. How many do you want deployed at the Kadayan Gate? Hunter took 10 good seconds to think about it. Project Absurd would cover their approach, but the leaders of the Chaos Marines would be well protected, by sorcery and a lot of military assets. On the downside, the Assassinorum's resources weren't infinite. Assign 4 of them to the execution force. Let's teach the traitors that no foe is beyond his reach. Holy Terra. Inner Palace. Chancellor of the Imperial Council Samson Pitt. Do we really need to spend so much in resources and men to fortify the systems behind the Kadayan sector? At least, Samson thought with relief, Xerxes Van Dyer had not greeted the proposal of the Fabricator General with his usual disdain. I would not propose this militarization plan if my simulations showed the current preparations were sufficient, the metallic voice of the ruler of Mars answered with a hint of irritation. You have to admit, my dear Fabricator General, Chancellor of the Estate Imperium Huang Utrecht intervened, the question of the Master of the Administratum is legitimate. We have, heavily fortified the Kadayan sector and the nearby systems, I think we can all agree upon this fact. 11 heads nodded, some more reluctantly than the others. By now, calling the Kadayan system fortified was like calling Terra a hive world. It was technically true, but didn't give it any justice. Assuming the reports on the table were correct, there were billions of guardsmen in the Kadayan system, supported by at least 4,000 space marines of the Astartes Preces, several battle maniples of 6 Titans Legios, many lances of knights, and millions of Skitarii, not to mention 2 full Kadayan battle fleets and several heavy squadrons of the Solar Reserves. The neighboring system of Agrippina was possibly equally fortified, as the Forge Worlds of Obscurus and beyond had answered the demands of help of the Agrippina Fabricator with a shocking celerity, and the new naval base of Belize Corona was a redoubt able to shrug off the assault of multiple battle fleets while also harboring an inquisitorial presence which fluctuated between massive and incalculable. Dozens of other critical systems, like the Boros Gate and Hydra Cordatus, had also been massively reinforced and received new citadels and anti-starship batteries, not to mention priceless war supplies. It was, in many ways, one of the greatest logistical successes of the Chartist fleets and the Imperial Navy in terms of transporting men, food, equipment, fuel, and ammunition to the Kadayan Gate, and it was only made possible thanks to the near-annihilation Xenos pirates and outlaws had received in recent years. I understand the point about covering all our bases and make certain there are no weak points in the defensive system we voted for, sincerely I do, but is all of this absolutely necessary? Lord High Admiral Rabadash Y. Bing El-Kalerman cleared his throat. To be blunt, Chancellor? Yes. The increase of the defenses of the Pious Line is necessary. So are the shifting of the star forts on the 4 Obscurus solar lines. I agree completely with Kadayan High Command and the conclusions of the Lord Admirals present in the theaters of operations. The heretics will have 2 options if they decide to challenge us again: besiege the planets of the Kadayan Gate one by one in an attempt to grind our ground and space assets to dust, or send sacrificial forces against Agrippina and Cadia in an attempt to stalemate us while they strike the logistical nodes behind them like the Despoiler did during his M34 campaign. Nonetheless, this seems a bit excessive. Xerxes Van Dyer chose his words with care. All the scrying, tarot readings, and divination predictions done under the light of the Astronomicon confirm a crusade-level assault is imminent, the mistress of the Astronomicon affirmed. Due to the foul sorceries employed by the archenemy, we can't precisely determine the exact date, but it will be sometime between this year and 2 decades from now. And while the Despoiler is rumored to stay out of the game for this one, the forces arrayed against us will be stronger and viler than ever before. For many seconds, the High 12 stayed silent. When silence was broken, it was the Grand Provost Marshal of the Adeptus Arbits who spoke. Then we will of course approve the fortification and the reinforcement of these important systems and trade lanes. Tutor Brezhnev told his peers, and no one voiced an objection. But, with all due respect to your analysts, Lord Admiral, I'm not sure if it is possible to push for the same effort of layered defenses in Segmentum Obscurus. It is a far larger space theater, and while we have more battle fleets available, there aren't hundreds of them in surplus. Unless we cancel many operations in Ultima Segmentum or increase the tithes for solar, the resources, regiments, and logistics simply aren't there. Many operations prepared in the Eastern Segmentum are critical, Eleanor Gutenberg commented neutrally. Besides, simple logistics would make a transfer of assets and resources from the Eastern Fringe theaters to Western Obscurus quite costly in time and hull availability. Indeed, the Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy consulted several vellum papers before shaking his head. But unless you give me permission to withdraw 1 or 2 battle fleets from the core solar worlds. Not happening, Gandhi Brobantus instantly shut down the proposal. Well, I am going to have to make some hard choices. The blue-dressed High Lord shrugged, showing no sign of surprise at the answer. Sipramundi, Mordian, Vostroya, and a few dozen other critical choke points are going to get the best naval commanders and squadrons. I will prepare third-line squadrons for Eastern Obscurus just in case, but they will be by their very nature dispersed and will need time to consolidate. It would be quite careless of the heretics to venture so far out of the Eye of Terror, Inquisitor Berlin Chimera pointed out. Rabadash shrugged again, silent reply meaning you know better than me there. There were 3 more hours of discussion following this relatively cordial exchange of views, but every person in the room knew the decisions directing the course of the next several years had been at least in part taken here and now. We are in agreement, then? The Archcardinal Terran asked for the sake of formality. We are. The Master of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica replied for the 11 other High Lords. Outer Palace. Petitioner's City. Solar Guardian Nicephorus Van Dyer. Nicephorus had a headache, again. He doubted any reasonable person could blame him for it, honestly. And how, the aging high-ranked adept inquired whimsically, are we going to pay for all of this? The We was clan Van Dyer, of course. The all of this was a true mountain of vellum burying several desks under their sheer mass. And his question, in his opinion, was perfectly reasonable. His niece Abanyal looked distinctly ill at ease, though only a person who knew her very well would have noticed the little signs of disquiet. An exceptional mining tax has been created for the Brisbane Airs sector. Nicephorus blinked. Wasn't that scheme already tried 30 years ago? Given the emotion seen in her eyes, the magistrate had obviously hoped he wouldn't remember that. Yes, the admission was not one uttered with grace. It really will be an exceptional and temporary tax this time. Nicephorus felt the urge to shout or make some ironic comment about how the inhabitants of the dozens of mining worlds of said sector were unlikely to be throwing themselves at their feet and thanking them for this. If his records were accurate and he was reasonably sure they were everyone on the planet sworn to the Lord of Brisbane Airs were paying more exceptional taxes than they were administratum tithes, and the latter was not a light taxation by any means. I know it isn't your idea, Abanyal, his niece thanked him silently for it, and I know you're the messenger bearing the unpleasant news, but I have to say it, the tax and tithe pressure is getting out of control. There's only so much blood and resources we can force a sector to spit out before unpleasant things start happening. It wasn't only their Brisbane Airs dominion where the fiscal vice was squeezing their citizens to the maximum. Their other holdings, their main holdings he should say, in the Zion and Yucatan sectors were not exactly tithe paradises either. The plebeians are kept indoctrinated and loyal. Nicephorus didn't ask for how long. He had made his views clear to his brother, and the answer had been unsatisfactory. Whether the plebeians are kept quiescent at this point doesn't matter, the Solar Guardian pointed out emotionlessly. The sector's economy is slowing down. No new cartel has invested resources in the mining assets we have on the worlds of Brisbane Airs. The Chartist captains are choosing new destinations where the exceptional taxes are less likely to hurt their profit margins. He didn't mention the Adeptus Mechanicus. After the recent political affairs, the Fabricator General of Mars had taken the stance of ignoring his brother as often as he could get away with, and to oppose his moves the rest of the time. The number of tech priests on Van Dyer worlds, as a consequence, was slowly but surely dwindling. We can't continue like this, Nicephorus told Abanyal in a quiet but determined voice. We have to reduce our taxes before the cycle is too viciously locked that there is no escaping it, and to begin this, we need to reduce our expenses. They are necessary for the prestige of Clan Van Dyer, the objection came, as predictable as the sunrise. Nicephorus grunted and seized a random vellum parchment from top of the piles. 100 million ducats to buy the allegiance of several guard officers of the Bristol conglomerate doesn't really sound necessary to me, Nicephorus remarked before the content of the text really registered in his mind. Wait a minute. And sure enough, the next 10 demands for more bribes and euphemistically described services rendered to loyal servants were from powerfully connected men and women sending their younger generation into the privileged positions existing all across the throne world and the system beyond. What is Xerxes thinking trying to suborn so many officers of the Astra Militarum? Insurance against Lord Commander Militant Oberstein. In that case, Nice, Forrest noted acidly as he opened another parchment and discovered a new list of names. Maybe he should try paying the competent officers of the guard. Nexus Axiomatic. Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg. The Nexus Axiomatic, as everyone of sufficient knowledge on the throne world was aware, was the headquarters of the merchant fleets of the Imperium, the seat of the speaker for the Chartist captains, and a massive fortress in its own right. It was a fine place to avoid the oppressing crowds of Holy Terra, in Marianne's opinion. Mainz, Zollingen, Nix, and Krieg weren't lightly populated worlds, but compared to the great hive worlds of Segmentum Solar, there just couldn't compete. None of these hive centers could hold a candle compared to Sol and the overcrowded throne world. At last, some peace and quiet, the heiress of the Gutenberg fleet told her mother. I didn't know you were trying to avoid the attention of your peers. Marianne smirked. Maybe staying away from Holy Terra for so long gave me new perspectives on politics and the crowds practicing them, which wasn't exactly a lie, truly. I trust the vote went well. Her status of envoy and being her mother's daughter guaranteed her a seat at the table, but there was such a thing as arrogance and overbearing behavior. Plus she had to organize the sales of the extremely valuable goods brought back from the Nix sector, oversee the unloading of Bacta, ensure the administrative assassins were correctly punished for their incompetent attempts, and so on. 79% of the 2,000 approved your work without reservation. Eleanor Gutenberg revealed with plenty of approval in her voice. In the trade heart of the Imperium where commercial interests clashed regularly, it was practically a near-unanimous vote. The construction programs in the Jovian shipyards had been the topic of the major vote last year, as Marianne knew from priority astropathic communications, and it had passed with 53% of the vote. And on your part? I sold a dress for 50 billion Mainz ducats. It was rare to see her mother even slightly surprised. Today she had definitely achieved it. That seems a bit much for a dress. Green spider silk, decorated with gold and argent amite, plus several salamandrite gemstones of nocturne no one is able to find in the market right now. The blonde-haired mistress of the white ducat enumerated. Plus of course the minor revelation it was weaved by a living saint. The spider silk was already an extreme rarity. People appreciated its properties, but convincing arachnids to weave cloth for you had always been thought to be an extremely difficult endeavor, psychers or no psychers. I see. And what did you pay for it in the first place? Oh, just 50 billion Nixian throne gelts, which despite the Basileia's impressive efforts to make it a reputable quadrant-renowned currency, was still vastly inferior to the Gutenberg-backed ducat. In non-specialist terms, she had just made billions of ducats in profit, on a single dress. It went without saying that the ongoing Bacta sales were more profitable. You've certainly proven worthy of the trust I placed in you, daughter. Marianne didn't preen under the praise, but deep inside, she knew she would cherish and remember this moment. Thank you, mother. Obviously, we need to remain humble and careful. Every day many Chartist captains and fleets fail to recognize the sin of overconfidence is controlling them, with predictable consequences down the line. I acted decisively to send you to Nix, but others are sending more agents and representatives into Ultima Segmentum as we speak. Talleyrand, Fay, and Robinson, to name only a few, have been very busy, and I assume your profits will only increase their focus on the Samarkand quadrant. Marianne knew where this was going. Better to speak first. I know we have to keep ourselves in the living saint's good graces, mother. I have already been exploring several avenues. One of them is Beth. I was unaware her Celestial Highness' holy abilities extended to Mainz cats. They don't, Marianne confirmed, but for some reason I have failed to elucidate. Beth was afraid of space marines and yet dearly enjoyed the caresses of Lady Weaver. Which was strange, to say the least. Staying optimistic, the living saint was at least 10 times more dangerous than her Dawnbreaker guard fully mustered. I was thinking about offering her a small colony of Mainz cats on my next trip. Beth wasn't for sale, obviously. There were a lot of things Marianne was ready to sell to have the favor of a chosen of the God Emperor, but her furry white companion wasn't included in the considerable list. It's a start, her mother conceded. Marianne heard the non-said but hidden underneath, of course. Yes, it would have been even better if she had been invited into the celestial bed. But there was audacity, and there was stupidity, and trying to involve herself when the two women ruling the Nix sector were enjoying their relationship before the next war definitely belonged into the latter category. Since the Blood Angels' successors present in the Nix sector are working on a lot of artistic resources to transform them into priceless artwork, another idea I had. Ultima Segmentum. Nix sector. Neptunia Reach subsector. Nix system. Nix. Azkalan Stadium. 3.933.300 M35. Chapter Master Agiel Azaz. Isn't this obstacle course a bit too easy? Agiel raised an eyebrow at Duplex's remark. They have to complete it 3 times in less than 1 hour, cousin. And we don't rebuild the bridges once they collapse over the sea of foam, so our courageous aspirants will have to jump into the fosse, and climb back up with nothing but the strength of their arms and force of will. Pierre is also waiting for them with paint guns before the finish line. For a battle brother of the Adeptus Astartes, it was really easy except the Pierre part. For young boys and girls, since the sororitas selected their candidates at the same time, it was half torture and half punishment. His master of scouts had wanted to use crude soap on the climbing wall to make things even more slippery, pun absolutely intended, but Agile had vetoed that. They wanted to make this selection hard and fair, not eliminate every aspirant, not in the first trial anyway. You know what I mean, the chapter master of the Iron Drakes told him. All your obstacles are completely non-lethal. Yes, of course, Agile answered with a vigorous nod. We are conducting this selection process in front of 100,000 spectators, and Lady Weaver would have my head if I gave her Nixians a taste of blood sport. Even if I wanted to disregard her suggestions and go ahead with more unforgiving trials, I am not quite convinced that aspirants dying throughout the selection process is useful. Even Kratos agrees. We don't take a failed aspirant into our ranks, and there is no second chance. But failure to reach the standards we expect from a worthy candidate doesn't mean the boy can't live and die for the Emperor on other battlefields. The Planetary Defense Force had expanded over and over, and the percentage of men it gave to the Imperial Guard was not small. The Tempestus Scions and Inquisitorial retinues were other possible options, although these paths opened more to those who failed in the final stages of the Astartes trials. The Arbits opened doors to physically healthy men and women thriving to enforce the justice of the Master of Mankind. And the Mechanics accepted you with physical disabilities, provided you had the tech spirit to worship the machine god and accept all the blessings of the motive force, which naturally included augmetic parts. Was the laconic answer of the Iron Drake. What do you think about our new stadium? Agile asked, deciding not to push his equal onto more problematic grounds. I'm thinking I want to order one for my chapter, Duplex chuckled. Giant stadium, swimming pools, mock battlefields with servitors of all sizes and adaptable difficulty, grounds adaptable via preset new sphere templates, hundreds of possible obstacle courses, easily reconfigurable sport terrains. You really neglected nothing. Lady Weaver was generous enough to accept my expensive requests. The brother of the Reds chapter master acknowledged. All it had cost him was the deployment of half a company in the Swiba subsector, which admittedly had been an excellent training exercise. Resources or not, we would have had to move away from Hive Athena and search for a new location eventually. Too many candidates. It's one of the reasons, and the one easiest to recognize, since the lines of aspirants conveyed from the train station to the stadium weren't exactly subtle. It's true the selections are getting more and more popular, and with the new Nixian generation having tens of millions of possible recruits, we needed a bigger stadium than the improvised facilities we've used so far. But the main one, by our reckoning, was the necessity to renew and increase numbers and difficulty for the challenges now that our chapter has nearly recovered. Ah yes, you have what? 7 companies at full strength. And a 8th will be ready within 5 months, if there are no delays in our schedule. These 8 companies, in many aspects, were far more dangerous than their gene predecessors had been at the beginning of the Penitent Crusade. What they lacked in battle experience, they compensated with absolute determination, excellent brotherhood, and not suffering from the mental issues associated with the Black Rage. The available equipment was superior too. Land raiders were rarely built in the Nyx sector, but there was a profusion of predators and rhinos pouring from the production lines of the Angels Brotherhood and Terra Cimmeria. These battle companies had much larger effectives, incidentally, since apothecaries and tech marines were finishing their training cycles and returning to Nyx every year now. If the timetable for Operation Stalingrad is respected, the chapter will have completely recovered by 310M35. Not that Agile is as intended to field said 10 companies against the Imga monolith. He had learned the lessons of the Penitent Crusade about not having a reserve of battle brothers ready to replenish the losses. And the reason why the Basileia insisted on building the stadium on the Lyssa Hive continent. That, I'm afraid, has more to do with the politics of the Hive world. Ultima Segmentum. Swiba Nebula. Narushlatset Space. Crown World Amarnek. 8.007.301M35. Feeric Cryptek Nefertun. Nefertun had to give it to Saruk. The idea of disguising an important artifact containing the instructions to bypass or modify the Narushlatset decerebrating protocols as a gloom prism was somewhat brilliant. These pieces of equipment were carried by the thousands by Kanopitek constructs to protect Necron warriors from the ravages of Imperial horrors, and who would be observant enough to notice one of them was not working as intended. It was extremely elegant, and a stratagem no Necron noble could counter, since the Necrontyr race had abandoned all possibility of mastering psychic powers when they became the Necrons. But Nefertun had used humans, not Necrons, to recover the prism of protocols, and some of them had been psychically gifted, according to the short report having accompanied the artifact to Delphimonia. And being suddenly made aware of the thousands of contingency plans Saruk had to brainwash her and her dynasty, the Feeric Cryptek felt a violent urge to gut as many Sarakan nobles as she could. I swear to respect the traditions and rights of the great and minor dynasties, the ruler of the Narushlatset dynasty sarcastically repeated one of the famous oaths made by Saruk an eternity ago. The Silent King appeared to have a very interesting interpretation of what constitutes as respect. Sitka noted diplomatically. Nefertun was not so keen to be as respectful as her subordinate, however. I'm beginning to wonder if we shouldn't have found another name for Mafeiran, because it is clear the Citan wasn't the only deceiver. Sitka bowed. I'm not totally convinced the Silent King is that bad. Maybe not, the Feeric agreed after pondering the matter extensively, but it's more because the deceiver Citan is an inveterate schemer, manipulator, liar, and backstabber without peer. Not because Sarika's actions can be considered good. The mistress of the crown world ceded before erasing 2 more protocols which would have forced her to kneel to the loathed Praetorians of the Triarch for all eternity. The worst part isn't discovering that the tyrant had capture and kill protocols to deal with us at his leisure. The problem I have is that this is just the first artifact recovered by the humans, and there are already 5 times more protocols than we expected to find in total, not in just one artifact. I agree it is very concerning, the Destruction Overlord acquiesced. So is the fact Sarakan Cryptex deliberately stole some of our own security measures and gave them to the Hierarch in order to increase the odds of the Narush-Latsat dynasty being unable to pierce their defenses in a single assault. If they had still been flesh and blood, the 2 female Necrons would have had scowls on their faces. At least this discovery was mitigated by the confirmation the humans have extremely inventive and destructive teams to send against the tomb worlds we want destroyed. Yes, our alliance continues to be extremely advantageous for both sides. Which was one of the reasons why you made an alliance to begin with, it went without saying. The victory had not yet been announced, but there was no doubt her court of Cryptex was going to be jubilant at the news. Decerebrating protocols were deleted, and the Hierarch, a dynasty they had always found repugnant and arrogant in the extreme, had lost a world. Her popularity would increase, and her recent decisions would appear all the more reasonable, something necessary as she always preferred to lead by acclamation, not through a necrodermis fist. You have analyzed the visual records on how the humans lacerated the defenses of Oruk. I have, and I found the results disquieting, mighty Feeric. You do. Now Nefertun was intrigued. Since the humans had arrived with at least a general idea of what they were going to face, victory was not that surprising. Weaver had been very tight-lipped on the Death Watch she hired to fulfill her part of the deal, but it didn't take much imagination to conclude these Space Marines had to be the anti-alien elite of the genetically modified humans, given the best weapons and equipment available and thrown into battles where the regular troops had no chance of survival. Since 200 of the Death Watch Marines had carved a path through 1,000,000 Necron warriors and managed to destroy the core of the complex, the Feeric Cryptek felt the humans' trust in these warriors was not misplaced at all. Not by the humans' performance, Sitka added quickly. The Space Marines who fought at Oruk were notably superior to the most experienced warriors we recorded at Kamarak. No, what I was unpleasantly surprised about was how bad the Great Sleep hurt the Hierarch. I am ready to accept Oruk was not their crown world, and as such did not receive the attention of their best Cryptex, but it was among their 5 most important core worlds, and the damage inflicted by the Aeons appeared to be significant. The Great Sleep had cost the Necrons their dominance of the galaxy and had been one of the greatest mistakes of Saruk, which, given his past record on governance, was saying something. It was a folly beyond measure, and Nefertun was going to think about other things before she grew infuriated yet again. They didn't take the contingency and backup measures we did. She pointed out calmly. Given that several of these measures she had invented herself and the most innovative of all would have seen her murdered by the enforcers of the Silent King, it wasn't totally unexpected, especially as no one save perhaps this folly's architect had thought the Great Sleep would last millions of Necron years. Yes, mighty Feeric, but the Flare curse hit Oruk badly, far worse than my most pessimistic projections. And there were far too many destroyers deployed against the humans. Really? If so, that was really bad news. The last present of the dying Flare was bad enough, but at least you knew it was a Citan death curse. The destroyers were what happened when you let your troops wallow in despair and nihilism for an eternity of carnage. Broken Necrontyrs who desired nothing else but annihilating everything living. Meta-analyzing on the human reports and our own knowledge of awakening protocols, it is possible that 5% of the Oruk crypts were contaminated. An additional 7% were destroyers or nihilists awaiting conversion into destroyer bodies. What a disaster, for the Hierarch. We won't receive a lot from the human victory, my Feeric, Sitka remarked. The command intelligence of Oruk had the time to activate the complex's self-destructing protocols. Most of the structure has collapsed into the planetary crust. The phalanxes would have been useful for our purposes, Nefertun admitted. But recovering the prism of protocols was the only objective passed to the humans, and we have recently found other crippled core worlds to reinforce us, courtesy of Trazyn. Other concerns? Yes. The Destruction Overlord confirmed in a brutal and honest manner. I think that for the first time in millions of years, we may need to expand our arsenal, especially now that the humans have proved so adept at reverse engineering anti-teleportation jammers for their own purposes. We aren't fighting the war in heaven under the genius leadership of the Silent King, who knew her subordinate could be as sarcastic as Nefertun herself when she wanted, and the reasons invoked to not adapt, like the celerity of the Ildari, are swiftly growing less and less relevant. New conflicts are on the horizon, and vehicles like tanks are good sense compared to our ponderous monoliths. Tanks. It wasn't something she had ever expected her overlords to request personally. Fast armored armor killers hovering a few meters above ground, her subordinate amended. Our technology is far more advanced than that of the humans, we can and will be able to produce creations which will be far more capable than theirs. It will give us a larger range of tactics as enemies like the Ildari will be far less able to harry our flanks with hit-and-run attacks. You are correct, the Pharaoh Cryptek recognized after remembering some lost battles of the war in heaven. The Ildari arsenal is no more at least, and we have to adapt to the new opponents we will find on the battlefield, not bask in our past glory. Some Pharaons and Fadaraks would absolutely refuse to share this point of view, but Nefertun had no intention of partaking in this collective idiocy. If the Ildari, inheritors of the Old One's creations, could fall from grace and be humiliated by a race which had not been created during the war in heaven, failing to evolve your troops and equipment was likely the first step on a road leading to extinction. And as the ruler of the Narush-Latsat dynasty, this was completely unacceptable. If only because she loved mocking the Long-Ears and their titanic arrogance, and it would be quite a shame to stop because they were brought as low as them. 97th most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Vorjuk Kral. Apostle of Betrayal. Sorcerer Heretic. Traitor Astartes. Extremis Traitoris. Extremis Diabolus. Excommunicate Traitoris. Extremis Omega Moral Threat. Endangerment of Alpha-class militarum assets and below acceptable to eliminate the threat. The Adeptus Mechanicus insists the monster is to be burned in blessed Prometheum 12 times before final death. Reward, 12 trillion throne gelts, 1 planet, etc. Ultima Segmentum. Maelstrom War Zone. Serum System. Battle Barge Divine Inspiration. 7.612.301 M35. Dark Apostle Vorjuk Kral. From the fires of betrayal unto the blade of vengeance we bring the name of Lorgar, the bearer of the word, the favored son of chaos, all praise be given to him. From those that would not heed we offer praise to those who do, that they might turn their gaze our way and gift us with the boon of pain, to turn the galaxy red with the blood, and feed the hunger of the gods. Vorjuk Kral finished his prayer, a particularly important one in the 341st book of epistles written by their blessed Primarch, and opened his eyes anew, his faith burning with passion once more. Then he returned to the bridge of the divine inspiration. Have there been any changes, Koraphos? None, Lord Apostle, the other word-bearer replied after the holy courtesies and prayers were completed. The defeat of the space assets of Sarum appears to have been as total as the first reports suggested. The Astartes who had once been the spiritual advisor to the Legio Vulpa before being their corruptor scowled. And our chances to run through the blockade established by the dogs of the false emperor. They are slim, Lord Apostle. Vorjuk Kral wanted to strangle someone, but his Koraphos would make a poor victim to be sacrificed to satiate his rage. It was not the warrior's fault the apostles of Galmech were so uncooperative. It wasn't his fault the light of the false emperor had pushed the expansion of the maelstrom back, to the point where Sarum no longer lied in the outer zone of the warp storm. No, the main culprits were these bickering idiots of Galmech. Thanks to them, he had barely been able to gather 8 serviceable ships in the time it normally took to assemble a fleet. And as it was incredibly clear by now on the Red Union of Neverborn and Machine serving as his hololithic table, the slaves of the false emperor wasted little time exploiting the opportunities created by the fall of Kamarak. Could we not simply wipe them out? He asked formally, because it would be galling to withdraw before a single shot was fired. Lord Apostle, the fools worshipping the machine god are deluding themselves if they think they can triumph against the gods, but they aren't completely stupid. The Koraphos pointed to the largest formation in high orbit around Sarum. This is the main fleet, 12 battleships, 2 Arks Mechanikus, and about 48 cruisers. They have deployed their escorts in a Gamma 2 formation, which means we won't be able to surprise them unless we resort to very unorthodox maneuvers, like translating out of the warp right above the planet. The word-bearer officer didn't need to explain to Vorjuk how suicidal such a course of action would be. Maybe if the maelstrom had been pouring its blessed energies into the Sarum system, it would have been feasible. But it wasn't, and the gravity well of the planet would likely tear them apart. We can't fight this formation, we do not have the firepower. Nor can we go straight for the throat of the White Scars and their allies. They have 5 battle barges and 5 strike cruisers against our 8 ships, and only one of ours is a battle barge. I think our warriors would have the upper hand in a boarding melee, but we are so outnumbered it is unlikely we will be able to significantly bleed them, even with your might. As satisfying as it was to have his subordinate praise him, Vorjuk wished these imbeciles of Kor Phaeron and Erebus didn't spend their time convincing everyone Dark Apostles were demigods of Daemon Ansi or some other nonsense. It gave you satisfying obedience at first, but when Space Marines realized you couldn't reverse a disaster through your mere presence. The third formation. The so-called Imperial Navy, mostly cruisers and lighter ships. They won't try to fight us up close, but they cannot be disregarded, and given how fast the White Scars ships always are, we might not have the time to deal with them before the Sons of the Khan attack our rear. Vorjuk seized a servant and transformed it into red and black pulp before he was able to calm himself. Suggestions. I would prefer to wait for further reinforcements from Galmek, Lord Apostle. The problem with that, and his Korafos knew it, was that without Vorjuk Kral's constant monitoring, there was no guarantee the apostles of the Maelstrom were spending their time mustering warships and Astartes. They were more likely bickering amongst themselves. If we wait, Sarum will only be a pile of ashes in a few more days. The data transmitted from the Sarum Hellforges was clear. The fools worshipping the non-existent machine god were not interested in conquest which, given how many millennia Sarum had enjoyed the benefits of the gods, was not unwise of them. They were here for a mission of annihilation, and so far it had worked out for them. Every major industrial asset which had not been protected by a void shield or one of its Mechanicum demonic variants had been devastated by orbital strikes days ago. And now the Legio Crucius, the self-proclaimed warmongers, was unleashed in full strength upon the surviving Hellforges. Given that Sarum had few Astartes warriors and no Titans or Ordinatus to oppose them anymore, one didn't need to be a Primarch to understand the situation was desperate on the ground. Permission to speak bluntly, Lord Apostle. Granted. As it stands, only a major counter-offensive can save Sarum, my lord. And it would need to be a very impressive counter-offensive involving dozens of capital ships, with preferably enough battleships to have parity with the Mechanikus and the Astartes, since the White Scars can choose the pace of the engagement with their mobility advantage. We urgently need a new model of Heldrakes to deploy against the Khan's spawn, since it is obvious someone has given them Astartes and Skitarii crude dragon armors. Weaver. Vorjuk Kral spat, pulverizing the head of one possessed servitor without looking at it. It's always Weaver. That false saint is meddling in things wherever our hosts go. Most likely it's her, yes, the other word-bearer agreed. She hasn't given them only these Kitcoat Draconic flyers, though. The White Scars have a very high number of jet bikes and fast-moving vehicles for this operation, and the slave mortals they deployed upon Sarum have a lot of artillery and tanks. Vorjuk Kral promised himself to curse that bastard daughter of the false emperor 10,000 times before his next prayer watch. I don't think any Hell Lord can break through the blockade, not with all of Sarum's warships destroyed or scattered. I'm afraid that unless the gods give us the forces to retake Sarum now, there is nothing we can do to save it. The Dark Apostle gritted his teeth, but accepted the Korafos judgment. Galmek had not provided them enough assets to save Sarum, and their Primarch would be informed of their perfidy. And he wasn't going to open a portal to one of Sarum's Hellforges, not when Titans rampaged on the surface. Damn you, Weaver! There would be retribution for this he swore on his name and the soul of the 17th Legion. Your suggestions are correct, Korafos. Prepare to change course for a rapid translation to Galmek. And establish a communication to Hell Lord Assyrian Bartholm. After all, Vorjuk smiled, though he felt absolutely no joy, since we're abandoning him to the non-existent mercy of his enemies, I might as well give him the bad news myself. In the short term, the loss of Sarum and the small Mechanicum empire it had ruled was going to be inconvenient. Over the next several years, it promised to be worse. The armament production for the Black Crusade would be limited to Galmek and the few other worlds the 17th Legion controlled in the Maelstrom, and to say the apostles of the region weren't efficient was the understatement of the age. You want to do what? Ah, Hell Lord Bartholm. Vorjuk turned back his attention to the horrible creature whose representation appeared in reddish light on his bridge. I'm afraid there have been issues with the Defense Pact. The Hell Lord hollered a long litany of curses, and Vorjuk cut the communication seconds after. Ultima Segmentum. Nephilim Sector. Lamar System. 8.799.301 M35. Grand Cruiser Research of Lost Civilizations. Leet. I'm just saying, Leet tried to keep his voice unironic and non-confrontational. We were supposed to travel to the galactic core where we might find the last strongholds of Borax people. This, he pointed a finger in direction of the green-blue orb orbiting a red sun, is far, far from the galactic core or any of the sectors near it. This time no one could rightfully accuse him of screwing up. It was not his fault. Well, it was never his fault, but this time even less so. He was ready to swear it on his brand new hololithic sci-fi games. I agree with the manling, Borak grunted. I'm not in a hurry, but I want to find my people. We won't find them here, Navigator. And by the beard of Grimnir, where is here, exactly? The Navigator of the Research of the Lost Civilizations appeared to splutter in rage. I already told you, Abhuman. We are still in Ultima Segmentum. This is the Lamar system of the Nephilim sector. I'm sure it will please the Omnissiah and its servants for us to have left the warp without damage, one of the red-cloaked cyborgs intervened. But why did we take such a detour? We must have already missed the main warp trail leading to Kogaris, and if we continue for a few more hundred light years, we will have left Nocturne behind us too. My third eye revealed to me a new pattern in the illumination of the Astronomicon. The holy light of the God Emperor was guiding me here. Everyone, Leet was rather confident, greeted this revelation rather skeptically. You could have just told us you were lost and wanted to leave the warp to reorient yourself, three-eyed seerling. The Slayer struck his fist against his muscular chest, marking his limited amusement with this move and a chuckle or two. No one would have judged you too harshly. I did not lose my path. I expect apologies. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Their navigator either abandoned his mission at the first sign of mysterious codes sent by the biggest psychic beacon in the galaxy, or he was an incompetent. The Tinker didn't know which option was the most problematic for their mission. Could he be right? Leet whispered to the cogboys on his left. Is it possible there's something valuable in the Lammer system? This sector has valuable systems, rich in rare ore of particular interest to the Adeptus Mechanicus, and alas too often cut off from exploration by cosmic phenomena of extreme severity, one tech priest answered, but our cogitator simulations assess the likelihood of such an outcome is below 1%. Lammer has only 2 planets, the first has no atmosphere, and the second is a feudal world where the Imperium has only opened limited mining sites. If there wasn't an administratum tithe fleet in orbit of it, there would be no space assets to greet us. The male parahuman had to admit it wasn't exactly promising. A feudal world was a nice classification, for the Imperium doesn't have the money or resources to develop this world, and since you have lost all advanced technology, tough luck mates, we will deal with you in a few centuries. Yet, nothing really interesting to find unless you want to experience medieval life for yourself, and Leet didn't. It was best to play medieval Total War as a video game and in a well-lit room with good electricity. Real life was always dirtier and less comfortable, especially when you lived in the dictatorship of the Imperium of mankind. We are receiving a communication from Lammer Secundus. It took them time to notice us, Borak grumbled. Sloppy parchment eaters. Correction, it comes from a ship near the Administratum Flotilla. Communication will be established in, what by the Omniscia. The three-dimensional lithocast system switched on without anybody having activated it, revealing the image of a woman. She was, Leet had to admit, absolutely worthy of being called a beauty. I apologize for the unconventional method of communication, the gorgeous female said in a voice which was like a choir of angels had decided to speak all at once. But I am Lieutenant Sarah of the Spirit of Eternity, and I need your help. Lammer Secundus. Commodore Yang Wenli. His wife had always told him one day that putting the minimum of effort in physical exercise and weapon training he always did, which was to say, none at all, was going to come back to bite him in the ass one day. Yang had not expected she would be proven right because he was manhandled and arrested by a mob of sword-carrying humans, though. Coughing blood, the commanding officer of the Spirit of Eternity wondered what the hell had happened to humanity since M24 for it to accept such barbarity and narrow-minded views on a planet like the one they had landed upon. It was likely it was going to stay a mystery for the last moments of his life, unfortunately. A pity for the historian he had always been, but then the rational part of his brain was wondering if he truly wanted to know what had happened to the world he was born on what felt an eternity ago. These men are heretics. They blasphemed against the holy rule of the God Emperor. The man who was carried by chained men and women was really the symbol of everything that was wrong with this damnable world and era. Setting aside the reality that this golden throne was certainly worth a lot of money given how many gems and precious metals had been used to build it, he had a nose which could have passed as the snout of a pig of old earth. His clothes were like those parodies of togas worn by the actors playing in hollow comedies of the M0-M1 period. But His Most Holy Majesty is merciful. These men who pretended they came to save us will be given a chance to atone. Yang felt a slim hope blossom within his heart, which died nearly instantly as an evil-looking whip slashed his legs, and one of his torturers pushed one of his crewmates into a cage above a pit of flames. Give my master the codes of your ship, or every member of your crew dies. One of the executioners snarled. Yang managed to find enough strength within him to spit in his face. He paid for it immediately, but it felt incredibly satisfying. Little bit of advice, friend. The Federation Commodore mocked the brute. If you want to play the good guy, don't kill my friends in front of me. It kind of ruins everything. Do you think it will matter in the end? The torturer butcher smiled, and his breath was so fetid Yang almost had a stroke smelling it. Once you are dead, your ship will have no choice but to accept us as its new master. Yang laughed. It was too funny. How many times do I have to repeat it to you, idiot? The moment all of my crew is dead, you will have removed every limitation on the AI of my ship. I expect, given the motivation you have given her with your deeds, she will promptly annihilate your ships and your barbaric culture in a few shots. They were dead anyway, but the Spirit of Eternity would never fall into their hands. It was a minor defiance, and Yang would not live to see it, but it was all he had left. More lies, the vestige of the Dark Ages spoke, striking him several times before giving a negative expression to his master. The heretics are refusing to repent. We have no choice but to burn their flesh in order to save their souls. The crowd bayed in a bloodthirsty howl, and if Yang had to be honest, that was the worst part. That many members of the Terran Federation had immense flaws he wouldn't dispute, but no one in M24 had been burning people alive for fun. How low had this human civilization fallen? The mob screamed for their blood, old-fashioned swords and spears raised above their heads. And suddenly the familiar roar of an atmospheric missile arrived to his ears, and the castle palace visible at the edge of his vision was transformed into a column of smoke and burning rubble. From the sky, attack shuttles descended, ravaging the medieval infrastructure. The mob assembled by the fanatics instantly went from unbridled triumph to abject terror, and several seconds later, enormous Gatling cannons opened fire, increasing the fear and panic. Thousands of the natives ran, not all made it, as their captor opened to fire on the newcomers, bringing down no shuttles but killing hundreds of his own people. The Dark Ages-style resistance did not last long. Strange-looking cyborgs wearing red robes and armed with weird carbines landed and promptly began to set fire to a lot of things and crush any and all resistance. They were led by, what in the name of the Federation was a squat doing here, smashing everyone by fist and axe? The man who had ordered his torture and the death of the better part of his crew didn't take a step to flee. His face was a nice purple however, and his body was shaking, though whether it was rage or terror, the Commodore had no idea. How dare the Adeptus Mechanicus interfere on a world ruled by the Administratum? The toga-wearing man hissed in fury. Do you know whose interests you have attacked today? No, a black-haired man retorted, standing by the squat's side. But if I had to guess, I'd say it would be the plans of some idiotic son of a noble. The Administratum has so many of them, my boss will never stop weeding them out. Kill one, and 10 more appear in the next hour, each more incompetent than the next. So my advice is this, take your nice tithe fleet and thank us for sparing your life. You dare. Their captor really didn't enjoy the generous proposal, it appeared. I am Mephistopheles Van Dyer of Clan Van Dyer. I am the second cousin of Lord Zion. I am. The squat's axe embedded itself solidly into his skull. What? The muscular warrior, whose hair was styled into an ugly orange mohawk, shrugged. Lady Weaver's Directive Number 3. Any member of Clan Van Dyer who exasperates me, I have a duty to remove him before he causes extraordinary damage to the Imperium. Yang Wenli began to laugh hysterically as more cyborgs began to release him from his chains. The entire galaxy had gone mad. This was the only explanation for everything which had happened in the last several days. Cruiser Spirit of Eternity. Artificial Intelligence Admiral. Admiral had seen some strange trios during her travels, but the one on her bridge was winning the laurels for strangest trio of the galaxy by a unanimous jury vote. You were an artificial intelligence, Sarah? No. Said artificial intelligence thought she had definitely dodged a bullet here. She wasn't going to apologize for it, though. Taking the appearance of the Commodore's wife had always done wonders for diplomacy when they were traveling across the different sovereign worlds of the Federation, and it appeared it had done the trick again. Now that the moment of subterfuge was gone, she could shift back to her tridimensional default looks of a very cuddly tabby. We have helped an abominable intelligence, mumbled the red-robed cybernetic creature. We have helped an abominable intelligence. We are so going to die. I'm sorry, her Commodore intervened, finally having returned from his long hours in the medical wing. Some traces of the torture he had received would stay with him for a long time, sadly. But what the hell is wrong with the use of artificial intelligences? I mean, you have arrived in an enormous ship in this system. Surely you must have 5 or 6 A's to help you to control and maneuver this vessel. Yang, Admiral could not truly feel despair, but she was quite close to it. I wasn't able to contact a single AI when I contacted the research of lost civilizations. There is something within the circuits of this ship, but it's not an AI. It is the glorious machine spirit of the research of lost civilizations. The red-robed third member of the trio exclaimed. Yes, the black-armored human named Leet. Seriously, the guy had a gaming addiction at his age? Coughed. I'm sorry, oh noble artificial intelligence, but no one uses any AI anymore. At least the Imperium doesn't use them anymore. Something to do with the cybernetic revolt and the Age of Strife. The cybernetic revolt. She really didn't like the sound of that. But it began to make too much sense. The barbaric and decadent state of the planet they were currently orbiting. The absence of communications from headquarters which had bothered them since the exit of the warp storm. The day where all the machines went full Skynet on humanity. Leet added. That term was recognized as AI racist in the Alpha Centauri Convention of 116M15. Admiral declared, insulted by the comparison. Besides, the Terminator movies have never been very popular since M4, despite numerous attempts to change and improve the scenarios. Okay. You can argue about your favorite Holo series later. Yang ordered, and she obeyed. Your conversation about the failures of the nuclear apocalypse and time-traveling killer robots can wait another day. What I really want to know is how the hell you managed to have a star-traveling civilization without any form of AI. The first sleeper ships didn't have them, I'm reasonably sure about that, but the moment we went into forming the first Federal Interstellar Constitution, they became indispensable. We are using many cogitators and as much human-controlled control stations as necessary. T11001100 Zeta said proudly. How Horribly inefficient, Admiral commented, agitating the tail of her cat representation. She didn't need to do a single simulation analysis to arrive to this conclusion. Ton for ton, the spirit of eternity would eat its opponent for breakfast, at least in processing speed. This wasn't exactly the only area where she had the advantage, of course. The weapons of the research of lost civilizations were definitely obsolete by mid-M23 standards. Yes, the heavily muscled squat was not the most patient of souls, so at least one thing hadn't changed with the Slayers. Admiral had heard rumors from other Ace, but they appeared to understate the truth. Or had they experienced their own period of decadence too? It's going to cause problems. Ah yes, Leet scratched his head. There's this damned Treaty of Olympus. Ouch. The ouch came from the fact the red-robed T11001100 Zeta had hit his head with a stick. What is the Treaty of Olympus? Yang asked. It's the treaty which binds the Imperium with the priesthood of Mars. Admiral felt devastated. These red-robed priests were in command of the industrial heart of Mars? In exchange for political autonomy, the Adeptus Mechanicus of M31 agreed to build the weapons, ships, and supplies the Imperium would need to reconquer the galaxy. It also utterly forbids tech priests to create, improve, research, or do anything in relation with the artificial intelligences. This the Emperor decreed, and it was enforced. No one wants another cybernetic revolt. What is the punishment for breaking the edict? Admiral had a good idea of the answer before the last word of the question was spoken. Death, Leet shrugged. But honestly, you don't seem a genocidal machine to me, and my boss is very reasonable. I'm sure. Leet, T11001100 Zeta interrupted rudely. Lady Weaver is indeed pragmatic, but the abominable intelligence decree came from the mouth of the Emperor, and does not suffer from any exception. And Lady Weaver is not the Emperor. Then we speak with the Emperor. Admiral proposed, though she wondered how the same man could be alive since M31. Had rejuvenation technology improved while the rest fell into decadence and disrepair? Leet and Borak grimaced together. That's going to be difficult. A long explanation followed, which got darker and darker as the superstition and the depths of ignorance of the Imperium were revealed. The Imperium of mankind was ruled by a corpse, may her circuits in her core protect her from this folly. Mr. Leet, Yang began. Just Leet please, the other man smiled. Leet, do you think your superior could protect us and listen seriously our warnings? Without throwing what's left of my crew and myself into a pyre as a heretic? I don't know, the black-armored man admitted honestly. Something Admiral appreciated very much. Listen to your warnings, yes. But she has tens of millions of tech priests helping her build everything from battleships to agri-hives. The moment they are aware there is an artificial intelligence in the system, they are going to demand our heads, mine first. Many tech priests already wanted me doused in promethium and roasted to provide a salutary example to the new generations of tech adepts. T11001100 Zeta nodded vigorously in approval. Well, this is simple manling, Borak the Slayer yawned, revealing an interesting and frightening dentition. We just have to find something so impressive the tech priests will be so busy worshipping it they will have no problem granting a ton of exceptions for the spirit of eternity's existence. Knowing that the squats had been once called wonder weapons madmen, Admiral didn't enjoy the undertone of this sentence. What are you talking about? Borak told her. Neither Yang nor Admiral liked it. Bounty issued by Clan Van Dyer. Wanted. Dead or alive. Leet and Borak. The monsters of Lamar. Confirmed heretic and heretic. Insane and extremely dangerous. Crimes include the murder of a tithe master of the Adeptus Administratum, tech heresy, and overthrowing of a planetary government. Rewards, 10 billion Van Dyer crowns. Segmentum Solar. Honorius Sector. Veritas Subsector. Key Fire System. Key Fire Quartus. 2.411.302 M35. Apprentice Elena Kerrigan. It was extremely disappointing that the solstice ball was a masked one, and that the key fire masks hid practically the entire face of their wearers. Because there was no doubt the planetary governor of Key Fire Quartus was literally dying of apoplexy as she showed him and the thousands of invitees the most famous heirlooms of the Key Fire system. Impossible, babbled the noble, who for tonight had chosen a costume which reminded her of an emu of Earth Bet. That's impossible. These can't be the keys of fire. They were. The governor stopped his assertion, but everyone present in the ballroom had heard enough to ruin his reputation. Most of the nobles and servants weren't aware the treacherous ruler in their midst was responsible for the attack against the Temple of Fire and Shadow, killing many of the loyalist guards sworn to his house and numerous fraternis Templars, and stolen the keys of fire as the first step to delegitimize the Adeptus Ministorum. The second step of his manipulations would have been to orchestrate their recovery on the gubernatorial birthday, before progressively breaking all ties the key fire system held with the wider Imperium. But since Elena had infiltrated the fortress where the keys were kept while the Oathbreaker did his best to increase tensions between the different imperial organizations, the noble was quite clearly seeing his plans crashing down in flames around him. You have no right to hold them. They are sacred artifacts of key fire. By the shadows I came. The light I evaded. The fire I embraced and endured. Elena recited. In the shadows of the temple I found the keys. Under the moons destroyed by light I pursued them. Through the fire gate I passed. 3 there were at the beginning, and now only 2 remain. And the apprentice of the officio assassinorum, wearing a costume entirely black without any jewels or ornamentation, handed back the 2 keys to the pontifex of key fire. She had not been subtle in her message. These were the words accusing the governor of outright stealing the 2 keys of gold and obsidian from the sacred grounds where millions of pilgrims marched to admire them every year. By itself, it may not have been sufficient, but the proclamations by the governor had grown increasingly spiteful against the ecclesiarchy these last days as he prepared the final steps of his coup. This, I accept, the high-ranked priest of the ecclesiarchy replied in a trembling voice. In the name of His Most Holy Majesty, whose light has never faltered and guides us since the dawn of the Imperium. The treacherous governor cleared his throat, and despite the costume and the mask, the para-human thought his confidence was breaking rather nicely. Your Holiness, surely we can, the Temple of Fire and Shadow was. The traitor swallowed heavily. You aren't going to believe these ridiculous accusations, surely. His nobles did though, if the speed with which they tried to get away from him was any indication. And when the time of shadow and fire comes, the pontifex quoted the holiest text of the ecclesiarchy in this diocese, the keys will return and the forsworn will reveal himself. This one I will cast down from his undeserved heights, and I will recognize him as a heretic. No. Ah yes, the traitor had realized what was to come. I am the governor of Key Fire Quartus. You can't do this to me. You were once a governor, a priest corrected, as the pontifex turned around and refused to look at him again, but no more. The small ceremonial daggers which were the only weapons Frateris Templars and nobles were allowed to bring to the solstice ball were unsheathed. I am going to lead you to an age of prosperity. An age where key fire dominates the heart of the Veritas subsector. Get away from me. Get away from me. The daggers struck. Once. Twice. 10 times. 20 times. 100 times. It was bloody and rather unruly, and Elena Kerrigan noticed several of the men and women who had been the ex-governor's most fervent supporters were now striking the hardest at their disgraced ally. It would not save them, of course. But Elena was content to wait, for now. Her target was dying, and when the Inquisitor leading reinforcements to Key Fire would arrive in several days or months, he would find a world which had avoided the ignominy of having a governor declare secession against the Imperium. And as per her teacher's instructions, she didn't strike the killing blow against the traitor. The local customs were respected, and she could return to the shadows. Her graduation exam was complete. Clade Primaries Xanaria Lithes. Key Fire Quartus, Xanaria had to admit, was a rather beautiful world. Between the weak red light of its sun and its numerous moons orbiting around it, the planet always appeared to be bathed in fire and shadows, which had rather interesting effects on the poetry and traditions developed by the local branch of the cult of the Savior Emperor. There were far worse destinations to go when you worked for the Officio Assassinorum. The Eye of Terror, for one. While she had not been involved in the strategic decisions of the Calidus Temple lately, the veteran female assassin knew many blades were deployed to the Cadian Gate, where the life expectancy was short once ejected from your stasis casket. You have done well, the blonde-haired imperial assassin smiled at her apprentice. You are now a full-fledged agent of the Officio Assassinorum, Elena Kerrigan. Congratulations, you have passed my tests. Thank you, my teacher. Your tests were not simple to complete. Xanaria clicked her tongue as she passed a hand through the red hair of the younger woman. If they were simple, they wouldn't have been called tests. Assassinating the planetary governor, when it came down to it, was a trivial mission. Xanaria wasn't going to say any apprentice would have been able to do it. The security around the traitor had been tight, but on a world where shadows were so prominent, the noble who dared attempt secession was easy prey for Elena. Do you understand why I gave you those tests? I think so, the shadow wielder assassin replied. I was forced to develop and implement a complex plan instead of directly going after the traitor. I helped mend the fissures in the Key Fire priesthood structure and remove most of the traitors supporting the target covertly. I ensured that by the time reinforcements will land, the secessionist movement is already destroyed. Indeed, Xanaria nodded, though you missed one, our superiors and I wanted to see how mentally stable you are. Elena slightly narrowed her eyes. Xanaria smiled. They were going to have to work on that. Her apprentice was certainly making enormous progress in various fields, including subtlety, and was ahead of apprentices having started their training with her years earlier, but she still had a lot to learn when it came to mastering her body. Key Fire Quartus is, as you have noticed, a world where shadows are omnipresent. It gives you enormous sway in power and influence, and I wanted to be sure this power wasn't going to go to your head or reawaken some of your initial arrogance. To my satisfaction, it didn't. Xanaria Lithis watched the body of the woman she had molded into one of the deadliest blades of the Imperium, and enjoyed what she saw. Thank you, the emotions returned somewhat in Elena's voice. What now? Our temple master has approved my request to continue your training in the elite arts of the Calidus. It was not unprecedented to receive this boon, but it remained very rare. There were never enough Imperial assassins to go around, and Calidus women were always among those whose effectives were massively outnumbered by the requests for their service. So we are going to work together on our missions for a few more years. I have a feeling it's the classic good news, bad news routine. Elena stood fluidly, and stretched her legs over the belvedere where Xanaria had decided to wait in order to admire the famous Keyfire sunset. You aren't exactly wrong, the Clade Primaries acknowledged. I am part of the elite assassins our temple has at its disposal, and the Grand Master can't afford to waste his most experienced blades on easy missions. This mission was in all likelihood the easiest one you will have in your career. And she was being completely honest. A Clade Primaries when in a theater of operations was ordered to assassinate the most dangerous enemies opposing the Imperium, provided of course her skill set was not completely useless against the target. A Clade Primaris assisted by an apprentice able to become one with the shadows with her weaknesses removed one by the God Emperor's blessing, they had to face alpha-grade enemies or the investment of the Officio Assassinorum was wasted. What's life without challenges? Elena groused before smiling. I'm ready to leave Keyfire. I have seen enough masked balls for a while. Keep in mind those are popular on thousands of planets. Xanaria wasn't jesting, but it was nonetheless good to upset the sensibilities of her apprentice a bit. Even if after a while, she had to concede the traditions of Keyfire made these events extremely long and a tedious introduction to the masked ball tradition. And rare were those where you had the opportunity to engineer the murder of the noble organizing it. Our transport has translated into the system 5 hours ago. I give you 5 hours of leave before we go to the spaceport and meet our overseer for the next mission. Understood. The younger Imperial assassin bared her perfect white teeth. Am I allowed to know where we are going this time? Calth, Xanaria said. We are going to Calth, the ruined jewel of Ultramar. The Eastern Fringe. Former Nostramo sector. Nostramo system. Conquest class star galleon Aurica Orpheus. 8.600.302 M35. Rogue trader Magdalena Orpheus. So far, apart from 5 attempted orc ambushes near Tigris, the journey had been devoid of notable incidents. Past Triplex Foul, the Greenskins' presence had been nil, and their entrance into the Nostramo sector had met only silence and dead planets. More than 4,000 years after the heresy, the scars of the genocides committed by the traitor legion of the Night Lords were still visible. There were mining worlds whose massive excavation sites had been bombarded with tremendous macro-cannon bombardments. Civilized worlds had died to exterminatus weaponry. But the unluckiest human settlements had been those where the Night Lords had landed. Thousands of years after their passage, the astropaths and navigators had confided they could still hear the dying screams of the population butchered by the maniacs. But until Nostramo, ghosts of dead people were the only source of concern. As her command hololith began to blare up with the familiar black dots signaling the presence of ships belonging to the archenemy, the female rogue trader knew the calm part of the journey was well and truly over. Report, the black-haired commander of the Aurica Orpheus ordered calmly. It looks like there are 2 idolaters in orbit above Nostramo's ruins, her second affirmed. Auspex identification process complete. Energy signatures 98.2% consistent with idolater class raiders, the senior tech priest of the Nyx Mechanikus confirmed. Status change. Additional archenemy vessel detected. Energy signature 86% consistent with the profile of a Cerberus class planetary assault bark. Magdalena waited a few minutes for her bridge's crew to investigate as best as they could and tell her the real strength of the opposition. But after more than 10 minutes of effort, it became clear there were only 3 ships sworn to the ruinous powers near the devastated orb which had once been the home world of the traitor 8th. It is a bit light, if they expect to fight us. Magdalena approved absently the words of her second. Idolaters have a powerful lances on their prow, but the Aurica Orpheus shields can handle that kind of punishment. And her star galleon wasn't alone. True, the macro transport pillar of Esperance had only limited offensive weaponry, but its void shields and flak defenses had been upgraded in the Fukin's arsenal shipyards. Additionally, the Eta Alpha was a Mechanikus light cruiser, fast and armed with a firepower superior to Imperial Navy ships of the same tonnage. And then there was the strike cruiser Ruby. Maneuvers and energy profiles consistent with archenemy ships powering up their engines at maximal power while hurting the corrupted machine spirits. By the God Emperor! Did they really catch a small squadron of traitor ships with their engines cold? There are modified heretic landers coming back to the planetary assault bark. Probability high they were going to begin mining operations on several adamantium-rich asteroids when we arrived. How unfortunate for them, their presence in the Nostramo sector was already paying its dividends, of sorts. It wasn't going to pay for her star galleon's expenditures, but ruining the operations of the archenemy was always a very satisfying boost of prestige for your career. Do our allies have historical data on them? No, Lady Orpheus. Apart from the obvious. The ships harbor the heretical banner of the arch-heretic and their allegiance to the ruinous powers and the despoiler. The Black Legion, Magdalena murmured. Now that was interesting, and worrying. The monsters were, last time she heard, still contained within the Eye of Terror. Had that changed recently, or had these 3 ships managed to avoid the vigilance of the forces protecting Cadia and the other fortress worlds around the warp storm? The heretic warships were continuing their efforts to power up their engines and escape the gravity well of fallen Nostromo. After several more minutes of data analysis, it was clear there were no enemy minefields to cripple them, nor were there any other heretic squadrons to ambush them. These traitors had been as surprised by the encounter with the Aurica Orpheus squadron at Nostromo as them. And judging by their course, like her, they had recognized how unfavorable a potential battle would be for them. The idolaters are abandoning the planetary assault bark, her second informed her before grimacing. They are going to get away. We haven't the speed to catch up, even if we leave the Pillar of Esperance behind. And she wasn't going to do that. A duo of idolaters could easily evade a star galleon, and go straight for the vulnerable merchant-built hull. Connect me with Captain Avenure. It took 3 seconds for her communication officers to materialize the face of the flesh-tearer commanding officer. Captain, Magdalena saluted him. Lady Orpheus, the Space Marine nodded back. The idolaters are certainly going to escape if I don't increase my acceleration within the next minute. You think you can get the 2 raiders before they reach the closest Mandeville point? Both may be a bit difficult. The son of Sanguinius gave her a bloodthirsty grin. But the heretic bastards have already shown how prompt they are to abandon their own allies when the enemy outnumbers them. I think I will definitely get one if I go for their throats. Can I count on you to deal with the bark while we hunt the idolaters? You can. Despite the impressive name, the planetary assault bark was best summarized as a heavy transport armed for limited orbital operations. Past battles with these hulls had revealed they had heavy bolters and 1 or 2 orbital assault cannons. They were also extremely slow. The Eta Alpha alone could dance around it and massacre it without difficulty. Together, the Aurica Orpheus and the Eta Alpha weren't going to have any problems ending its career of piracy and heresy. Good hunt, Captain. The communication ended, and Aurica turned to grin at her crew. Let's go kill a few heretics, gentlemen. Planetary Assault Bark Vengeance of Adamantium. Lieutenant Zethkur of the Black Legion. Zethkur, formerly of the Iron Warriors Legion, now sworn to the cause of the War Master, had never believed in coincidences. But seeing the 4 starships of the false emperor accelerating to hunt his vengeance of adamantium, the lieutenant was wondering if this wasn't the bad luck he had derided so much in the last several centuries. Really, what was the probability of meeting an enemy squadron in a stellar system which, according to all evidence, had not been visited in the last couple of millennia? The Chaos Marine perambulated on the bridge of his planetary assault bark, trying to find a way to change the situation to his advantage. But so far, he wasn't seeing one. His 2 idolaters, the Disciple of Treason and the Fever Pact, were busy running away without a care for his personal survival, not that he had really expected them to do anything else when danger threatened their miserable skins. The light cruiser will enter torpedo range in 1 hour, 14 minutes, 20 seconds. The thing which had been a standard servitor millennia ago informed him. Zethkur knew he was off by 3 seconds, not that it was important. It wasn't important because alone or together, they were going to die in the Nostromo system. The 3 ships of the Black Legion had been caught with their engines cold and too far away from any Mandeville point. What do we have to repel boarding parties of the slaves of the false emperor? He asked to the horror of mechadendrites which had taken over the duties of senior tech priest 3 centuries ago. 2 cohorts of my killer servitors, as you well know, the servant of the Dark Mechanicum answered. Our fate is in the hands of the gods now. Maybe a few sacrifices given to our bloodthirsty machines will provide boons to massacre the ignorant and the blasphemers. Don't be ridiculous, Zethkur scoffed. This galaxy only respects power, and at the moment we are weak and defenseless. Besides, Zethkur had seen what the gods had done to Perturabo after the Iron Cage, a gene-sire who had already been a cruel and uncaring master. When you called for these entities, you'd better be prepared for the worst, and often it exceeded the limits of your imagination. We have to make a decision, Lieutenant. The enemy strike cruiser is about to enter optimal macro battery range on the Disciple of Treason. And what do you want me to do? The former Iron Warrior snarled. We were given no dread clause for boarding operations. We didn't need them since it was a simple adamantium acquisition mission like the hundreds of others ordered by the War Master to rebuild larger forces for the next operations against the blind slaves of the false emperor. And in the case we had dread clause, there are 3 legionnaires aboard the Vengeance of Adamantium, including myself. We have no means to strike back against a strike cruiser of Blood Angel's construction and the Marines aboard. Contrary to what some imbeciles thought, a mining operation couldn't be repurposed as a military operation within a day, not in space at least. The enemy Astartes cruiser is engaging the Disciple of Treason. The fight between the raider and the cruiser was brief and one-sided. It lasted exactly 5 minutes and 57 seconds. And it ended with a huge explosion, killing everyone and everything aboard the Disciple of Treason. Disciple of Treason destroyed, one of the most useless comments ever made, Zethkur was sure. The Fever Pact experiences major mechanical problems. That's what they get for worshipping a deity of decay and not taking their maintenance duties seriously. What little of it was done on the vengeance of adamantium had always made them perfect engine seers compared to the plague cultists. I want orders which give us a fighting chance. The true mechanicum anointed hell priest hissed threateningly. Zethkur sighed before emptying his bolter into the creature, and crushing the twitching remains under his armored feet. Anybody else want to challenge my orders? The Black Legion lieutenant asked the rest of his bridge's crew. No? Outstanding. He wanted to fight. He wanted to kill his enemies. He wanted to slaughter these fools who had dared to intrude in what seemed to be a very promising mining operation. The Nostramo sector was a ruin the false emperor's slaves had abandoned millennia ago. Why were they intruding at the worst possible moment? The Black Legionnaire glared at the image of the Conquest-class Star Galleon. It was a magnificent ship, one which had clearly been refurbished recently, and a splendid double eagle was attached atop the adamantium prow. That could have been you know, in command of that ship. No. Not us. Never us. We were always passed over when it came to glory. Lies. Lies your gene father told you. You could have been great, but the three who were once four destroyed your legion's potential. And what do you want? Maybe he had gone utterly mad. He was no psyker, he shouldn't hear voices. Anarchy, Zethkur of the Black Legion. I want anarchy. You will not have me, Damon. The only answer was demonic laughter. And then the Fever Pact illuminated the Nostramo system by its dying throes. Conquest-class Star Galleon Aurica Orpheus. Rogue traitor Magdalena Orpheus. I wasn't expecting an infamous command of the Black Legion to be defeated so easily, Magdalena admitted. Nor did I think experienced heretical sailors would forget to care about maintenance duties. Sliskus had been a nasty pirate, a torturer, and a Xenos who believed he was funny for a drookery, but she had never doubted the Serpent made sure his fleet was at the top of its possible material capabilities. The heretics they encountered in the Nostramo system had definitely not been concerned with trying to match these high standards. We have to stay prudent about the implications of the technological abilities of the heretics, one of her officers reminded. I love watching the heretics burn as much as the next man, but we can't forget that if we are hundreds of light years away from the nearest Mechanicu's base, their own supply lines are half a galaxy away. At least that's the only explanation I have for idolatrators being unable to get out of a strike cruiser's firing range. Many chuckles resonated on the bridge. Yes, the Ruby being able to hunt the two raiders without straining its engines had been one of the most pleasant surprises she'd ever had. Because the Flesh Tearer ship had been given a complete workover at Nyx, but the effects of the tech priest's work shouldn't have been enough to catch a frigate or anything supposed to play the role of escort. But the Flesh Tearers had, and combined with the destruction of the planetary assault bark, this meant not a single heretic ship had escaped the one-sided battle. The question is, how long do we have before the heretics who sent this force here realize something is wrong and send a few warships to investigate? Data insufficient to make proper simulations, a tech priest laconically told her. It's indeed a difficult guess, her second winced. I don't think these were raiders of the Maelstrom, though. If they came from some warp storm near Ultima Segmentum, it's likely they would have brought more hulls to play adamantium mining, not just an obsolete planetary assault bark. This made sense. Of course, it was equally possible these heretics were out of favor with a bigger heretic and had decided a Nostramo gambit was exactly what they needed to avoid being terminated by their boss. Bah, there was no point pursuing this line of thought, not until more heretics were sent this way. The hulks that remained of the heretic flotilla were going to be thrown into the nearest sun, because for some reason no one had volunteered to board these twisted lairs of monsters and traitors. We will have to inform Triplex Fal and Tigras of this incident, obviously. The Forge Worlds and the other bastions of the Eastern Fringe needed to be informed. The Black Legion was still gathering resources, no matter how far they were from the Eye of Terror. Let's get back to the matter of the Nostramo system. The images of the explosions of the brief engagement disappeared and were replaced by the tridimensional image of Nostramo, what was left of it anyway. Magdalena had seen many planets bearing the scars of brutal warfare, but this was a new level altogether, beyond the rumored power of most exterminatus weapons. Rare were military bombardments which went so far as to reach a planet's core, because for one you needed a disturbing quantity of power, and for two when you reached that level of annihilation, there was no hope of resettlement or saving anything. But the Night Lords had done it. They had destroyed their home planet and reduced it to 20+ gigantic barren moons. Tens of thousands lesser asteroids filled the space around them. It was a spectacle which gave melancholic feelings to the entire crew of the Aurica Orpheus. How evil and twisted did one have to be to turn the guns of his fleet against his own home world? Easily accessible adamantium deposits detected on 10 of the alpha-sized Nostramo fragments. The Magos commanding the Eta Alpha wasn't bursting with joy, Cogboy or not even the Mechanicus was unaffected by the atmosphere of disaster dominating this system. But his enthusiasm was evident for all to hear. I request permission to begin preliminary mining survey on Alpha Tertius 1. Permission granted. Magdalena nodded. I have a feeling the adamantium waiting to be mined will exceed our cargo capacity. Her second smiled. Why were the ancient reports claiming the adamantium extraction was nearly over? Magdalena smirked. Perhaps because no one on Nostramo thought it would be a great idea to crack their planet's core. It was quite unfortunate for the inhabitants of Nostramo forced to endure a merciless and corrupted to the bone society. And yes, she was going to make sure this adamantium was purified before it was sold. But there were millions of tons of adamantium up for the taking in this system, and Magdalena was not a woman to refuse a fortune when it dropped into her lap. Assuming she could return with a significant part of it to Nyx, debts and poverty would soon be left as unpleasant memories of the past. The Webway. The Shrieking Labyrinth. Maia Teal Lysis. There were ancient locations in the Webway that no Asuryani remembered how to find. Much had been forgotten in the cycles leading to the First Fall, and during and after it the survivors of the Ildari race had been far more focused on escaping the hordes of she-who-thirsts and sealing every compromised gate they could find than going to explore the original works of the Phoenix Crown. It was entirely possible that the Queen of Blades was the last soul, aside from the Harlequins of course, who remembered the Shrieking Labyrinth as anything more than a story of the old legends. But then, the number of corpses found in the antechamber of the labyrinth suggested leaving some the original secrets of the Webway to the servants of Seguruk was a wise choice. I have never seen a race like this one, the seer of Malantai admitted as she examined several of the skeletons with rapt attention. It was rare for flesh to rot and perish in the Webway, time wasn't always linear in these tunnels, and so dead flesh could remain intact for hundreds if not thousands of cycles. These dead aliens must have been here a very long time. Obviously, it was better they were dead. Their head was a strange combination of octopus and monstrous land predator, and the rest of the skeleton looked like it had been purposely bred for killing. I suppose you are too young to remember them, yes. The name they imprinted upon the galaxy by their atrocities was Rangdan for their race. Maia shivered. The Soul Devourers. Every child of Malantai had heard of the war in the abyss. Weren't they supposed to be bigger? These were young ones, the former arena queen of Kamarak explained whimsically, certainly ones which escaped the massacre of their last worlds. They shouldn't have come here, the labyrinth remembers the flawed weapons of the old ones. The Queen of Blades began to climb stairs of crystal which hadn't been there before, and Maia hurried to follow her. Did you, heir? Was I responsible for their extinction? The legendary sword mistress seemed amused by the question. No, I wasn't. The era was a bit too chaotic to hunt everything of value. The humans met them first. I understand it was a war to remember. The Rangdan race had broken the shackles our fleets had put on their throats, but the anathema's new empire was a frightening thing when roused before the primordial annihilator plunged it into civil war. The stairs ended as abruptly as they began in a corridor of wraithbone and mirrors replaced it. A pity I was never able to fight him in a duel. Aren't there, you know, other anathemas in this galaxy? No, the ancient Ildari shook her head before amending her judgment, at least, not to my knowledge. And I doubt one managed to complete his or her trials without me being aware of it. Why? Because anathemas aren't born, they are created by a series of very unpleasant trials, yes, let's call them that. And the more powerful the primordial annihilator is, the harder the trials will be. In this day and age, I think they would be nothing more than a death sentence for anyone who isn't me. Maia stayed quiet for a few breaths, before finally deciding to voice the question. In that case, why didn't I walk on that path? For the first time, an unfamiliar emotion appeared on the ageless face. Maia could have sworn it was sadness. No matter how high you think the reward will be, I assure you the cost is far, far more monstrous. And in the end, it doesn't solve most of your problems. I think the human anathema would approve my words, if he wasn't tortured on his golden throne. The exchange ended there, for they arrived at the true entrance of the Shrieking Labyrinth. Once upon a time, it must have been a marvel known to every Ildari. Thousands of great statues of legendary figures were sculpted to form an amphitheater of noble figures. Wraithbone and gemstones had decorated everything, from pillars taller than those found on a craft world to seats bearing sigils of houses long extinct. Of course, most of it was ruins now. Half of the statues were destroyed, the rest looked like they were 1 or 2 cycles away from joining them, and the shards on the floor formed a carpet of desolation and destroyed artwork. Any other time, Maia wouldn't have cared, but the Queen of Blades hadn't left many clothes after slashing her armor in pieces, and shoes hadn't been included in the few things she was allowed to wear. Ah, the good old Shrieking Labyrinth, the red-haired Ildari smirked. You are sure it's still functional? A word of power was uttered, and suddenly the floor trembled and walls began to part and take a new shape, revealing platforms filled with a lot of lethal traps and silent automata awaiting but one order to kill you. In less time it took to describe it, the abandoned part of the Webway had once again become something able to justify its name. Should I not wear an armor, you know, just in case? Maia swallowed heavily. Armor isn't of much use here, the Queen of Blades bared her teeth in a parody of smile. Everything is set to kill in a single blow. I see. And the reason why it is a good idea to train here. Death isn't permanent in the Shrieking Labyrinth. Lelith Hesprax revealed nonchalantly like it was the most mundane thing. At least it wasn't from the war in heaven to the birth of Slaanesh. I haven't trained here in a while, so I'm afraid I have no idea if it is true anymore. That still sounds insanely risky. If I die. Maia. This was the first time the Malantai female heard the sword mistress speak her name, and the effect was destabilizing. Since the younglings of your generation have a problem with the truth, I will be blunt. The Battle of Kamarak has destroyed the problems caused by excess, but the other three abominations are still as powerful as ever. The Necrons and the Ungur are waking up. The human anathema has decided that going all out is preferable to a long decline in decay. The shadow of the Crix is still raging, uncontrollable and raving mad. To face one of these challenges, the Asuryani are useless. You don't have a tenth of the physical and psych might we Ildari took for granted during the war in heaven. To give an obvious example, against Weaver, the only thing Biltan and the elite of Kamarak could do was die. Inaria Eldanesh stretched her body like a gigantic feline predator. Which in many ways, she was. Asuryani, Drukari, and all other subspecies which survived the two falls, you are pathetically weak. There was no apology for the merciless words. You are weak. This is not really an insult I reserve for your Asuryani, my Drukari wishes are often just as useless, what they have above Asuryani in physical skills is rendered void by the fact they have no psychic might, and too often, no wish to learn. You are weak, and even if I was able and willing to resurrect the souls who taught me an eternity ago, there is no time. The Shrieking Labyrinth offers a way to cheat on that front. Time will slow down as long as we stay here. No, the red-haired Asuryani raised a finger. The moment I pronounced the seal of command, time has stopped until we leave. Maia had no idea how to react to that, and unfortunately she wasn't given the time. One heartbeat she was looking at the Arena Queen, the other she was crashing hard onto a platform several leagues away from her former position. One more heartbeat, and the Wraith Guardians closed in for the kill. Maia blasted them apart, forgetting all restraint, before drawing her sword and cutting down traps and enemies all the same. She fought. She tore apart her undying opponents. Blue lightning was conjured from her fingers and smashed things which were nothing but blades and shuriken launchers. But for all her determination, her head and her heart were hurting, and fighting like this for too long was exhausting her. 10 blades she didn't even see impaled her, and the pain was terrible. Her last thought was that if she hadn't worn clothes that a courtesan of Kamarak would have found too revealing, she might have been. And then she reappeared in front of the Queen of Blades. The mental pain was there, but the physical one was already fading away, and there was no sign she had been wounded in the first place. How was my performance? Lelith Hesprax sighed. Apparently, a level 0 exists. Segmentum Tempestus. New Etna System/Phase System. Grand Cruiser Eben Drake. 8.926.302 M35. Rogue Trader Dennis Peters. Can't the Adeptus Administratum do anything right? Dennis had thought about asking the same question, but it said quite a bit that the exasperation of Magos Dominus Gallipoli Theta had exploded out of control first. Depends on what your definition of anything is, Magos, the para-human rogue trader replied after smiling for a few seconds. But I have to agree the bureaucrats have made everything worse. Dennis wished it was merely describing the situation accurately. As it stood, it was probably a splendid understatement. What a magnificent understatement, Lord Dennis, Captain Phoecus grumbled. The captain of the Salamanders was in a sour mood since they had discovered the first signs of everything which had gone wrong in the Etna system since the Great Crusade, and it was impossible to blame him. Heads are going to roll for this. And it was evident the Astartes meant that quite literally. Deliberately lying about the coordinates of a stellar system which had already been discovered in order to line their own pockets. Gabriella asked innocently. Oh yes, this would be quite a scandal worthy of calling the Assassinorum down on a few heads. Still, it's going to be a bit difficult discovering who engineered the fiasco in the first place. The Orcs butchered the Administratum colonists mere decades later. It was true the crime of the Administratum crook had not brought him luck. By one of those twists galactic history was so fond of, the rediscovery of New Etna was barely in its infancy when the War of the Beast had begun, as the long-dead emergency beacons of several derelict Navy ships orbiting Phase 8 had informed them. The fighting had been, of a Kamarak-level ferocity, and all colonies and military forces of the system had been nearly wiped out in the process. Amazingly, when the Orcs left, Phase V was still marginally inhabitable. The series of tragedies should have stopped there. In fact, for most of 2 millennia, the planet had been the typical example of a backwater, its mineral wealth of little importance to the mere tens of thousands of men and women who had survived the greenskin assaults. Then the Administratum had come back to Phase V. And in another of their brilliant ideas. What I want to know, Magos Dominus Gallipoli Theta declared in a metallic and deadly voice which contrasted to the very humane appearance he gave out to everyone around the command hololith table, is where these buffoons found an abominable intelligence and why in the name of the machine god they didn't destroy it at once. You give them too much credit, Magos, Phoecus almost chuckled in derision. You assume they would recognize an abominable intelligence in the first place, assuming whoever was in command didn't hide the true nature of his mechanical help from his acolytes. And now Phase V's population was under the control of a machine intelligence. It was a true AI, and it had wasted no time in modifying the humans to fulfill its whims. The first scouting forays of the salamanders of the Second Company and the Nixian guardsmen on Phase V had confirmed that children were implanted with cybernetic augmentations before they knew how to walk. By the time they reached the equivalent of 50 standard years, the citizens of the planet managed to look even less human than the average Skitarii. We are quite lucky this abominable intelligence isn't very advanced, Gabriella commented. There are truly nightmarish tales about what happens when you give those a few centuries to develop and expand. The Dark Age has many horrors, and sometimes the threat of the infamous Men in Iron is far from the worst thing that can happen to an imperial colony. We must exterminate this abomination as quickly as possible, Gallipoli Theta affirmed, canting a short burst of his mysterious language. It is installing a network of laser-armed satellites in high orbit, and these weapons appear in no database of the Mechanikus. And we will do so, Dennis promised. Sorry Dragon, but he wasn't going to be able to bring this AI back to Nyx in one piece. The self-aware machine was simply too dangerous. What I want to know is how we approach the situation where the population of this world is concerned. Judging by the results of the long-range tests, the world has a tech base to sustain between 5 and 600 million inhabitants. Cut out the heart, and the body dies, Gabriella proposed as Dennis turned towards his seneschal and lover. Once their tyrant machine is gone, we will be able to bring back ordered imperial governance. This would be an option only if the machine had taken control of the world in this generation, Phoecus immediately disagreed. We must assume this isn't the case here. We don't have a perfect timeline when the Administratum sent this horror here, but it has definitely been there for over 800 standard years, and it could have taken control anywhere between then and the last 3 centuries, because it is at that moment the Administratum erased plenty of records and tried to convince everyone they had lost the world in their bureaucratic machine. The contempt of the Salamander Marine for the Vellum worshippers was near incalculable. As much as I want to spare them, these souls have been brainwashed by an abominable intelligence from birth, and their entire life has been spent worshipping it as an infallible divine entity. My heart wants to believe otherwise, but my brothers of the Great Crusade have reported several instances where they faced such a situation, and in the end killing these indoctrinated cybernetic augmented bodies will be necessary. I vote to purify this world, by fire. No psychic indoctrination is flawless, the Magos Dominus protested. And the Silica Animus is, as you said, not as advanced as the DAOT terrors. Once it is defeated. Magos, the Space Marine growled. There are, as Lord Peters said, over 500 million cybernetic augmented men and women on New Etna. I, on the other hand, have 102 battle brothers of my chapter ready for deployment. If these altered humans reveal themselves as fanatical when their false deity dies as I fear, we are going to need at least 1 year to wipe them out on the ground and the casualties won't be light. Note that I have no idea how good the elite forces of the abominable intelligence are. Dennis grimaced. He didn't care that many people saw him, the proposal of wiping out 500 million people wasn't something he enjoyed to hear, and he dearly hoped it would never become pleasant for him. Is there really no chance, Captain? Dennis raised a hand to forestall any objection. I don't doubt the experience of your battle brothers in fighting cybernetic horrors. I just want to be absolutely sure there is no means to save these humans. As we've agreed upon, it is the fault of the Administratum they've been placed in such a situation. Killing them because they're unable to recognize they are slaves to a sentient machine is one thing, but if they can recover. The dark-skinned face of the Nocturne frowned before nodding. I see your point, Lord Dennis. But killing the abomination won't erase a life of indoctrination. And to have a chance of giving them new lives, we would have to indoctrinate them to our way of life. Something we are not equipped to do. My ship has only limited facilities for psycho-learning, and I doubt the Mechanikus ships have a lot more. The disgruntled silence of the Magos proved the Salamander had been absolutely right. I propose to give them a chance to come back to the light of the God Emperor, Gabriella smiled sadly before continuing. I will kill the abominable intelligence. Targeting the logical engines of the central node is the agreed doctrine, correct? Correct, Phoecus spoke. You will need teleportation extraction though, if the population refuses to break its mental and physical chains. And if it is the case, as you fear, Captain? The representative of the Mechanikus asked with the tone of someone already knowing the answer. If that is the case, we will do what we must to obey the word of the Emperor. It was often easy to miss how the red eyes of the salamanders were the very color of blood, but not this time. We will destroy the abominable intelligence. Humanity will no longer be the slaves of these infernal creations of silicon and metal. This he swore, and we will obey his will. New Etna/Phase V. Gabriella Jordan. The assassination had not allowed her to have a good view of the full body of the abominable intelligence. Gabriella had simply planted the plasma bombs and ran away. Now that she could see how deep the foundations of the forbidden silica animus had been buried, the ex-Calidus apprentice was very glad she had done so. Had there not been a fleet ready to exploit the opening of her assassination, it wasn't impossible the cybernetic slaves of the self-aware machine would have repaired their master in due time. The logic engines, each akin in size to a large manufactorum, were hardly small. But the silicon metallic structures placed behind them, as well as the large citadel built above, made them seem almost ridiculously tiny in comparison. Adding to this list of difficulties, there had been many low-powered machines whose only purpose was to kill intruders. Since she hadn't been detected, they hadn't gone on a rampage, but any army would have had a hell of a time to go through them before reaching the vital parts of the abominable intelligence. Obviously she was now able to imagine most of this because she had been there. Days after the bombardment, there were still fires burning and reigniting, and between the toxic fumes and the rest of the risks for being of flesh and blood, void suits or sealed power armors had been mandatory for everyone, including the tech priests. Damn. Dennis spoke via the command Vox channel. It doesn't look like we are going to find any archaeotech in this. The Mechanic is more optimistic, Gabriella teased him as his white power armor was beginning to darken with the ashes and the sinister rain of the wounded planet. The Mechanic is always optimistic when it comes to archaeotech, her rogue trader snarked. But given that the first reaction of the machine when it saw us coming was to whip its slaves into a maniacal frenzy. Gabriella shuddered internally. Yes, she had been quite glad the teleport homers of Nyx were available for the mission. Once the capital ships of the New Etna Recovery Squadron had begun eliminating the laser-armed satellites and platforms, the abominable intelligence had been true to its reputation. The altered humans had been commanded to kill the invaders no matter the cost to themselves, and despite the best attempts of the tech priests working on several prisoners, it appeared there had never been an off switch. The only being which could rescind the command was the abominable intelligence, and since it had been the first thing to die, not that they could have trusted the self-aware machine. Yes, it's very likely the only thing it hadn't the time to seed with scrap code and killer protocols were the logical engines destroyed in the first strike. And those had been blasted into rubble. Let's see the good side, all the mineral wealth of the system is now yours. Given the agitated history of the region which had prevented the exploitation of most of the planetary and system resources, this wasn't a small consolation prize. In the southern hemisphere alone, the tech priests had already located several massive volcanoes where rare minerals could be harvested and cheap geothermal resources were available. You're right. Still, I hope to celebrate my first conquest without a void suit and in something that didn't look like a ruined battlefield. This age is not one of fairness. Dennis sighed loudly. No, I suppose not, the time-stopping para-human acknowledged before switching to the general frequency of the Vox in order for everyone in the vicinity to hear them. Please, gather up. It's time. The Imperial flag was brought forth in the hands of a salamander space marine, then passed to the Magos, and finally to her before she gave it to her lord and lover. The abominable intelligence is defeated, as the Treaty of Olympus demands. As the Adeptus Administratum abandoned all its claims when they let their subjects be enslaved by this monster, we reclaim this system in the name of the immortal Emperor of Humanity and his Imperium. I rename this planet New Etna, let the false designation of Phase V be consigned to the archives of shame. I bring justice and truth to the loyal. Punishment and death to the guilty. And the small army assembled roared in triumph, on the very grounds where the abominable intelligence had once reigned. Wanted. Alive only. Militia. The destiny unwritten. Sorceress para-human. Agent of corruption and destruction. Extremis diabolus. Endangerment of Alpha-class militarum assets and below acceptable to capture the heretic. Reward, 1 trillion throne gelts. Calyx expanse. Malphi system. Malphi. Matriarch hive. Approximately 9.999.302 M35. Militia. The first thing to know about Malphi was that it was a place of infernal intrigue. It had always been so, no matter what delusional people might like to pretend. When humanity had begun its later phase of expansion 1 millennium before the cybernetic war, the men and the women who had founded Malphi had come to the frontier with the Halo stars because their manipulations and schemes had made them persona non grata in most of civilized human space. When the Uvath had taken control of the region during the Age of Strife, Malphi, unlike many other planets, had not suffered. No, it had prospered, and while the Malphian high society had pretended this was thanks to the weapons and forces regularly sent to the stars to protect their interests, this was nothing but a lie. The Malphians had been the most unrepentant collaborators of the Calyx expanse, serving their new masters with eagerness, enslaving their fellow humans, and betraying their own race as often as practically feasible. In a future that never was and never would be, the Malphians would have survived the fall of the Uvath under the guns of the Imperial Angevin Crusade in M39. The price for their millennia of collaboration would have been steep, however. For most of the years the crusade was raging, the Lord Militant and his main advisors would have based their fleets on Malfi, which meant the Hive world and the rest of the system would have to pay for the maintenance and the supplies of tens of millions of soldiers, without earning a single coin in return. And as soon as the pacification would be well and truly over, as the Calixis sector would be officially proclaimed, the High Command would move its headquarters to the world of Scintilla, leaving Malfi as a subsector capital crippled by debt and expenses it would take centuries to reimburse. But the intrigue, the deceit, the political machinations, all of it would have survived. And despite the fact this future was broken, it had already left a powerful imprint in the Empyrean, especially as the Malfians were such opportunistic backstabbers. The annihilation of Kimarak had not been viewed as a problem by the Malfian elite. The moment the Uvath domains had begun crumbling and falling into disrepair, Malfian ships had assaulted vulnerable worlds, using their obsolete craft and some Uvath old starships to spread across what would have been called the Malfian subsector in another timeline. Knowing this, and after managing to gain many other important secrets from her patrons Lords of Change, Militia had not hesitated more than a few minutes before deciding Malfi had to become the jewel which would serve as her new capital. Many Malfian nobles had objected, obviously, but their souls were still screaming on very tall spikes outside. And by the feathers of the great architect, this was the best idea she'd ever had. Militia loved Malfi. From the dumbest mutant to the wealthiest noble, everyone conspired against everyone else, millions of plots were launched at every second, and the lust for ambition and change had never been so high. It had taken a lot of renovation for the matriarch Hive to reflect her new ownership, but you couldn't overthrow a system without breaking a few eggs. And frankly, she was very satisfied by the new decoration. The floors were a slowly shifting crystal where tortured visages of Xenos appeared randomly, the last Uvath beings thus useful beyond death. Not so long ago, this would have been a ruinous expanse, but the rituals done as she had arrived in the Calyx expanse had neatly improved her military power and influence in the great game. She would have to send a thank you card to Taylor Bear one day, though. If the warlord of the Undersiders hadn't helped destroying Slaanesh and wiping out most of excess power, the warp storm known as the Screaming Vortex wouldn't have begun to unravel, and many servants of Xianch residing in it would have resisted the new order by claw, fang, and sorcery to the bitter end. The destruction of Slaanesh and the panic it spread across the Calyx expanse and the halo stars beyond it had advanced her plans by at least 2 millennia. Lord 9dir, the female parahuman sorceress gave one of these reinforcements a pleasant smile behind the changing mask used for the masked ball of tonight. I see you have found yourself a new pet. The shaper artisan of Qsal bowed before baring his piranha-like fangs at her. Ah yes, a word of command slavery was uttered, and the leash in the sorcerer's hand became an electrified whip. The pet screamed in agony. Though I can't quite take credit, my servants found it crawling out of a webway gate. The gate itself. Alas, it crumbled to dust mere seconds after we discovered it. 9dir admitted with feigned sadness. The Eldar Archaeotech isn't what it used to be. Monday Key, mocking us. Excuse me, the white-robed man uttered one more word of power, and the long-eared creature which had certainly been a Drukari several years ago screamed again. Ah, better. According to the rumors, they loved the taste of pain. Had her informants been mistaken? Oh, they loved it, especially when they were the masters. The robe of 9dir shivered, becoming blue for a few seconds before turning white again, and his scepter's upper half sparkled. But once the boons of excess start failing inside their bodies, their tolerance for pain decreases massively, and so does their love for it. At least this was true for this specimen. So I see. The Drukari body had changed a lot from its normal template. The skin had turned blue, the hair was halfway through a transformation into black feathers. And you convinced it to pledge its soul to the great mutator. Otherwise he would not have been here on Malfi, the aura of etheric power would have destroyed the long ear. Much as I want to claim the honor, it seems my pet did it on its own when it tried to find an exit out of the webway. 9dir shrugged. The god certainly honored his part of the bargain. Yes, this little joke of giving you an exit only to let you land into a worse situation was exactly what Xianch loved. This was exactly what had happened when she tried to choose her own colors. At first she had wanted blue and gold to create the false assumption she was one of the sorceresses affiliated with the Thousand Suns, but her god had forcefully rejected that, and whatever equipment she donned, it became orange with white stripes. And now that she had long abandoned that plan, her dresses and armors were changing once again into blue and gold attires, with many of her artifacts adopting an Egyptian style. Was it because the transmutational change stone was blue-gold, or simply because her patron deity had a weird sense of humor? The next hours were spent dancing and discussing the latest news with her courtiers and new subordinates, under a ceiling mimicking the sky above Malfi. Yes, it was exactly like the Great Hall of Hogwarts. So what, she had the sorcery to do it, and nobody save her and the other parahumans remembered the Harry Potter series. Since the others were not wielding sorcery, Militia felt she had a right to replicate magical feats in this day and age. There were many assassination attempts, there were assassinations, both inside and outside the ballroom. She had forced the servants of Xianch who came to the Malfi system to sign the Treaty of Ambition and Proper Betrayals, knowing intimately no worthy worshipper of the father of lies would tolerate being bound too tightly by implacable strictures. Sorcery had to be used, and people had to plot to get rid of their arrogant superiors, lest everyone become too sure in their power base, and yes, that included herself. As such, she only smiled politely when Heretex of the Hollows tried to silently murder each other with modified mechadendrites and cybernetic daemon servitors. The enmity of Forge Caster and Forge Pollux had good days ahead of it. Not that the Q-Sal sorcerers, the performers of the farce, the canonicals of the One True Archive, or the Malfian change duelists had much reason to be jealous, in her royal opinion. But there was a time for festivities, and a time for real work. The former was almost over, and the latter was coming soon. Clicking her fingers, the blue-masked para-human woman summoned one of the flamers bound to her service, and a pirate recently arrived on her planet perished in demonic fire, signaling an end to the ball and the beginning of more serious things. Then the ever-changing throne materialized in the ballroom, and Militia took great care to hide her displeasure behind an emotionless face. As useful as the artifact was for getting rid of ambitious would-be usurpers, she hated sitting on it, and not just because behind the sumptuous ever-changing decoration, the moment she was installed upon it, the whispers of 99 entities of the Court of Change assailed her thoughts. For those who wondered, it was never a pleasant experience. She had learned to ignore them and block the whispers, but it wasn't enjoyable. But it would not do to show her displeasure, and so her walk to the ever-changing throne was slow and dignified. The half-minute it took to climb up the steps which allowed her to dominate the gathering of sorcerers, demonologist forge masters, pyromancers, and insane cultists was spent in complete silence. As her hands grasped the craniums of the multi-headed birds sculpted in sapphire and gold, a mental command summoned her own pet. Axenia hissed as Militia's sorcery dragged her back to her side, before 9 chains, 4 of gold and 5 of sapphire, bound her to a Tsianchan circle. For all the self-control of the participants, many looked appalled at the existence of the former ruler of Laodomina. It was true that the ruler she had, well, enslaved, was an anomaly in a galaxy thriving with impossible creations. The hair of Axenia had turned blue after she summoned a 5th daemon of Tsianchan inside her. Not a normal blue, however, the hair was literally made of blue warp flames now, much as her eyes were a pure golden light, a golden light which when emotions became too violent leaked tears of ultra-corrosive acid. Aside from that, the body looked almost normal if one didn't mind scales appearing and disappearing too fast for a normal eye to follow too much. It was really proof appearances were deceiving. Militia had bound quantities of demons into Axenia's body for her to dominate mentally, and when the Neverborn were properly subjugated, she drained 9/10 of the energy from her flesh, therefore increasing her own reserves of sorceress power and growing closer to achieving her plans. Greetings, fellow servants of the Changer of the Ways. The para-human sorceress didn't thank them for coming here, much like signing the Treaty of Ambition and proper betrayals, she had not given them much choice in the matter. Now that the disruption caused by the fall of Kimarak is over and the Malfian system is safe, we can turn to loftier goals. We must kill Weaver. The senior representative of the world of Recondium snarled immediately. Death to the one who destroyed the plans of the Architect of Fate. The true interpretation of reality must be restored. Militia didn't need much effort to hide her amusement behind a bored yawn. If that's your decision, the new ruler of Malfi commented. But if I can give you a piece of advice? The false emperor is the one who enforced the rules of the Shadow Point, not the destroyer of Kimarak. Moreover, you are far too weak to defeat her. Weaver won't be impressed by the power of the One True Archive. We will have it if you give us your stocks of Noctilith. Ah, so soon. Sorry, I have to decline your suggestion, Militia said lightly. The reserves of transmutational change stone I didn't use to execute the will of Tsianch to move your 9 worlds out of the screaming vortex and into the Malfi system or to create the Malfi warp crown, I have plans for them. The warp take your plans end. She uttered 2 words and the librarian of the One True Archive spontaneously combusted. It was an excellent way to get rid of insolent subordinates quickly, though unfortunately, it only worked on people soulbound to the Master of Fortune. As I was saying, Militia continued when the canonicaltist was ashes on the crystal floor, Malfi is reasonably secure for the time being. Therefore it's time to turn to new conquests. There are enemy forces in the Calyx Expanse which dare oppose the will of our god, and it is better to not give them time to entrench themselves. One by one, she watched the ambitious renegades, Heretex, sorcerers, and mutants she had to work with. Pillage. Establish new kingdoms and labyrinths if it is your desire. Build grand libraries should your visions and the Lords of Change demand them of you. I demand only one thing. Whatever your deeds, you bring back all the Noctilith you have to me. That is not a cheap tithe, one of the astral seers of Q-Sal replied politely. But as you keep the secrets of the transmutational change stone to yourself, the city of Volclair will agree with your demands provided our soul trade is allowed to continue. So I swore, so it will be. And like a small avalanche the rest of the world's representatives agreed one by one. Paradise Q-Sal and the 3 moons of Mokais, Wenshai and Enteri. The half-destroyed hollows, where Forge Caster and Forge Pollux fought each other in an endless conflict. The shrouded magical labyrinth of Ravelcloak, and its warlord Visitane. The vistas of actors, courtiers, and performers of the farce amusing Lord of Change Sartir. The surviving canonicult servants of the one true archive of Recondium. And the masses of mutants, Xenos tainted nobles, and shadowy courts of Malfi. This was a moment a possessed broke through the wall behind her throne and tried to assassinate her. 1 second later, the time it took him to touch the ever-changing throne, in fact the daemon trapped in a human body shrieked in agony as it realized it was slowly being eaten by the throne. You should have known better, Militia told it, before placing one of the crowns of Prospero she had stolen upon her head, one she had taken from Ahriman's secret caches in the Eye of Terror. You can't keep the secrets of the Change Stone for yourself forever, parvenu sorceress. The sore loser proclaimed. One day, we will, arg. What an irony that much like in many things, the Neverborn had failed to recognize the joke of Tsianch. There was no great secret to the transmutational Change Stone, the name she had given to the mutagenic substance obtained by infusing Noctilith with the distilled power of Tsianch. The secret ingredient wasn't in the underhives of Malfi, or the catacombs of the Pillars of Eternity of the Screaming Vortex, though she had to admit, killing rivals by Necron ambush was very funny when she had already pillaged most of her Noctilith from there. No, the last step to turn the obsidian stone into the blue-gold matter she needed to build change pylons and expand the Malfi warp crown past its current size, it was her blood. It was always her blood. This was why her power and influence grew every time a new change stone pylon went active. It wasn't a significant boost compared to the energy Axenia provided, but every little advantage helped. Obviously, warlords who bring me back the heads of the servants of the God of Skulls and War, or those of slaves of the false emperor, will be richly rewarded. Wanted. Dead only. Lodarisarin. The Blood Rose. Captain of the Gloriana battleship Conqueror. Traitor captain of the Imperialis Armada. Extremis Traitoris. Excommunicate Traitoris. Warning, the location of the traitor requires Alpha-class assets of the Imperial Navy. Kill the head and the ship will wither. Reward, 1 trillion throne gelts. Calyx Expanse. Sepphoris System. Sepphoris Secundus. 9.999.302 M35. The Blood Rose. The ground was covered in snow when she disembarked from one of the atmospheric transports recently repaired inside the belly of the Conqueror. It went without saying that it was red snow. Karn had preceded her, and where the Herald of the Red Path walked, the power of the Throne of Skulls was with him. Lodara didn't care. How long had it been since she didn't breathe air which had been filtered and refiltered over 1,000,000 times? According to the rare human chronometric data found on the worlds of the Calyx Expanse, the answer was over 4,500 years, but it felt far, far longer. Then again, it likely was a longer period of time. While a year outside of the Eye of Terror passed, you could endure 1 day of ferocious battles, or a millennium. Only the gods of the warp storm truly knew the intricacies of how time flowed there, and they weren't revealing it to mere mortals. Damn, the captain of the Conqueror laughed. It has really been too long. The moment of hilarity was short. Not because the shadow of the Conqueror was still there, hanging in high orbit, not because of the traces of the massacre, but because it was really, really cold out here. She had donned the red-white void suit which had somehow still been there in her quarters, but the freezing temperatures were still noticeable. The Uvath must have really, really hated their human slaves to bring them here. The woman who had been placed on the kill list of the High Lords of Terra years before the siege under the nickname of Blood Rose joked on the different frequencies used by the Legionnaires. There was no answer from the 8 berserkers assigned as her personal guard. Either because they were too lost in their thoughts of murder, or they no longer had mouths capable of speaking human languages. This didn't bother Lodara. Some people believe that speaking to yourself was a sign of madness, but all members of the World Eaters Legion, Space Marines and non-Space Marines, were mad, herself included. Monologuing, or was it soliloquizing? Was a weak sin compared to the various planetary-sized atrocities committed to keep the Conqueror operational. They called this planet Scfaris, these Xenos. In Low Gothic, it can be approximately translated as Great Corpse Mining. Or something more disturbing. It was a harsh world. Lodara wasn't the kind of woman who awaited a future retirement on the surface of a paradise world for decades, but there were weather conditions suitable to prevent your descendants from becoming a group of weaklings and cowards, and there was Sepphoris, the world's spirit, rendered mad with the cries of agonies of billions of slaves, was refusing any attempts to name it. She smelled the arena more than an hour before laying eyes on it. The Blood Rose wore a void suit, but this was no shield when the essence of blood assaulting the senses was psychic in nature. And the moment she truly saw it, despite the light of the weak sun, the aura of bloodlust went up to indescribable levels. Lodara didn't require any outside assistance to tell her that no mortal hands had built up this colosseum of skulls and bones. First, it wasn't in the nature of the Uvath to organize such competitions. The Xenos were killing billions of their slaves without any sign they ever cared, but arena fighting wasn't one of their traditions. Secondly, suggesting the disturbing mix of gladiator champions, mutants, former slaves, bloodthirsty cultists, and berserkers could have the skills to build a structure whose walls were largely over 50 meters high was a poor attempt at humor. If someone truly thought this, the Conqueror's captain had a nice planet in the Eye of Terror to sell him or her. The daemon was awaiting her at the gigantic bone gates of the gladiatorial monument. Its very form was difficult to perceive, but the snow around its point of materialization was so crimson it was difficult to imagine it had ever been anything else. Militia is hiding beyond your reach. Yes. By means unknown, she has placed a sort of modified sorceress barrier around the Malfi system. Something deep within her and yet not really her, something that could not be her, was fueled with hatred at the mention of sorcery. Lodora felt more strength pulse in her veins, and the irrational hatred grew proportionally to it. She has corrupted the Noctilith and broken a pact. The three had an agreement. Only Octorite was to be created from the Black Stone. Tzeentch has used her to go against the ancient laws. Now Militia has the power to create and bind Changestone to accomplish her will. If this was true, the ambitions of the servant of Tzeentch were impressive in their megalomania. The more of this Noctilith the servants of Tzeentch brought to her, the bigger the Tzeentch warp storm would become. Still, there was a piece of good news. If this Changestone was the new secret advantage of Tzeentch and protected against everyone but the fools serving the Master of Lies, does that mean the Thousand Sons can still go after her? If I remember correctly, Ahriman has an axe or two to grind with her, and the rest of the 15th Legion must feel the same way, given how many Rubersea Marines she has stolen. They can. But for now they aren't acting. The Crimson King has his own plans. So Magnus the Red had learned nothing from his past errors and titanic arrogance. Why was she not surprised? Lodora would have said she was feeling very old, if recently the crimson energy she bathed in wasn't making her feel younger. Her skill at wielding weapons, which should have definitely gotten rusty, were reaching new levels of lethality in the training cages. Her authority over the Kiernet warbands had significantly increased and solidified, and now a lot of berserkers listened to her commands when she shouted to them it was time to begin another tactic rather than bashing their heads against the first wall they met. It wasn't enough to make her forget how stupid the behavior of many Primarches was, and today the disgust was worsened by the anger against the sorcery of the Cyclops. For if there was a grand sorcerer among the Primarches, it was unquestionably Magnus the Red, servant of Tzeentch. What is the plan then? Use this world to rearm your forces and mine what you need. There is Noctilith here. The Uvath felt its power, though they were stupid enough to believe the slaves they had were sufficient to extract it. Find the Noctilith and Kern will grant you the same power over Blackstone that the Breaker of Pacts did for his lyre of a sorceress. The eyes of the daemon were a terrible red, to the point the flames created by most incinerating human weapons were unable to create such an inferno of rage and violence. Remember, blood. Blood for the blood god. Segmentum obscurus. Cadian sector. Cadia system. Cadia. 2.001.303 M35. Governor Primus Andreas Valderzay. For the better part of his military career, Andreas had been able to count the number of times he had met Space Marines on both hands. This might seem like a surprising statement coming from one of the most critical fortress worlds in the known Imperium of His Most Holy Majesty, but it really wasn't when you thought more about it. The Cadian system never had an Astartes homeworld among its worlds, or if it had, the Holy Inquisition had erased its existence down to the merest rumor of it. And given the size of the existing defenses, it might be argued Cadia didn't really need the support of the legendary Space Marines to defend against raiders. Moreover, the organization of the Adeptus Astartes ordered to keep the prison of the Eye of Terror closed on the traitors and the other horrors of the Warp Storm, the Astartes Preces, had many systems to patrol and safeguard, the overwhelming majority far more vulnerable to heretical predations when the storms decreased in intensity. Obviously, none of these worlds had an open door to hell in their system. It had changed these last several years. Since the fall of Kamarak, in fact. And while the general in him completely approved receiving so many Astartes reinforcements, the Cadian in him acknowledged the High Lords weren't likely to get sentimental in their old age. If they had insisted upon the Astartes Preces to garrison Cadia, it was because all signs indicated that their strength would be badly needed in the coming years. Still, as he walked on the parade ground of the Tyrrhic fields, the supreme commander of the Cadian shock troopers could not help but smile at the banners present today. The Crimson Scythes and the Excoriator standards flew high, accompanied by the Black Templars and the Knights Unyielding. Battle Brothers of the Viper Legion stood side by side with the companies of Black Consuls. There were millions of Cadian and non-Cadian guardsmen standing at attention on this windy, cloudless day, but there were also thousands of Space Marines, most of them armed to the teeth, veterans of countless wars and representing 25 chapters. And after today, if the God Emperor willed it, one more would have been added to the records. A couple of minutes later, the Thunderhawks descended from the skies. Andreas Valderzay had gained a great deal of experience with Astartes war machines by now, but a Whiteshield would have noticed that for 8/10 of these machines, it wasn't just the paint which was brand new, these gunships must have come out of a forge's manufactorum at most a few years ago. Equally impressive were the tanks which rapidly rolled out of the Thunderhawk transports. Predators and rhinos were nothing new, but these ones looked like they had been refitted with new weaponry. And marching out of the Thunderhawk's hold, were the Battle Brothers of the Silver Skulls chapter. The Governor Primus had to admit he knew very little about these Space Marines save that they were recorded as proud sons of Guilliman and scions of the Second Founding. Their homeworld being located in Ultima Segmentum meant that rarely they deployed in Segmentum Obscurus, and never in support of the Astartes Preces. And yet they were there, and if the banners and effectives were any indication, they had come with 5 companies, half of their chapter. It wasn't a small commitment. The giant Astartes leading them was a colossus wearing unique silvery heavy power armor decorated by a gold cloak and several military seals of purity, some of them he had never seen before, such as a golden spider. Governor, the Space Marine grunted, I am Chapter Master Argentius, 12th Chapter Master of the Silver Skulls, Guardian of the Pax Argentius, Protector of Varsavia, Warden of the Rune Stones. We have come to defend Cadia in these troubled times. Andreas Valderze nodded in thanks. No Cadian could properly show subordination to the Adeptus Astartes, there were rules to be respected, but the addition of this many companies to the order of battle was definitely appreciated. I am pleased to have such prestigious warriors fighting by our side, the aging Governor Primus declared. We didn't expect your arrival, but your commitment to the defense of Cadia is more than welcome. The chapter master grunted and then took one step to the left as 2 of his Space Marines, until now half hidden behind the progression, stopped a few meters away from him, posing with what was certainly a richly decorated reliquary on a silvery tray. I also bring a gift from Her Celestial Highness Lady Taylor Hebert, Lady Weaver. The Space Marine's voice took a far more reverential tone. While she is unable to come to Cadia's help at this hour, Her Celestial Highness requested me to convey the message you weren't forgotten as the monsters are at the gates. Mechanisms were unlocked, and suddenly golden light began to illuminate the reliquary and everything around it. Andreas approached it, and saw that within the priceless container, a simple power sword awaited, and though the Governor Primus had never seen it before, it was one heavily described in the old tales of Cadia. The shock almost made him gape like a young white's-heeled, though he recovered quickly. You found Galatine. How did the living saint, Kamarak? It had to be Kamarak. Her Celestial Highness did. Elite artisans and priests brought it back to full splendor, and Lady Weaver herself added the crystal of ether gold to the hilt. The Cadian Governor Primus had no issue believing it. The sheer power emanating from the sword and the aura of righteousness convinced him without debate this was the weapon of a living saint. I have been given another personal message. The pylons must not fall. They won't, Andreas swore. Cadia will stand. Calyx Expanse. PHYRR System. PHYRR. 9.288.303 M35. Captain Boroskin. Boroskin was beginning to really hate the PHYRR system and its myriads of lethal surprises. It was bad enough the planet was killing most life forms not protected by hermetically sealed void suits and power armors, but most of the fauna and flora also appeared to have evolved to slaughter everything foreign, having the misfortune to step on the beautiful continents. By the dead soul of his Primarch, how could a planet be so glimmering and perfect from high orbit, and reveal itself as such a death trap on the ground? The luscious forests had the greatest concentration of super predators he had ever seen, and this included comparisons to several daemon worlds in the Eye of Terror. Sorcerers, the son of Horus contacted the magic dabblers of Kusal who had come with him into this god's forsaken hellhole. I withdraw my previous restrictions. Full deployment of your daemon engines is authorized. Limitations. The sorcerer at the other end of the communication demanded after cackling in a manner which gave Boros feelings of unease. Kill everything you want, the Astartes replied, just make sure to keep a reserve. I don't know where the Kyrnate forces have landed. The gods loved their irony, he thought, as a monumental explosion was heard in the distance, generating an ill-omened column of smoke. Never mind. Kyrnate forces' presence must be considered certain north-northeast of my position. Maybe the fauna of PHYRR will kill them. And maybe Groxes will learn to fly, Boros retorted hotly. Your own fellow seers confirmed Karn is with them. It is going to take more than a few monsters of claws, fur, and toxins to put him down. The worst part was that, if he was honest with himself, that was understating the resilience of the betrayer. Everyone knew the former equerry of Angron the bloody-handed maniac was a monster at every range and with every existing weapon, before he was given the blessing of the blood god. Our attempts at divination have not confirmed your initial impressions. Then let's locate the temple, find the relic we have come for, and leave this death world before our death settles the divination issues once and for all. Boros believed himself to be an elite Astartes legionnaire compared to the average world eater unable to think about anything beyond the most basic charge, order, but a duel with Karn would only end with his death. The betrayer was a machine of destruction and unending slaughter which never tired, never gave up until your head was removed from your shoulders, and never looked like he was satiated by a planetary carnage. Unfortunately, our efforts to locate the structure Warlord Militia gave us appear to be insufficient. The sorcerer had the humility to not sound so smug this time. We need more time. Kill. Maim. Burn. The screams were still very far away, but the fact he was close enough to hear them. We don't have time. He barked while gunning down these enormous wolf cats that even a mad space wolf wouldn't take as pets. Karn is coming this way. Tell your daemon engines to converse on. The Space Marine listed the planetary coordinates before he allowed himself to scowl. Our daemon engines are precious resources. Send your militia first to delay him. Who is in supreme command here? He shouted on his leadership communication device. You are. The Qsal sorcerer acknowledged, the noise of his teeth gritting loudly through the vox. For now. I wonder how long the destiny unwritten will keep you around. You are no servant of Tsianch. I am not, Boros said, half irritated. The worm dared openly badmouthing him while safely far away from his wrath, half content because the endless power plays of Tsianch worshipping marines and sorcerers were the very reason sons of Horus like him were always in high demand. They weren't innocent and totally reliable, but his ally knew they weren't plotting at every hour to remove her from power. Now obey. Your orders will obeyed, to the letter. Blood for the blood god. How many maniacs and rival factions have gathered in this damn system? Boros wondered after cutting communication with the rear-line support and switching to his personal command of 16th Legionnaires. Too many, Captain. His second chuckled. Too many. Let's look on the bright side, we now have plenty of ammunition to kill them all. Don't get too trigger-happy, his superior commanded. We've yet to encounter a single World Eater and... Boros frowned and watched the sky for several seconds. Despite the auspexes telling him the contrary, there was something flying quickly over the forest. Attention to all troops. The son of Horus began. We have a sort of mutant creature flying close to the last explosions caused by the World Eaters. Appearance is, it looks like a white-skinned woman with several wings. When it came down to it, the look was almost angelic. And then a horrible, apocalyptic psychic scream echoed across the PHYRR forests, and the failing battle plans became instantaneously obsolete. PHYRR system. Exorcist class Inquisitorial Grand Cruiser Purge of Infidels. Lord Inquisitor Luigi Barberini. And the warnings of Lady Weaver have been more than confirmed. This creature known as the Cymurg indeed has the terrifying ability to place mental compulsions in the minds of every human not protected by psychic defenses. The Grey Knight Justicar grimly ended his report. So far, the crystal of ether gold we used to break this treacherous mental onslaught has been successful discovering the main targets of the scream, but we have to test each and every man and woman of the Purge of Infidels, and it is going to take many hours to complete the process. Hours we don't have. The Lord Inquisitor didn't raise his voice, and he didn't tell the loyal servant of the God Emperor it was insufficient, it was the honest and unpleasant truth. How many members of the crew have we lost in these ether gold tests? Over 300 by the time I left, Lord Inquisitor. Luigi Barberini internally grimaced. He was no stranger to bloody casualty lists, but the sheer damage caused by this psychic scream which couldn't have lasted more than a single minute was extremely bad. And the goal of this creature was simply to delay us. A goal which, as galling as it was to admit, was largely successful. For this perilous mission, the Lord Inquisitor had been given 2 ether gold crystals, one for his navigators, the other for himself. It was the latter which was currently loaned to the Grey Knights to ensure no unwilling saboteurs had been psychically corrupted by this damnable creature. The senior figure of the Ordo Malleus couldn't risk a new engagement against it before he was sure his crew was mentally protected against this heretical weapon. As stated previously, it was going to take time. And it appeared the battle in the PHYRR system hadn't waited for the arrival of the Holy Inquisition. Yes, Lord Inquisitor. By my most conservative calculations, we will need 3 more hours to restore minimal fighting capacity to the Purge of Infidels. 17 additional hours will be required after this to enter effective weapon range of the enemy warships. The only weapon we have left able to inflict destruction on the enemy with, are the Exterminatus weapons. And we can't use them when that horrible Xenos thing is present. Given how capable it proved at manipulating Imperial technology to have a FTL method of transportation and ambush, I have no desire to let it come into possession of our world killer assets. The Cymurg had already surprised them by hiding aboard the derelict hull of a Hades-class heavy cruiser and activating the still-functioning void shields at the last possible moment. What it could do with virus bombs or vortex torpedoes, Luigi Barberini had no wish to find out in person. It is regrettable the rest of the fleet is several standard weeks behind us. I fear that what is most regrettable is that this fleet is certainly too small to deal with what we are going to face in that star cluster. The initial reports had already been bad. The Calyx Expanse was not part of the Imperium, but there had always been rogue traders and courageous loyalist souls holding the darkness at bay in these regions where the holy light of the Astronomicon didn't reach. Unlike most of the regions which had been illuminated after the destruction of Biltan and Kumarak though, darkness had fallen upon the Calyx Expanse once more, and hordes of heretics had been seen sailing in its direction. the creation of a new warp storm looking like an ever-changing series of heretical symbols used by those sworn to the concept of lies proved that the concerns of his peers on Titan were alas underestimating the danger. Key ornate forces, including the infamous betrayer. The sorceress we are ordered to capture alive at all costs. Numerous traitors we have dreamed of bringing to justice for millennia. The collapsing empire of the Uvath. And now the Cymurg. Hundreds, no, thousands of planets were enjoying a brighter future because the dark torturers of Kymarak were obliterated. But in the Calyx expanse, the exact opposite had happened, and it didn't take an inquisitorial mind to know things were going to get worse if this tide of heresy wasn't stopped in time. I am going to need to send a new astropathic message to Saturn. Luigi hoped it would be the first, but his instinct, honed by centuries of fighting against the abominations of the ruinous powers, told him the worst was yet to come. 10th most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Karn. The Betrayer. Berserker Astartes. Extremis Traitoris. Excommunicate Traitoris. Extremis Omega Physical Threat. Extremis Omega Corrupting Threat. Do not engage without overwhelming Astartes' strength or a Primarch. If insufficient military support, flee on sight. Alpha warning, the traitor has survived everything the defenders of Terra could throw at him. For the love of the Emperor, do not fight him in a duel. Reward, 2 quadrillion throne gelts, 1 sector overlordship. Calyx Expanse. PHYRR System. PHYRR. Karn the Betrayer. I have slaughtered 5,306 birds you whipped into frenzy, winged bitch. Blood dripped from his hands, the very lifeblood of the death world he was walking upon. That was good. The butcher's nails had stopped hurting. That was bad. This was when the blood god demanded of him to eliminate an opponent which didn't play by the rules. 4,002 animals, including 800 giant felines, have perished by my hands and gore child. This was a good day of battle for him, as the blood flowed and the predators of this world had not hidden behind the trees waiting for him to come at them. No, they had recognized him as one of theirs, a threat to their territories, and tried to end him. I am Karn. Come fight me, winged bitch. Prove that you are worthy to have your skull exhibited on the skull throne. Debris-rained and maddened cultists tried to charge him. 4 swipes of his axe put them down. Then 4 more strikes finished those who tried to flee. I am following the red path. Kill, maim, and burn are my words. He had to jump to the left as the enemy used its telekinetic power to throw a daemon engine at him. The betrayer snarled. The winged bitch was not capable of controlling them, but it mattered little, the engine was sworn to the Lord of Sorcery, and in this era of chaos, the intelligence of the daemon recognized him as one of the chosen enemies of his god. Until Gorechild shattered its vital points, he tore off the head and most of the limbs, and finished it all in a carnage of burning promethium, broken machine parts, and wounded souls. You can flee. 2 more cultists were added to his kill count. You can hide. You can send these pathetic wretches against me. Gorechild drank the blood of many warrior-like gladiators of the Screaming Vortex. They should have trusted Gurn more. The god of war knew his own, and while this psychic scream didn't come from the warp, Gurn could protect them from this cowardly intimidation attack. But in the end, I will be the last champion standing. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Then a gigantic shadow came over him, and the former equerry of the World Eaters Legion recognized several things quasi immediately. 1. This creature, the Cymurg, had found the ancient temple everyone had been searching for these last several days. 2. Said temple was telekinetically raised at high altitude right above his head. 3. It was this damnable creature's fault that the artifact had taken so long to find and the battle between him and the rest of the planet had happened. 4. The winged bitch had never had any intention of fighting him in person. I hate you. Come and fight me, or consider yourself cursed by the blood god. There was no answer, and the mountain of stones and lush foundation suddenly stopped being telekinetically lifted. The enemy was trying to crush him with a mountain. The world screamed and the sky turned red. Servants of the Lord of Slaughter ran across the planet's surface. The ground contorted, and Karn ran on the crimson path which would lead him to this new devilish and cowardly enemy. More machines were thrown at him. More maddened mortals were sacrificed by this being whose very presence was an insult to his god. Kill. Maim. Burn. The betrayer roared. I will claim your skull for the blood god. Calyx Expanse. Malphi System. Malphi. Approximately 9.598.303 M35. Militia. Thank you for your prompt report, Lord Seer. I need to carefully consider this information for the next few hours. I will contact you again when I will have written my new instructions to Captain Kun. The Lord Sorcerer bowed and left the hall at a moderate pace. The door closed. The security wards, fruit of dozens of hours of sorcery practice, activated. Anti-spying measures went into full effect. Sheer rage burned in her head and her lungs. And Militia couldn't restrain her hatred and anger anymore. Fucking Endbringer. She launched a mirror and several chairs against the walls, where the violence of the shock created many splinters. When are you going to stop ruining my life? When are you going to stop trying to make everything worse? It wasn't enough for you to spread your madness across Earth, bet, you had to go pour more of your insanity in this galaxy too. Screw you ZIZ. I am going to tear out your cursed feathers one by one and then feed them to you until you explode. For several minutes, the sorcerer para-human screamed and unleashed every frustration she had in her heart against the abomination that was the Cymurg. And she had a lot. It was bad enough that Winged Parasite had turned a simple recovery mission into a multi-sided battle where the Betrayer and the Hope Killer had been involved. Militia didn't care about the fauna or flora of PHYRR, the Death World would never be colonized, and even training elite troops there was not a sane option. But the Sons of Horus and the forces she had sent to collect the relics of PHYRR were precious for her expansion plans, though thankfully not irreplaceable. But now she was going to have to treat them with Change Stone, or risk having mental bombs triggering in the heads of her followers at the worst moment, and a sorcerer dying in the middle of a daemon summoning was a disaster which was better avoided at all costs. But the worst part was the winged abomination being aware of her secret plans, the ones only Tsianch and herself were supposed to know about. Officially, the motivations for PHYRR were limited to a few relics and a few kilograms of Noctilith dispersed in various trinkets. The kind of prize plenty of other worlds in the galaxy could surpass without difficulty. How by the soul forges of Qsal did that monster know? Despite being alone and guarded by magical protections with no equal in the Calyx expanse save at Qsal, Militia didn't dare voicing her thoughts loudly. How did the Cymurg know her chief plan involved the Tyrant Star? It simply shouldn't be possible. The monster couldn't have read it in her mind, it had never been in contact with her since she arrived in this galaxy, never mind left the Eye of Terror. Besides, her pledge to Tsianch gave her impressive mental defenses. As for reading the future, it should be more difficult to predict, not less. With the mess provoked by Kumarak, accurately reading the threads of chaos was not a precise art anymore, if it had ever been in the first place. Do you want the Tyrant Star for your own plans, or are just content to screw over the plans of all surviving para-humans? A question which, alas, wouldn't be answered today. The only being which could reveal the goals of the Cymurg was the Cymurg itself. Sorcery had allowed the seers of Qsal to perceive her after PHYRR, barely. Anyway, this disaster alone had destroyed a lot of secondary plans and would force her to activate a lot of contingencies. Change Stone recovery efforts had been curtailed, and as every year increased the risk of important Nurgle servants entering the Calyx expanse, the window of opportunity she had been counting on was closing even more swiftly than in her worst estimates. The servants of the Anathema waiting on his golden throne were also approaching. The single ship which had departed PHYRR was a single grand cruiser, but where one went, others would follow. Ordinarily, the ripples in the warp created by her Change Stone would have prevented them from intervening, but it appeared Weaver had given some of her ether gold to the Inquisition. It wasn't a bad strategy from the Mistress of the Swarm's point of view. Unlike Militia, she had a galaxy-spanning organization to search out for Noctilith for her. And if the Cymurg or another party ruined her ambitions in the short term, the consequences would be. Militia grimaced. Her anger and rage abated, and she felt really, really tired. She was going to need an extremely powerful weapon or spell to shatter the Cymurg, but damn if she could think of anything useful at the moment. Uttering 9 words not created by any human mind, a portal kept under several illusions was powered up, and the blue-clad sorceress stepped through. It was only then, as the circle of sorcery and ancient psi-tech closed behind her, that the young woman finally removed the mask hiding her features. Her hair had been blonde once, but now it had turned into perfect platinum, the kind of hair the majority of humans couldn't arrive at normally without a lot of dye, or sorcery. Her eyes continued to be blue, but it was in pupil less blue, and the expression "flames are burning in your eyes" was not a proverb anymore where she was concerned. The moral of the story, always be careful what you say when you negotiate a pact with a god of chaos and lies. Though she didn't know if she could have done a lot more to prepare herself. It was out of the question to return to that wretch, that spawn-like body her bastard of a sister had transformed her into. I will pay my debts in due time, the woman who once had been known as the heroine Glory Girl, the less flattering nickname of patron saint of collateral damage, or for her friends, Victoria Dallin. The Cymurg has placed itself first on my list, but the others haven't been forgotten. Tsianch could believe its manipulations were sufficient to enforce total control of her, but the so-called architect of fate was not infallible. No one was. I was betrayed once. This galaxy will burn before I allow a second person to hurt me again. Ultima Segmentum. Tomb World of Sarlog. 8.116.304 M35. Deathwatch Captain Drake Terek. There were some immutable truths in this galaxy. The flesh was weak. All heretics and Xenos had to die in order to protect the Imperium. And a successful operation against one's enemy did not automatically result in events following the same path in the next battle, no matter how similar the enemy and its capacities seemed at first glance. What went wrong with Squad Theta? He asked the Deathwatch captain that everyone nicknamed the Raven, since his affiliation to the Raven Guard was all they about him. I don't know. The other Space Marine grimly answered. But the manner in which their Thunderhawk crashed, there has to be a new type of anti-aircraft battery waiting for them. Their gunner dealt with it, but too late. Drake nodded. This was an acceptable explanation, though he would spend several more cycles of cogitator processing verifying the data of the engagement personally. This was absolutely needed, for this single incident had resulted in the death of 10 veteran Space Marines of the Death Watch. And this had just been the very beginning of an avalanche of casualties the likes the Black Battle Brothers so rarely accept in the most dreadful wars. We are going to need to cancel the next operation, however. The Raven continued. I know the Lords of the Ordo Xenos insisted upon conducting operations as soon as our squads were sufficiently trained to take over these tomb worlds, but we have lost half of our battle brothers in 5 hours of engagement, and many more are wounded to the point they need several doses of Bacta to fully recover. These molecular disintegrators of the Necrons are indeed an alpha-grade threat, the Iron Hand admitted. For all the vids, the archived stories, and the meetings with our cousins who were at Kamarak, it is unpleasant to face an enemy which dominates us technologically. If they hadn't been given new shields with integrated ion bulwarks, the casualties would have been worse. I concur, agreed the Raven Guard Astartes darkly. And I was unpleasantly surprised by the fact their orange-colored radioactive guns had more range and a quicker rate of fire than the Necrons we fought at Oruk. They appear to have more power output individually too. Which, given that the Oruk Necrons had infantry guns capable of piercing the armor of a Predator in a single shot, was not something increasing the odds of a Space Marine victory against these Xenos. The difference between one of their crown worlds and a core world, you think? Possibly. I am more inclined to think this might also be a difference of factions. Information we were given emphasized the Hyrule faction was more conservative technologically than the Sekemter faction. Their surroundings supported this idea, at least. Drake Tarek had fought in the vaults of Oruk, and save for the self-destruction charges of this tomb world, nothing had seemed really functional. The forces were sluggish, the scouts and ambushers believed covering themselves with flayed meat would give them a tactical advantage, and the structure was one step away from being a complete ruin. By comparison, this tomb world was fully functional, as the walls around them were still crackling with orange energy. And while Drake wasn't about to congratulate any Xenos for their architectural prowess, he had to acknowledge building this sort of subterranean complex was a feat of engineering few races could achieve. Which team found the artifact? Team Epsilon did, the Raven informed him, his voice containing an inflection the Iron Hand wasn't able to identify. Curious things these artifacts. The first one looked like a prism, but this one has the shape of a mask. Very curious. Drake didn't care about these Xenos anyway, all he wanted was for the Necrons to never threaten the Imperium, and with the neutralization of the Sarlok command node, these Necrons were denied the possibility of wounding and killing more Space Marines. If Epsilon found it, it meant it was in the one of the less defended sections of the tomb. This is the complete opposite of what we found at Oruk. True. Maybe they had different strategies about guarding certain artifacts. The Raven speculated. The only reasonable alternative is that they thought the might of their outer defenses was sufficient to handle everything coming their way while they awakened their sleeping legions. That is a very arrogant mindset. Assuredly the Death Watch had been given priceless information to conduct the mission, but the Necron defenses couldn't have repelled a conventional assault including Titans, Knights, and several hundred Space Marines. But I know from experience how arrogance can easily cost you your life, his own chapter had not, to his sorrow. Maybe they really believed that, few of these machines were taught their belief was gravely mistaken before we deprived the tomb's abominable intelligence of power. The Webway. Catacomb of Architects. Primarch Rogel Dorn. We are being followed, my lord. Followed is not the right word. The Primarch of the Imperial Fists corrected as they continued running. We are being pursued. We might have been since we left Kamarak. It had only been a theoretical at first, as Gilliman would say. But as his escort and he explored tunnel after tunnel of the Webway, the mental itch had become worse, and now Rogel didn't need the metaphysical senses he didn't truly know the full capabilities of to know they had a hunter on their trail. It is incredibly stupid if it thinks it can best us, father, one of his Black Templars affirmed. It would be stupid if the entity following us can't deal with a Primarch on its own, the 7th Primarch corrected. I don't truly know what it is, but I am rather confident this hunter was corrupted by chaos. And it knows who I am and at least has an idea of my capabilities. No, sons and nephews. The enemy may be arrogant, but it knows what our effectives and our skills are. The monsters of the Outer Dark believe that this creature can at the very least give us a challenge. It had to be a contingency which had been put in place decades or centuries ago for it to become active so quickly. Maybe one of the prisoners tortured and imprisoned alongside him in the labyrinth of cells formed by the most secure of Kamarak prisons. For most masterminds, it would have been completely unthinkable to waste such an asset to counter something which might never come in 10 lifetimes. Alas, the masterminds in this case were not humans, did not care about their followers or the potential strength they represented, and were content to give them hellish punishments for minor or non-existent failures. The Khan is near, he had begun to hear the sound of clashing blades since what felt like 15 minutes ago. If we join forces with him, our pursuer will have no choice but to abandon this hunt. About 1,000 steps later, they entered a new webway cavern. One which was in fact large enough to host a hive in its own right or be the core of some agricultural project. But since the most common species in the webway was the eldar, this respectable amount of land had been used to build a massive arena. Setting aside the deplorable artistic style of these Xenos whips, barbed tongues, spikes, figures with long ears torturing everyone and everything, this was a prodigious waste of space and means. They had arrived several levels above the highest stands of this monument dedicated to the blood sports. As such, Rogel had no problem seeing the lone figure standing in the middle of the arena against a host of shadowy monsters. He had plenty of new scars, his hair and beard were unkempt and gave him a disheveled and downtrodden aura, his armor was as much a ruin as Rogel's, but this was Jagatai. His heart beat harder. After so long, finally, Rogel was seeing one of his brothers alive. Now for saving him. There is a psychic field of some sort protecting the arena, the lone howling griffin warned him. There's also some sort of Xenos technology active, I think. It's certainly tied to these purple-black columns spread all over the arena's perimeter. One of the salamanders pointed out in a tone which had to be accompanied by a grimace. We have several grenades left, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Improvise, Dorn said curtly. Your priority is to free my brother as quickly as possible. I'm trusting you with his life. Not that Jagatai appeared to be very threatened by the shadowy monsters trying to kill him, but his movements and overall speed were far from the skills he had seen back during the siege. His brother was exhausted and most likely wounded behind the scrap armor. In this state, a Primarch could make more mistakes than normally and get himself killed. The heresy had proven they weren't invincible, and save Fukin, none of them had returned from death. I am going to take care of our unwanted follower. Therefore, as the 10 Astartes descended the uneven slope at an impressive speed while roaring their respective battle cries, Rogel followed them at what was for a Primarch a solemn and very slow pace. You are going to take care of me. The thing which left the tunnel was humanoid and had taken on the appearance of a word-bearer legionnaire. Maybe the intention had been to disguise itself in a shape which was similar to the bodies of the Great Crusade, but the illusion was failing in some places. Scripts changed on the grey armor, and here and there the red color beneath, a coat of betrayal and treason earned on 10,000 worlds like Istvan V and Kauth, was taking over. One might think that the ruin of the Imperial Palace and the Iron Cage would have taught you some humility, Praetorian. And one might have thought that being used as a slave by the mediocrity you called father over and over would have taught you something as well, lapdog. The creature was almost upon him when he answered. The grimace of hatred and the rage emanating from it proved his barb had struck true. Rogel moved, and the weapon he had grafted to replace his missing hand delivered a splendid uppercut to where the faces of most beings were located. In mere seconds, he delivered a punishment that would have seriously inconvenienced one of his brothers, and then grasped his enemy by the throat and threw it into one of the nearest crevices built by the Eldar. Since those things were filled with spikes, impaling devices, and even less pleasurable things. Rogel didn't let his guard down, though. If the enemy had thought this thing was a match for him, there was no way it would die so easily. This was confirmed within 3 seconds, as smoke erupted from the pit, and an immense demonic claw grabbed the edge of the crevice. You are going to pay for that, Praetorian. It hurt. The thing in front of him no longer had anything in common with a word-bearer, or a space marine for that matter. Long and membranous red wings akin to some sort of gigantic bat were unfurled. Horns and spikes were revealed all over a body of nightmares. The claws in place of the hands were monstrous. The arms they were attached to were if anything worse. No matter how you looked at it, there was nothing to make the shape of the abomination less terrible or let you to believe there was something redeemable to be found. Rogel knew he was looking at one of the real forms of this daemon, and that was the true face of what Horus benefactors truly were. Eldritch monsters one and all, whose goal was nothing but to destroy everything mankind had ever built. And the traitors had the gall to tell them they were fighting for a lie? I've heard that countless times, abomination. The daemon laughed. Ah, but the others didn't have this weapon. A sword was drawn from a black scabbard, and the Primarch of the Imperial Fists knew instantly it was bad news. It was slightly incurved at mid-length, and had the look of an Eldar sword. Nothing too formidable, but the breath of power it suffused was rather significant. Impressed, Praetorian. The monster cackled. This is Kavir, the Sword of Sorrows. One strike is all it takes, and you will be turned to ash. This would have been very impressive, if the claw holding the blade didn't instantly begin to burn in black flames. Arg. But the abomination didn't let go of the blade / didn't drop the blade. And it kept its malefic eyes on him. Impressive determination, if the smell of cooked meat was any indication, the blade's power was burning the daemon rather severely. You forgot to ask your fell masters to make you immune to the blade. Rogel gave the monster the most reprimanding tone he could muster at short notice. And people wonder why I have such a low opinion of the word-bearer's intelligence. I am going to kill you very, very slowly, the monster hissed. In the name of Lorgar, I, Argel Tal, Crimson Lord of the Gal Vorbak, am going to end your life. Rogel had an eidetic memory like every Primarch, and as such remembered the name. Argel Tal. Before monarchy the last time the word-bearers had given an order of battle which was not a horrible lie, the name had been the one of the captain of the 7th Assault Company of the Serrated Sun chapter. It was difficult to believe a space marine could become this thing in front of him, but then again a daemon had usurped Fulgrim's body and transformed it into a four-armed serpentine abomination. The red-skinned monster tensed, and suddenly paused to look at his right claw hand, where the sword was suddenly missing and the limb severed at the level of the wrist. The white-armored Eldar female who had jumped away, the sword of sorrows in hand, was certainly responsible for that. As were the numerous clowns materializing everywhere, surrounding him and the lapdog of Lorgar. Return that sword to me immediately. The red-skinned monster shouldn't have turned his head. Once more, Rogel's fist hammered against the red skin, and this time he fired the plasma gun he had held in reserve to shoot him at a range so short the appellation of close combat didn't seem so appropriate. Then he threw the gun into the air and plunged a grenade in the abomination's flesh. Less than a second later, the daemon was learning how to fly and met the bottom of the crevice for the second time, and Rogel seized his gun once more and began to shoot. I will kill you. The wings were bleeding the black fluid which could have been blood for demons, but it managed to rise once again, until he seized it by the throat and squeezed. Then the head found itself under his armored left boot. I am the Lord of the Gal Vorbak. The gods chose me to end you. There are no gods in the warp. Only monsters and abominations. And he ripped off a wing. Before ripping out the lower maw which had already regenerated. You can lie to yourself, but this is the truth. I have seen what your fellow abominations did to the population of Terra, lapdog of Lorgar. This time he used one of his knives to dismember the daemon as fast as he could. Mankind has done some horrible things, but our sins aren't a shadow of those parasites you worship. And for the record, the second arm was severed in the next second. I never lie. Unlike your legion of oath-breakers. The false emperor lied to us. No. No, he didn't. The voice was tired, the footsteps were slow and there was no lightning-fast attack to accompany his arrival. But when his brother marched out of the arena, hundreds of meters away, the abomination went silent for 8 seconds. An oath is an oath, the great Khan of the White Scars declared. And you were the ones to break it. What did he promise? An imperium where mankind would be safe, where science and logic would be prized and blind faith and zealotry would be discarded and forgotten. I might have my differences with my father, but he never lied about his goals and his dream. The eyes of the Warhawk stared at the red-skinned daemon. Run, traitor. Run and know that for all the lives and futures you have broken, the only reward you will receive is cruelty, damnation, and more cruelty piled atop it. The abomination which might once have been a word-bearer legionnaire rose again, half of its wounds still bleeding. There will be other battles. Fangs and a snake-like tongue were bared in defiance. And you won't escape your doom forever, Primarches. A bolter barked and the daemon received a shell between his eyes. Run, lapdog. Dorn ordered calmly. And tell Lorgar that if he wants to kill me, he'd better come in person do the job. The Primarch of the Imperial Fists shrugged. But we both know he won't. So run back to him and reclaim your place in the legion of monsters and cowards. The daemon growled, and then proceeded to do exactly that. Rogel turned his head to ask the Eldar what they were doing here, but by the time he opened his mouth, they too were running away, albeit in a very different direction. Segmentum Pacificus. The Rock. 5.256.305 M35. Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels Lucifer. This was the first time the Inner Circle used this hall since 001.M34 and the opening of the Fourth Black Crusade. Yet if a Dark Angel not privy to the affairs of the Inner Circle was invited here into the depths of the rock, he would be unable to find any physical evidence proclaiming the considerable historical weight of the room. The statues bearing the sigils of the different Dark Angels battle companies were as austere and simple as the ones displayed in the other rooms the chapter used for day-to-day activities. There was no ornamentation aside from these blocks of stone, no gemstones, no gold, and no art susceptible to catching the eye of a patron of the arts. There were several candles providing meager illumination, but ecclesiarchy pontifexes routinely used better ones. In one word, like in 100, the location and everything nearby was a spectacle of asceticism and frugality to the point non-Dark Angels might have found it quite disturbing. It didn't matter for the 15 Space Marines assembled there, clearly. They hadn't permitted a Space Marine who wasn't a son of the Lion anywhere near those rooms since their Gene-sire himself walked among them and this citadel was a mere castle, not the starfaring base it had become. And if they had their way, this state of affairs would continue for all eternity. They were the leaders of the Unforgiven, the disciples of long-destroyed Caliban, and they hunted the fallen. It was rare they were in disagreement. Today was one of these exceptional instances. Enough. He declared. Supreme Grand Master, Enough. The master of the fourth company bowed deeply to apologize. Don't believe for a second I am happier to hear the bad news than you are, brothers. Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels Lucifer spoke quietly. But at this moment, haste truly is our enemy. I am not happy to know our secrets are known by too many people. It is a situation all our predecessors have made supreme efforts to avoid. But the usual procedures we adopt in cases like this would do worse than confirming the truth to the Inquisition and many other organizations of the Imperium. They would brand us as traitors. There was no shudder, no grimace, and no expression of disgust. But the air suddenly felt colder, and all the faces of the Astartes present looked like statues carved of marble. I agree we can't take action against Nyx. That world is too defended and holds the secrets of Bacta, the latter which is too useful in healing our wounded battle brothers and bringing many of our venerable ancients back to active duty. The Master of the Raven Wing agreed. And when it comes to it, they have only a minor fallen there, the Master of the Seventh Company declared. I know our duty demands of us to take all of them back to the rock, but this one appears to try to find redemption. But when it comes to it, he revealed some of our deepest secrets to many Space Marine chapters. The Master of the Deathwing icily countered. And let's not forget the presence of Cypher. The name was whispered with the hatred it deserved. Peace, brother. Cypher will be captured in due time, and by the Lion's name, we will make him repent. My apologies, Supreme Grand Master. As I said, and I repeat, having someone know our gravest and most important secrets is a shame we will have to endure. The fact this person is a living saint benefiting from Custode's protection however is one of the many reasons we won't move against her. Lady Weaver clearly has received the Emperor's blessing, and though our secrets are no longer secret with her, she has chosen to not disseminate them across the galaxy. This gives us opportunities. You want to meet her, Supreme Grand Master? The Grand Master of Chaplains asked. I want the Inner Circle and the other chapters of the Unforgiven to consider the issue, Lucifer corrected his battle brother. It will take time, the Master of the Ravenwing warned. With the military preparations around Cadia and the other major fortress worlds, we are not going to take the rock across half the Imperium and deprive loyal worlds of our protection. The leader of the Inner Circle announced. Not when all predictions confirm several fallen intend to resurface and join the coming Black Crusade. 14 heads nodded in approval. It had long been a source of frustration and loathing that many fallen estimates varied between 300 and 5,000 had taken refuge in the Eye of Terror with the other renegades. We will speak with the other Inner Circles and return with an answer, Supreme Grand Master. Good. What is the next order of the day? The Space Wolves. This time the atmosphere of the room suddenly grew less formal. Please tell me their Great Wolf didn't empty half of his tankard on a vellum document bearing the High Lord's signatures. I don't know what exactly they've done recently, the Grand Master of Librarians admitted, but it appears the Fabricator General of Mars is less than happy with whatever it may be. The Sons of Rus sometimes are so caught up in their heroic tales they forget that for most of the innocent caught in their rampages, the reality is neither a tale nor heroic. Indeed, brother, the Master of the Ravenwing agreed. But the wolves are wolves. We know better than a lot of politicians how undisciplined and drunk they can be. What is the High Lord's request? 42nd most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Sodanol. Arch-traitor's emissary. Arch-heretic. Extremis Omega technological threat. Warning, massive deployment of Adeptus Titanicus assets required given the heretic's permanent escort. Tech exorcism and prime support of Adeptus Mechanicus Archmagi absolutely necessary to confirm final death. Reward, 500 trillion throne gelts, 10 planets, permanent support of Adeptus Mechanicus and Collegia Titanica assets for a lifetime. The Eye of Terror. Gloriana battleship Vengeful Spirit. Lord Vigilator Iskandar Kaon. Communicating with someone across long distances in the Eye of Terror was always a non-trivial task by itself. Communicating with someone who was in the midst of the greatest muster of word-bearer forces since the rebellion launched by the first War Master without the Sons of Lorgar being aware of it increased the difficulty by 100 times. Iskandar was relatively satisfied by the efficiency of the new device Seraxias and his personal efforts had built in record time. One couldn't do anything about the awful appearance, unfortunately. From all sides, it definitely looked like a green jelly shaped by 999,999 screaming faces in a tank looking like half of an incomplete Daemon engine. It couldn't be helped. Secrecy was more important than appearances at this point. He certainly obtained the information necessary from the Alpha Legion before invoking his own demonic pacts. War Master, the voice of Sodanol was distant but still recognizable, and there was no risk of misunderstanding. The caches your Legion prepared and the strategic feints utterly eluded him, however. I think he didn't even use his resources to search, never mind find them. If so, that is good news, Ezekiel remarked. A lot of shipments and subterfuges were placed in these contingencies. I would have hated to invest so much in them only for a Primarch to steal them. What can you tell me about this order of battle? Unless his dark apostles and their useless priests try to once again meddle with things they don't understand, Hellforge Mistress Sotanul definitely sounded angry enough to dissect one or two word bearers in a fit of rage. They should have 108 battleships operational soon. The Lord Vigilator didn't make a sound, but there were other members of the Ezekarian around him who lacked his restraint. No one present to listen to this conversation was a stranger to military warfare, but the Black Legion had barely half of that number in its order of battle, and they wouldn't dream about engaging all of them in a single offensive. Too many of these hulls were busy training new Astartes and crews to compensate for the losses of past campaigns. There are many drawbacks, obviously, the disciple of Kelbier Hal continued in a voice which for a tech priest of the new Mechanicum, was half smug, half teaching mode. They have too few escorts, and of those they asked me to modernize or rebuild entirely, as they have little idea how to use them in their proper role. A few Korifos appear to have a decent grasp of raiding tactics and small fleet organization, but the rest have really stupid ideas for their grand armada of chaos undivided. War Master. This time everyone chuckled, Ezekiel included. Lorgar had always loved to aggrandize his projects and build things bigger, grander, and far more often than his brothers and the other legions, and this hadn't changed. But they have not been suspicious of your allegiances. No, War Master. I was surprised too, but their suspicions against foreign elements are more focused on the forces of the Alpha Legion. For good reason, an anonymous voice muttered. It's internally they are incredibly fractured, far more than I estimated in my most pessimistic projections. The Hellforge Mistress informed the most wanted being the Imperium had placed at the top of its kill lists. They have a rising power of anarchy in their backyard, Ezekiel reminded her. With all due respect, War Master, I don't think that alone can explain the divisions of the Dark Apostles and the other high officers. Many conversations they have in war councils make the Iron Warrior Wars myths look cooperative and amicable. No, in my opinion the fault is Cor Phaerons, and of course Erebus. Someone should have drowned that bastard at birth, Vortigern grumbled. Continue to observe, Sotanul. The first heretic has a plan, even if his is a stolen copy of one of ours which received additions to ingratiate himself with the Cyclops. As for anarchy, don't intervene. Make sure your ships are clear of the rat vermin, and let Erebus turn the defeats into unmitigated disasters. We can trust the Vile One to accomplish this. Yes, War Master. Sotanul paused. And the Black Crusade's ultimate goal? Wanted. Dead or alive? Machiavelli Alfarius. Possible agent of the Alpha Legion. Probable crimes of sedition and heresy on 10 worlds of His Most Holy Majesty. Identification problematical. Ties unknown with traitor rogue traitors and cardinals. Reward, 100 million throne gelts. Segmentum Tempestus. Gloriana Battleship Beta. 8.347.306 M35. First Hero Master Machiavelli Gonzaga. One day, he would begin his work not having to consider what to do about traitors to his own legion. Today was not that day. So Arcos and his warband have joined the rest of the daemon worshippers at Sikaris. The Anarchy's heart and every capital ship we know to be associated with him have been sighted, yes. This wasn't good for the Imperium. That traitor and his forces had a fondness for sabotaging some vital strongholds by acting as commandos behind enemy lines. It wasn't saying good things for the future of the Alpha Legion. We are going to need to resupply a lot of our assets in Obscurus and change many of our procedures. Arcos can't be allowed to gain access to our resources, be they old or new. I know. Machiavelli said grimly. Vicos scale. That one is a lesser threat, his chief of operations reassured him. I'm not surprised he rallied to the word-bearer's side, frankly. When he went rogue at the siege, he was already a fanatic and had sold his soul to the ruinous powers. And he met with Cor Phaeron at least 5 times since the scouring. Whoever could tolerate being in the same room with the Black Cardinal had either a talent for lying or shared the convictions of that monster. The first Hero Master was sure Vicos scale had both of these traits in spades. Which leaves the armored serpents. Do we have a clue who is hiding behind the identity of Fikran? The veteran of the Alpha Legion couldn't believe that old trick was in use again, but someone among the renegades was evidently determined to prove him wrong. No. Based on the old data we have, we're fairly confident it isn't Armillus Dynat. Not one of the ships repaired in Sikaris shipyards is one of the fallen princes. And we know he loves grand entrances. He might be willing to wait until the word-bearers break through the Cadian Gate. Until they lose half of their ships and space marines against the walls of Cadia, you mean, First Hero Master, his subordinate smirked. I have no great love for the Imperium of Mankind and the Shock Troopers, but this time they are taking the threat seriously. Cadia and the other fortress worlds are already heavily fortified and they have a considerable garrison of space marines. More soldiers and weapons are shipped to Cadia every day. It's not as fortified as Terra once Rogaldorn finished shoring up its ramparts, but they have a hell of a fight ahead of them. The word-bearers and their allies have gathered a host of worrying proportions. And we all know they love summoning their demons at the first opportunity. The 17th Legion had always relied a lot on Daemon Ansi as the heresy raged, but across the millennia, this over-reliance had turned into a mad obsession. But going back to Fikrin. We are trying to locate all the Harrow Masters who have gone rogue in the last millennia, but it's a slow endeavor. Many of them weren't exactly easy to contact at the best of times, now that they are acting against us. The Astartes cleared his throat. It's not Voldorius, that much I would bet my life on. Once again, that wasn't reassuring. Voldorius had been efficient, but in many ways, Machiavelli thought the legionnaire had been promoted beyond his capabilities. At some point, cruelty and complex plans which required your subordinates to die made for very, very poor leadership qualities. A name flashed in red at the top of the list of unaccounted Harrow Masters, and not one of the Alpha Legion Space Marines commented on it. Kel Silonius. The Harrow Master had been the favorite of Primarch Alfarius, and his disappearance millennia ago had considerably weakened the 20th Legion. Someone was still committing chaos atrocities in his name and led vast planetary rebellions, which had pushed the Imperium to put the name at the top of its kill list, though Machiavelli remained confident their information on him was a puzzle with plenty of missing parts compared to his own databases. This Fikrin has resources, but he has not deployed a Gloriana battleship, or any kind of unit heavier than a standard battle barge. Continue to keep plenty of eyes on that warband. The first Harrow Master commanded. There's something wrong with this. Well, we don't know the plans of the word-bearers. His chief of operations was very apologetic now. And unless we manage to capture one of the senior Dark Apostles and successfully extract the knowledge directly from his brain, it's going to be difficult predicting what sort of madness the sons of Lorgar intend to unleash, again. Ultima Segmentum. Aleto Craft World. 8.605.306 M35. Farser Eldrad Ulthran. Eldrad had met many, stubborn Farsers in his long life, but until this cycle he hadn't had the honor of meeting Farser Eldorath Starbane, senior member of the Aleto Farser Council. Now that he had, Eldrad wondered how bad the situation was that he couldn't justify postponing this conversation in the privacy of his thoughts. At least he had been right to convince Aurelia and the most outspoken followers of Authority to not come with him. The first insinuations and mockeries of Starbane would have soured the debate far quicker than it did, and the Asuryani could not afford disunion. Even if Eldorath Starbane was the most stubborn and inflexible Farser he'd met other than the Biltan ones, and the latter were dead. The Book of Mournful Night is formal, the prophecy of doom arising is at hand if we do not act. The Aletok Farser repeated for the fourth time in the same meeting. The actions of the Monday Key. The humans, Eldrad interrupted. What? They have annihilated Biltan, fought the legions of She-Who-Thirsts and by themselves sufficiently weakened excess for the final blow to be struck. The old Ulthwi Farser explained slowly as if he were talking to a child, and in fairness it was not a completely inaccurate comparison. Calling them primates, lesser species, or something equally as insulting is a symbol of pettiness and makes us appear ridiculous. The entire galaxy knows what the humans have done to our species. It was the Drukhari who were destroyed, not us. Eldrad raised an eyebrow. Do you think most of the galaxy cares about our splintering? Especially since Biltan and its allies intervened in the second fall, on the wrong side, and got crushed for their troubles. The fall of Kamarak had cost them so much goodwill among hundreds of psychic species everywhere that Eldrad sometimes wished there was a way to resurrect the high Farsers of Biltan just for the pleasure of personally killing them with his bare hands. What had the idiots been thinking? Eldorath Starbane stared at him for a long moment before returning to his subject of predilection. Anyway, the young Asuryani continued in a tone which proved the last exchange had completely gone over his head. It is obvious that the Dark Throne of the Citan is about to act in such a way that will release the Storm Lord from its deep slumber. You can't be sure of this. The Dark Throne is making divination efforts particularly difficult in that region. It was possible to work around the edges of the shroud of void created by the monstrous battle station, but Eldrad would be lying if he claimed the accuracy of the visions received by these methods was sufficient to stake Asuryani lives on it. Is it so impossible to believe we have a clearer view of what is at stake than the great Farser of Ulthwi? Eldrad gritted his teeth, noticing none of the Aletok Farsers he had come to plead his future to were whispering Starbane was rude or wrong. A change of approach was necessary. Let's say you are absolutely right, the Ulthwi emissary made a show of humility, making his interlocutor blink in surprise. Let's say this prophecy is about to happen, and you are absolutely right in how it plays out, as well as the implications of such a tragedy. Let's accept the Dark Throne is soon going to move to Mandragora and rouse the Sodak legions from their long period of dormancy. Then what? Then what? Eldorath Starbane's brain appeared to break upon these words. We move against them, of course. For the first time, heads turned in shock among the Aletok Farsers. Ah, Starbane hadn't informed them of that. How? You doubt the strength of the Aletok craft world? No, not at all, Eldorath smiled, but Eldrad Ulthran was far from concerned hurting the arrogance of this Farser if it spared uncountable Asuryani lives. But nor do I doubt that the Necrons of the Dark Throne will take less than a human day to slaughter the might of the Aletok armies and fleets. The reactions were an outburst of imprecations and vociferations. More visions no one has seen. More like military common sense, Eldrad coldly replied. Our ships, our seers, our warlocks, our mental coordination, we often forget, to our sorrow, that everything we use in war relies on power of a psychic nature. The Dark Throne, as long as its psychic cancelling aura is active, will make us as powerless as newborn children inside its area of effect. Unlike other races, we can't fight the Dark Throne directly. Moving against that battle station will make the massacre of the Biltan fleet look like a close fight. But Eldorath Starbane wasn't ready to admit defeat yet. Then we move against the Storm Lord himself. I'm sorry. Another Eletok farcer burst out incredulously. None of our rangers were ever able to touch the cursed ground of Mandragora without dying. Their orbital and planetary defenses remain intact. You said the humans moved against them in certain visions. If they can do this, it shouldn't be too difficult for us to break through. Eldrad felt a measure of doubt hearing this self-righteous voice. He hadn't been that arrogant, had he? The council is unconvinced by your argument, Farcer Starbane, a blue-haired female farcer of Eletok proclaimed after several murmured conversations. Humans have allied with a Necron splinter group. They will have gained valuable information on its defenses, and developed methods to counter them, or avoid their devastating power entirely. Eldrad breathed out in relief. Sanity and prudence had won the day. At the same time, the council isn't ready to forget the threat which might be the doom of all Asuryani. The voice of the council instantly dashed several of his hopes. The Storm Lord and the Dark Throne each cost millions of Yildari lives in the legendary war in heaven. Allowed to rise and unite their evil capabilities, their nightmarish host will be unstoppable. The green eyes watched the two farcers. We lack much information to use the prophetic words in a way which will not leave this craft world suffering the fate of Biltan. It is why the prophecy must be understood and the visions of the future cleared before oblivion engulfs everything. Eldrad didn't nod or show any sign of approval, unlike Eldorath Starbane. He was confident he wasn't going to like the solution proposed by the Eletok Council. A single human is at the heart of the visions, and so it is this human the path leads us to. Farcers, you must travel to the world which is burning in song and light, and convince Maelsha Eildanan to give you the keys to solve this prophecy. There were times Eldrad hated being right. Segmentum Obscurus. Vandal System. Starfort Pantheon of Infamy. 6.888.306 M35. Supreme Grand Master Helios. Trying to use a teleporterium while a warp storm raged around your ship had long been acknowledged as madness, even in the noble ranks of the Grey Knights. There were moments when the hexagrammic and other anti-demonic wards of the Sentinels of Titan could not provide adequate protection, and teleportation was providing the archenemy such an opportunity to strike. When the warp influence stayed limited, the first-rate teleporteriums of the Grey Knights were assets whose tactical advantages more than outweighed the risks and drawbacks. In a warp storm, the probability of losing entire brotherhoods was too high to risk it. Yet today, Supreme Grand Master Helios, acting in his capacity of senior figure against the abominations plaguing the Vandal system, had ordered exactly that. At his command, 101 Grey Knights Space Marines, including himself, had walked into the teleporterium chambers. And when they reappeared on board of the traitor-held Romilai's Starfort Pantheon of Infamy, 100 Grey Knights were here to answer his call. The ether gold shards which had been placed upon their foreheads had provided the holy protection they needed to repel the warp's influence, like the larger crystal in the hands of their navigator had allowed the battle barge Fire of Dawn to enter the Vandal system while other warships would have been reduced to dust by the ruinous powers. We will need to thank the living saint. You will thank her yourself, since you volunteered, High Paladin. Helios let a thought of amusement filter through the telepathic link before steeling his soul and power for what had to be done. Brothers. We are the hammer. Let none survive our wrath. 100 Grey Knights roared. For the Emperor. The heretics of the Starfort could not let such a challenge go unanswered. For the Pantheon. Death to the false Emperor. Illumination will be brought to all. Death to the anathema. Mutated beings which might have once been humans charged the line of the Grey Knights, and behind them came demons and abominations which had sullied this galaxy for far too long. Nemesis force weapons and incinerators annihilated these enemies in mere seconds, and soon his personal weapons banished the demons by ones and twos. We must press on. Whatever ritual the Starfort masters are doing, it will be completed soon. Grey Knights were always pressed for time when trying to foil the plans and rituals of the archenemy, but this time a malevolent mind had almost succeeded in veiling the Vandal system from the Titans' prognosticars. Whatever malevolent plan had been conjured by the minds of the damned and their abominable masters had to be stopped with utmost priority, and therefore Helios had authorized the first deployment of the ether gold resource in Brotherhood strength. Unfortunately, only one of the 8 Brotherhoods had been at Titan when the threat had revealed itself, which was the reason he was leading the assault himself. The ruinous powers would not win. Not on his watch. Not as long as a single Grey Knight drew breath. Tremble, for chaos comes. You are too late, slaves of the false Emperor. Die. Die. Your souls belong to us. The demons received no answer. The Grey Knights had given their battle cries to these warp abominations, and that was all they would ever receive aside from nemesis weapons to their imperial essence before they were banished from this galaxy. There are many variants of demons opposing us, Supreme Grand Master. The 7th wave was entirely decay, and the 2 waves after that were of rage and lies. Few cultists bother respecting the conventions when the moment of their triumph is at hand. The arch-enemy leadership has received knowledge from the traitor 17th, or is from the traitor 17th itself. Helios wasn't able to find any flaws with this reasoning. Not when red-armored daemon engines and monsters combining forbidden lore of the warp and technology were unleashed against them. But they were the Grey Knights. By holy fire and light, they stood. By sheer force of will, they battled the hordes of the archenemy which desired nothing less than to enslave mankind to their capricious whims. Only 91 Grey Knights lived to breach the inner gates of corruption and damnation, but for every martyr they banished or killed 10,000s of the slaves of chaos. Naturally, the heart of the Star Fort was the heart of the corruption. It was nothing but an unending tapestry of 8-pointed stars, which explained how the heretics had managed to summon so many of their demons. The floor was a miasma of screaming faces and tortured mouths. Tongues and ears appeared and mutated, before turning out to be more monstrous things. The walls were corrupted flesh and millions of flayed human bodies. Blood and sorcery coalesced, supported with huge flies and unspeakable horrors. The air was thick with poison and worse things. Helios had seen many corrupted locations to reach the duties of Supreme Grand Master, but few could compare with this heretical temple built to worship false gods. You arrived too late. The red-armored monster leading the cohort of heresy and monsters had certainly been a word-bearer in his time, though obviously, save the red armor, there wasn't any difference between it and a black-skinned daemon. Tremble before the might of chaos undivided. He lies. There are many other altars where they haven't reached the required numbers of sacrifices. I will fight this abomination. Battle brothers, you know our duty. Enjoining thought to act, Helios sprinted to meet the arch-corrupter of Vandal. Fool! The ray of darkness the daemon used to attack him was powerful, Helios was sure. But it was unwieldy. It missed him by a wide margin, and by the time a second attack was in preparation, his weapon had already bitten deep into demonic flesh. The daemon barely gasped in pain. Is that all? Helios wasn't a soul to break under despair, but at that moment, he suddenly understood this first altar had not been supposed to accomplish anything to corrupt the planets of Vandal. The purpose of the sacrifices had been to kill him. He saw the claw rise and malevolent energies clash with his own psychic might. He saw his death. Helios laughed and removed his helmet. The power of the ether gold, contained by the internal wards of his armor and his self-control, exploded in a miniature golden sun. For the Emperor. For him on Terra. And the Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights head-butted the demonic general. Nuuu. The creature had been extremely tall, even by greater daemon standards, and as such his forehead where the ether gold crystal touched the demonic flesh hit the archenemy's slave in the chest. But when it did, the fell essence began to turn gold and burst apart in golden flames. The daemon shrieked and fell, and Helios took the time to pick his helmet back up. No additional blow was necessary, his opponent would soon meet a very unpleasant fate. Part by part, its back shriveled and burned before being banished. At the end, there were only black ashes and a golden pyre. This day has not seen your death, but we will have our revenge. Look at the skies and despair. Brother Captain? There was a secondary star fort hidden behind the moon. They are dragging one of the planets into the warp. I think, they intend to drag it into the Eye of Terror. The other 7 planets? Safe. The warp storm is fading. However, given the effort and the corruption we found here. Yes, the Inquisition is going to have a lot of work ahead of them when they arrive. Yet something was wrong, Helios knew. As the warp storm waned and telepathic contact with the single squad of battle brothers left on the Fire of Dawn could be established, confirmation came many traitor ships formerly belonging to the Imperial Navy had been destroyed, as had considerable quantities of ancient classes of attack craft and escorts. Add the sorcerers and the cults the Grey Knights had killed, and the many servants of the word-bearers which were now trapped inside the Vandal system with no hope of escaping, the outcome had resulted in a massive spending of heretical resources for what felt a very minor victory. What do we know about the planet these accursed traitors have prevented us from saving? It was a hive world, Supreme Grand Master. The name was Volskani. They made a few significant industrial contributions to the Imperial war machine 3 centuries ago, but nothing within the last century. Apart from the fact it was the 8th planet of the Vandal system, it was really weak heretical symbolism. I know the archenemy isn't logical, but something doesn't add up. Yes. The traitors will find use for the massive PDF effectives of a hive world, but they can't expect a few million cultist guardsmen to be the equals of the Kadians or the elite of the Astra Militarum. Supreme Grand Master, the authorities of Vandal Prime built a sizable number of Leviathan super heavy assault transports for them. They also had the patterns of an ancient model of super heavy tank called the Cataphract. And suddenly, the connection was there. Helios didn't need to search further to know he had found the missing symbolism. Some of the super-heavy vehicles recorded to have fought at Kamarak were modified cataphracts. The hive world of Nyx is producing them. The name for the regiments of Volskani was Volskani cataphracts. This is grave news and the living saint must be warned. Now let us purge the Vandal system of the slaves of chaos, brothers. Helios had been unable to prevent the archenemy from claiming Volskani. But as his anger was focused into a merciless weapon, he swore no other heretic would escape the punishment they deserved. 70th most wanted being of the Imperium of mankind. Dead only. Peristur. Apostle of Terror. Chaos Sorcerer. Daemon Summoner. Traitor Astartes. Extremis Traitoris. Extremis Diabolus. Excommunicate Traitoris. Extremis Omega Moral Threat. Endangerment of Alpha-class militarum assets and below acceptable to eliminate the threat. The monster is to be killed and disposed of with the holiest weapons available. Reward, 234 trillion throne gelts, 3-star forts, 2 planets, 5 orbital stations, 1 warrant of trade, etc. The Eye of Terror. High orbit over Volskani. Carrion-class heavy battleship Vox Dominus. Dark Apostle Peristur. Peristur should have felt ecstatic looking at the red-blue orb waiting below the Vox Dominus. The command of their ascended father had been accomplished thanks to his preparations and agents. Volskani had been dragged into the Eye of Terror, a feat many blind servants of the false emperor would have collapsed in shock at if they heard of it. Dark Apostle Naren, who had let him borrow the Vox Dominus after his undeserved ascension, would not return any time soon to contest his claim on the heavy battleship. The banishment he was on the receiving end of would weaken him for a very, very long time. Most of the legion, the parts which were salvageable, was properly in awe of his deeds. Powerful Astartes warbands, demons, and other military forces were eagerly joining his third great host and accepting him as their lord and master. He had been granted first pick when it came to selecting the Volskani cataphracts and the Vandal militia which would be integrated to his numbers. Why were his thoughts so morose then? It was certainly the cataphracts. He had been eager to grab some, imagine turning the very engines which had made the Battle of Kamarak a victory against the false saint, but the reality had been far more disappointing than expected. The Vandal-built cataphracts equipping the Volskani regiments were slow and extremely prone to mechanical problems. The visions of the unbelievers had showed similar engine shapes, but the Nyxian heavy tanks had little in common with the Volskani originals. This could have been avoided if he had been allowed to proceed according to the original schedule. No, there was no point raging against what he couldn't change. Peristur could only hope he would have the opportunity to shoot Erebus during the soon-to-come campaign. And if he had to be honest with himself, it wasn't the cataphracts which were making him really angry. Erebus was vile as usual, and the Volskani weren't destined to be the flawless asset which would guarantee their triumph. They had Astartes legionnaires for that. No, the reason he was raging internally was the incredible facility with which the Grey Knights had torn apart Naren and every word-bearer and sorcerer sent to the Vandal system. Peristur had ridden them off the moment they left the Eye, but there was a difference between accepting never seeing them again and watching live as more than 5 years of effort crumbled in less than an hour. The Dark Apostle had not foreseen that the favorite killers of the false emperor would have access to the never-enough damned ether gold. Weaver would pay for that, Peristur swore it, but the Dark Apostle wasn't stupid enough to believe that should she die tomorrow, the Grey Knights would be suddenly deprived of this new game-changer. Much like Bacta, it would take a long time before those believing the lies of the tyrant saw their stores dwindle into irrelevance. Their mission to bring the primordial truth to the mortals had become more difficult, and Peristur didn't know if future souls touched by the false emperor would have the same powers. By Tsianch, he prayed they wouldn't. Killing one target as defended as that blasphemous mortal was not going to be simple. There was a reason they had mustered the Grand Armada of Chaos Undivided for that, but it could and would be done. If however she died and the next decade a new abomination appeared wielding the same abilities, unlike Cor Phaeron, Peristur didn't believe opening the cicatrix maledictum was going to be enough to utterly destroy the Imperium. The war would only end when Terra fell, and they were very far from that victory. Prepare my Stormbird, Cora Foss. I am going to honor the illuminated Volskani with my presence. Make sure they understand the honor I am offering to their souls and worthless carcasses. Right away, Lord Peristur. I will make sure they behave. The Dark Apostle resumed his observations of Volskani, whose massive temples sang the proper litanies to please the gods, sacrificing the last mortals who had refused to swear themselves to the pantheon, not that there were more than a few hundred of these fools among a population of several billion. All is proceeding. Peristur suddenly felt in extreme danger, and a daemon he had packed with shouted a word of warning in his head. Peristur seized his accursed Crozius and turned to strike faster than an elite transhuman warrior should be able to. But there was no one. The hall was empty, save the possessed servitors he kept to communicate his order to the rest of the third great host. And then the first head of a servitor rolled to his feet, decapitated so neatly Peristur doubted anybody but an Eldar could have managed the feat while sneaking up on him. A second head rolled. Then a third. In less than a minute, every servitor or blessed thing he had allowed to continue basking in his presence was revealed to be dead. And still the attack didn't come. Heartbeats he spent patiently waiting, reinforcing his sorcery to prepare for a terrible battle. But there was no one alive on this observation bridge, no one but him. How? How was it? As he turned again, Perister saw there was an object on his seat. An object which hadn't been there when he left it minutes ago. And the Dark Apostle shuddered when he recognized its nature. It was a raven's feather. Beyond the light of the Astronomicon. The Eastern Fringe. Marathon System. Grand Cruiser Pavian Victory. 8.580.307 M35. Rogue Trader Wolfgang Bach. It had taken 2 years for the Pavian Victory and the squadron accompanying it to reach the stellar system labeled M1X59D on the ancient map. In theory, a warship taking so long to sail such a short distance was nothing to brag about. Within the same amount of time, a cruiser could go from Nyx to the throne world and be on its way back. In practice, traveling at these FTL speeds was impossible as soon as you arrived in the Eastern Fringe. Wolfgang and the tech priests had internalized that concept before they left Nyx, but there was a difference between acknowledging it deep inside, and seeing it with your own eyes. The moment the Astronomicon didn't shine anymore, warp travel by necessity became extremely short-ranged unless you were tired of life. The blonde-haired rogue trader hadn't understood everything in the navigator's explanations, but the three-eyed experts had made it clear that 3 light-years east of the new facilities built in orbit of Kars Zagros, a little outpost at the edge of known space, the light of the God Emperor was unable to shine. As a result, the travel conditions beyond this limit were complicated. Warp storms could rage and disappear without warning, only to reappear seconds later. Maelstroms of lightning and cosmic disasters prevented ships' access to the most direct paths. Outcasts and pirates of various Xenos species used gigantic bases as lairs to launch devastating raids on any who trespassed upon their ugly fiefdoms. By the time they reached M1X59D, Wolfgang had not needed to do a lot of convincing to rename the system Marathon, in honor of the trial of the same name which had found its way into the Sanguinella games a few times. Of course, it was then they had discovered that reaching the stellar system had been the easy part. Now they had to pass through it if they wanted this first step in the direction of Tur Athens to not be their last. The Marathon system was the only point of passage between 2 very violent permanent warp storms which were known in old databases as the Red Calamity and the Blue Woe. It was also both a long-forgotten graveyard and an ancient battlefield. The system had possibly been suitable for human colonization once, though there was no trace of it anymore. The planetary crusts of each planet had been cracked open by weapons on at least the level of Exterminatus. Orbital stations and ships had suffered the same fate. The tech priests believed Marathon was an ancient battlefield of the cybernetic revolt, the first conflict which had plunged humanity into the age of strife. Wolfgang was for the moment supporting their theory. Everything had been fought over. Thousands of asteroids had been booby-trapped or had super batteries installed upon them. Minefields making those of Pavia seem like a half-hearted effort had been scattered everywhere. Star forts had been forged from asteroids and planets in order to continue the slaughter. Who had won the battle? That was a mystery for the ages. With everything bombed to oblivion, the automatic weapons only ceasing to fire after running out of ammunition and energy, it was entirely possible the batteries of the two sides had continued to fire long past the point where there had been any survivors. It had made the exploration of the system very much a double-edged sword. On the one hand, the tech priests and search parties had recovered incredible quantities of rare metals and resources. Precious archaeotech was scarce, but the sheer number of wrecks and debris was enough to keep the Mechanics busy for decades, and as the star path between Kars Zagros and Marathon was surveyed over and navigators offered more information against expensive fees, Magi had come to partake in these discoveries. On the other hand, the advance into the Marathon system had been accomplished at an extremely sluggish pace. It had taken 3 years to get rid of the most dangerous minefields and abandoned weapon systems, which included the infamous vortex mines, and other singularity or chrono weapons which could carve a ship apart if its master had not taken sufficient precautions. 7 ships had been outright destroyed, and 5 including his Ambition-class cruiser were in the repair yards at Kars Zagros. It was slow and meticulous work, extremely demanding in attention and discipline, and Wolfgang was proud of his crew to have achieved it. Obviously the huge bonuses awaiting everyone once they returned from the Eastern Fringe helped. There was no Noctilith at Marathon, but the floating debris had their fair share of every alloy and metal mankind used to build starships, and it included extremely advanced types of ceramite and even what looked an evolved synthetic product superior to adamantium. Needless to say, the Mechanics and faraway Nyx paid very well for these discoveries. They had to destroy a lot of things which were prohibited by ancient imperial conventions, and some stuff was just too dangerous to be transported back to the Imperium, but the material bounty was good. But whilst slow, it had been progress, and the former First Naval Secretary had been confident that given a few more standard weeks, they would be able to leave Marathon behind, searching for the second step known as the L08G6 system. Not knowing the original name, the tech priests had given it their usual temporary denomination which would eventually lead to Tur Athens. Except a few seconds ago, a gigantic tear in reality had opened in the outer north of the Marathon system, and one of the worst fears of an Imperial commander had come through. Worse, it had immediately pushed into one of the minefields his ships had not disarmed, generating massive explosions, and destroying one of the clear lanes supposed to allow them to exit Marathon. It was a gigantic space hulk. And it was ruining months of work in mere minutes. This can't be a coincidence, Lord. Wolfgang chuckled, even if his heart wasn't in it. Of course it isn't a coincidence. If this had happened between our moment of arrival and anywhere within the following 3 years, I could have believed it. Now. The rogue trader rolled his shoulders in annoyance. This is enemy action. Something doesn't want us to go further than Marathon. The veteran of Kumarak had wondered when the ruinous powers would show their hand after one of them had died during the fall of the Dark City. Aside from a few mad pirates which had been infesting the region for centuries, the archenemy had been very discreet these last few years. Evidently, this unofficial lull was well and truly over. Due to the dangers of the system, we can't even try boarding it. A tech priest complained at the other end of a lithocast communication. I would have been extremely reluctant to send boarding parties at the best of times. The timing wasn't a coincidence, so it meant the abominations of the warp certainly had some nasty evil things waiting for them if they proved careless. But this space hulk has certainly come from the Red Calamity, given its arrival vector and the warp disturbances it generated, correct? Indeed, Lord. We have a match in our databases, announced another Magos. 55% compatibility with the space hulk Olithros, last seen 2 millennia ago. We demand permission to test the new high-precision torpedoes in order to cripple the integrity of the space hulk and increase the percentage of salvage once we will be able to reach the point of emergence of the Olithros. We have torpedoes capable of striking at such long range. This was certainly not a piece of information he had been given before today. Archmagos Lankovar has recently sent an ammunition ship with Mars-approved torpedoes for testing, the Magos bowed in an apologetic tone. As well he should, he had a feeling the cogboy had decided to delay informing him until the right time arrived, from his perspective. The tech priest was going to be vigorously reprimanded through the proper channels. Lady Weaver and Lady Dragon were doing their best to purge this kind of behavior from the Nixian ranks, but their Mechanikus had assimilated thousands of different cultures and tech traditions, which inevitably meant that there were troublemakers slipping beneath their vigilant gazes. Since we can't otherwise fire at the Olithros or do anything useful before it unavoidably translates out of Marathon, very well, Magos. Your firing test for the new torpedoes is approved. Don't disappoint me. Bombardment Cruiser Winged Vindication. Magos Aphelion Beta. Did we not go against the will of the chosen of the Omnissiah by failing to inform the rogue trader before today, Magos? Leave the great decisions to me, Questor, Aphelion canted immediately. Besides, it is not like his displeasure would have made any difference. The Winged Vindication is the only ship able to fire the new ammunition we have received. If you say so. As I said, leave the great questions of politics to me, the Griffon-born Magos repeated with his most authoritarian voice. Are the 40 torpedoes loaded? The torpedoes are loaded and the hypertelemetry control is active, his Questor canted back. It's still going to be difficult to hit the Olithros. Obviously. 3 million kilometers away is far beyond Nova cannon range under optimal conditions, and the Marathon system is not an optimal environment in which to fight. Despite the best efforts of Lord Rogue Trader Wolfgang Bach and the hundreds of thousands of the Omnissiah's servants working day and night to secure Marathon for the machine god, many zones were as dangerous as they had been 3 years ago, and the space hulk had barreled straight into one of those. But it is the optimal battlefield to test the new assets Archmagos Sultan produced at Nyx. If the Blue Nova torpedoes work here, they will work everywhere. The full name given to these blessed weapons was Nyx Pattern Blue Nova Class Long-Range High-Precision Plasma Torpedoes, and as far as Aphelion knew, they were part of the package of surprises the Mechanikus Council of Nyx was preparing for the Necrons and the other treacherous enemies of the Omnissiah. Unfortunately, not every Mechanikus ship could fire them without a refit. Mars and Risa patterns were fine, though they demanded modernizations of their fire control. The Griffon 4-built Winged Vindication had required a full year of engineering and machine surge modifications to be declared operational in this field. And to think most of the lunar refitted hulls in the Nyxian shipyards were receiving these blessed improvements. Fire, in the name of the Omnissiah. Praise the cog. The Winged Vindication had more than 20 tubes, but only 10 had been prepared to fire. It was a fine test to see how much his ship had benefited from the latest tech boons. Each tube had 4 torpedoes to fire, and all were fully automated. On non-automated warships / on a non-automated warship, firing them would require anywhere between 10 minutes to 1 hour. On the Winged Vindication, the 40 Blue Nova torpedoes were fired in 3.8 seconds. All torpedoes active, hypertelemetry reporting above level parameters. Attack data Alpha Beta 12 Gamma. May the motive force guide their holy penetration machine spirits. As for each torpedo fired, there was one of his tech priests focusing on its vector and acceleration. Aphelion had little else to do save enjoying the spectacle the Omnissiah had decided to grant them in his limitless magnificence today. One torpedo exploded well short of the target, contact with debris no auspex had detected. It was unfortunately common in this graveyard of machines, as furtive technology had been common for the ancients. A second followed suit 10 seconds later. Magos. Warp anomalies around the Olithros. Major warp anomalies. Estimation of the phenomena being precursor signs of warp translation, 76%. This soon. The Magos deployed as part of the units under the Master of Exploration canted incredulously before frowning. It was terribly unusual, and the words of the young rogue trader resonated in his memory. It seems Lord Wolfgang Bach was right. Magos. The Olithros is a space hulk, but its arrival in this very system indeed can't be a coincidence. The enemies of the Omnissiah sent it to ruin the work of several years. And by the machine god, this objective had been more than achieved. Contact with the numerous minefields and the hostile weapon platforms had created new clouds of debris that the servants of the Omnissiah would need months to clear. If so, they have committed a mistake, Magos, his quester commented. Our torpedoes are going to reach the Olithros before it can leave the system. Aphelion reviewed the numbers and the calculations. It was going to be extremely close, but his second had a point. The 36 torpedoes which had evaded the clouds of debris, the cloaked asteroids, and the multiple damaged armament nets of Marathon were going to strike before the final warp translation removed Olithros from real space. Please let them strike true. The torpedoes exploded, and so far from the scene of action, it appeared the space hulk seen via hololithic displays was vanishing under the explosions. Then the interferences and the debris generated clouded everything for several seconds. When their augurs and auspexes were able to once again scrutiny the space zone, the Olithros was nowhere to be seen, but it had left massive ship parts behind, and somehow, the Magos doubted this had been the plan of the archenemy. Prepare your best boarding teams, Quester. Aphelion ordered excitedly. We are going to need weeks to reach the hulls torn from the grasp of the Olithros. Yes, and Grand Cruiser Pavian Victory. Rogue Trader Wolfgang Bach. No power in this galaxy could save Magos Aphelion Beta from a reprimand by Lady Weaver, but Wolfgang knew the results of playing his game with the new ammunition would lessen the negative impact on his career. The reason for this benevolence towards a tech priest taking great liberties with the chain of command and the ammunition supplies was, of course, the largest fragment they had recovered from the Olithros. The name of the ship is Power XL, of the short-lived Adeptus Mechanicus XL class. If the first databases the tech priests were able to copy are true, it was commissioned in 999M30 and lost in 007M31. Which of course makes the hull near priceless. Starships dating from the years immediately preceding the Great Heresy had received a trove of technological improvements as the Great Crusade recovered quantities of STC templates, and the Mechanicus of that era had always fielded more advanced novelties. I'm not aware of what the Mechanicus means by power ship. Judging by the armament, I speculate it was a specialized design built to break enemy planetary blockades and resupply Allied forces within a few hours. The external armament we can see supports this hypothesis. It was true. The Power XL was a very heavily armored design, and the number of torpedo tubes and macro guns could hardly be considered small. In size, it had the size and tonnage of a heavy cruiser, heavily damaged of course, but a heavy cruiser nonetheless. Well, we've just made a lot of shipmasters back at Nyx very happy. The tech priests were in the process of purifying the warship, but so far the internal damage remained relatively limited. This meant a great deal of expensive technology to be returned to the Mechanicus, and the usual buyers paid high prices for a prize like this one. Assuming we can tow it back to Kars Zagros. We will need to install a new Geller field generator and do a lot of repairs, but I think we can succeed, my lord. There will be a price to pay for it, though. I suppose you refer to the fact our adventure into the unknown is going to stall for the next few months. Wolfgang asked lightly, watching the red light of the Red Calamity warp storm in the distance for a second before returning to admiring the damaged hull of the Power XL. Yes, lord. The timetable we agreed upon with the Mechanicus is now completely useless. I agree. The young rogue trader sighed. It can't be helped. The moment the Olithros appeared, the timetable was shot no matter what we tried. A pity that damned space hulk couldn't stay a few more hours. With one salvo, we recovered an ancient Mechanicus ship. With a few more explosions, what would have found hiding in the heart of this hulk? Nothing good, in my opinion. His second grimaced. Space hulks are cursed things, lord. We were already quite lucky this one had no orcs using it as a base. Can you imagine what the Xenos could do loosed in a system like Marathon? Wolfgang grimaced in return. He wasn't going to thank the man for thinking about this kind of disaster. Point taken. Anything more I should know before going to the astropaths and informing Lady Weaver of this unplanned event? The tech priests are all trying to stake a claim on the Power XL, since the Forge world which built it has been destroyed millennia ago. I should have warned you, I only wanted good news. The blonde rogue trader grumbled. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Mars. Headquarters of the Collegia Titanica. 0.012.308 M35. Fabricator Locum Decimus Osmium 5-1111. The moment had been auspiciously chosen. The repairs of the blessed flame wrought were nearly complete, as was the installation of the blessed devices which would make sure it did not succumb the same way the Gloriana tsunami did during the first ill-fated assault on the Mga monolith. Emissaries and ambassadors of 12x12 Forge Worlds had been invited to the ceremony. Hundreds of grand projects had been announced in the days before to awe and convince the billions of Martian tech priests the quotas they poured over every day in service of Olympus Mons and the other forges were paramount if they wanted to come closer to the Omnissiah. 12 blessed Mars pattern Arsenal-class star galleons had entered active service in the last standard month, followed by many groups of Percival siege walkers and thousands of lesser but still mighty war machines. 12 legions of Skitarii, one for each of the most productive forges of Mars, according to the latest production figures, were allowed to prepare the grounds for the grand ceremony. Thousands of tanks and mighty war machines came behind them, bearing the sacred banners which had for some waited hundreds of years in Mars vaults, carefully preserved with the holiest stasis technology. The fabricator general made 3 steps forwards and began his proclamations in an augmented voice which was heard across the red plains of the first forge world. Duty calls. Honor calls. Machine parts, oil, and prayers were made. They were answered. Duty was fulfilled. Honor was repaid. The sacred quest for knowledge has won many victories in years past. A pledge was made. Will it be answered? It was all theatrical, as non-adepts would say. Over 100 councils of war had been held in the last several years to arrive at this moment. The fruits of millions of hours of artisan work had changed hands, relics had been distributed, and generous contributions had been made to the exploratory fleets. Dissensions within the fabric of the Adeptus Mechanicus had been calmed and assuaged. But it was ceremony, and for all the politics involved under the red sands, no one venerating the Omnissiah could stay unmoved by the spectacle of 1 kilometer-tall walls of adamantium and ceramite opening slowly. It will be answered. The Legio will walk. The ground shook violently, and ancestral instruments played the ancient salute. The tremors gained in intensity, and the first Titan of Legio Ignitum walked in front of millions of augmetic eyes. On any battlefield, it was only good sense for warhounds and their smaller cousins the knights to lead the way and scout the terrain, in order to ambush the enemy and acquire as much information as possible for the larger Titans while denying this knowledge to the enemies of the Omnissiah. But not today. No, today the largest machines came first, and Decimus Osmium 5-1111 felt insignificant confronted with the beautiful form of an avatar of the machine god. Some would name it a relic of a lost and broken age. Others would call it by its formal name, Mars Pattern Imperator Class Titan. And while a handful had been built since M31, this one was particularly blessed by the Omnissiah, for its service to Mars and the Imperium had never been interrupted. It was one of the first machines which had seen him walk across the stars. It was exemplis. And as warlords emerged from the fortress to stand next to their leader and source of inspiration, the ritual words were uttered once more. Inveniam viamaut faciam. I will either find a way, or I shall make one. Millions of weapons and sacred cogs were raised into the air to salute the proclamation. Decimus Osmium 5-1111 prayed he would be alive to see the far more extravagant ritualist ceremony welcoming the battle maniples of the fire wasps back home in several years. Segmentum obscurus. Medusa system. Medusa. 5.199.308 M35. Iron Captain Ron. There had been so many rumors whispered about what was happening on Medusa these last centuries that the Iron Fist Space Marines, including Ron, had taken to ignoring them wholesale. It was true there were always different interpretations of doctrine and codes of war among the Iron Council and the ranks of the Iron Hands, but the same could be said about the other sons of Ferrus Manus and the existing chapters not sharing their gene seed lineage. The Iron Hands being divided by the so-called Moirai Creed, an idea which reeked of heresy and stupidity. Absolutely ridiculous. That was, until Ron arrived in the Medusa system and noticed how a good third of the Iron Hands' formidable fleet and mobile platforms of war were missing. Any other day, it would have been dismissed easily. Space Marines often found themselves at war, and the inheritors of the 10th Legion were no exception. Large detachments were always to be found outside the limits of the system serving as an Adeptus Astartes home world. The problem with this nice theory was that as of last year, the reports addressed to the Iron Fists, the Brazen Claws, and the rest of the Iron Hands' successors all insisted that the entire fleet was based in high orbit around Medusa. But if that was really the case, at least 2 battle barges and 5 strike cruisers were missing. Completely coincidentally, 2 shipyards had incomplete strike cruisers under construction within their berths. The assets of Clan Borgos were really conspicuous through their absence. Ron did not feel grief easily, but on this occasion his expression under his helmet was one of sorrow. What was this folly? As many wrongs had been avenged during the fall of Kamarak, the successors of the 10th should have assembled to convene on a new path. But no summons had come from Medusa, and so it was a hastily convened coalition which had travelled to Nyx for the Bacta conference. It was the Brazen Claws and the Iron Fists who had promised what needed to be promised to make the sons of Ferrus stronger than ever, and recognized the defeat of the Naga provided plenty of opportunities no one had thought would come in their lifetimes. And still the silence had continued to reign from Medusa's direction. The hours he spent walking and waiting before being introduced to the Iron Council were really uncomfortable. Not authorized to enter the Noosphere network or authorized to do anything else, as a matter of fact Ron meditated and calculated the odds of his mission being a success. They decreased with every minute, and the percentages hadn't been good in the first place. When he entered the vault where the Iron Council waited, informally known as the Eye of Medusa by the Sons of Ferris, his meager positive simulations were swiftly proven to be too optimistic. Iron Captain Ron. You overstepped your authority massively. The words, uttered by a venerable dreadnought of Clan Sorgal, could not go unanswered. That isn't for you to decide, venerable ancient. I am here on behalf of Chapter Master. You overstepped your authority. Another venerable dreadnought interrupted him, this time one of Clan Rakan. Bringing the Sons of Ferris Manus together without our authorization is utterly unacceptable. Maybe if we had received something other than complete silence from Medusa, we might have recognized it as a refusal. We are not seers. Ron regretted his outburst of emotion, but not the truth behind it. It was nothing more than the truth. Astropathic communications including yes or no, they could understand. Silence? What they were supposed to interpret from it. All true sons should have recognized the obvious course. It is evident no true son of Ferris Manus needs this mellowing substance called Bacta. Have you forgotten our words so easily? The flesh is weak. The flesh may be weak, but we have found a way to reinforce it and regenerate it, making it more likely to endure the ravages of war. Ridiculous. The flesh is weak. Yes. This treatment is nothing but failing to acknowledge the unavoidable. Only by proper metal and bionic modification can we eschew the weaknesses of the flesh. This was just sheer madness. And Ron saw no way to change any mind. For the first time he truly studied the composition of the Iron Council. Of the 41 members, 20 were venerable dreadnoughts and 21 space marines. Not a single seat was given to Clan Borgos, and as far as he could see, the non-entombed members had all replaced over 90% of their bodies with metallic and extensive augmetics. It was just illogical. Grave wounds necessitated mechanical replacements of course, but the flesh of a space marine was capable of excellent performances as long as it worked. And putting so much metal within an armor made you vulnerable to certain esoteric weapons developed by the archenemy. I acknowledge your position. He didn't believe it was logical or a good course, however. On a completely unrelated matter, the Brazen Claws and Iron Fists have agreed to answer the demand of Terra to defend the Hydra Cordatus system and... Do you really believe you can come here and try to shame us into abandoning the duties we have to purge the weakness of the flesh? Oh well. This mission was a complete failure anyway, best to end it with a logical argument. Lady Weaver reminded us quite pointedly when we spoke with her that our duties are not to purge anything within ourselves. Our duties are to protect the Imperium and humanity from the horrors of this galaxy. They also include killing said horrors. Nowhere has the Emperor told. Out of respect for the ties which once bound our two chapters, you will remove yourself from this sacred chamber at once. Ultima Segmentum. Realm of Ultramar. Macrage System. Laphise. 3.242.308 M35. Captain Ianid Thiel. Well, it was an interesting disaster. With all due respect, brother Captain, this underwater assault was rather underhanded and sneaky. Ianid nodded gravely. True, now tell me, in which environment is our armor perfect for camouflage? Touché, brother Captain, the company champion feigned a bolt touching the armor above his heart. Touché. Ianid allowed himself a smile as the beach of white sand around them gleamed under Macrage's sun. Beyond this line of white on the other hand, ultramarine blue waters awaited. They were warm and attractive, as it should be for a paradise world. Less than 20 kilometers away, there was a sea resort. I think we can return to Ravenna on foot, Ianid said at last. Tell the 8th to wait for us here Marcus, we will hold the post-exercise briefing there. Sergeant Purpurio is going to protest, again. Ianid gave an amused expression to the champion of his company. Marcus, I've just defeated a defending force with a tactic which was only barely mentioned in the Codex. He's going to protest no matter what. True. Marcus Flamininus admitted. The sergeant is, particularly attached to the traditions of the Codex. Ianid would have used a stronger term, like Grox-headed, but it was not his aim to light more fires. It's a shame. He could make a great captain. Sergeant Furious Purpurio was a virtuoso with a blade, a leader of men, and an excellent shot. Recently transferred from 9th Company, he had already mastered jump pack operations and bike riding like few of the 8th Company did. But as far as tactical skill went, the young Marine was like a servitor locked on a single line of instruction, desperately unimaginative and unable to see anything beyond the instructions of the Primarch. Anyone who had read the Codex Astartes would find ways to be 10 steps ahead of him. Like Ianid Thiel had done with an amphibious assault on the beach they were leaving. You realize, brother Captain, that the very flaws that disqualify him in your eyes to be a captain are valued qualities in other councils. Enid rolled his eyes. I am old, Marcus. I am not senile. The lips of the champion twitched. It wasn't my intention. The other space marine assured in a tragicomic tone. At least some Astartes still had a sense of humor. Yes, I am aware our little troublemaker is most likely going to be transferred to the 7th Company within the next decade. Unless Chapter Master Valens wishes for him to stay here and keep an eye on us. The problem when you placed most of the troublemakers in one company was the necessity of oversight. The company known as the Honor Blades had a long tradition of testing the lines of the Codex in every engagement, and as such they often met suspicion and antipathy from the 8 other companies which weren't tasked with scout training. Would Lord Macridge go that far? You tell me, the heresy veteran replied with a thin smile. I wasn't able to speak much with him. Past the initial ceremonies celebrating his return, Enid and Cato Valens had only met 5 times. It had been sufficient for the current chapter master of Ultramarines to realize that Enid didn't have many points where he was complimentary about the way the other Astartes ruled Ultramar. Oh, there weren't any problems like rebellions or heresy. Macridge was largely peaceful and tranquil, as was Ultramar as a whole. From the outside, the society and the culture of Macridge were still as dutiful as ever, a shining column of white marble presenting to the rest of the Imperium what a dominion under the benevolent guidance of the Ultramarines looked like. Macridge was still as idealistic as when he left, but the Ultramarines had not changed either, except their increasing isolationism. Laphise was a perfect example of this. Originally built to be a retirement world for the elite of the Imperial Army when it still existed, access to it had been heavily restricted after the Scouring. Far from reversing this trend, the M33, M34 and M35 chapter masters had made it worse. Nowadays, only high-ranked flag officers of Ultramar forces like the Ultramar Auxilia and the Precental Guard were allowed to retire on Laphise. Assuredly this resulted in a world which was still dutiful and refused the indulgences and decadence which had destroyed many paradise worlds from the inside. It also made sure the planet was rather sparsely populated for its size. There were fewer than 1 billion inhabitants, and it wasn't likely to change, with many of the newcomers having long gone past the age of siring children. Ultramar was near entirely separate from the Imperium now. It was a realm of space marines, and had little in common with the rest of the human-settled worlds out there. I'm certain Chapter Master Valens will acknowledge your skills soon. He can't deny you're one of the best tacticians the chapter has ever had. Enid didn't answer. The manner Valens and his most loyal captains, but curious to name only one, had been reacting to his arrival, and the words he spoke weren't exactly promising. Many among the Ultramarine leadership were rather open-minded, but others had reacted to his legendary reputation like he was Horus himself. It had not escaped him that right now, he was the one and only space marine in the Macridge system wearing a red helmet. Formerly a symbol of shame, thanks to his own actions it had eventually turned into a badge of honor and symbol of ranks. But the tradition had once again faded away. It was not forgotten like many things had been, but it was not really used either. Not when the 5th Company, the Wardens of the Eastern Fringe, was currently the only force deployed outside of Ultramar's frontiers. Acknowledgement or not, we must continue honing the skills of the 8th Company. They have much to learn before I'm satisfied with them. We're deploying to Mort Ndar or Thulium then. The fortress world of Mort Ndar was the first line of defense of Macridge, guarded by tens of millions of soldiers at any given time. Any enemy wanting to attack the heart of the Ultramarines realm had to neutralize the outer world if they didn't want to take a counterattack in the back. Thulium was a death world where a lot of scout and non-scout training was done. Oh no, we're staying here. Laphise is an unforgiving terrain like there are few in the galaxy. Brother Captain, unforgiving is not the description I would use for Laphise. That's where you are wrong, my dear Marcus, Enid smiled. Very wrong, indeed. Laphise is not a land which tolerates the slightest mistake. There are only lush plains with zero cover, cities unfortified which won't last a single hour during a serious siege, and seas and forests which don't have a single predator in them. Yes, the company chaplain said drily. That's why we call it indefensible. Nonsense, Thiel replied with a haughty expression which had horrified many blue-blooded scions of Macridge in M31. I assure you that when I'm finished with them, the members of the 8th Company will give their power armors to go to hell training on any other world which isn't Laphise. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Smilodon Trench Subsector. C21JDOD System. C21JDOD/Catachan Party Ground. 3.600.308 M35. Colonel Lothar Jordan. Lothar Jordan hated the mud and the trenches. Unfortunately, the Catachan Party Ground was pretty much a planet with mud and trenches on a continental scale, and the locations bereft of these two features were worse, because it meant you were training against tanks and mechanist troops. And while these enemies were only shooting at you with paint shells, they were still shells, just without most of the explosive strength. If you allowed yourself to be hit directly, you were going to spend a lot of time regretting it, assuming the stocks of Bacta weren't exhausted by the time someone dragged your body back to HQ. Men! The commander of the Krieg 83rd Line Infantry shouted. I have good news and bad news. Good news first, Colonel. Chorused his men. The good news is, the Munitorum bureaucrats, acting with the most extreme celerity, have finally accepted we need to change our uniforms and carapace armor's colors. And since Her Celestial Highness is generously paying the expense, the paint is already on its way. Hurrah! Of course, the Munitorum being the Munitorum, they insisted we did a last war game in our splendid armors of pink and gold. The Krieg colonel grinned. That's the bad news, in case you didn't understand. And since Major General Wilhelm Hohenzollern already has a series of 11 defeats under his belt, we're taking on an infantry of Nixians and Vostroyans today. This time the groans were sufficiently audible to be heard 3 trenches away. The rules of the game, sir. The captain of First Company asked as coins and tokens were exchanged between the guardsmen. Of all the traditions the Trade Corps had brought with it from faraway Krieg, this was one the Catachan devils had never been able to convince them to abandon. We're the defenders today. If the attack force manages to repel us from the first 5 trenches in 3 hours, they win. It should be manageable, assuming they don't have termite drilling machines this time. A couple of years ago, it would have definitely been overconfidence to speak like that, but each of the Krieg guardsmen standing in the trench today had survived months of hell training from their Catachan instructors. After the dozens of rounds of demotions and retraining, the notions of bargaining for better reports and arranging an informal market of ammunition had died rather hard in the face of adversity. Colonel. Seismographs active. They're sending mecha ambules. I should have kept my damn mouth shut, the captain next to him grumbled. Yes, you should have. Lothar Jordan agreed before grimacing. Between the underground drilling machines and the metallic ambules, he preferred the former. The tech priests could babble all they wanted about being a holy weapon tested for the chosen of the Omnissiah, these things were hell to neutralize, and their tunnels were even more difficult to collapse. And because there was no golden light on this damned training planet, their major general was an idiot who had committed the cardinal sin of annoying the cogboys, which meant the ambules had never been deployed on their side, not even once. At least Jordan had always been on the receiving side. Well, they're coming, the colonel of the Krieg 83rd mused philosophically. Let's try to make them sweat for their victory this time. Naturally, this was the moment the ground chose to open up and reveal a lot of these metallic animals. Ultima segmentum. Nix sector. Neptunia reach subsector. Nix system. Terra Cimmeria. 3.429.309 M35. Magos Artisan Charismus Xavier Alpha. The machines were activated once more, light flashed out, and the luminous fly of Indigo fell dead. Unfortunately, the other metallic fly at the other end of the chain, the one which was supposedly going to receive the sacred insect's essence, remained inert. Another failure, the Nixian tech priest canted in disappointment. What I am missing. It was particularly galling to hit such a wall of ferrocrete after so many successes. When the chosen of the Omnissiah had allowed him to work on machines which would allow the biotransference of living insects into metallic bodies, Charismus Xavier Alpha had been thrilled by the challenge and ambition of the project. If it worked, Lady Weaver would have a swarm at her disposal when she landed on the Imga monolith and taught the Xenos the errors of their ways. When the insects didn't need to breathe anymore, the possibilities were near infinite. In practice, the project had been far more difficult than in the first cogitator estimations. It had only been last year the first mecha ambule had been a success, and it had taken 2 more months before the process could be considered reliable, which as far as the overseers and his superiors were concerned, was a success rate of bioconversion over 99%. The Nixian Magos had really believed the problems were behind him, as after the mecha ambules, the mecha spiders, mecha centipedes, and mecha beetles had required mere days to be successful. But as the council praised him and gave him more resources to play a major part in the glory of those following the chosen of the Omnissiah, the adamantium wall rose in front of him. No matter what he tried, he couldn't biotransfer psychic species like the prized Catachan ants into bodies worthy of the motive force inhabiting them. Charismus had not tested it more than once upon the great golden ants, of course. While the warriors of the hives delivered to him were blessed insects at the end of their lives, the tech priest doubted killing dozens of these priceless assets left and right would be something the chosen would thank him for. The indigon flies had been used as test subjects instead. But for now, flies or ants, crabs, or any other species, the result was the same. If it had any psychic capacity, the essence transfer from flesh to metal didn't work. And he was unable to understand why. I must go to the altar of the machine god and pray for his knowledge, the tech priest canted after several long processes of cogitation. He will know the answers, and will maybe share a part of his all-knowledge with my brain. The machine god knows all, the machine god sees all. And even if he didn't give him the clues today, Charismus was exhausted and running out of machine modifications to try. You seem to have had a long day, Magos, a non-tech priest called to him as he left his primary workshop. Charismus didn't bat an augmetic. In the last 5 years, many officers and space marines had been given authorization to come to Terra Cimmeria, though by the nature of their duties and the security measures, few stayed more than a couple of days inside the halls of the largest orbital star forge of the Nix system. Though Charismus wasn't exactly aware of what organization the man next to him belonged to. Dark robes were more in the style of the Inquisition, but the man didn't wear any visible rosette. But since the man was in front of the servo owls and there wasn't any alarm, the Magos supposed the appropriate authorizations had been given. It was a long day indeed, he replied. I am facing setbacks and problems. And I am not as confident as I was several days ago that I can help the chosen of the Omnisci like I wish to. My friend, all of you are considerably helping Lady Weaver here. The old man waved his protests away. If the forces assembled for the coming campaign are able to be mustered at the proper date and time, your artisans certainly deserve a lot of credit for it. Maybe, Charismus voiced with reluctance. But I fear failure in my endeavors. I fear that for all my knowledge and the tech lore I was given, I will be unable to give her all she needs. And then, Lady Weaver has a golden heart. She will forgive you. The fingers of the black-robed man touched his metallic hand, and suddenly Charismus had an illumination. Of course. He had been trying to craft new bodies for the insects in ceramite, plasteel, and many other common metals and alloys. But for the great symbols which were the ants, he would need far nobler metals if he wanted the insect essence to accept these new bodies as worthy recipients for a new life. Gold would certainly work, as the chosen of the Omniscia was empowered by the living Omniscia. He would likely need to order a lot of gold. He dearly hoped he wouldn't need to craft entire bodies from it, but it was a very promising lead, the first time he had in days. I am sure, I'm sorry, but I don't believe I remember being introduced to you. My name is Malkador, the old man said gently. Oh? Your parents named you after the hero. While it wasn't the most common first name in the Imperium, it remained a very popular one, no matter the era. His interlocutor chuckled for sole answer before bidding him farewell and disappearing from his visual optics range. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. St. Clara's Stand. Agrihive Isis. 3.998.309 M35. Regina Consort Way CAO. The Agrihives, Way acknowledged, were not bad places to live at all. Provided you loved the different shades of the color green, because there was only that as far as her eyes could see. It was a verdant decoration of recently sown vegetables and cereals, amongst other things. I notice, she remarked after passing her hands through Taylor's black hair, that there are rather few tech priests employed here compared to Agrihive series. The Adeptus Mechanicus can't be in strength everywhere, the Basilea commented before huffing when the planetary governor of Wuhan raised an eyebrow. The inauguration of Agrihive Isis will decrease the unemployment rate of this province of St. Clara's Stand a lot. If all the sections were administered by the Mechanicus, it would likely gain in efficiency, but no one on the planet would profit from it, since most of the work would be handled either by servitors or tech priests. Whereas this way you please everyone. The longer I am planetary governor, the less I am convinced it is possible to please everyone during a negotiation, the insect mistress replied with humor. But yes, hopefully the different factions should each enjoy their piece of the cake. The Cardinals were involved in the construction, the tech priests took care of the highly advanced parts, the local administratum was kept content because this Agrihive isn't on Nix and it revitalizes St. Clara's Stand as the flow of pilgrims is entirely turned towards Nix now, and the citizens of the planet have plenty of open jobs to apply for. And the possibility of starvation for the Nix system should it be cut off from the rest of the sector largely decreases. Way finished. I wish I could create accords which satisfied so many adept uses at Wuhan. What Wuhan wants is for you to grow golden wings. I have a feeling that nothing else will satisfy some people. True. Wei smirked. I have a feeling I'm going to have my days very busy while you go on your quest across the eastern fringe. If they cause you too many problems, remember the trinity of solutions, penal legions, and penal legions. Ha. 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 The Regina of Wuhan articulated without ceding to hilarity. I will have you to know, my dear Basilea, I am perfectly capable of. A blazing lightning column erupted less than a dozen meters away, and instantly the dawnbreaker guard around them went into protective mode. A second later, a figure Wei was familiar with by recordings of holovids and accounts with numerous sapphire black levels of clearance had materialized. It was the archthief of the Necrons, though apparently the Xenos preferred Chief Archiovist Trazen the Infinite Collector. And he had arrived in the middle of Agrihive Isis with a gigantic bell. This bell is a nightmare, my friend. The being dressed in ostentatious metallic garb and violet cape complained like they were resuming a conversation. If I had not recently improved my security procedures against psychic disturbances, the damage of its chime could have been immeasurable and catastrophic. Wait a minute, the Xenos, was afraid of a bell? 5 chimes and almost 3 galleries completely frozen. Completely unacceptable. I'm releasing it into your custody, we will discuss the price at our next negotiation conference. 2 seconds later, the same lightning blast manifested, and the Necron teleported away. The massive bell was still there, however, physical evidence the last minute hadn't been a mass hallucination. Apparently we're not going to pursue the thief today, Champion Kratos sighed after 10 more seconds of waiting to ensure Trazen was truly gone. It's really out of character for him to give away something so massive, one of the Blood Angel's successor Marines pointed out. What's up with the bell? Taylor took 5 steps forwards while removing the glove of her right hand and touched the golden-colored metal. The moment her first finger made contact, it was like a symphony of martial music was unleashed, and the radiance which was always surrounding her lover these days began to communicate with the bell. Oh, nothing much, Taylor told them sarcastically. I just suspect Trazen stole it from the shrine world of a living saint. The Black Templar of the Dawnbreaker Guard was the first to react. That would make it the sacred and thrice-blessed bell of Saint Gerstal, my lady. And it would make perfect sense, the Basilea nodded. Trazen had already somehow recovered Galatine, Saint Gerstal's sword, since he gave it back to us during the fall of Kamarak. We should have known he had saved plenty of other relics and artifacts from the same period. The Emperor's champion coughed politely as Taylor appeared lost in her thoughts, or she was contacting all her insects to try to discover how Trazen had managed to sneak up on them, again. If you are right, the bell of Saint Gerstal is only supposed to ring when the Imperium is threatened by the archenemy. I fear. Yes, time has ran out. The golden-winged Lady General nodded. Gamaliel, please contact High Command immediately. It seems the wait is over. The abominations are going to attack Cadia. Ultima Segmentum. Acacia Subsector. Pavia System. Pavia. Constantinople. Fountain of Light. 3.999.309 M35. Tuda Kasim. Only 10 days of waiting, and the humble pilgrim he was had the honor to be allowed into the vast holy site of the Fountain of Light. Tuda knew it was going to be a blessed day when the Adeptus Ministorum authorities announced by Voxcom he was one of the thousands of chosen, and after this joyous announcement, the day had not disappointed. Everything was perfect. The long columns and the statues surrounded by water were so perfect it was often easy to forget they were only statues and were not going to begin moving at any moment. The sculptors sworn to honor the heroics of the living saint were rumored to be still working on certain sections, but the events of the Battle of Pavia where mighty guardsmen cast vile foes back into the pits they had spawned from, they were there for all to see. A few statues had even been modeled after the chivalrous knights, standing vigilant over the artificial cascades and torrents linking pool after pool of the city-sized fountain. Tuda was looking at the representation of a noble guardswoman raising a banner atop an important location when it happened. The waters turned gold without warning. The waters of the fountain had changed from pure, blessed water, to something altogether more miraculous. And into this, Tuda would be unable to describe anything afterwards, but at that moment, his eyes perceived armies of angels rising to battle the darkness. The middle-aged pilgrim cried before the miracle, and his prayers of thanks were echoed by tens of thousands of throats, soon to be millions as the news spread. Then the golden miracle ended and the water was, most blessed water again. But no one who was chosen by the God Emperor to see this would ever forget it. A miracle had happened. And his life as a pilgrim would never be the same. The Eye of Terror. Sikaras. Grand Warren Camp of Anarchic Muster. High Archwarlord Scracket Barb Buster the Unstoppable. Brute things think believe they have squashed defeated us. Millions of Skaven throats answer roared in response, as it should be. Truly the brute things were arrogant blind. Vile commander of brute things has fallen for our plan schemes. The Archwarlord explained to the great mighty armies waiting below for his flawless orders. In trust believing his daemon things, he has allowed us to prepare our great forces for the last final war. Now our victory triumph is inevitable. Praise Malal! Praise Malal! Praise Malal! Anarchy forever! Scracket Barb Buster lifted his paw, and the ruckus went back sufficiently for his speech to be heard listened to by all the vermin troops. As assassins of Clan Ishan kill the heretic overseers, our armies will cease hiding and begin start a great offensive. And the last attacks had not at the brute things numbers on Scav and Blight. Their big armies weren't that big anymore, no. Clan rats of Clan Verminus. You have been given great mighty doom tanks and doom copters. You have been greatly taught prepared in invincible tactic of the blitzsqueak. You are an absolute great tide of claws, guns, and V-rockets, yes. The greatest member of the Council of 11 licked his fangs before bearing them. We have more clan rats than they have guns. We have more gun cannons than they have pack cells. We have more ammunition and pestilence vermin things to poison them than they have false temples. Victory triumph will belong to Verminus. Ring doom bells. Prepare warpstone. Praise Malal. Praise Malal. Mighty cohort armies of Stormaclaws and clan rats squeaked for blood and the greater glory of anarchy, and the unvanquished warlord saluted, his red cloak making him great and magnificent. And what an army it was. This great vast warren was one of many prepared for war by the clan Verminus. There were billions of clan rats ready, and at least half were armed with guns. He had to bargain plea clan Skyer, but Verminus would seize the glory in the end, so everything was fine? Yes. Mighty Malal favored the bold and him. Do not stop until every engine thing of brute things is captured and put in our service. Do not relent until ascension rockets of Oze soar to lead carry us to the stars. Kill the vile one and brute things. Malal wills it. Malal wills it. Malal wills it. Glory to anarchy in war. Glory to clan Verminus. Glory to me. Let great Skaven Blight crusade begin. Billions of Skaven rush scurried to war. And the High Arch-Warlord laughed. Chapter 48, Black Crusade 10-1 The Last Dawn. Black Crusade 10.1. The Last Dawn. I know you are there, Korux. The shadows hide you, but I feel your hatred and my sons told me of the raven feathers you left behind after your massacres. This is pathetic, brother. Are you unable to remember the black sands of Istvan? You very nearly killed me there, I won't deny it, but by the fault of Kurz, you failed. It's ironic, isn't it? The Primarch who believed destiny was impossible to change saved my life and altered the outcome of the war. One death must be paid with another. If Ferris and I had died in the Battle of the Drop Site Massacre, the bargain I made with the gods would have been sealed and the doom of our arrogant sire assured. Instead the Night Haunter intervened, all the while pretending he was the weapon the Emperor wanted him to be. Truly Conrad lived his life and went to his death blind, ignorant and stupid. But for all his failures, the Lord of the Night acted. And you have failed. You failed again when you followed me and my legion into the eye. By breaking your chains and releasing your true self, you were finally able to gain skills which would allow you to stand as my equal. One might almost say it was your second chance. But your attempt on my life was not successful, and now my moment of vulnerability has passed. Twice the Pantheon was surprised by your resourcefulness. I hope you enjoyed this luck, you won't get a third chance. Now we are going to play by my rules. The most devoted and powerful of my sons have completed the ritual of Holy Sacrament. 8 Dark Apostles and 8,888 Astartes used their Daemon Ansi skills and lore to create a ritual barrier which will prevent you from stepping into my presence. And you can't move against my apostles before removing the legionnaires, who have all been dispersed and rendered unremarkable to your raven senses. You can't kill an entire legion, Korux. You are more powerful than you were several millennia ago, but your power is not that great, and there are rules you must respect as long as you continue to stay loyal to that decaying corpse on the golden throne of Terra. You could have made a formidable champion of the Pantheon, but you refuse their blessings and patronage, even as your legion is mutilated and pathetically weak. Like the rest of our deluded brothers, you fail to understand that mankind's survival demands we bow to the will of the gods. Only by embracing the primordial truth can we thrive and reconquer an imperium where all believers will be able to rule under their eyes. You won't stop me. I am going to break the armies and fleets assembled at Cadia, burn this empire of lies and falsehoods, and take the Noctilith of the Imga monolith to transform it into Octorite. The rats of anarchy are going to pay for their disruptions with their lives and souls. Weaver will be cast down, deprived of her light, and tortured by the Pantheon for the rest of eternity. Your legacy and that of our 8 blind brothers will be destroyed and forgotten, dust under our armored boots. I am going to open the cicatrix maledictum and extinguish the light. I am going to free Excess from Kern's prison, kill that pathetic horned shard, and usher in the era of chaos undivided. I am Lorgar, the word bearer. So I have promised, so it shall be. Let the galaxy burn. It is certainly a guarantee that today, at the end of your first year, the first question on your exam crystal slate will be when the Noctilith Wars began. If you don't want to receive a 0 and fail your history class and likely be expelled for clearly having learned nothing of importance during 12 standard months, you will answer 188.310 M35, as Operation Stalingrad and the 5th Black Crusade began, separated by an entire galaxy. Should the question of how be asked, it is of course going to take longer for you to reply, I'm afraid. And no, because all heretics hate Her Celestial Highness isn't going to amuse your teachers. If you stay coherent and logical, your first point must be to write of the martyrdom of the will of eternity at Kamarak, and how the creation of Ether Gold strengthened the foundations of the Imperium in those difficult times. Don't forget the decade preceding Operation Stalingrad. However, the actions of the Imperial Guard and many other successes can't be understood without relying on proper logistical preparation and rigorous training for war. Attributed to Star Marshal Alexander Macharius, 669 M41. 13th most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Cor Phaeron. The Dark Cardinal. The Black Cardinal. Daemon Summoner. Augmented Transhuman. Extremis Traitoris. Extremis Diabolus. Excommunicate Traitoris. Extremis Omega Moral Threat. Extremis Alpha Physical Threat. Extremis Omega Corrupting Threat. Endangerment of Alpha Class Militarum assets and below acceptable to eliminate the threat. This abomination is to be killed and disposed of with the holiest weapons available. Warning, the traitor is cowardly in the extreme and has been noted to flee as soon as events turn against him. Reward, 1 quadrillion throne gelts, 1 sector overlordship, title of Purifier of Kalth awarded, grand religious ovation, numerous land holdings in the realm of Ultramar, 5 defense stations, etc. Great undertakings demand faith, determination, and sacrifice. Never forget that. These words are attributed to the Primarch Lorgar of the Word-Bearers, Great Crusade era. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. The Eye of Terror. High orbit over Sikaris. Abyss-class super battleship Treasajun. Thought for the day, know your destination before you set out. Dark Apostle Perister. Perister was speaking with Corphaeron about the latest failures to obtain more octorite for blessed purposes when the rats decided to strike. His packs only gave him a single second's warning before the demonic communication devices allowing them to communicate with the major command centers across Sikaris all began to scream at once. Once the first series of shrieks and shouts was over, what replaced them was perhaps worse. The Basilica is overrun. Masters. We need reinforcements now. They have gotten inside. They have gotten inside. Repel them, by the Pantheon. How did the rats manage to breach the gates? Arg. This station has been claimed by great mighty servants of Malal. Praise anarchy brute things. Corphaeron uttered one word and the device which had relayed those heretical words was immediately destroyed in a blast of sorcery. Unfortunately, more and more voices resonated, all spreading tales of disaster and defeat. They have taken the Blood Dome. They have taken the redoubt. By the truth of the great architect. This is an infestation. We do not have enough ammunition to repel them. I need more cannons, or failing that, orbital lances fired on the bloodied plains. My slaves are dying of a bubonic plague. Presence of plague rats confirmed. The bells are tolling and my mortal troops are unable to stand their maddening effects. Request a host deployment immediately. Past the initial moment of stupefaction, the word-bearers rushed to their sections and began to coordinate the efforts of the armies on the ground to eradicate this onslaught of heresy and rats. But as the lieutenants of Corphaeron updated the hololithic demonic maps, Perister could only grimace. The situation was absolutely awful. Ngramanu is going to be overwhelmed in short order if we don't land one of the great hosts on Sikaris. This admission brought him little joy, but the first massive summonings had only bought a few minutes for the too few word-bearers and millions of mortals ordered to protect the sacred temples. Yes. Of course, Ngra believed Erebus had dealt with the rodent problem. The name was uttered with undisguised hatred, but Perister didn't comment on it. It was very justified in this case. The Keeper of the Faith of the 17th Legion snorted after speaking. If this is what his total victory is like, I don't want to see what his next exploit will be. It's obvious Erebus screwed up. Perister didn't add again, but he was sure Corphaeron heard it nonetheless. The rats weren't vanquished, they merely waited for our vigilance to falter and our forces to be redeployed for the Black Crusade before striking. The reports of routs and utter destruction visited upon Nerglite churches arrived mere seconds later, informing the 2 members of the Dark Council that the rodents had somehow built thousands of tunneling machines, some as imposing and destructive as conventional ordinatuses. I'm willing to bet the Great Hand of Destiny didn't even bother sending his lackeys deep into the undertemples the moment he had crushed the vermin on the surface. I'm not going to bet against that, Perister bitterly replied. Ikotas had told them over and over how difficult it was to hunt the self-proclaimed Skaven and their leadership in the subterranean galleries, and yet, somehow, Erebus had successfully demolished their military strength in a single campaign? No, it was exactly as he had feared. The furry heretics had multiplied until the tunnels were unable to contain their monstrous numbers, built hundreds of thousands of new weapons, invented new devices an orc would deem too dangerous to use, and unleashed everything when the Sikaris garrison was too weak to hold back their vermin tide. We need to land our troops and stabilize the situation. Corphaeron's face showed how little he thought of the idea, but he didn't disagree. Between losing Sikaris entirely and delaying the beginning of the Black Crusade for a campaign, the choice wasn't difficult. The latter was a mere delay. The former would be the first step before they lost the entire system, for the heretical rodents would not miss the opportunity to attack shipyards and their bases in the asteroid belts. Very well, I will go ahead and... You will do nothing of the sort, my son. The Dark Apostle began to bow as he heard the first voice. Once the uttered order was complete, the Empyrean screamed as an enormous fleet materialized 100,000 kilometers to the starboard side of the Treasajun. If they hadn't already been preparing a worthy armada for their offensive against the Kadayan Gate and beyond, Perister would have felt awe at the sheer military might represented here. The feeling nonetheless blossomed in his heart, but for a different reason. At the heart of this fleet, standing side by side, were 2 juggernauts of the void, starships even bigger than the famous Gloriana hulls. One bore no similarities with any warship built on the orders of the 17th Legion. It was a gigantic pyramid shining in blessed blue sorcery. The designation Tisca's Revenge was not really necessary. Perister, like all other apostles, could recognize the style of Prospero, and no one but Magnus the Red would ever have the will or skill to create something like that. The second flagship, on the other hand, was a modified Abyss-class super battleship. But where the Trizajun was instantly recognizable with its trident-shaped prow, this colossal temple to the primordial truth had been restructured to look like a Gloriana, albeit one with a gigantic prow cannon. Perister didn't need much deep thinking to know it was likely the gift of Kelbierhal to their father. The name flashed in black and red, in demonic and technological transmissions, and the Legion roared in approval. The word-bearer. Their surroundings disappeared into the darkness, and under the blessed acclamations of the Neverborn, Perister was transported into a room where he had never been before, accompanied by Cor Phaeron and 7 other dark apostles of high rank. Their father was already there, of course. Magnus the Red, Cyclops, and favorite of Tseanch, arrived 9 heartbeats later in a pillar of blue-gold lightning. They weren't alone, as an 8-pointed pentacle in brass and flaming demonic runes was carved by invisible hands under their feet. Against the walls and over their heads, champions of the 17th Legion blessed with daemonhood by the gods were waiting with bared fangs and elongated carmine wings. These were the Gal Vorbak of the first generation, there couldn't be any doubt about it, drawn back from the domains of the gods to serve once more. Given how Erebus was whispering words of protection and the glares they threw him, the rumors of how many had been betrayed by the Vile One were most likely true. For once, Perister ignored it. There were more important things at hand. Father. Allow me to deploy my host in support of Manu and I will restore our rule to Sikaris. I have no doubt you will, my son, for a time. Father. I underestimated how damaging and corrupting the rats could be to my plans, the illuminated Primarch admitted. But I have since tread on many paths and tried to gaze at many futures. There is no permanent victory against this plague of tails and fur. There won't be any as long as the 4th throne is empty. You might pile up the corpses of these heretics into mountains and drown the world in their unholy blood, they will somehow find a way to come back. It is in their nature to grasp at what is not theirs to take. In other words, what my esteemed brother is trying to say, Magnus added in a semi-polite, semi-ironic tone, is that you can likely hold Sikaris and stalemate the expansion efforts of your enemies imbued by anarchy for a millennium or two, as long as you abandon the idea of starting the war against the Imperium. The darkness vacillated, before everything vanished, and Perister and the other dark apostles found themselves floating in high orbit above the home world they had settled after Horus' death. NSVRRBTHN. Wanzentos. NSDTSRMONMTONWANTHQN. No word-bearer had ever heard these words uttered aloud, but even without knowing their meaning, Perister understood what they represented as the presence of the 3 gods turned towards them. A large section of the eye flashed a crimson red, and in the distance there was a tall, dark figure on a throne of skulls. Blood rains began to fall upon the planets, and the bloodthirsters on the plains of carnage raised their axes and assembled. A tear sundered reality before spitting out several silver towers of the 1,000 suns and multicolored lightning. Hordes of screamers and flamers erupted and began to spread secrets and lies from the 999 canticles of change. The tear grew and grew as the tower seemed to disappear, before it became an ever-mutating avian form carrying a tall scepter. Previously untouched, the third part of Sikaris' celestial possessions gave way to an ocean of blessed rot and decay, a garden of diseases where the grandfather lit his cauldron and prepared new concoctions to test on the planets where his touch would be gladly welcomed. You know I am your servant, his Primarch began. You know what I aim to do. The Chaos Marine felt the divine pressure rise to dangerous levels, and Perister felt the runes on his armor beginning to disintegrate and the blessings decaying, twisting, or bleeding. He didn't twitch or make a single sound. The smallest offense, the smallest gesture, would undoubtedly lead to an eternity as a chaos spawn. There was silence. And then the laughter of Tseanch echoed, followed by Kern's rumbling, and a song of soul gardening from Nurgle. You have our attention, Lorgar the Urizen. Speak. The weight of 3 gods fell upon their sire, and despite knowing the sheer power of their father, Perister felt awe as Lorgar didn't even flinch while Erebus and several others were already trembling with exhaustion. This anarchy began with sacrifice. The Minister of Chaos Absolute said. I will return the favor with sacrifice. Let me erase the defeat of Kamarak. The blood, the souls, and the hope of the anathema will be delivered onto your altars. Places of worship of false idols will be yours to rule over. The cicatrix will allow you to invade the Imperium and create your own realms in the very fabric of reality. And in exchange, excess in the aspects you own must be freed after the Black Crusade. There must be chaos undivided once more. The laughter of the gods was heard. Ultimately, it was Nurgle who replied. You have your pact, Lorgar the Urizen. Offer your sacrifice. Their Primarch raised his fists over his head. And Sikaris began to burn. Sikaris/Skavenblight. Cathedral of the Maleficent Song. High Archwarlord Scracket Barbbuster the Unstoppable. One small step for Mimi, one giant leap for Malal. Scracket shouted while the former slave things raised the flag of Clan Verminus in his great large mighty glory. I rename this place, Air, Cathedral of Barbbuster Anarchy. Praise Malal. Respectfully Archwarlord, one of his impolite minions had the temerity to not appreciate his genius and to fail to applause cheer like the others. Wouldn't it be greater if we renamed this church location Cathedral of Verminous Anarchy? I thought we would name it Cathedral of Skyer Anarchy, yes. An engineer shouted before shutting his mouth in a big hurry, as bayonets were pointed towards his throat. No. Verminous Anarchy, my mistake. But Cathedral of Mighty Verminous Horde sounds far better, Mighty Warlord. Enough. Scracket Barbbuster decided to end this mutiny before things went even more out of control with his plans. This is my great decision, and don't forget contest it. I am voice of Council of 11, yes. And it is my leadership which has led us to great superb triumph. Praise Malal. Your flanking attack was ill-timed and Malal save me. The treacherous underling thing had come scurried too close to the ogre thing when trying to plant a dagger in his back, yes. The High Warlord heard his scream cries of agony and ignored them. Now that formalities and fun entertainment are done, we must press on, the supreme leader of Clan Verminous announced, and all basked in his magnificence. I must have pics of my great glorious self standing on corpses of brute things, and vid of myself directing fire of warp grinders, yes. Not that he was going to mount ride one when they were running, no. Scracket had watched and more had been destroyed by their own warpstone reactors than by enemy fire. Another incredible invention of Clan Skyer. An engineer of said clan exclaimed. Praise Malal. Yes, praise Malal. Today anarchy claims conquers all of Skavenblight, tomorrow the galaxy. Death to false gods, glory to Skaven race. In truth, the slaves and daemon things had not been that difficult to defeat this time, oh no. The plan of playing dead for a few cycles of reproduction had gained excellent results. Truly he was a master of strategy and war. Before I begin my great propaganda campaign to overthrow Council and declare myself Anarchy Emperor of Skavenblight, where are we with spaceports? Faster we take them, easier it will be to send young tails into orbit. Resistance is strong heavy, O mighty High Arch Warlord. A Stormclaw reported, while a horror lord of Clan Molder tossed the remains of a brute thing in red armor into a vat of green jelly things. But walls have been broken. Our victory triumph is inevitable, yes. Excellent. The unstoppable Skaven caressed his whiskers before adjusting his splendid pretty red uniform. We are going to. Red, green, and blue lightning hit struck the spire of the cathedrals they had just conquered. Scracket Barbbuster felt his jaw fall dropping. This wasn't possible, no. Clan Tricheric had assured him that the wards of the brute things would last for a few thousand heartbeats after their great victory. The spires were going to. The warlord looked at the spires and he grew even more perplexed. The spires weren't falling. What was that saying of the man-things? Ah yes. It was a bluff. False alert, my proud soldiers. The Verminous Council member laughed. The brute things have lost. Now they are trying to shoot fireworks in hope we will flee scurry. But we won't. We are herald champions of anarchy. Praise Malal. Fire poured from the heavens, a three-colored fire of red, blue, and green. It missed him widely, but plenty of his stormclaws were struck by it. More lightning followed, and a great storm rose from the other cathedrals, but what caused Scracket to widen his eyes was that while plenty of his Verminous assault forces were dead slain, as many were frozen, trapped in some sorcery trap. Skaven! He screeched, the familiar musk of fear soaking his senses. Flee scurry back to army warrens. Brute things are attacking us with ritual. Do not stay here. There was rage. There was sorcery. There was rot everywhere. Time was slowing. Why? He had done everything for the glory of anarchy in Malal. The High Arch Warlord begged. Most anarchic lord. Save your greatest servant. Malal, save us. A new blast of blue clouded everything, and a couple of heartbeats later, Scracket Barbbuster felt nothing at all. 85th most wanted being of the Imperium of mankind. Alive only unless you figure out how to end him permanently. Lucius. The eternal traitor. Traitor Astartes. Extremis Traitoris. Abomination. Excommunicate Traitoris. Extremis Alpha physical threat. Extremis Omega corrupting threat. Endangerment of beta-class militarum assets acceptable to neutralize the threat. Do not feel satisfaction and pray to the God Emperor for protection. Do not offer him a chance to duel. Reward, 26 trillion throne gelts, 1 paradise world, 1 star fort, ovation of the Imperium, etc. 87th most wanted being of the Imperium of mankind. Dead only. Muthake. Apostle of torment. Chaos sorcerer. Traitor Astartes. Extremis Traitoris. Extremis Diabolus. Excommunicate traitores. Extremis beta physical threat. Extremis omega moral threat. Endangerment of Alpha-class militarum assets and below acceptable to eliminate the threat. Do not allow loyal men and women to be captured. The heretic loves to prioritize targeting astropaths and navigators. The monster is to be killed and disposed of with the holiest weapons available. Reward, 25 trillion throne gelts, 1 hive world, 10 palaces offered by the novice nobilite, astropath support of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, protection offered by over 100 security companies, etc. Outer Sikaris System. Battle Barge Perfect Legion. Lord Commander Lucius the Eternal. If he had to give an honest opinion about the word-bearers before the fall of Kumarak, which he would never have done, he wasn't that stupid. Lucius would have said the sons of Lorgar were very funny Astartes monks, with all their religious posturing and insistence on converting their slaves to chaos undivided. Oh, the Lord Commander of the Emperor's children had no doubt the gods enjoyed the souls of the slaves which were sacrificed on the altars, and if they didn't, their never-born subordinates certainly enjoyed the free meal. But the moment you gained enough survival experience inside the eye, you knew the gods didn't truly care about the liturgy and the words. They cared about actions. They wanted blood, carnage, sorcery, obscene depravity, lethal plagues, virulent poxes, and mountains of corpses. In one word, they wanted war. This was one of the many reasons plenty of captains like himself had largely seen the word-bearers as religious simpletons parodying the ecclesiarchy holding sway over the ignorant masses of the false imperium outside the eye. Before today, Lucius acknowledged, he hadn't realized how frightening that truly was. The shipyards of the truth are being dismantled as we speak. We have numerous impacts on the illumination docks, Lord Commander. Mechanicum forces are slaying the slaves by the hundreds of thousands. Tell them to stop. Lucius licked the blood from his blade, and found little comfort or satisfaction in the act. Much like every time he had done it since his patron had abandoned him. Damn you, Weaver! The infamous traitor of Istvan III hissed. And sure enough, he utterly loathed the woman who had created these unpredictable changes sweeping across the galaxy. But right now, it wasn't Weaver he truly wanted to blame. Not when madness and folly appeared to be ruling the day. The Sikaris system was in the process of being thoroughly sacked. If there was any other word which described the situation, Lucius didn't know what it could be. Thousands of years of industrial demonic investments were going up in explosions or were dragged in chains towards the hulls of the word-bearers' fleet's supply train. Asteroids older than the Long War imploded or were thrown into the maw of Sodanul's metallic harvesters. Shipyards were mangled or disintegrated. Overseers who had been the wardens of the facilities were thrown onto the altars where they had led countless slaves. Lucius had seen thousands of worlds die as he was present during and after the Great Crusade. Yet there was something visceral and horrifying occurring here. What they had done to Sikaris itself was bad enough. The world was still there, but it was immobile, silent, frozen, out of reach, and made so by the will of the gods. Lorgar had done what even other daemon primarchs would balk at. He had offered his chief power base in sacrifice to his patrons, abandoned his last forces on the planet, and unleashed what could be best described as a sorcerous stasis on an unimaginable scale. And it would remain that way until the Black Crusade ended, one way or another. Lord Commander, Dark Apostle Muthaik demands to speak to you. Lucius gritted his sharp teeth, and impaled a demonic servitor with the latter blade. Demands. Before Kumarak, no one save the Naga and Slaanesh demanded anything of him, and the goddess had usually been content to watch the spectacle. Now? Everyone and their cybermastiff was treating him with contempt, as if he was a minor warlord under their armored boots. Rallying 6 capital ships including this old battle barge and close to 600 Astartes, few of them of the old legion, was ignored. The only strength that made his enemies pause were the Knights of House Divine they had managed to save on the former worlds of their empire. Open the communication. The device which activated leaned more towards reddish than pink and in shape was more akin to a bloodletter's head than something blessed by decadence, but it did the job as the familiar shape of a dark apostle in elaborate spiked armor appeared. The smell of blood and sorcery permeated the air. Lord Commander Lucius. The Apostle of Torment began bluntly. You will accelerate your preparations, or I will find another Lord Commander to lead your warband. My slaves and cultists are expediting the preparations as fast as is possible, the fallen Emperor's children Space Marine snarled. But you are asking for the impossible. No, the impossible happened because your forces were busy violating, raping, and doing whatever they usually practice in their orgies despite being ordered to do real work. The son of Lorgar hotly retorted. I will be as clear as possible, Eternal. The forces in your zone are to leave their bases within the next 1,000 heartbeats. If you refuse my order, I will cut off your legs and impale your still living body on the prow of your flagship to motivate the others and your serpentine master. Am I clear? You are insane. What point is there? This is a Black Crusade, Lucius. The word-bearer shouted. It demands conviction, devotion, and sacrifice. Did you really think the gods were not going to demand a price for the abyssal catastrophe engineered by Slaanesh's defeat? Did you really think answering the challenge of the false emperor would be all dungeon torture and sadistic orgies? A maelstrom of psychic energy was born on the edge of the system, and Lucius realized with horror it was the damned light of the Astronomicon unleashed against endless waves of darkness, the gods striking back against their sworn enemy. There is power in symbols, and in old times, conquerors burned their own seafaring ships behind them to leave no choice to their warriors, Mathake continued in a somewhat calmer tone. We can't do that of course, but symbolically, it is the same thing. Sikaris and everything we built are made barren, the threat of the rats negated at the price of our own garrisons and last assets. More asteroids exploded as darkness grew and more ships deployed around his warband. Even I know this is a double-edged sword. If the Black Crusade won, the threat represented by anarchy would be completely suppressed, possibly forever. But if they lost? Alia Jacta est. Mathake answered in High Gothic. By the will of blessed Lorgar, we will win, or perish in the attempt. Now move your forces into position, or I will begin this Black Crusade by destroying your warband. Oh, and our lateness has earned you a seat among the 8th great host of Erebus. Don't thank me, Lucius. For a few seconds, Lucius truly understood why the false emperor had tried to proscribe religion. There was no logical discussion to be had with fanatics like this one. But under the guns of 8 battleships, there was only one answer he could give. We comply. The Perfect Legion and its escorts are taking position. Among the many iconic weapons whose renown was made by Operation Stalingrad, the Astartes Power Armor Mark 9 bearing the name of said operation has always received its fair share of popularity. Millennia later, it is a rare hollow vid film of the events having marked the galaxy which will not show space marines parading and fighting in the Nyx created protection. And yet, despite the justified acclaim it received for the exploits it allowed the Adeptus Astartes to write in golden letters against terrible opponents, the Mark 9 Stalingrad is one of those weapons whose life expectancy didn't last much beyond the formal end of the war, except maybe in the classified operations of the Death Watch, which still remain inaccessible despite the countless pleas of the historian corps. In overall numbers, less than 60,000 of these power armors were ever produced, the worlds of Nyx, Mars, and Risa accounting for 99% of this model. The question one has to ask is, why this relative failure? The first reason, one acknowledged in an open session of the Martian Parliament in 320M35, was that the Mark 9 was naturally imperfect due to its rushed development. The Adeptus Mechanicus was incredibly conscious of the lethal threat represented by Necron warriors, and considered rightfully that an imperfect armor surpassing the existing models of power armor was better than the kind of casualties a Mark 7 equipped Astartes force would suffer trying to dislodge a Necron force. Priorities changed as a result, and the optimal recommendations were decreased dramatically. The goal was not to solve the flaws noted with the Mark 7, save the most crucial. It was to build a machine which would give the Space Marines a chance to wreak untold devastation upon Xenos and other enemies. The ion shield equipping the armors was therefore increased both in energy resistance and protection area, giving it the output to endure the fire of 30+ Necron infantry weapons for 5 minutes before failing. An armored collar was added over the helmet's respirator, addressing the vulnerability of the neck joint. The lower chest armor received 2 new additional layers of protection in lighter ceramite alloys, something the Nyx Mechanicus openly thanked the chapter of the Salamanders for. Obviously, the Mark 9 Stalingrad, for all its imperfections, still made the Mark 7 completely obsolete as of the moment it was unveiled in 305M35. A Space Marine equipped with one could brave a level of enemy fire that bearers of the Aquila power armor couldn't. This wasn't enough for the Nyx Mechanicus and the Fabricator General. It is highly likely the research and tests to develop the famous Mark X began well before Operation Stalingrad, and accelerated after it, giving birth to a new power armor which would go on to equip the majority of the Space Marine chapters. From Iconic Weapons and Materials of Operation Stalingrad, by Julia Scribonius, Ultramar Rose Edition, 310M41. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. Nyx. Hive Athena. 3.008.310M35. Sergeant Gavriel Forcas. Well. It works fine, Gavriel grumbled. So nice of you to finally admit it, Fukin Envar told him with that indulgent smile all salamanders seemed to learn before they reached the equivalent of 10 standard years. Unfortunately, there were dozens of other space marines present, and not all were so prompt to limit themselves to an "I told you so." You heard that? The traditionalist has finally accepted the Mark 9. The end of the galaxy is at hand. Pierre, not so loud, Cabrero of the Soul Drinkers complained. Theological conservatism of our cousin aside. Ahem. Come on cousin, Midas of the Golden Suns interjected, you have to realize that with his skills, the ion shield is less useful than it is for us. I refuse to engage in a debate with an Astartes who is parading in so much gold and ormite we will see him coming a kilometer away, Gavriel commented. Of course not, you are not dashing enough to look the part. As amusing as it is to hear you bicker. Gamaliel interjected, bringing the conversation to an end. Our Lady is coming. Is everyone here? We are, Kratos answered for everyone. We are. Mere seconds later, the Basileia entered the room, with Teclis Rubiks and Diamantes in tow. Dozens of fists were struck against their armors in salute. I see everyone has donned the Mark 9 power armor, even you Gavriel. The former Dark Angel sighed. He had a feeling he had not reached even the midpoint lifespan of these jokes, if even their lady was involved with them. I do not have the Mark 9. Of course not, Taylor Hebert rolled her eyes. Our Mechanicus Magi have done their best, but they had the modifications of the Quetzalcoatl dragon armors to implement these last several years, plus the Mark 9 development, plus various things which cost millions of throne gelts. The golden-winged Basileia sighed as Pierre gave an imploring expression, as far as a dreadnought could make one. However, the ruler of Nyx sighed, the tech priests are ready to test giving you an ion shield if you are ready to spend a few days at Terra Cimmeria before our departure. I have to warn you though, there's a high chance it will further decrease your mobility on the battlefield. Since the dreadnoughts were hardly the fastest forces of the Adeptus Astartes, a reason the White Scars were using them more as fortress protectors and teachers than indispensable frontline assets, this was not something Weaver would say lightly. I am going to try the modifications. The Heracles Warden dreadnought declared at last, not that there had been much doubt he would refuse. When it came down to it, Pierre was an Astartes, and staying far from the battlefield was not in his nature. Good. Not to press upon a point you already know, my lady, Chaplain Verdugo of the Star Leopards began, but these modifications will be sorely needed. The doctrine of the Codex Astartes for the classical dreadnoughts demands they be more resistant and protected than the average battle brother. I know, the insect-controlling para-human replied, passing a hand through her black hair, and adjusting the red cloak her wife had placed over her golden power armor. And I see the logic of it. Alas, I do not have an unlimited number of elite tech priests available to work upon difficult and valuable projects, and the fierce warriors of Kogaris, her black eyes shot an amused look to an unrepentant storm seer Uriang Kada, were particularly insistent the Ain-Herjar class dragon armor was the utmost priority. It is a formidable weapon for our venerable ancients, the White Scars noted without a trace of apology in his tone. Gavriel nodded with many others, reflecting that when the tech priests would figure how to safely transfer the occupants of the old designs of dreadnoughts into the Ain-Herjar draconic mounts, the Castre firm and the other patterns of land-bound dreadnoughts were likely going to go extinct, at least among the ranks of the Khan's sons. And one wonders why you're a favorite of dragons. The Basileia mused with a good dose of humor in her voice. Anyway, I have not assembled all of you here today to talk about dreadnoughts and dragon armors. We have confirmation the battleship of the Queen of Blades has entered the Nyx sector, and is being escorted on its way here. So after my workday, we are all going to the Arena of Blades. All levity left the room. During the last 12 years, each and every member of the Dawnbreaker Guard had trained to become faster and deadlier. No one was ready to bet it was likely going to matter anything to the monster of the ancient times known as the Queen of Blades if it decided to fight them seriously. I'd certainly hoped she would not answer in time, the Basileia confessed, but she is here. And she isn't alone. There are other Eldar starships requesting access to the arena, though those are of the craft world classes. That is, inconvenient, Kratos remarked, as predictable as ever. But surely we can blast them apart, right? No. The golden-winged woman who had overseen from afar the construction of the arena reluctantly disagreed. Not as long as they have champions to throw into this arena, anyway. I do not like this, my lady. Gamaliel told her frankly. The Arena of Blades is far from any vital industrial asset in the system, but allowing the Endbringer in your presence is already a tremendous risk. I know. I don't like it any more than you do, and if we didn't have far more pressing things to deal with, I would joyously push for a gigantic Eldar hunt across the galaxy. The fewer of those long ears are around, the better for mankind. I can assure you I did not forget which race sneered at us and declared us brutish primates while they at the same time refused to admit that they almost sounded the death knell of the galaxy by creating Slaanesh. Luminous flies danced around their fingertips, the ones they had trained as pointing markers when training as snipers. But I signed several accords, and I won't break my word first. If they behave, I will allow them to fight, and speak their piece if they're not dead at the end of the spectacle. The smile of Taylor Hebert returned. Before that, however, I have one last war council with 9 battle group commanders to preside over. And I want you there with me. Basileia Taylor Hebert. Over a decade ago, being surrounded by men and women having centuries more experience than her on the front lines would have made her nervous. Of course, more than a decade ago she hadn't met so many chapter masters that she had truly lost count of them, thousands of guardsmen officers ranking between brigadier general and general, entire groups of admirals of the Imperial Navy, rogue traders by the scores, and archmagi of the Adeptus Mechanicus by the hundreds. Then again, a decade ago or now, Taylor knew she had the unfair advantage compared to a normal lady general, that is of having other high-ranked commanders of the Imperium come before her in positions of weakness. Being recognized as a living saint would always have its multitude of perks, including in military politics. It was really important when her interlocutors had the weight of millennia-old traditions and countless victories to support their position. I suppose the Princeps Senioris won our little contest, then. Princeps Maximus, she corrected politely after sipping half of a glass of water. There was no contest, I can assure you. I assigned the battle maniples of your respective legios to the battle groups which, in my humble opinion, were the most suited to exploit your strengths and negate your weaknesses. The black-haired para-human gave an ironic smile to the black-skinned colossus representing Legio Ignitum. Whoever thought the Princeps of Titan Legios were frail creatures hiding inside amniotic tanks had obviously never met Princeps Maximus Cyrus. You will not pretend, I hope, to have gained the tactical flexibility of Legio Astorum since the last war game we organized. The Martian-trained Princeps quickly shook his head in negation. I admit my efforts to convince my fellow Princeps to share his secrets have lamentably failed. But since my predecessors didn't have much luck with it either, I know the Fabricator General is unlikely to fire me tomorrow. Cyrus drank the contents of his glass in 2 seconds, and unless she was mistaken, it seemed his preference was inclined towards strong wine. Perhaps if your Celestial Highness made discreet inquiries. The Basileus snorted. Nice try, Princeps Maximus. But since you asked politely, I will tell you that for all my popularity among the noble archmagi of the Adeptus Mechanicus, there are many secrets locked behind adamantium gates, and some of them can't be opened, not even when they call you chosen of the Omnissiah. And honestly, after the generous contributions of the Lucius Mechanicus to the order of battle of Operation Stalingrad, including but not limited to the support of Legio Astorum, the Aegis-class battlecruisers, and other vital pieces of machinery, including one now integrated to the Angel's tier protecting her life, asking for more could be considered tech gluttony. Lucius was allowed to protect the secret which allowed them to make Legio Astorum a teleportation-capable assembly of titans, for now. In the long term, both Dragon and she had not given up on the idea of spreading the knowledge among the Mechanicus as a whole. Entire crusades had been won since the dawn of the Imperium by the formidable capabilities of the Warp Runners. If 3 or 4 Titan Legios were able to gain this capability, the traitors would never know what hit them. But as mentioned previously, the tech priests of Lucius guarded their most valuable secrets extremely jealously. Ah, my battle group commander is joining me. Cyrus noted with good humor. Taylor didn't raise an eyebrow. She had seen Gastaf Hediatrix stopping his conversation with General Perry Terayev of Battle Group Bagration a full minute ago, and he had already politely declined conversing with other magi on his walk. I deliberately asked for another Princeps to be in charge, you know, the voice of Mars among the Nyx Mechanicus drily replied before his metallic tone became nearly filled with despair. But alas, I was overruled. Your confidence in my maniples is extraordinary. The Princeps Maxima placed his hand on his chest with a wounded expression. Is Legio Ignitum not worthy of being recognized as the foremost Legio defending the honor of her Celestial Highness? The competition is fierce. Hediatrix didn't miss a heartbeat before answering. Legio Defensor, unless I am gravely mistaken, is already worshipping the Lady Basilea. And I would be very surprised if the Legio Venator wasn't steering in that direction as well. Taylor almost snorted at that. By a curious turn of events which made her wonder how much the Emperor planned behind the scenes, the Legio Venator had been created on a forge world where arachnid megafauna was the alpha life form before humanity landed. 2 guesses how they had reacted to the revelation she could master spiders whenever they were in range of her power. Setting aside levity, the percentage of the Cars variant being necessary as calculated by the Logis has risen significantly this last year, the Archmagos Prime commanding battle group Berzina told her very seriously. The orcs are not yet rooting, but the Imga monolith has recently activated plenty of new macro-capital Gauss weapons to massacre them, and if our Necron enemies are able to do that. The scenario of the metallic Xenos having restored some measure of FTL travel capability increases in likelihood, Taylor finished. It wasn't exactly a new debate. Her 9 battle group commanders had exchanged their points of view several times, but for once, were far from unanimous in their replies. But then, aside from by engaging the Imga monolith and finding out the hard way, they wouldn't get a definite answer. I hope your battle group is ready if the Necrons fall into the nice trap you are busy preparing for them. We won't fail you, chosen of the Omnissiah. We will teach the Xenos the wrath of Legio Ignitum. Thank you, gentlemen. Alas, as fascinating as the conversation was, she couldn't continue speaking to them for long. There were plenty of other important humans and transhumans vying for her attention. Now I'm afraid I have to leave you. High Marshal Barbarossa isn't the most patient of space marines. Armored train Celestial Lightning on its way to the Giraffe spaceport. Chapter Master Agilizaz. I thank you again for granting my battle brothers and the Blood Angels the opportunity to fight by your side once more. It was reassuring to receive that familiar smile in return. Chapter Master, don't be ridiculous. The Basilea replied. You recruit your aspirants from Nyx. You are equipped with guns and tanks coming out of the Nyxian forges and manufactorums. If I didn't decide to include you among my battle group, people would wonder if there was a problem of loyalty among your ranks. Well, seen that way. Perhaps, he conceded, but I thank you for the honor nonetheless. The young woman huffed, but the smile didn't leave her lips. Anyway, how did the last naval fleet exercise go? I was too busy speaking with my guard's chief of staff and the other superior officers of the army groups yesterday. I will analyze the post-exercise data once I am on the Enterprise. Agiel let Chapter Master Malakbal, his friend and superior of the Blood Angels, answer this one. The fleet coordinated well, and all ships were able to stay in formation for the 10 hours the exercise lasted. There was no issue from the Covenant of Baal or the Opera Exidium, and if the Eternal Crusader or the Flame Rod had issues, our cousins of the Black Templars and Salamanders have not chosen to share them. No problems with the Angels Vermilion? I know there were concerns, since they only recently ended their isolation. No, the tall Astartes wearing the traditional golden armor only the Lord of Baal had the right to wear assured. I won't deny there are still mock battles to train on to improve, but in a way the fact they came only with strike cruisers helped. We were and still are rotating them aboard the larger ships. This way not only could we renew the bonds of blood, we form a far more coherent and formidable assault force. I suspect the Salamanders are doing the same with their brothers of the Magma Spiders, and so are the Black Templars. There were other Space Marines chapters, Agiel knew, who wouldn't have reacted with a smile and approval to this common training and new doctrine. But since most of those had Ultramarine somewhere in their gene legacy, the protests weren't voiced, and certainly not on this train. Good. Now as for the question of leadership. I apologize in advance to the Brothers of the Red, but it will be Chapter Master Malakbal who will have command of the companies of the Blood included in the order of Battle Group Volga. You will be his second of command, however. Agiel nodded. He did not even feel disappointment, to be honest, and Malakbal only greeted it with another polite smile. I thank you for the honor, obviously, the Golden Chapter Master of the Blood Angels replied. May I know your reasoning, my lady? Your Blood Angels having the greatest contingent of Astartes at least of the Blood in this battle group with 4 full companies was of course an important factor. That your Legate-class heavy battleship is more powerful and more suited for playing the role of flagship doesn't hurt either. But what is really the deciding factor is how respected you are by Chapter Master Tafor Hezon and High Marshal Barbarossa. I wasn't able to place them under a single Astartes hierarchy, the older Astartes commented good-naturedly. The mistress of all insects snorted. If I wanted a miracle of this magnitude, Chapter Master, I would have sent my request to Terra directly. You and I know very well that for all that certain idiotic claims say otherwise, I respect the independence of the chapters fighting by my side. That, and the Black Templars and Salamanders had not come with insignificant contingents. It was difficult to know how many Black Templars were currently assembled in the shipyards and squadrons of Nyx, but the High Marshal had delivered 4 crusades, and given the assets placed at the disposal of Operation Stalingrad, there was a high likelihood 2,000 Astartes was not an unrealistic number. Expecting the heirs of Sigismund to be completely subordinate to 1,000 Space Marines of the Blood, 4 companies of the Blood Angels, 3 of the Brothers of the Red, and 3 of the Angels Vermilion were present was not infeasible, but it was something the Golden-Winged Commander had decided to not use her influence on. Any other concerns? A minor one. We have an increasing number of simulations where our Furioso dreadnoughts are falling too far behind the spear of assault forces. In 2 cases, the gap between vanguard and rearguard was so significant the cogitators ruled a Necron force would have been able to separate us from our fierce venerable ancients. Taylor Hebert didn't look surprised. You aren't the first to remark upon it today. The Grand Commander of Operation Stalingrad inclined her head. I'm assuming these situations happen whenever there aren't guard forces in position to play the role of junction. Indeed. Malakbal confirmed, sounding very pleased. We will have to give you mechanist support then, the Basileia shrugged. It's not like I or anyone in the battle group thought you would be able to take on the Imga monolith by yourself. Any other operation, Agiel would have protested and voiced this was underestimating the striking impact of an Astartes invasion. Not so much here and now. Like every Space Marine commander, he had been allowed to see what had happened to the 2nd Legion's landing zones. The chapter master of the Brothers of the Red had watched speechless as they were shown what happened when overconfident Marines descended upon a Necron battle station in a flawless bellicosa pattern approach. Slaughter was maybe the most generous way to describe it. The 2nd Legion had learned the hard way that Necron warriors and constructs could come from anywhere, walls or no walls, ceilings or no ceilings, pillars or no pillars. That the fight had lasted close to 1 hour was a testament to the ferocity a Legion cornered could unleash, but it certainly wasn't an example to emulate. But what is most important is that the fleet can maneuver together flawlessly. It is the very cornerstone of the operation we are about to launch. I think I can promise in every commander's name, Malakbal declared very seriously, that you aren't going to be disappointed. The year of 310M35 would see thousands of ancient ships re-emerge from relative obscurity alongside newer navy vessels to fight in the cataclysmic battles where the fate of trillions of souls was decided. Of course, many of them couldn't be considered new designs. For all the repairs it had benefited from by the artisans of Mars, the Gloriana Flame Rot was hardly a new warship. The same could said about Ark's Mechanikus, Apocalypse-class battleships, or Astartes battle barges. The Hoplite-class destroyer had been in service for more than 50 standard years now. Its presence in an imperial order of battle had raised few eyebrows from naval commanders. There were starships on which the judgment wasn't so clear-cut. The Venus-class cruiser was an improved variant of the lunar class whose future appeared compromised before the fall of Kamarak. After it, the Fabricator General of Mars and the Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy's opposition to the project vanished and full production was authorized in 298M35 outside of Mars. Nyx and Risa would be the first Forge worlds to be granted the authorization for their construction outside of the Ring of Iron. As a result, 36 Venus cruisers, all Nyx built, were integrated into Battle Group Volga at the beginning of Operation Stalingrad, with the classified number being placed in the reserves. Some of these capital ships' presence was definitely confirmed during the Atlantis purges, but that Operation Stalingrad was their first major military campaign was hard to dispute. On the other hand, variants of the widely spread lunar class were hardly something new in the Imperial Navy. Between the different flights of lunar and its variants, it was often joked that the popular warship had as many patterns as there were sectors in the Imperium. It was an exaggeration no doubt, but one which emphasized how this cruiser was anything but the herald of a doctrinal change. The situation was completely different where the Aegis-class battlecruisers and the Warrior-class destroyers were concerned. These two classes, or any variant of them, didn't exist before the fall of Kamarak. Her Celestial Highness had recovered the templates which would allow the core of their doctrinal requirements to flourish in the devastation unleashed against the Dark City. Normally, this would have rendered the commissioning of any ship relying on these priceless technological schematics impossible, but the favor of the Mechanikus towards Lady General Taylor Hebert and the threat represented by the Imga monolith and other heretical forces crippled the political opposition before it could really present more than a few token objections. But even if things were resolved in the councils of war, the tech priests and shipbuilders were nonetheless forced to find hasty alternatives for both classes. The original schematics of the Aegis class were never put into production. There simply wasn't enough time to build the hulls to the quality levels demanded by Archmagos Prime Arithmencia Sultan. Instead, the Adeptus Mechanikus and the Imperial Navy requisitioned 24 Mars-class battlecruisers from Mothball, before proceeding to remove each and every offensive armament of the warships as the first phase of the modifications. That there was barely a whisper of protest was quite indicative of the fear the Reaper batteries of the Imga monolith had spread throughout the Imperial Navy's officers. The Warrior-class destroyers faced different problems. Having hulls of destroyers, time was not the great limiter it was for the bigger Aegis. But it remained a serious constraint. Neither the Adeptus Mechanikus nor any Imperial Loyalist fleet had ever built a ship integrating an electromagnetic cannon in living memory, and the prototypes of the class were barely completed by 306M35. That the Mechanikus Council successfully delivered 144 into active service before Operation Stalingrad under these circumstances was a triumph of industry, artisan craftsmanship, and military planning. Numerous titles and promotions would be handed out by the Parliament of Mars after Stalingrad for this exploit integrally realized in the Nyx system. From Iconic Weapons and Materials of Operation Stalingrad, by Julia Scribonius, Ultramar Rose Edition, 310M41. Ferris Revenge Shipyards. Basileia Taylor Hebert. As usual, her arrival on Ferris Revenge was greeted by an impressive clamor coming from tens of thousands of hands applauding, uncountable voices cheering, and the crowd this clamor belonged to. As expected, she spent the next hour giving unofficial audiences, kissing babies, giving her blessings to new couples, and congratulating PDF recruits and newly enlisted SDF personnel for their contribution to the defense of the Nyx system. It was a delay on her way to the Enterprise's dock, but it was a necessary one, with how little time she spent in Hive Athena these days in preparation for the coming campaign. Meeting the Nyxians like she did was the best way to gauge the mood of both the military and the civilians. And besides, it wasn't exactly like only shipyard workers and market merchants were taking the opportunity to talk to her, as proved by the presence of Archmagos Arithmencia Sultan herself when she left the thousands of pilgrims behind. I heard no major problems occurred during the latest fleet exercise, the black-haired para-human began once the salutations were completed. Are we on schedule? We are, the mistress of ships proclaimed, her mechadendrites ever in motion. It took us over 300 hours of modifications, but the Megara at last performed on the level of its other Aegis sister ships. The blessed Psi-Tech field was recorded at a most impressive 94% for 24 minutes without incident, and the communion with the Aegis squadron will be at 93%. Outstanding, the Basileia complimented the female Archmagos. Where was the problem, in the end? Much as it shames me to admit it, when we received the first battlecruisers out of Mothball, 2 hulls out of 24 presented alterations most common with warships repaired in the shipyards of Metallica. Previous problems meant the Petersburg already had potentially altered machine parts removed and replaced, but the Megara didn't have these problems, and thus was allowed to proceed further along its commissioning without challenge. I think that if we had proceeded with more 12 blessed verifications, we would have caught the problem sooner, but we were trying to keep as close to the schedule as possible. Taylor had worked with and listened to Arithmencia Sultan for long enough to know this was not an implicit criticism, this was just the basic truth. Any warship or civilian ship, honestly commissioned too quickly risked encountering these kinds of problems if the admirals supervising the shipyards were stupid enough to demand the impossible of the tech priests. Unfortunately, she and Arithmansia Sultan had agreed upon a construction schedule which came very close to it. Alas, there was no alternative, at least not one which wouldn't cost the forces of Operation Stalingrad years of delay. After watching the sheer firepower used by the Surican Necrons to annihilate the 2nd Legion once, Battlefleet Volga needed the Heimdall template installed aboard the Aegis-class battlecruisers. Not having them increased the possibility of the first major engagement turning into a one-sided butchery, and it wouldn't be the humans doing the killing this time. I know you have done your utmost. The Supreme Commander of the 10 battle groups assembled between Nyx and Triplex Fal reassured her. The Warrior-class destroyers. The 48 of your personal battle group have all passed the fleet exercises with flying colors. So have the other 48 sent to battle group Berzina. As agreed during our last meeting, 24 have been placed in the reserve fleet. The other 24 have been sent to battle group Dnieper like you desired. Coupled with the hoplites, I have no doubt our new destroyers are going to be the bane of many Necron ships. And I am sure plenty of officers will come to thank you after the operation, the owner of the Enterprise nodded. While the hoplites decimate the monolith's heavy starfighter cover, the warriors are going to shred the armor of their cruisers. Best of all, it wasn't something the Necrons could anticipate. The railgun template had only been recovered at Kamarak, and the numerous prototypes had begun to be tested after Trazyn dealt with Orican. So unless the perfidious diviner had warned his fellow genocidal partners of everything which might or might not happen in the future, the element of surprise should still be intact. The 2nd Legion had not deployed any electromagnetic weapons during their final stand, and the orcs had not shown them any either. A most satisfying outcome for these enemies of the Omniscia, Arithmansia approved. I have more good news. The modifications of the Moth supercarrier Ethergold are completed. You can transfer your singing companion to it whenever you wish. I am going to wait until I return from the arena for that. Taylor answered slowly. I don't want to do everything at the last minute, but the longer Lisa is unable to move, the more significant her food requests are going to become. Her Moth Diva would also find uncountable ways to drive her escort of Templar sisters and tech priests to tears. Best to leave her in her dome for as long as possible, where she stayed relatively well behaved. A last point I think has not yet been brought to your attention. 1 hour ago, the Archmechanikus Zarquisitor translated out of the warp. Taylor blinked. Any Archmechanikus was always welcome, but the Mechanikus' orders of battle for the 10 battle groups didn't include that one, and all fleet exercises were completed. Adding more elements was always going to be a headache. Archmagos Belisarius' call has returned. Her mistress of ships and shipyards informed her when it became obvious she failed to react in the expected manner. Ah! Honestly, how many arcs did Call have in his service? The reason she hadn't connected the dots was because after seeing the Iron Revenant, the para-human hadn't believed an Archmagos could own 2 of these gigantic starships. Hediatrix was a very senior Archmagos of Mars, and he only had the El Dorado. The same was true for many other high-ranked figures of the Mechanikus. Her conversation with the Archmagos ended a couple of minutes later, and the dawn brake her guard and she pressed on in direction of the Enterprise across a cheering crowd. It went without saying. They were barely 200 meters from her personal Thunderhawk when a person she had really not anticipated meeting today intercepted her group. Lord Commissar Zuev, if there was anything reassuring in this galaxy, it was that her senior officer of the commissariat had barely changed these last several years. The Atlantis purges had been such a lightning-fast affair he had no time to gain new scars, and though he accepted a rejuvenation treatment, it had been a light one, barely enough to return to the vitality he had during the fall of Kamarak. Have there been any problems with the commissariat? No, everything is proceeding as per the schedule I gave you, the austere and threatening-looking man assured her. But there have recently been unforeseen developments. I was made aware Call is back. Zuev grimaced. Interesting, apparently whatever he wanted to tell her, Call played no part in it. I hope he's not going to play with any more moons. I will confiscate his Archmechanikus if he so much as thinks about it. The insect mistress promised. But you were saying about interesting developments. Ah yes, Zuev took 2 steps to the left, revealing in full the woman half hidden behind him. Your Celestial Highness, may I present Lady Foronika Argovone, rogue trader, until recently operating in the Nephilim sector. She has some information I believe you need to be informed of immediately. Apparently, it had been too much to hope for a few hours of free time aboard the Enterprise. Battleship Enterprise. Rogue trader Foronika Argovone. Foronika felt completely insignificant as she was politely invited to sit on the red couch. The moment she had been given permission to board the massive battleship called the Enterprise, it was scene after scene of bronze and gold, silver mechanical cogs, and painted walls. It was like being in a museum, except the various stations and uniformed personnel everywhere made it clear it was a true warship. If she had had any inclination to presume otherwise, the moment you looked at an artwork, you immediately noticed there was something to protect it from fire or damage, be it a stasis field, a fire extinguisher station. The big red letters anti-fire foam were a clue or something else. It was galling to admit it, but not only did the Enterprise have more wealth in one compartment than her entire dice of topaz, it could destroy it in a few minutes before breakfast, and it was far better protected internally than her own ship was armored. But what was the most striking was the living saint. She was so luminous, so pure, that Veronica felt really unworthy to be welcomed into her presence. The rogue trader of the impoverished Argovone line had always known she wasn't a beautiful woman. Her own cousins had not been shy in pointing out every flaw they found in her appearance. That she was too small, barely managing a lowly 1 meter and 50 centimeters. That her acne spots that for some reason had never vanished after their appearance in her teenage years disfigured her. Her nose was too sharp, her mouth too uneven, and her lips hardly beautiful. Minor consolation, her near-empty resources meant she had not compensated this by trying to gain weight, but then again she wasn't really able to afford clothes befitting of a rogue trader. From boots to coat, she wore black. That way she didn't look like a beggar, but she hardly looked like a dashing rogue trader either. In comparison, the living saint was a true angel. She was tall. She was beautiful. She was illuminating the entire room with her magnificent golden wings, projecting a divine aura blessed by the God Emperor himself. And if half of the rumors Veronica had heard were true, Her Celestial Highness had already accomplished more in roughly 2 decades than 300 or 400 rogue traders did in their lifetimes. Given all of these facts, it immensely surprised her she had been introduced into her presence so quickly. "Where do you want me to begin, Your Celestial Highness?" She found enough courage to timidly ask. "I think the beginning is always a good place start," the golden-winged woman replied gently. "Do you want some refreshments? You look incredibly exhausted." It had to be some kind of dream, because the fruity tonic she was given was far better than anything she had tasted in the last decade, and the tiredness was hitting her bones and her muscles less and less. "It began with the hour of the Emperor's wrath, Your Celestial Highness. The Nephilim sector has an important warp trail which allows ships to travel quickly towards Segmentum Solar, but plenty of systems and unexplored regions near that trail were racked by warp storms. Since I had an arrangement with a shipyard of Nephilim I wouldn't find elsewhere, I was trying to access with little success several stars until the warp storms all vanished. Not losing any time, I activated my warp drives and translated to one of the most promising systems I had managed to guess the location of, and it was there. So I claimed it for the Imperium." "Well," the ruler of the Nyx system commented, "congratulations are in order." "Thank you." Veronica cleared her throat. "But it was once I left to report my discovery that the problems began. I was made aware that 2 people named the Monsters of Lomer had seriously damaged a tithe fleet of the Adeptus Administratum and killed the tithe master. Your name was mentioned in rumors, in general associated with the fact the dead adept was a member of the Van Dyer clan." The poor rogue trader didn't know what she had expected, but the living saint rolling her eyes, revealing an exasperated expression, and mumbling something between clenched teeth were not it. These Monsters of Lomer, their names wouldn't be Leet and Borak, by happenstance?" Yes, they are. "Do you know them, Your Celestial Highness?" The beautiful woman sighed. "Yes. I have the great misfortune of knowing them. And the moment I can catch one, we are going to have a little chat about the vagueness of their astropathic communications. Amongst other things. They had told me they had killed someone named Mephistopheles Van Dyer, they had been very vague about everything else. But since we didn't find a Lomer system near the Maelstrom or in any Mechanicu's database." A space marine poured a ruby-colored liquid into the glass of the living saint, her own glass was replenished, and for a few seconds they sipped their drinks in silence. "I suppose the Administratum threw a fit over it, and there are going to be violent complications. But I don't know how any of this is a problem for you." The 2 rogue traders sponsored by Mephistopheles Van Dyer fled as quickly as they could when their patron died, Veronica explained. "They took the liberty of emptying the coffers before departing, though. So the local Administratum really needs to present something good to their superiors, and a newly discovered system ready for colonization would their lifesaver." "Ah. But you discovered it, so they want you to transfer certain colonization and trade rights to them, in perpetuity, I imagine." "Exactly," Veronica confirmed, the warmth of the tonic a welcome sensation in her throat. "This is obviously highly illegal, but the Nephilim courts are theirs, and I'm hardly an influential rogue trader. In fact, if she didn't manage to defend her claim on this newly discovered system, it was likely that in a decade there wouldn't be an Argovone rogue trader house. She had loved her parents, but their disappearance with the penultimate ship of their dynasty had left her a mountain of unpaid debts and the dice of topaz, which was itself in need of massive repairs and mechanical parts replacements." "I see," the black-haired saint said with a sympathetic smile. "But why come to me specifically? I mean, I feel a bit responsible for having given a ship to Borak and Leet. I should have sent an Astartes company or 2 to keep them on the straight and narrow, and the Administratum plotting is characteristic of what happens once you get rid of a Van Dyer. I think he was pilfering from the sector's coffers well before his rogue traders took it upon themselves to steal precious metals and other resources. Still, rumor or no rumor, Nyx isn't exactly next door to Nephilim. Because some of the rumors about you I learned from an explorator tech priest from Stygies 8. He was hardly the best source of information, but he affirmed he had been there at Nyx and that certain edicts had been approved by the Adeptus Mechanicus. I'm afraid you will have to be more specific. I used the Adeptus Mechanicus to enforce many edicts during the last 12 years. Veronica drew the black rock darker than obsidian, to be accurate that she had shown to the commissar from her pocket. One of the space marines present hissed, and the living saint's expression also turned from polite interest to incredibly attentive. Noctilith, the name passed her lips, the same the near heretic had mentioned. Gamaliel, if you would. A tall golden space marine, armored like an angel and more beautiful than most propaganda vids, advanced and placed a strange device against the night-colored stone as she continued to hold it. This is indeed Noctilith, my lady, the confirmation arrived 5 seconds later. The purity is a bit inferior to the ore the Mechanicus refine at Alamo, but it's still over 90%. And judging from the form and the list of impurities, it wasn't gathered on a volcanic death world. It wasn't. She mustered her courage to not feel too intimidated by the gigantic angel of death. There are many of these rocks on the surface of every planet of the system I discovered. How many planets? 6. 6, an angelic version of the same space marine, but clad in white and gold, repeated with what had to be a slightly ironic tone of voice. And to think the Mechanicus is still trying to find one where the deposits won't run out in a few months. Veronica felt incredulity. It was that rare? Of course, the space marine hardly had any reason to lie about that. The saint rose from her couch and delicately took the Noctilith stone from her hand. The moment her fingers touched it, it was like veins of gold were revealed inside it. It was beautiful. It couldn't have lasted more than a few seconds, but when it was over, it was like a new lighthouse had been created to help the living saint. Ether gold, the golden-winged woman explained. Noctilith imbued with the power of the Emperor. The bane of the darkness and the heretics. Wherever it shines, hope continues to exist and the monsters flee. The formerly black stone was placed back into her hand, and aside from a brief feeling of warmth, the only sensation was a sort of dancing song playing in her head. Congratulations, you passed the test. Thank you. The living saint chuckled. While it can have unpredictable effects, ether gold doesn't do that much to men and women who are untainted and loyal to the Golden Throne. The corrupt and the untrue, well, let's just say that if you were one, we wouldn't be having this kind of conversation. Veronica couldn't be gladder that she had always followed the advice of her mother and never forgotten the ancient words written on the vellum of the warrant of trade. Though her mother mustn't have ever thought about a situation like this one. You want it back? The ether gold, I mean. Keep it, the living saint waved her hand. Think of it as an insurance on my part, since you're going to become a very wealthy woman. You will support my claims on the Argo, the system I discovered. Yes. Yes, I believe I will. One of the red-clad space marines handed her a data slate. I will even repair your ship, the Dice of Topaz, and send a Mechanicus flotilla to secure the system and protect your assets while I'm waging my wars, though I have one request. And that is. Please don't call the discovered system Argovone. I have nothing against the name, but labeling an important system with your own identity is generally not the most humble thing ever. The name of your ship could be a good choice. The living saint read something on her data slate before giving it back to the space marine. But it is a request, feel free to disregard it if you want. Have you brought more Noctilith with you? Yes, your celestial highness. 1 ton. I will buy it for 10 billion Terran throne gelts. Veronica felt weak again. She was going to be able to repay all her debts and then some. She was. Gamaliel, please call the Magi biologist for a full medical checkup, this poor rogue trader doesn't seem to be in good health. Nyx system. Arena of Blades. 3.025.310 M35. Maia Teal Lysis. The new Arena of Blades was already an incredible sight viewed from a spaceship approaching it, a jewel of emerald, the dome protecting arena fighters from the void surrounded by a vast fortress stadium. It was even more impressive once you saw it from the inside. Maia acknowledged that much from the start. There were wall frescoes no matter which direction you looked, sculptures representing Asuryani and Drukari by the hundreds in various gladiatorial positions, and precious gemstones beyond comprehension, the majority being emeralds, rubies, or stones having similar colors. Maia felt very underdressed walking the long avenue they had been directed to, and she was in the new body-tight black and blue armor the Queen of Blades had ordered her to wear. By the lost temple of Asuryan, she didn't want to know how she would have felt if they traveled here half-naked. Not that there was a big risk of this happening. The 40 wishes that Lelith Hesprax had volunteered to fight in the human-built arena alongside her had all been directed to wear similar armors. The main difference with hers was that their armors were a combination of black and this magenta fuchsia which seemed to have become the default color of the authority worshippers in the time it took to reach and return from the shrieking labyrinth. When she thought about it, it was likely it wasn't a minor detail that aside from Lilith Hesprax and herself, all the wishes had these magenta spirit stones under their armors, and the ancient Ildari had feigned to not see them when they reunited with the cult of blades recently. Ah, at last, a welcoming committee. Maia didn't know whose mouth had run wild, but she had to repress an urge to strangle them. Because when the great gates at the avenue, the ones carved in a very realistic artistic representation of Hesprax, opened, it was no human army or even one of the space marines who greeted them. It wasn't even the queen of the swarm. It was a massive golden spider with silver stripes, one which was big enough to do a size contest with a grav tank, and likely win if it came to close quarters, as its legs and abdomen had a formidable chitin armor. Maia tensed, and her reaction was likely among the less vocal of the group minus Lilith's reaction, which was to smile and bare her teeth. Because of course the Queen of Blades would see this opponent as a worthy challenge. One of the Hecatrix blood brides outright asked if the arena contest had already begun. No, it hasn't, arrogant female long ear. The voice was entirely metallic, but since there was no one around, and the metallic box dangling like a collar around the spider's neck, merciful Isha, had Malesha Ildanan found spiders which were able to talk? You are a new one, aren't you? The Queen of the Arenas spoke with non-hidden curiosity. I didn't see spiders of your species at Kamarak. Indeed I am. The spider's maw clicked loudly, and her posture shifted from defensive to what could be described as prideful. The glorious web mistress, may she rule the swarm forever, recognized the majestic beauty of the arachnid form, and ordered her tech priests to enhance us into a new glorious body. We are the Araniidae Gigantes Nixian Amazonia a bear, and we have sworn to protect humanity, in the name of the web mistress. And since we need to be polite and present ourselves, even to infuriating long ears, I am Bellona, daughter of Artemis, the warden of the Arena of Blades. Of course the Queen of Hell Spiders would let spiders rule this arena. A witch complained. I mean, what we were expecting. Bellona appeared offended by this comment, since she stopped using her four forwards legs and went on a position which for an Asuryani or a human would have been considered bipedal. Of course, since the spider had a massive abdomen, the effect was intimidating. Very intimidating. I assure you, arrogant long ear, I am more than capable of administering this arena. For 2 standard years I have been in charge, and I have prepared this event far better than any of your perfidious race can. I'm sure Alcrina meant no offense, Lilith smiled, though whether it was because she was amused because a huge spider was insulting one of her wishes or for some other reason was impossible to guess. I am rather sure of the contrary. Bellona clicked a lot between each metallic word coming out of the metallic box. But I'm not one to bear grudges indefinitely. Since she voiced reserves, she can open the ball with my hell spider cousins. They are very, very enthusiastic to end their lives in a glorious massacre of long ears. Alcrina flinched. She had been among the Drukari who had fled Kamarak before the gates were closed, Maia remembered. That won't be necessary, the ancient Ildari voiced an objection. The opening needs to be grandiose, no? Alcrina won't give a good opening performance. The Queen of Blades smiled, and Alcrina gave her a look which was half relief, half confusion. I want my apprentice, and suddenly Maia felt very, very alone, to go against the hell spiders in the opening fight. I can assure you she will give the spectators and your mistress a prodigious fight. Oh no. Oh no. An interesting suggestion, the golden spider shook her gigantic head in a very humanoid gesture. And one which merits a lot of thought. Maia, watching these 8 eyes filled with curiosity and a great intelligence, knew she had just been volunteered to become Hell Spider Chow. You don't seem that annoyed at the idea of modifying the order of the fights nor their composition. I was already modifying it before you set a foot in this arena. Bellona exclaimed, 2 of her legs slashing the air. We were not expecting so many long ears to accept our invitation to get themselves killed. This time the Queen of Blades allowed them the rare opportunity to hear her purring laughter. You are confident. I like that. In a feat of dexterity, the spider took something from her back and threw it to Lilith Hesprax, who caught it without looking. The instructions to access your lodges, the other facilities, and the basic organization of the grand gladiatorial event. I will send my cousins to escort you when everything is ready. And do not slay any of them, or I will punish you myself. The most dangerous sword fighter of the Ildari race chuckled. You want to kill me, spider? Your mistress failed, and you aren't at her level. Who said anything about killing you? The golden spider immediately rebutted. Of course I would lose, though you might be unpleasantly surprised at how good I am at coordinating my cousins. But I was thinking more along the lines of shutting off the warm water supply to your lodges. The Ildari blade mistress grimaced. Threat acknowledged. Wishes, do not slay the spiders, at least not until we fight in the arena. Basilea Taylor a bear. Before the Death Watch had presented her the protocol armor in person, Taylor had almost refused to believe one could spend so much on a parade armor no one would even don, and for that matter whose primary goal wasn't even the protection of someone. But it had been the complete truth, and even after seeing it several times, the ludicrous decoration over 100 diamonds, dozens upon dozens of former Ildari gems, more than 50 sapphires, all upon a base of Necron metagold was still ridiculously impressive. If there was an award for the most ostentatious parade armor, the protocol armor recovered from Ariand would win it without trying. I am forced to admit that for all his tyrannical behavior, your silent king knows how to offer kingly gifts. The Basileia told Nefertun, as after stepping back, the honor guard of the Narush-Latsat dynasty surrounded the protocol armor and teleported it back to the starship waiting 500,000 kilometers away. Make no mistake, the Feeric replied conversationally, Saruk didn't give away this armor for the sole purpose of placing the Nefrik dynasty in his debt. He was making a diplomatic point. The process of creation and the other secrets of the hyper-alchemical metagold are something the Nefrik cryptex were particularly proud of. So either Saruk's court of technomancers managed to replicate it by only seeing its properties from afar, or he used the command protocols to seize their inventions and mind-wipe the incident from the Nefrik data memories. And by giving them this armor, he made sure the Nefrik leadership was aware of these possibilities. Spoken like that, there was little doubt which option Nefertun considered the most likely, but at least she had presented two sides of the debate. Assuming it was the latter and you can prove it, you may be able to convince some Nefrik cryptex to change their allegiances once all the protocol artifacts are recovered. I examined the practicalities of such a move, the Necron ruler revealed. Unfortunately, to avoid potentially unpleasant complications, Faer and Silfek must be neutralized first. And it appears he didn't trust his court enough to place his royal crypt at Ariand. One of the reasons the attack of the Death Watch upon the Crown World had been even more devastating than the success won at Oruk. It had barely taken 3 hours before the tomb's AI was neutralized, and the Space Marines' casualties had been extremely low, even compared to the standards set at Oruk. It wasn't his Crown World, then. No, it was, the few vaults your forces found are proof enough of that. Taylor hid a grimace. It had been hell to convince the tech priests to respect the treaty, especially when the artifacts found were so close to impressive piles, or was it mountains of strategic metals. But Silfek apparently decided to go against tradition and move his most dangerous weapons and most precious vaults to a secret location. That was innovative. I didn't expect it from him. It was a friendly reminder that for all the knowledge brought by a Necron dynasty, the Imperium's best source of information, Trazen didn't count, was not infallible. My overlords have brought forth the hypothesis this will be the last protocol artifact we will be able to recover in a while, aside from the one you have made so many preparations for. The hypothesis is indeed correct, Taylor told her Necron ally. Given how defended this protocol artifact is, the numbers the Death Watch need to deploy to have good odds of success, and how badly things can go wrong during Operation Stalingrad, I can't possibly justify operations against the other targets you gave me. Nothing went wrong when the Death Watch attacked Oruk, Sarlok, and Ariand, but that doesn't mean the other Citadel crypts don't have nasty surprises waiting for invaders. And if they do have these surprises, I will have no Mechanikus or Inquisition fleet available to bombard them into oblivion for at least a couple of years. Both organizations had been very generous, though, as always. Ethergold and Bacta were so priceless she could afford to name her price and get away with it, but they couldn't be everywhere at once. Priorities had been established. First, everything which could be deployed to help the Imperial forces involved in Operation Stalingrad and the Obscurus fortification projects. After that came the protection of the Forge Worlds and other critical bastions of industry and warrior tithing. And then there were the Noctilith-seeking operations. The Protocol Artifact quest came at the bottom of the list. I am not surprised, Nefertun noted diplomatically. But I must inform you as a result that as long as a Surican noble is in control of the throne of Oblivion, I won't be able to deploy even the smallest scythe engine to help you across the eastern fringe. I will deploy 3 fleets north of the Maelstrom to protect the Nefri Khoriskar pylon line, and Sitka has spread her assets to intervene should your traders move to seize important Necron fortresses. But that is as far as I can risk my dynasty's military forces. Given how much risk encountering a Surican force placed the Narush-Latsat dynasty in, there was no arguing with that. That is already a lot. And since the fleet of Ryza, the White Scars, and several other allied forces are already trying to entice the damned of the Maelstrom to sally out before springing their trap, I think it will be enough for the contingencies in that theater. The real problems will come from another direction. The world you call Cadia. Taylor nodded silently. It may have already begun. The astropathic communications are getting erratic in Western Obscurus. A veil of darkness is falling upon the gate and the nearby systems. This is of course why I will soon leave with my forces. It is time to strike. A massive blast of green lightning announcing a teleportation erupted 5 feet away, and Taylor thought at first it announced the return of the honor guard, but no, it was not them. It was Trazen. My friend. The unrepentant thief greeted her. I thought it was the perfect time to. The Lady Basileia and I were about to head to the Imperial Lodge, Chief Archiovist, Nefertun interrupted him. Why don't you escort us there? Forge Father Fukin Envar. Fukin Envar didn't like arenas, beautiful or not, and he wasn't going to change his mind for this one. This was an impressive construction. The Salamander Forge father was ready to grant the builders that, but it was a large orbital station built on the order of a Xenos, and worse, a drukari. He didn't care if the Queen of Blades was so old she was practically her own race. When someone lived at the heart of a corrupt civilization, it was impossible to keep their hands clean. And though Kamarak was no more, there weren't enough years in the history of all humanity to forget the raids these depraved monsters had launched against Nocturne. The sooner the arena fighters, Wishes, and other Long Ears died, the better. Fortunately, it seemed the God Emperor was smiling upon them as even the Long Ears appeared to be ready to betray their treacherous brethren and throw them into the 150 meters wide arena. I think you are asking for a difficult price, my friend. He didn't turn his head to keep an eye on the Necron thief. That was the duty of Catalan, Dos Santos, and Foreman. Nonsense. I did you a favor by taking the Bell of St. Gerstal, in addition to all the other things I let you keep. What are these other things you are referring to? The sigh of their lady was very loud. Treason. I'm ready to accept my tech priests are not the most disciplined individuals, but when in 3 artifact recovery operations they each time discover compartments missing up to 2/3 of the relics they had safely stored, even they know to suspect your intervention. And to think you were so busy safeguarding your collections, the Necron Phaeric spoke. I wonder if I should not try to find ways to make yourself valuable. Like trying to entertain the deceiver in a Tesseract vault. There's no need to resort to such violent extremes. Yes, there was. Trumpets sounded, and just below the Imperial Lodge divided neatly between Necrons and humans and Trazyn going back and forth between them entered one of the massive adjutant spiders. Webmistress. Everything is ready. Then you and your sisters can invite the public in. Excellent job. We live to please you, Webmistress. The most incredible thing in this exchange was that the spider really didn't talk. When the genitors had given birth to this new species, it rapidly became obvious that for all their intelligence, the Araneae gigantes Nixian Amazonia a bear was not capable of communicating vocally except by a few loud rattling sounds. Yet these giant arachnids, aside from a talent in silk weaving which had made them extremely popular among the Nixian upper classes, were telepathic, at least with their fellow spiders and other psychic species. As a result, the metallic boxes placed around their necks were not a common translator, but in fact a plain voxcaster which allowed other spiders in a vox central to translate their mental orders into proper sounds. To date, Fukin Envar didn't know if it was an idea of genius or utter madness. It was true that with these spiders' creation, one of the principal weaknesses of their lady was gone when she went to sleep. An adjutant spider would simply take over the relay and continue to loyally follow instructions, and they could be complex to the point normal humans would struggle to keep half of them memorized. On the other hand, well, Bologna was bigger than a lemon Russ, and she was not the biggest specimen they had running around. Plus, just like Lisa the giant moth, all of the adjutant spider commanders had a contagious enthusiasm, and occasionally, in their eagerness they forgot how fragile their surroundings were. Welcome. Welcome dear public, to the Arena of Blades. Bologna repeated at regular intervals. In the name of Basilea Taylor a bear, I dearly hope you are going to enjoy the spectacle. No, they wouldn't. Bologna had been informed of the basics what the public could and couldn't do but she was unaware of the political realities in the Imperium of mankind. And the political realities ensured that the fewer people left to tell everyone what they had seen inside the Arena of Blades, the better. It wasn't to protect their lady's aura of invincibility. Unless the Queen of Blades went berserk today, Lady Taylor a bear would not be physically fighting anyone, even via the proxy of insects. It wasn't because the mere presence of Xenos was corruption though several ships had brought drukari prisoners that were undoubtedly tainted and to be exterminated with extreme prejudice. It was because unless they succeeded in slaying the Queen of Blades, the public was better off not knowing that killing all Eldar in sight in fact wasn't the policy of the day. The revelation of the atrocities committed by the monsters of Kamarak on a daily basis had generated an intense wave of anti-Eldar propaganda, and there were people as important as the High Lords debating if after the current series of threats was over, hunting the Eldar to extinction was perhaps the best service that could be given to the galaxy. After that, the only question had been how to find 1 million expendable spectators. No gubernatorial rebellion having agitated the Nyx sector in 12 years, it was in the Atlantis sector Lady Weaver had found her volunteers. While many men and women were directly thrown into the penal legions where they would have the honor of being in the first wave of Operation Stalingrad, 500,000 adults had been set aside and prepared for a very different assignment. Decadent nobles, avaricious ecclesiarchy priests, gladiators of illegal arenas, frat heiress Templar traders, what they all had in common was that they'd thought their precautions had been enough to trick the Arbits, the Administratum, the ecclesiarchy, and Lady Weaver. They were fatally mistaken. These men and women didn't yet realize it, but they weren't going to leave this space arena alive. The only question was how they were going to die, and how long it was going to take. In this arena, I am the judge, the executioner, and the commentator. Bologna shifted from greetings to her instructions. If I say a fight begins, it begins. When I say combat is over, it's over. If you don't listen to my instructions, I and my sisters will make you stop. Do you understand? We understand. The crowd answered like a single man, apparently beginning to have some dark thoughts about the reason they had been led to this spectacle when they had just been judicially pardoned. Good. Now let's begin the grand opening of this arena of blades, under the wise guidance of the web mistress and the golden throne. On my right, the magnificent, the lethal, the veterans of Kamarak, my cousins the Hell Spiders. They will face before your very eyes the apprentice of the Queen of Blades herself, in equilibrium above an acid pool. Maia Teal Lysis. There must have been a more partial crowd of spectators at some point in galactic history, but Maia for the life of her wasn't able to remember when. Death to the Eldar. Die, degusting Xeno. Cut off her ears and throw her into the acid pool. Why the hatred for her ears? They were very nice and well proportioned, by Isha. Really, these humans were cruel and barbaric. 2 heartbeats, and Maia toned down the noise of the crowd like she had learned to do in the shrieking labyrinth. Save the judge-referee, which was obviously the gigantic spider speaking just below the grand podium. Everyone was unimportant for the time being. The Malantaya Suryani needed to focus on her own survival. Something which was easier said than done. This wasn't the labyrinth where the floor could collapse at any moment, but it wasn't normal ground either. Someone had weaved multiple layers of silk in equilibrium above the large arena, and the web was neither very solid nor very large. A normal Asuryani would be able to walk upon it reasonably safely, assuming the silk was not doused with a slippery substance, which it obviously was. And since the humans or the spiders had chosen this time to reveal their building capacities, were up to the task of creating a pool of acid to welcome the losers of this arena bout, the encouragement not to fall was strong. Maia was rather confident this acid was a wraithbone dissolver, developed by the red-robed humans who had sacked Kamarak. Let the first game begin. The Hell Spiders stopped their choreography at the other end of the arena and charged her. They were all death-touched. Of course Asuryani and Drukari both had agreed upon this nickname to designate insects which had been once placed under the control of Weaver. Aside from making them more intelligent, it also led them to be more organized and vindictive against their people in the webway. This wasn't the only change shown by these arachnids, descendants of the ones bred in the pits of Kamarak. 4 of their legs were busy keeping them alive on the silk webs, but 2 of their appendages held long spears, and 2 others rather large shields. Weaver had taught Hell Spiders how to wield weapons. What was wrong with this galaxy? There should be a law against arming Hell Spiders, she grumbled, jumping and avoiding 3 of the weapons which had been used as projectiles with a wide margin. Fine, no need to restrain myself. Embers began to burn in the palm of her left hand. 3 heartbeats later, a storm of fire was born and struck one of the Hell Spiders right in the head, which, surprised, wasn't able to avoid a deep plunge leading to her demise. 1 down, air, 99 to go. The Hell Spiders tried to encircle her, just as several humans were forcefully catapulted onto the upper layer of the spider silk's web. Ah, our first courageous volunteers of the night. Bologna proclaimed. We are glad for your timely arrival, citizens of Atlantis. Your challenge is simple: kill this Eldar, and you will receive an imperial amnesty. Good luck. The crowd screamed so loudly even the Hell Spiders appeared to suffer from the storm of noise. But sure enough, the humans thrown into the arena had really vicious expressions looking at her. Well, the ones which managed to stay on the web for several heartbeats. It was slippery, after all, and a Hell Spider profited from their inexperience to impale one of them on a bloodied spear. No, my cousins the Hell Spiders aren't on your side. Isn't it exciting? For the first time of the night, Maia wondered what the penalty was for killing the chatty giant spider. Autarchulian lay Kadieth. The problem when your craft world thought you were a hero was unquestionably the fact the Asuryani thought you were obligated to continue playing the role. At least this time he wasn't forced to stare at an armada which had destroyed several fleets and was advancing on his. He just had to watch a series of fights in the arena which would result in the deaths of many members of his own species, though at least the Drukari were estranged cousins at best. This was why like every soul in their lodge Julian cheered when the last Hell Spider died and Maia Teal Lysis emerged victorious. Trained by the Queen of Blades or not, the young Asuryani's performance had been a thing of beauty, and she had proved that no matter how unfair the fight was, seriously the Hell Spiders receiving new weapons and shields every time they asked was just cheating. Victory was possible. Now the question was, Victor, the Eldar, the enormous golden spider grumbled in the device allowing her to play commentator of the arena. As per the will of the web mistress, the life of the winner is spared and she will be granted an audience with the glorious Basileia and Feeric at the end of the event. Now as warden of the arena I am proud to announce an interlude while we reconfigure the arena for the second round of fighting. Before that, 1 minute of silence for my poor cousins who fell trying to kill this tenacious long ear. The crowd booed. Whether this was because of the spider's words or the reality many humans had taken a final bath in the acidic arena, Julian didn't know, but the spider Bologna didn't like it at all. I said 1 minute of silence. The arachnid unleashed the equivalent of a roar. Or I will pick 10 of you randomly to serve as my next meal. Silence immediately fell in the stadium. Thank you, the spider added sweetly, and despite the metallic tone, the threat was not far from it. Well, it is a victory, Eldrad whispered next to him. And Maelsha Eildanan looks ready to respect her word. I will treat it as a good sign. The autarch rolled his eyes. I will only stop watching my back when we will be safely back in the webway, out of reach of her battleships and her swarm. Yulian Lakadiath gave the senior farser an unimpressed look while murmuring. Let's not pretend that anything save the presence of the Queen of Blades is protecting us right now. If anything, they had a demonstration of it as the acid fluids were removed in record time and then what felt like millions of beetles, crabs, and centipedes went to redecorate, burning the web silk. Who knew there were pyrokinetic crabs? And bringing large decoration stones and what looked like gigantic dart launchers. Thank you for your respect, the spider spoke again. Now for the second round of fighting. 3 wishes of the Queen of Blades will have the honor of fighting our mecha centipedes. Oh, and I suppose we will throw in the tainted wretches some of our long-ear friends so generously delivered into our care. Yulian Lakadiath grimaced. It was him who had captured the Drukari, hundreds of them, fleeing the webway, pursued by the Harlequins. Needless to say, they had not been the kind of dark cousins interested in redemption. No, these ones had already sold their souls to the primordial annihilator, specifically the aspect of lies. He didn't know what the most unpleasant thing was, selling dark cousins to a grisly fate, no matter how much they deserved it, or having the unpleasant realization that the Drukari population they had tolerated for so long saw nothing wrong with worshipping the primordial annihilator as long as they could continue slaughtering and torturing. There was no other option, Eldrad assured him calmly. I know. It does not make me any happier, the Lugganath fleet commander responded as 3 wishes in armors black and dark pink, walked into the arena. Not long after, the other Drukari were admitted by another gate. There were 100 of them, clearly not the entire group of prisoners he had surrendered to the spiders. So she has followers of authority inside her ranks, the older Asuryani commented whimsically. The threads hinted it was possible, but the cult of blades moved too fast to be absolutely certain. You're playing with fire, Eldrad, the grating and arrogant voice of Farser Eldorath Starbane introduced itself in their conversation. What do you think that psychopath of an Ildari is going to do when she realizes you are trying to snatch away her wishes? Yulian had wondered from the moment he had met this idiot what the purpose of Starbane coming here was. It was certainly not for his mental clarity or the wisdom of his speeches. It wasn't for his capacity at deciphering the threads of the future. One might think not seeing the future would have taught him a little humility like it had for so many seers, but apparently not. Eldorath Starbane was a peerless farser, all must bask in his mighty presence or risk being utterly wrong. The autarch wondered which Aledok female had committed the sin of siring a child with a Biltan male, because this stupidity was typically more the domain of the warmongers than it was usual in the corridors of Aledok. And now, dear public, the mecha centipedes. For the second time in a short period, the human spectators went silent. Yulian thought, at first, these were human machines. At first. But no, these masses of metals were undoubtedly insect, for all the guns and blades strapped to them. At least they behaved like insects, the golden lights where their eyes should be glaring at everything. They were huge, and their progression was anything but silent. How much flesh was hidden inside this armor was impossible to discover without psychic scrying, but Yulian knew it wasn't going to be a lot. After arming hell spiders, Weaver had evidently found a way to parody the Necron constructs and make her own metallic insects. An army which was as loyal to her as her talkative spider, but wouldn't need to breathe, eat, drink, or rest. All it needed was energy, and the blades of the wishes seemed really insufficient for the task. The tainted Drukari were the first to scream imprecations and charge, prayers to the primordial annihilator on their lips. It was a one-sided massacre. Farsa Eldrad ul Thran. The strike was flawless and the target had not recognized the feint for what it was. The head of the witch rolled on the sand of the arena, cleanly decapitated. The tall and dark space marine, presented as a black shield by the giant spider, raised his sword and saluted Weaver, before cleaning the massive blade and resheathing it. Then he moved towards the exit, not a glance spared for the 2 wishes, the small army of volunteered spectators, and the countless carnivorous beetles which had been part of the contest and were now truly and completely dead. Victory goes to the Adeptus Astartes. 5 minutes of interlude before we move on to the next round of fighting. Aurelia murmured a word, and the world pulsed. 6 heartbeats later, 2 magenta spirit stones appeared in her hands. These girls deserved better. Yes. Part of the cult of blades or not, there had been no real way for the wishes to survive a duel against such a formidable opponent. They were simply too young, too untested, and not coordinated enough. But I did not choose to let them participate, and neither did you. The massacre had been just as bad as he had feared after having the first visions about the arena of blades. It was quite clear the destroyer of Kamarak had not changed her opinion about their race, and as far as she was concerned, the more Asuryani and Drukari warriors she killed today, the better. Counting Maia Teal Lysis among them, 11 out of 41 wishes had survived the game of massacre in the arena. All of them had done it by sheer talent, not luck, for the Queen of the Swarm and her executor spider had definitely not made things easy for them. Mecha insects had been released, bastardized versions of the ancient Necron Kanopitek weapons, but no less proficient in the art of murder. Monstrous insects covered in blades, spikes, and armor, some of them able to shrug off the best druggery weaponry. 3 Space Marines had also fought, the official reason being given for their presence being egregious failures having led to the death of their brothers in arms except the last one. They had died, but not before taking down 4 wishes and 20 more druggery hellions with them. There had been hellish traps. The lake of acid of the first fight had been just the prelude to things much, much worse, like a small sea of flames. The final count had to be close to 3,000 druggery killed, most of them brought here by his hand or the help of the Lugganath ships. The worst part was that if the choice was placed once more upon his shoulders, he would do it again. Except the wishes sworn to authority, none of those druggery souls were redeemable. They had, by weakness or by delight for ambition and lies, said yes when the great liar of the primordial annihilator came forwards with his bargains of nightmares. Eldrad had wondered at first why so many of the swarm's priceless assets had been unleashed when the souls of the damned would inform the imperial monsters of all that happened here. But one try to look at the future had told him everything there was to know. He had received a massive headache and no visions. The anathema's null maidens were forming a circle immediately outside this arena. Not close enough to forbid the usage of military skills, but not so far away that their presence in such numbers didn't destabilize the threads of the years to come. Their enemies would know little of what happened here, and the hazy visions may be more damaging than no vision at all. I have a bad feeling about these negotiations, the Herald of Authority confessed. I am not exactly brimming with enthusiasm about them myself, and not just because he had no idea of how they could go or whatever good would emerge from them. Being blind to everything was not something that happened to him often. The last time it was this bad was during the fall of Kamarak, and this alone put him ill at ease. Eldrad sighed before giving his lover a sad smile. At least it is almost over. I don't think the cult of Blades arrived with a lot more wishes than those who fought, and I know for sure the tainted Darkkin are all dead. Which means... And now, for the main spectacle of this grand event. The giant golden spider announced excitedly as her cousins pushed more spectators on the stands to replace those who had been thrown into the arena. She is the 11th most wanted being of the Imperium. She is one of the rare enemies who can challenge the web mistress. She is older than most sins in this galaxy. She was fighting Citan in the war in heaven millions of years ago. All rise for Her Excellency Enaria Eldinesh, the Queen of Blades. Cousins, play the Imperial March. A second later, the order obeyed, and the gates opened to a very martial music to reveal the crimson-haired foremost killer of Kamarak, and certainly the rest of the galaxy. Call her Enaria Eldinesh or Lelith Hesprax, these were merely 2 out of a list of uncountable names and titles. To greet such a prestigious opponent, we didn't skimp on the quantity. Even from here, Eldrad could see the smugness radiate from the golden spider, and as a result he knew this one kept her independence of thought from Weaver. The servant of the Emperor was in total control, but let this strange spider serve her of her own will. It was dangerous. The human woman was only a single being, but if her giant spiders spread across the galaxy. Obviously, all the spectators in this arena have volunteered to try to claim the bounty. Bellona the golden spider exclaimed. Terror exploded in the crowds of humans. A bounty which stands over 1 quadrillion throne gelts, and provides an imperial amnesty signed and sealed by the great web mistress. But you won't be alone. The different gates allowing participants to walk into the arena the normal way were opened, and from them a small army of Necrons marched out. Eldrad felt himself freeze. It was one thing to see the ancestral enemy of his race from afar. It was another to see them march in tight formation going to war. And it wasn't a small deployment. Eldrad hadn't the slightest idea of what these units were called, but many had such decorations and molecular severing blades that they couldn't possibly be simple warriors. From hovering constructs with enormous guns to ground machines, this was a force which could wipe out entire cities. Just merely looking at them was generating a feeling of dread, something that went well beyond the greenish glow of their monstrous weapons and the unmoving metallic skulls. I wish you good luck. This had to be one of the least impartial referees in the history of arena fighting, and Eldrad had been forced to be a spectator in a druggery arena once before. You are going to need it. Begin. The Necrons instantly opened fire, an annihilation bombardment of green light materializing to strike everything. The crowd bayed, either for blood or in terror, and began to leave its seats. In less time than it took to say it, thousands died. But where the Necrons had struck, the Queen of Blades wasn't there anymore. Instead, in a single jump she had landed on one of the tallest Necron machines, and eagerly proceeded to carve it with her 2 daggers. Xenos, Eldrad felt at last the presence of the massive blue machine waiting behind them. But why was it wearing that ridiculous pirate hat? My lady wants to speak with you. Ivrain Kaden. This monster allowed you to train with her. Ivrain felt her question was very legitimate, since 2 heartbeats ago, it began to rain Necron parts over them and only the shields protecting the principal lodge was preventing them from receiving the shattered remnants on their heads. No, Maia whispered. I died 10,000 times and she called it training before beating me down until I passed her minimal standards. The Queen of Blades didn't train with me, she sparred, often with a hand tied behind her back, naked, and sometimes with a mini dagger. Ivrain wanted to believe her friend was joking. But as the small army of Necrons in the arena was trying to kill Lelith Hesprax and utterly failing, she had to admit it was entirely plausible. As they climbed the last marble steps, Ivrain shook her head and tried to shrug off the feeling of terror she felt towards the old Ildari. She was good with a blade, but the demonstration which was playing out in the arena of blades was something else. The humans trying to swarm her by sheer numbers? With a good strategy and a few specialized weapons, it would be quite easy to tear them apart. Not with a pair of daggers, though. But no one, not even the greatest of the Phoenix Lords, was known to fight the ancient monsters that were the Necrons alone and unsupported. And yet the Queen of Blades was doing it all the same. Suddenly, the ridiculous rumors of Kamarak didn't seem that ridiculous at all. Web Mistress. Should I unleash the mecha centipedes again? No, Bologna. They can't coordinate with the Necrons, and they are too slow. We will keep them in reserve for another day. By your command, Web Mistress. If anything, this exchange forced Ivrain to refocus on what the lodge they finally entered housed. It was an incredibly beautiful place with shifting landscapes of greenery on the walls, a profusion of sculptures and other artworks, and a lot of furniture in green and red colors. It was also very big, but the reason for that was revealed immediately. The massive judge-referee commentator spider known as Bologna was taking instructions from her web mistress. Somehow, Ivrain knew instinctively it was a spectacle similar to the one offered by the Harlequins. The burning angel governing the cycle of entropy didn't need to speak to her arachnids. The attack on Kamarak wouldn't have been so successful if that were the case. No, she spoke to this spider because she had use for it as a performance, and this spider was largely able to hold a conversation with her. Silence reigned as they advanced past the arch and the white pillars marking the entrance of the lodge. It was a parade of monsters. On one side of the lodge, the Necrons were staring. More than 25 Necrons, and all were presenting so many richly decorated armors that Ivrain knew these were incredibly powerful nobles. The Narush-Latsat dynasty, Eldrad Ulthran had called them, but that was just a name. Seeing them awake and glaring at you was a reminder the war in heaven had not erased the threat they represented. The other side of the lodge was no less dangerous. Ivrain had seen plenty of the Space Marines, but the 30+ present here were bad news. Armored like they were going to stroll into combat at any moment, the gene-modified humans were colossi bred and built for war. And the golden-winged figure they were surrounding, well. Merciful Isha, what had convinced Biltan it was a good idea to attack Weaver after the first time? Feeric Nefertun, by the treaty which governs the diplomatic relationships between our two empires, I inform you several individuals of the Ildari subspecies known as Asuryani have entered contact with me, in affairs not related to the Queen of Blades. I acknowledge the information, one of the Necrons replied, the one sitting on a silver throne. I formally consent to your suggestion of letting them speak. We should get some amusement out of it at least, since it appears my warriors won't be able to kill the Queen of Blades today. Or we might add them to my collections. Another Necron with a purple cloak intervened, and Ivrain instinctively knew it was the Necron arch-thief Trazyn. Do you not have enough long ears in your collections, Overlord of Solemnace? Another Necron asked what was clearly a rhetorical question. I do not have an apprentice of the Queen of Blades, no, the thief admitted, shifting into a greedy stance which made Maia flinch. And I could always benefit from an Ulthui Farsa and his interesting escort. The two Primarchs have reunited in the webway. Ivrain didn't know why she had blurted it out so quickly, but she had, and at least this had the effect of the destroyer of Kamarak stopped caressing her spider and turning her head hidden by a beautiful golden helmet in her direction. Continue. So Ivrain told her tale. How the Harlequins had permitted her to follow the tool of the primordial annihilator, giving her a single opportunity to reclaim Kavir, the Sword of Sorrows, in the process making sure the thing had no chance against the Space Marines and their two leaders. You could have guided them out of the webway. The golden armored force of psychic light pointed out. It wasn't a question. The Harlequins refused. In their own words, a sword cast in the sea of fate can't return until the right moment. Trazyn laughed. Typical Harlequins. You know, my friend, I've always wondered if they truly can see the future, or if they just deliver a few suitably cryptic and poetic lines nobody can understand. That way they will always smugly confirm they were right a million years later. Much as Ivrain wanted to say the archthief was wrong, well, for once the Necron was making a disturbing amount of sense. The Harlequins were not a community which revealed their plans in plain words. They were worse than the worst farsa in that regard, and that was saying something. Those clowns should be forced to attend several seminaries. Weaver nodded. I, for one, certainly fail to see how their jokes are funny. They have been fighting against the primordial annihilator and its servants since the fall. Eldrad Ulthran spoke for the first time in the presence of the Queen of the Swarm. When it suits them and butchering human populations has grown boring, I suppose, the tone of the Mistress of Spiders had stopped being so pleasant. Two of your group know what I am speaking about, after all. Did you think I would not recognize you, the two prisoners we took on the Orc Battle Moon? Well, at least this answered the question of how good the memory of the destroyer of Kumarak was. Maya stepped forwards. We wish to mend the differences existing between our two species. Further conflict will only reinforce the primordial annihilator. Several of the armored giants, both humans and Necrons, made noises that Evrain knew were ones of derision. Further conflict will render your race extinct, you mean? The Necron leader corrected in something that would be akin to amusement for the soulless. Kumarak was not enough to wipe you out to the last life, weak descendants of the Ildari, but it ended a significant majority of your population. Even if the Imperium of Mankind lost 1 million humans for every single warrior you have left, they likely have enough to drown every craft world and planet you still have. My point stands. It will leave you open to the attacks of the primordial annihilator. Give us a little credit, Eldar. Weaver had returned to caressing her spider. Well, to each their own, Evrain supposed. We are going to fight the primordial annihilator. Unlike your race, we have no wish to empower the ruinous powers and let them tear open the fabric of this galaxy. No, I have no intention to fight a war against your species in the next centuries unless you continue to annoy me. If you do, however, I can promise you the retribution I sent against Biltan will seem like a mere skirmish compared to the efforts the Imperium will unleash against the craft worlds and every power allied or supporting your race. You need us. Oh, damn it. Wasn't someone supposed to keep the mouth of this farcer shut if he tried to open it? And you are. Farcer Eldorath Starbane of Aletog. And you need us to counter the rise of Oblivion, Angel of Death. The golden-winged being burning in golden light, exploded into laughter. Oh, that's a good one, Trazyn chuckled too. Can you repeat it once more? I wasn't properly recording it the first time. Even a few Asuryani laughed behind her, the Autarch of Lugganath foremost among them. At least for a few seconds, the Great Lodge was a chorus of laughs and hilarity. Laughter which abruptly stopped when they realized who else was laughing, or rather purring, with them. I'm sorry, the Queen of Blades commented while baring her teeth, playing with her daggers and leaning against a green column. But there are no more opponents, and you sounded like you were having fun. Don't worry, I will just listen. Act like if I wasn't here. That had to be one of the most ridiculous suggestions Evrain had ever heard. Herald Aurelia Melis. Aurelia had to admit it. Like a child, she gaped. The fight was over in the arena, everyone was dead. Well, everyone but the Queen of Blades. Cain's bloody hands, how strong was this monster? Necrons, humans, insects, all had been slain with a frightening rapidity. Do you want to spar with me, my Empress? It took a long moment for Aurelia to realize the last Eldanesh had spoken to Maelsha Ildanan. No, thank you, the golden human replied. I am going to leave for a military campaign soon, and I don't want to do it counting how many of my bones aren't broken. Ah yes, the dark throne of the Citan. The tone was light, but there was something resonating beneath, respect. You're going to have a lot of challenges with the Necron opposition with that horror. I'm really surprised you didn't choose to go fighting with them at least once a while. For the first time, the ancient red-haired beauty sounded less than confident. I am a highly psychic being, despite my preference for the blade. The Queen of Blades reluctantly admitted. The null zone hurts my psyche and my body, significantly. This was apparently something born of experience. I can't fight normally there, and there's a reason we named it Dark Throne of the Citan, you know. Even after the starborn monsters were shattered, many of their shards have been stored there. Attacking it, I hope you know what you're doing. You may be able to partially shrug off the effects, but a lot of your troops won't. We've been working on sabotaging the devices creating the null zone. Weaver revealed slowly. That might be exactly what the primordial annihilator is waiting for. Eldrad Ulthran warned. The mistress of giant spiders made no move, but Evrain could almost feel her irritation. I've spent 12 years planning this campaign, Eldar. Do you really think I've not considered that once or twice? This was not an official dismissal, but it was very close. She immediately returned to her exchange with Hesprax. I suppose you aren't eager to participate, then. There are a few heads which might be worth my time, the Queen of Blades said. But I've not decided if I will intervene. My wishes really need more training. Too bad. The human seemed sincere. Maybe because after fighting each other at Kumarak, Weaver would like the damned and the soulless to deal with Hesprax. We however are willing to intervene. It was not very pleasant to be the undivided focus of this fledgling burning angel. A song resonated deeply everywhere. And it demanded sacrifice, a shadow even affecting the power of authority. And you are. I am Aurelia Melis, Herald of Authority, now of Ulthwi. And formerly of Kumarak. That had not been part of the plan. I believe I now have a clue why the Emperor wanted you taken captive. Creating a new god? That's impressively arrogant, even by Eldar standards. Aurelia feigned to ignore the purring of the crimson-haired gladiator. The aspects were purified by your own deeds, Queen of the Swarm. And there isn't one, there are two. Yes, I suppose the tyrant of Shatiom has the other one, right? The human was, disturbingly well informed. How? There are few things I failed to accomplish at Kamarak. Your capture was one. His death was another. Since I see you burning in pink-red fire, it's rather easy to conclude he's the other one. The golden human took what had to be a meditative stance. Obviously, knowing your species, this has disaster written all over it. I just hope the next disaster won't end with you creating another galaxy-spanning nightmare. We have learned from our mistakes. No, you really haven't. There was no negotiation, no hint of compromise. Let's stop the debate, I have better things to do. Why have you come to speak with me? You know I hate your species. I've seen the pit of atrocities you called Kamarak. I can assure you, I have not forgotten the good men and women who perished in my service to obliterate that evil realm of depravity. This was, not the way Asuryani or Drukari conducted diplomacy, ever. But since there was no other choice. I am the herald of authority. As you said, it might come to grow into a god protecting our souls in full from the primordial annihilator. But to let it grow in strength, aside from prayers from dedicated followers, we need to consecrate new temples. And for that, the resource you call Blackstone or Noctilith is required. You want us to deliver you one of the most vital strategic resources in this galaxy. The outburst had not come from Weaver or the Necron ruler, but from the arch-thief. No. The last time they stole significant stocks from us, they used it to build the talismans of Vol, also known as the Blackstone fortresses. We can't trust them to not stab us in the back immediately once they will have completed their new weapons. Several eyes turned to Lilith Hesprax, but the Ildari female feigned to sleep. Obviously, no one believed that for a second. For once, I am in full agreement with the chief archiovist of Solemnes, young Asuryani. The Feeric rose from her throne. I would not have trusted your race with our precious Noctilith during the war in heaven, and I trust your crippled subspecies even less now. You created an abomination the likes of which had only been created by accident and during the greatest conflict the galaxy had ever known. Most of your fellows refused to change their behaviors. And if there's one pact you never betrayed, one species you have never insulted or broken oaths with, I have no idea which species that might be. A scepter slammed upon the decorated floor of the lodge. Humans and my Necrons have already enough difficulties finding sufficient quantities of Noctilith for our own purposes. Why would we even consider opening negotiations with Craftworld Ulthwi, or any faction of Asuryani? It was a good question, and one which had taken them a lot of time to find a good answer to. Because, the Herald of Carnality tried not to show any nervousness, we believe we have discovered the very goal of the word-bearer faction which will strike at your alliance. From, Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. To, Lady General Taylor Hebert, Commander-in-Chief of Operation Stalingrad. Date, 700.309 M35. Clearance, Sapphire Black. Subject, Preliminary Order of Battle, Battlefleet Volga. Your Celestial Highness. As per your previous request, I can present the warships for which I can guarantee the full readiness of in time for the beginning of the military operations below. For the reasons you are already aware of, the special units and Mechanicu's warships dispatched to the Oblivion Quarantine Zone ahead of schedule aren't included in this list. 1st Battleship Division, Eternal Crusader, Gloriana, Black Templars, Flamewrought, Gloriana, Salamanders, Covenant of Baal, Legate, Blood Angels. 2nd Battleship Division, Enterprise, Stalingrad Flagship, Hornet, Falchion, Mechanicu's, Opera Exidium, Battle Barge, Brothers of the Red. 3nd Battleship Division, Dominus Astra, Emperor, Muller, Admiral Lawson, Apocalypse, Divine Diadem, Apocalypse. 4th Battleship Division, Son of Victory, Victory, Ruenthal, Sword of Jupiter, Victory, Admiral Kennington, Victory. 5th Battleship Division, Xenoslayer, Apocalypse, Imperial Dawn, Apocalypse, Illustrious, Emperor. 6th Battleship Division, Crusade of Defiance, Retribution, Venerable, Apocalypse, Colossus, Retribution. 7th Battleship Division, Holy Diligence, Emperor, Prince of Stars, Apocalypse, Admiral Greenwich, Apocalypse. 8th Battleship Division, Star Ocean, Retribution, Superb Triumph, Vanquisher, Neptune, Emperor. 1st Carrier Division, Audacious, Nemesis Fleet Carrier, Admiral Houston, Nemesis, Moonstone, Nemesis. 2nd Carrier Division, The Great Quest, Peregrine Fleet Carrier, Adeptus Mechanicus, Holy Seneschal, Peregrine, Khan, Nemesis. Aegis Defense Squadron, 4 divisions of 3 ships 12 Aegis-class battlecruisers, Navy and Mechanicus crews. Mars Battlecruiser Division, Champion of Carduniage, Mars, Domination's Pride, Mars, Tribune, Mars. Cruiser divisions, 72 ships in total, 12 divisions of 6 ships. 36 Venus-class cruisers. 12 Dominator-class cruisers. 6 Gothic-class cruisers. 6 Lunar-class cruisers. 12 Astartes strike cruisers. Light cruiser divisions, 72 ships in total, 12 divisions of 6 ships. 24 Dauntless class. 18 Defender class. 15 Endeavour class. 15 Endurance class. Frigate flotillas, 130 ships in total, 13 flotillas of 10 ships. 22 Falchion class. 24 Firestorm class. 70 Sword class. 14 Tempest class. Destroyer flotillas, 144 ships in total, 12 flotillas of 12 ships. 48 Hoplite class destroyers. 48 Warrior class destroyers. 48 Cobra class destroyers. Starfighter squadrons. 20,000 Fury class interceptors in 2,000 squadrons. 10,000 Starhawk class bombers in 1,000 squadrons. Nyx system. Emperor class battleship Dominus Astra. 3.031.310 M35. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. A new contingency plan? With all due respect, Lord Admiral, I can't say that fills me with excitement. Neidhart didn't turn his eyes from the spectacle of the hundreds of warships returning to the Ferris Revenge shipyards one last time. Something tells me it is more the source of information which might have caused such plans that troubles you. One can't hide anything from you, Oscar von Ruenthal joked before returning to a more serious expression. But yes, the origin of the information is troubling. The Lord Admiral had a feeling the younger man wanted to use a far stronger word than that, but refrained, for the sake of politeness. I understand. To be clear, what this contingency implies doesn't fill me with joy either. Nor do I think the Basileia is overjoyed to consider it. But we have a duty to the Imperium, and in this case, the Eldar have a really good motivation to sell us the truth. After all, the Basileia and the Narushlatsa Necrons have only agreed to begin true negotiations if the information ends up being valuable for the campaign and they don't stab us in the back. In the case the Eldar are their usual Eldar selves, they will receive nothing, and I suppose whatever battle fleet we can free from patrol duties will receive the enjoyable privilege of getting to punish them. It was not a plan whatever happens we will win, but it was not a situation where the Imperium had a lot to lose either. Unless the long-eared Xenos had really decided to begin a total war against the Imperium and believed ambushing the forces of Operation Stalingrad was the first step of their master plan. That said, whatever early victories they would win in the first months, it would end with their bases destroyed and the Eldar being on the receiving end of a Xenocide. After Kamarak, the mood of the High Command of Karduniash wasn't Eldar-friendly. Not when every rumor about the Drukari had revealed themselves to be true, if not an outright understatement, no matter how horrible. I will concede that is true, Ruenthal relented, before adding the fatal word. But, there was no logical incentive I am able to see which would entice some of these Xenos to interfere at Kamarak apart from their love of killing our soldiers, that is, and yet, they did it nonetheless. So yes, there are no obvious reasons for the Eldar to betray us, but that doesn't mean their twisted minds won't find one. A fair point, the grey-haired admiral conceded before shrugging. That said, I don't see what the new contingency will change if they try to betray us. We aren't really positioning any battle group in a stellar region where their corsairs are able to strike with impunity, and if anything, the fact they presented themselves in front of Lady Weaver is heightening our state of alert against any Eldar sneak attacks. Yes. His second-in-command for their temporary detachment to Battlefleet Volga nodded. With your permission, I would like to relay the basic details to von Schaefer. I know he probably won't need it, but at least if the Eldar want to pull any tricks in the sector, the fleet assets we leave behind will be on their guard. Neidhart thought about it for a few seconds while abandoning his sightseeing hobby and returning to his desk. Fine. It's not like it is really classified information in our circles anyway. Now what was the next order of the day? Oh, the usual, Lord Admiral. Ruenthal was not known to show him wide smiles, so when the young Admiral did, Neidhart knew it was going to be interesting. I think you missed it with all the fleet exercises, but Archmagos Call is back. Lord Admiral of Battlefleet Nyx Neidhart Muller groaned. Please don't tell me you have what I think you have on your data slate. Sorry, Lord Admiral. The apology was particularly insincere, in his opinion. He wants to be included in the order of battle. Giraffe Spaceport. 3.035.310 M35. Vice Queen Marianne Gutenberg. Marianne had expected a lot of things to happen the moment she landed on Nyx. She hadn't expected to be intercepted by a golden spider the size of a bane blade. Second surprise, the Vice Queen had not expected the spider to be able to talk. Evidently, things had changed at Nyx during this last decade. Now let's go back to my original question. The metallic box serving as translator wasn't sufficient to hide the curiosity of the enormous arachnid. What is in the container behind you? It's a surprise for Lady Weaver. The speaker's daughter replied before frowning. How did one address an arachnid in the first place? Lady. I prefer the title of Adjutant General of the Web Mistress, but I love Lady too. Had her impressive interlocutor been human, Marianne believed she would have beamed and inflated under the compliments. I am Artemis, the cunning huntress, prime of the Araniidae gigantes Nixian Amazonia a bear, chief of insect operations under Marshal Rokossovsky for Operation Stalingrad. Marianne smiled. The Departamento Munitorum really accepted that? I don't doubt your talents, but the Munitorum in general is very, discriminatory about the presence of non-humans in the command structure. They are very racist, you mean, the spider corrected without bothering with diplomacy. But I became very good at burying them in mountains of vellum with the help of my sisters, and if Lisa bludgeoned her Templar sisters into accepting her as mistress of Lisa's dome, then surely I should have a title. The influence of all my arachnid sisters and cousins in the swarm demands it. The ants are already the wardens of Formicarium, the spiders must unite and prove they are one of the three great powers of the swarm. We are after all the sole providers of the fabulous silk. Don't you think that alone deserves plenty of recognition? Assuredly, Marianne quickly agreed. Judging by your words, should I assume a guild of silk is going to be created? Its official unveiling will happen immediately after Operation Stalingrad, the spider joyously proclaimed. We already have plenty of positive returns for contracts of heraldry banners with the Titans Legios we could contact over these last several years. In the depths of her mind, Marianne significantly upped her assessment of how intelligent this species of spider was to think about business practices, if not for their particular inclination to spout all their secrets in the middle of a spaceport. Unless you are trying to convince me to join one of your business ventures, aren't you? The webmistress affirmations you were very smart weren't exaggerated. The 8 silvery eyes stared at her. She also said you were quite attractive, but no offense, except the webmistress, you humans all look the same to me. You are intelligent, that much isn't in doubt, but you have too few legs and eyes to be as attractive as me. It's not your fault, of course, I'm going to stop talking. The webmistress tells me I should not speak with everyone I meet. Marianne chuckled. Yes, you should follow her advice. The owner of the White Ducat agreed. Do you know where I can find the Lady Basilea? Oh, she should be here soon. I was coming to give her my report. You aren't here to ask for her hand in marriage, are you? I have already been ordered to incinerate thousands of proposals this year. Or is it about what you have in the container? Marianne wasn't going to reveal to this bane blade-sized arachnid she had another spider in said container. Would Artemis the cunning huntress insist upon freeing her cousin immediately? She had a good feeling that the stasis field trapping the elusive spider was the only thing which hid it from the adjutant general. It's a surprise for your mistress, not you, cunning huntress. Now you were saying something about business opportunities. Vehicle name, Sphinx. Classification, self-propelled howitzer. Project leader, Archmagos Reductor Stefan Delta Septimus. Worlds of production, Nix, Alamo. Known pattern, I. Crew, 5, commander, driver, gunner, 2 loaders. Power plant, Nix Fukin V18 coupled multi-burn. Weight, 50 tons. Length, 7.5 meters, without cannon, 12 meters, with cannon. Width, 4.1 meters. Height, 2.91 meters. Ground clearance, 0.47 meters. Operational range, 500 kilometers. Max speed on road, 65 kilometers per hour. Max speed off-road, 30 kilometers per hour. Transport capacity, none. Main armament, Sphinx cannon, 175 mm Delta Septimus pattern. Maximal range of the main armament, 60 kilometers. Secondary armament, heavy bolter. Traverse, 360 degrees. Elevation, from 0 to 60 degrees. Main ammunition, 50 rounds. Secondary ammunition, 500 rounds. Armor superstructure, 100 mm. Armor hull, 150 mm. Gun mantelet, none. Vehicle designation, S162772584102I223N9001X6734. Firing ports, N/A. Turret, N/A. Important, possesses an ammunition resupply vehicle based on an unarmed Sphinx pattern. Hive Athena. 3.039.310 M35. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter. The Spire's kitchens of Hive Athena were a temple where the noble art of cooking was worshipped. Even someone like Dragon who had no real need to eat normal food acknowledged it without hesitation. Immense the cooks had to satisfy the hunger of the entire Spire, from the Basilea to the humblest employee you could ask someone to present you anything related to food or drinks, and save very rare exceptions, it would be brought to you. Baking ovens, pans, utensils, spits to roast the meat, and countless other things were at the disposal of some of the best people, receiving enormous quantities of food from the new agri-hives, the garden domes, the agri-world of Ruby's Harvest, and other locations of the Nyx system where food was grown each day. Sometimes it went well beyond that, but only rarely. Taylor A. Bear didn't like wasting money when an extremely varied array of meat, crustaceans, vegetables, fruits, and other delicacies was harvested next door. These days, even Lisa and the other Titan Moth's impressive appetites were satiated by Nyxian food production, mostly. Especially in the case of Lisa, who was always ready to discover new culinary experiences. In this kingdom where the chefs were vice-kings, 2 Space Marines of the Dawnbreaker Guard were playing the role of overseers, sentinels, and master chefs. Unlike what had happened for paintings, statues, and other forms of art, the 2 Astartes weren't from the line of Sanguinius, but Dorns. Their names were Apothecary Moreno of the Halo Brethren and Captain Villanova of the Emperor's Warbringers, though the latter generally preferred to be called by his title of Master of Reconnaissance. Ever pragmatic, the descendants of the Imperial Fists recognized that for all their claims of ultra-performance, even a Space Marine had to eat regularly. And since the sense of taste was not in the least diminished when you were surgically altered to become one of the Emperor's Angels of Death, it was all the better that the food was of excellent taste and quality. They had not met many complaints coming from the other Space Marines. Everyone knew that on the battlefield, the rations of the Mechanicum contained all the nutrition required to survive one more day, and were so awful even starving men still complained about them. Indeed, the culinary reforms that began 10 years ago may very well be the ones which would have the greatest impact from the point of view of the lowest-ranked soldiers of the Imperial Guard. Dragon didn't come to these kitchens often, she could say this without lying. And in general, it was for the same reason she did today, because Taylor was there. It would be a surprise for many, though not for the people who knew her, but the no longer terribly young living saint frequently visited the kitchens of the hives she resided in, and didn't hesitate to play with the ingredients for a few hours on her own. Dragon was rather certain this was the case today, as when she had passed the security checkpoints outside, a rather pleasant odor of cooked tomato and cheese reached her and nearly overwhelmed her senses. Seconds later, she found the Victor of Kamarak busy preparing a few more pizzas to accompany the dozens cooking inside the ovens. Dragon. The black-haired woman welcomed her. You see, Moreno? I told you Dragon would smell the pizza half a continent away. The Space Marine shrugged and continued a precise and incredibly dynamic work of putting toppings on the pizza before him. These are the pizzas for your Astartes, aren't they? Yes, the Basileia replied. What gave it away? The pieces of poisonous lobster, or the ultra-concentrated ingredients? The poisonous lobster, Dragon snarked. Though I think the light tomatoes used are also a clue. Normal humans generally don't eat those. Which is a pity, remarked the second Space Marine, bringing new piles of food which would undoubtedly serve for new pizzas. The taste is absolutely fantastic. The conversation was idle chatter for a few more minutes, until the work on the last pizzas was declared complete and there was nothing to do but wait. I have good news. We were able to finish 1 more division's worth of modern artillery before the deadline. Basilisks and Vermilion rocket launchers. And Sphinxes. We're beginning to resolve our trained manpower problems in the orbital production lines. Well, that's good news. The para-human insect mistress touched her lower lip in deep thought. Of course the big question is what we're going to do with them. The tank armies and artillery armies have all received their standard allowance in artillery guns, and it's far too late to shift from basilisks to sphinxes for the armies which don't have them. I know. Only someone who had not learned anything about weapon training and logistics would try that. That's why I'm willing to experiment a bit and try a few things like we did with the forces we sent to the Atlantis sector a few years ago. We did that for the Nyx Mark II carapace armor, Dragon, and it wasn't exactly what I would call a rousing success. The reaction of her boss wasn't exactly filled with unbridled confidence. Don't forget the rocket launchers, the Tinker cheerfully added. In fact, that was what made the soldiers change the name from Katiusha to Vermilion Dawn. The bureaucratic change of the name had taken a lot more time, but it had been done nonetheless. Proof officers and enlisted men could really do their share of paperwork when they wanted something. I have not forgotten. Do you really think it's that good an idea? I'm not against the concept of improvising, but it's not going to be Atlantis PDF and corrupt priests on the other side this time, Dragon. Technically, one side does consist of corrupted priests. Taylor snorted. Be careful and don't let any ecclesiarchal heirs hear that. I have a feeling they wouldn't like the comparison. What is spoken in my enclave stays in my enclaves. The Draconic Tech Priestess swore, before giving the latest updates on the multitude of things produced by the Nyxian industry to contribute to Operation Stalingrad. Most were the routine updates on the Mark 9 Astartes power armor, the hospitaler equipment of the Templar Sororitas, the new Folkite blasters, and obviously the ferrying of her dragon armors to the Hornet and other warships where they would await the order to be unleashed. And speaking of what must stay behind closed doors, I've noticed our dear Lady Marianne Gutenberg is back. Well, since Artemis is the queen of gossips and happened to meet her at the Giraffe spaceport. Dragon smirked. She had had her doubts about the orders which had led to the genetic experiments on several spiders, but the mistress of the Fafnir Mechaniku's enclave had to admit the final result was very entertaining. Oh, Taylor had absolute mastery of these giant golden spiders when they were in the range of her power, which had never stopped expanding for these last several years. But these general spiders, as the crowds loved to nickname them, retained funny personalities in addition to an adamantium strong sense of loyalty to their web mistress. Afraid that your loyal adjutant is trying to play matchmaker again? The Basile raised her eyes to the ceiling in consternation. Very funny, dragon. Well, it is very funny, you have to admit. The Minister of Industry was tempted to laugh. You know, when you arrived at that conference, the High Queen of House Terran was so disappointed Artemis had falsified the papers. Continue and I confiscate your personal command vehicle. Dragon tried to show an expression of outraged innocence. You wouldn't dare. She received a very deadpan stare as her only response. Fine. The mistress of dragons relented. Pleasant company aside, were there important technological items released into your custody? 1. As a matter of fact. You know the request we made a few years ago to examine the ensembles of Sol. The one which is probably buried somewhere between Mars and Jupiter, you mean? She asked rhetorically. Yes, I remember. Did the heiress manage to recover it and pass it through? No, I'm afraid not. Though she confirmed the delays may be due to the intervention of the administratum. The adepts of that organization have no jurisdiction in the, I see. Van Dyer is trying to play games because it's you making the request. Almost certainly, was the not very comforting answer. But while it's still blocked officially, the Fabricator General and the Speaker for the Chartist Captains accepted your arguments, unofficially. Some of the data will be sent via an unofficial line to Fafnir and stored there. Obviously proper studies will have to wait until we're back from the military campaign, but the data will be there, waiting for you. That's very good news. It's only the first step towards FTL communications I have in mind, but it is a massive step. Don't sell the bear's hide before you shot the bear, the golden-winged parahuman warned her. There's a reason the tech priests are unable to build new ones. I remain confident I will be able to find what's missing. Don't ask me for a proper schedule, however. I have a feeling understanding the basics of these devices is going to take me months if not years. Even if it is years, at least you won't have the weight of the Terran bureaucracy on your back to screw everything up. Nix System. Grand Cruiser Pavian Victory. 3.042.310 M35. Rogue Trader Wolfgang Bach. And so I asked the spider how much her services cost, Julia finished. She told me 1 billion per hour. And I suddenly realized that flattering this superb silk weaver was not enough to get me a free dress. Wolfgang laughed at the final outcome of the dress negotiations. I'm regretting having missed the last years at Nyx. They sound like they were eventful, especially if these giant spiders, actually, what are they called? Surely, you don't use their high Gothic name every time. No, we don't, Adriana admitted. Only in the spider's presence. It's one of the few flatteries they are really vulnerable to. In the Navy, we call them Maximus spiders. The Guard call them General spiders. And so the legendary rivalry between the Guard and the Navy continues on yet another field. Wolfgang Drilly twins didn't comment. Are there many on the Enterprise? Just trying to prepare myself for the inevitable confrontation, you understand. No, not really, Julia denied. Artemis, she's the Basilea's favorite and proud of it, is the one whose presence aboard the battleship has been confirmed. I doubt there will be more than 2. The automated systems mean there's some free space, but we can't exactly bring a colony of Baneblade-sized spiders. The size of a Baneblade. Wolfgang narrowed his eyes. You mentioned big, but not how big. I didn't. Julia spoke in an innocent tone which didn't fool him. Oops. To be fair, that is their fully adult size, Adriana told him in a relaxing tone, and since the first stable generation has barely reached the age of maturity, I doubt that there are that many who are bigger than a lemon Russ. That is a guess and you know it, sister, Julia told her twin before turning towards him. When it comes down to it, we don't really know how many of these mecha insects and giant specialized arachnids have been mustered. While most of the armies and fleets mustered for Operation Stalingrad are common knowledge, the only thing we know about the swarm is how many transports have been gathered. And there are a lot of them, so. Wolfgang raised his glass in salute. To the swarm, then, the twins gave him back surprised looks. You weren't at Kamarak when the Hell Spiders allowed us to devastate the first lines of enemy defenses. But I can assure you that they did a fantastic job, and these were forces the Xenos had been stupid enough to give Her Celestial Highness. If we are able to land these specialized insects upon the monolith alive, I know the Necrons are going to live the worst day in their metallic lives. Golden Throne, I can drink to that, Adriana sighed. I certainly don't want to share the fate of that wrecked Gloriana they towed here 5 years ago. So they recovered it, Wolfgang murmured. I was told an operation would be prepared before I left. It looks they were successful. The super battleship should have reached the Ring of Iron by now, the newly promoted commander of the Imperial Navy informed him. And the political infighting will have started in earnest. If anything, it was certainly too weak a phrase to describe the schemes and betrayals which would metaphorically and literally send blood everywhere where the throne world and soul were concerned. With the flame rot, the problem of ownership had not existed, it belonged to Nocturne, technically it belonged to the Primarch Fukin, but who was going to argue with the Salamanders? And thus the pyromaniac space marines were using it again. The case of a Gloriana which legally and bureaucratically didn't exist was complicated. Nothing you or I can do about it for now, I suppose, the rogue trader concluded. Indeed, Julia approved. But there are other activities where you have much leeway. We are ordered to present ourselves on the Enterprise in 48 hours, Lord Rogue Trader. Adriana added. And since the Lady Basilea doesn't tolerate any slacking off under her command, it might be the last period of free time we will have in a long while. It would be a shame I say, he declared in an aristocratic drawl, to refuse your oh-so-pleasurable invitations when we have stayed apart for so long. Order of Battle of Army Group Volga on 3.001.310 M35, 24 armies. 20th Tank Army of the Vostroyan Firstborn 110 regiments, 500,000 men. 2nd Tank Army of Nix 105 regiments, 500,000 men and women. 3rd Tank Army of Nix 105 regiments, 500,000 men and women. 2nd Tank Army of the Fireburn Vanquishers 121 regiments, 600,000 men and women. 5th Shock Army of Nix 170 regiments, 1 million men and women. 6th Shock Army of Nix 170 regiments, 1 million men and women. 51st Jaeger Ventrillion Noble Army 350 regiments, 2 million men and women. 312th Shock Army of the Vostroyan Firstborn 100 regiments, 1.4 million men. 19th Shock Army of the Fireburn Vanquishers 130 regiments, 1.7 million men and women. 9th Zoologist Assault Force of the Indigan Prefects 85 regiments, 500,000 men and women. 4th Paragonian Mechanist Army 143 regiments, 3 million men. 25th Mechanist Army of Nix 154 regiments, 2.5 million men and women. 26th Line Army of Nix 193 regiments, 4 million men and women. 10th Corps of Krieg 672 regiments, 10 million men. 40th Zoologist Group of the Indigan Prefects 268 regiments, 3 million men and women. 6th Field Army of the Vostroyan Firstborn 228 regiments, 2 million men. 1st Line Army of Ophelia 100 regiments, 1 million men and women. 2nd Line Army of Ophelia 100 regiments, 1 million men and women. 22nd Army of the Peruthan Immortals 201 regiments, 750,000 men. 33rd Army of the Auroran Rifles 117 regiments, 2 million men and women. 11th Artillery Army of Nix 120 regiments, 400,000 men and women. 12th Artillery Army of Nix 120 regiments, 400,000 men and women. 75th Artillery Army of Vostroya 109 regiments, 500,000 men. 64th Artillery Army of the Indigan Prefects 71 regiments, 700,000 men and women. Nix. Cygnus Spaceport. 3.043.310 M35. General Werner Groner. The big problem, Major General Jack Swartz finished his report while biting into his cigar from time to time, is that for all the efforts of my boys, the 10th Corps of the Kriegers is really under strength when it comes to officers. Years ago, the Katachan commander would have added competent before mentioning the officers, but no longer. The aristocrats and dandies who had arrived in command had generally been demoted before the first year was over. More than a decade past that point, the new officers had all manifested some competence, it was the only way Swartz allowed them to keep their ranks. The situation isn't that bad, there would be a lot of Nixians wondering if they weren't dreaming, since the man taking this optimistic stance was Lord Commissar Zuev. And the Krieger Guardsmen have gained in resolution and survival instincts. It will take truly crippling casualties before they break now. Or it will take the Necron death marks. The officer most troopers called by his nickname of Death replied. These Necron snipers we were unable to confirm the existence or non-existence of with all the vids and pics of past battles we have. Nikolai Rokossovsky asked in his quality of senior officer in the conference room, since the Basilea was doing a formal inspection of the Templar Sororitas right now. Lady Weaver recently asked, at the Arena of Blades, everyone understood the implicit admission, and it appears they are indeed very real. The problem is that the Narushlatset dynasty was not allowed to use more than a few lone units of them. Their superiors didn't trust them with these snipers, go figure. Meaning we don't have an exact idea of their capabilities. Wonderful, Werner said. That said, the situation may not be as dire as you think. With the notable absence of decorations on the new equipment like the Mark II Carapace armors and the Angel Sword Power armors, the differences between many of our officers and our most experienced troopers isn't that huge. And the duty of a sniper isn't to decimate an army by himself. If these Necron assassins were really capable of it anyway, well, they were screwed. And there was no point making plans. So Werner was going to plan that their prowess was extremely good, but not mythical in lethality. After all, the reports they had showed the very conventional infantry of the Necrons winning victories against space marines and orcs, not snipers. Well said, Nikolai approved after emptying the large tankard the Basileia had offered him of alcohol. One might say it was one of the best gifts the Lady General had offered her chief of staff. Some had even been courageous enough to say it in Rokossovsky's presence, and received laughter as their sole answer. The logistics. Except the troops on parade duty, everyone is ready. Werner informed the Vostroyan in his persona of Quartermaster General. The Centipede-class assault-landers are all prepared aboard our termite transports. The Departamento Munitorum is pretty sure we haven't lost a regiment somewhere in the Nix sector, and with the last astropathic communications, I am reasonably confident the other 9 army groups are in position to execute their part of the plan. Good. Other remarks. I will have to remind my commissars that it is best to avoid taking examples from the Peruthan Immortals where discipline is concerned, twice. Zuev declared coldly. In fact, I intend to give my informal support that wherever we deploy, we don't place Peruthan and Indigan guardsmen close to each other. Their fighting spirit tends to flare in these instances, and I can only thank the fact we used paint instead of real ammunition for plenty of war games. The joys of having an army group with so many traditions and different sector cultures together, Jack Swartz chuckled, continuously playing with the cigar between 2 fingers. I think the interregimental tensions are still pretty low, all things considered. All things considered, yes. But obviously, few army groups could boast having a living saint, and one who was willing to use her considerable influence and resources to convince frontline officers and the recruiters back in their home sectors to give their best. The last batch of aeronautical liaison officers. Average, Zuev said. I certainly won't recommend them for the tank armies. Now you are being unfair, Lord Commissar, Swartz chided. The ones rotated between these commands have 12 years of training plus several rebellion-crushing operations under their belts. For all their qualities, the newcomers are just whitesheelds. That's always the risk when we add personnel at the last minute. Just put them in the reserve fleet and pray they won't be needed, too much. Something like that will definitely have to be arranged, Nikolai Rokossovsky approved. Unlike your other suggestion to give the ultra alcohol to your Katachan warriors which resulted in the Sigma incident. We won the war game in the end, I believe. And we praised the God Emperor there wasn't an army group of your jungle fighters involved. Zuev spat out between gritted teeth. Lisa's Dome. 3.044.310 M35. Legate Galatea Dumas. The Templar Sororitas, Galatea Nu, had not been supposed to reach impressive numbers anytime soon when Her Celestial Highness officially created them after the grand victory of Kamarak. In many ways, the not-yet legate had understood the reasoning, when the dangerous activities were the protection of the pilgrims of the Nix sector where peace was reigning and the protection of important religious monuments most of them still under construction the need for a Templar sisterhood numbering in the thousands simply didn't exist. The ever more pressing threat of the Imga monolith and the future campaign in the eastern fringe had changed that, and the martial muster before Lisa's Dome was the result of close to 14 years of preparation. And the view was, in her opinion, astounding. 10,000 battle sisters stood in neat ranks along with 5,000 hospitalers, the name the Lady Basileia had chosen when the medical specialized sisters asked for a name which wasn't tied to the Medici bureaucracy. 10,000 red armors and 5,000 light green armors, all of the most superb conception, none of them older than a decade, with the full support of Rhino armored vehicles and Thunderhawk transports. In numbers, it was not that much, but in total firepower, it was a force which could wipe out 1 million enemies, provided the enemy had no power armors of its own. We are ready to serve, Your Celestial Highness. So I see, the radiant living saint smiled, trying to ignore Lisa who was energetically waving her wings in order to attract her attention. So I see. You have done well these last years training the young daughters of Nyx. There was a lot of motivation to improve. Galatea pointed out. I'm not going to deny it, the Basileia nodded. First, the bad news. As much as I want to agree with your concentration of assets into a single strike force, I can't go along with it. Lisa is much too vulnerable to the probable opposition we are all likely going to face in this campaign. In practical terms, this translates in 2,000 sisters permanently assigned to protect the life of my faithful moth. Lisa stopped moving and sang in approval. You obviously will leave her nutrition and bath issues to the biologist teams and a team of hospitalers, their golden-winged lady continued, but her survival is your utmost priority. Given the immense logistical effort required to transport them and the insurance security they provide, I will only deploy Lisa and Rachel to war, and Rachel is with the reserve, when our plans will inevitably go wrong. This means Lisa's survival is vital. Do you understand? Galatea understood, yes. If the time came between sacrificing the Templar Sororitas or Lisa coming into danger, the latter's preservation would always come first. I understand. Though with Lisa being one noble insect to protect, this would leave us with 8,000 sisters to go on the offensive with. It would, if you didn't have other commitments. The black-haired divine ruler of Nyx amended. Much as Artemis and her sisters love to pretend the contrary, my faithful adjutant spiders can't deal with Necron phalanxes or traitor Astartes companies on their own. One-on-one they will certainly kill any interloper foolish enough to try to engage them at close quarters, but their talents shine more in coordinating the swarm when I am out of range or pressed by even more important problems. And while they have devolved Red Widows to their close-quarter protection, I fear it is not enough. Thus I have to ask 100 Battle Sisters serve as the bodyguards for my adorable members of the Guild of Silk. And there are 20 of them. We will protect them of course, Your Celestial Highness. Galatea answered. Besides, her mouth twitched into a smirk, the cult of the Holy Spider would not forgive me if they were injured while we were sworn to protect them. Ah yes, the cult of the Holy Spider. Lady Taylor Hebert, living saint, huffed in what was part amusement and part frustration. I really wish they adopted fewer strange ideas. Every time Cardinal Prescott and myself are releasing new religious ordinances, they find new questions to ask, and new improbable superb ideas too. Last time I visited their principal cathedral, they wanted an adjutant spider to consecrate the offices, Galatea informed her divine superior. I objected, but I don't know if I managed to convince them to abandon the idea. I will see what I can do, Her Celestial Highness snorted. But knowing how Artemis and her sisters act on a regular basis, I can recognize a terrible idea when I hear one. Hive Athena. 3.048.310 M35. Baron Valentine Signellas. It is not true, as some of my colleagues say, that there are no points to improve. But unemployment has diminished steadily these past several years, and now is at a lowly 6.5%. We have been able to pay a slightly increased administrative tithe while calling to arms more than 100 million men across the sector. Both the civilian and military economy has not suffered at all from the problems which generally follow a military tithe. Though on this latter point, Valentine was very aware his modest contribution as a minister was not what had really tipped the scales. Having the Lady Basilea speak in front of a crowd was a far more effective measure to convince millions of soldiers that yes, the cause for which they were sent away from their home world was worth dying for. I hope that in 2 decades, the Nixian throne gelt will be on par with the Samarkand currencies. It is not going to be easy, of course, but as per your orders the systematic deregulation of certain governors has completely ceased, the growth of the orbital industry, the agricultural expansions, and the different planning oversight of the principal cardinals are paying their dividends. Good, the Basilea told him as a multitude of beetles removed piles of data slates and vellum documents from her desk. By a feat the Controller General of Finances still struggled to fully understand the intricacies of. Each document would be perfectly filled out and signed when it reached the hall where a vast number of men and women waited to carry them away. Now give me the bad news. Valentine cleared his throat. I'm not sure I would say there are bad news, Lady Basilea. It is more a recognition that the Nixian society is changing, and the population boom which began over the last decade isn't really decreasing, though that may be the presence of enthusiastic young men and women eager to do what they're known for before they leave to war. Don't tell me, his superior groaned. I was thinking the Astra Militarum's laws about contraception were too stringent, until they weren't. Yes, the young Nixians of the middle classes had, quite clearly developed a taste for the joys of celebration. Especially since the times were rather filled with good news, and war, while not inexistent, was far away from Nix. Ahem. Yes. Still, these new generations are going to impose changes in the directives we imposed these last years. Land grants on Fae, Megara, and the other planets where we negotiated training the children of pilgrims to make them very productive members of imperial society are decreasing. Governor Dalton has been very generous and loyal, but we can't expect her to push for the same privileges past the end of the campaign of Operation Stalingrad. You don't even take into account how successful it will be. Valentine was reassured that the tone was more ironic than truly inquisitive. Fae has recovered nicely from more than a century of inadequate rulership and poor administration. The Nixian minister handed a data slate to a spider of modest size confirming these numbers. I can't see Governor Dalton authorizing more than 4 billion people living in the entire Fae system without major investments in orbital farms and other advanced technology. And shifting it to other planets may just be a temporary solution. Unlike highly skilled men and women, pilgrims, adventurers, and opportunistic souls arrive by the millions every year. And while I suppose the noble Regina Consort is better informed than me, Wuhan's recovery is accelerating, which means that soon, the second hive world of the sector will no longer be able to absorb this surplus of manpower either. I assume you have seen one or several options which would allow this government to solve this problem. I have, Valentine confirmed. The political complications go, obviously, beyond my responsibilities. The easiest and most direct way I see to reconfigure this era would be to break the political opposition of Atlas. The expression he received in return was polite, but certainly not thankful or ecstatic. As tempting as it would be to travel to the Atlas system and announce to the three dukes that their lifestyle founded on serf oppression is over and that the fragile coalition they erected with other governors is terminated, I can't afford the political cost, Controller General. Not now, before the largest military campaign of the decade, and even coming back in triumph might not give me the authority and prestige to change it. Sometimes, the Nixian Baron thought, it seemed the galaxy was really unfair. The imperial laws recorded in the Lex Imperialis were the legal shields of some of the worst tyrants to have ever lived, while at the same time they prevented men and women of good nature to help other worlds. True, sometimes it also stopped the opposite from happening, but a quick comparison informed you the scenarios where the former happened outnumbered the latter by far. We will have several economic plans ready by the time of your return, but until then, it is vitally important the edict making sure no planetary governor is indebted to Nyx by more than 10% of their gross systemic product is enforced, guaranteeing economic independence and allowing internal investments to flourish at the same time. Triangle Citadel 3.050.310 M35 King Leary O'Hara. The domains of House Wintervale and the worlds it was sworn to defend in the stars had never been close to a forge world or a fortress of the Collegia Titanica. Therefore watching God Engines walk was still a relatively novel experience for Leary. Before Kamarak, he hadn't seen them with his own eyes, though obviously both the Mew of his own immortal grudge and the archives of House Wintervale had quantities of information about the Titans. Legio Astorm has really come out in strength, the King of Waterford by general consensus. The name of Omsk Primus has been stricken from the records noted to his wife as a warlord paraded under the applause of the considerable crowd. I think Legio Defensors Princeps must be a bit frustrated at them, outnumbered, outsized, and all of that. It is not their fault. Rosaline replied. I never claimed it was. And Leary was sincere. Given how the Nova Guard had bled and suffered on thousands of battlefields before finally fighting in the middle of the burning black spires of Kamarak, Grand Princeps Surina going to war with a battle maniple of 12 god engines was near miraculous. On the other hand, the ever-expanding forges and highly sophisticated industrial production lines of Alamo couldn't both repair Legio Defensor in its entirety and satisfy the quotas due for Operation Stalingrad at the same time. As such, the effectives of the local Titan Legio would only include 11 Warhound Titans, 3 of them brand new, a gift from the Fabricator General and the Warlord God Engine of Surina. Compared to the Grand Parade of Legio Astorm, it was underwhelming, and a reminder of the kind of sheer amount of resources and power the major forge worlds commanded. Princeps Seniorus Darius Sobek had come to Nyx with 24 warlords, and while these battle titans were obviously the indomitable warmer of any grand assault force, it didn't count the numerous and far from helpless reavers. Bah, Rosaline shrugged after a long moment observing 2 Warbringer titans march side by side, their shape and top-mounted cannons giving them an air of family with the 6 Percival siege walkers that House O'Hara had received for the upcoming campaign. Numerous or not, the Princeps will still rely on our tiny knights to scout and find them their targets. Thus it has always been, and thus it will always be. By our contribution, I suppose you mean the houses of the Nyx sector plus House Terran. Hundreds of Lucius banners were brought to the fore for the crowds to admire, the hollow sun and the symbols of victories across the stars which had become so famous that Legio Astorm was one of the foremost legios of the Imperium 4 millennia after the Great Crusade. Rosaline's nose, which like the rest of her features presented most of the traits of the Wintervale bloodline, wrinkled. The girl is too eager, not careful enough. She shouldn't have been allowed to sit on the High Council of Battle Group Volga. This, Leary acknowledged, was the Wintervale blood speaking. After so many generations having fought against the Drukari, the dukes and barons sworn to House Wintervale didn't allow youngsters to speak or come into their inheritance before they had survived their first 3 Xenos raids. It was also the reason why Leary was the king of the first independent knight house to ever be allowed to venture out of the domains of House Wintervale to forge their own dynasty. Before Kamarak, it would have been completely unconscionable to remove so many knights from the defenses of their home world. You know very well why the Basileia allowed it, and it's not because the giant spiders think the 3-hour tales of the Terran customs make for interesting music. The knights, his wife muttered, it always comes to the knights. It did. Including Leary and Rosaline's Knight of Dawn, House O'Hara would commit 72 knights and 6 Percival siege walkers to the battlefields of Operation Stalingrad. This was slightly less than half of their strength, since they had received and trained 150 knights, but as Lady Nyx had insisted, the sector had to be defended and defended well. It would be a major shame to triumph on the battlefield and return to mourn in front of smoking ruins. House Beaumaris, still terribly weakened from centuries of wandering with Legio Defensor and the casualties of Kamarak, had announced the willingness and ability to send 24 knights accompanied by 6 Percival siege walkers. House Terran, despite being involved in 2 other theaters of war and keeping impressive forces on Volt Oris, had pledged their allegiance to Lady Weaver with 145 knights, some of them extremely rare and valuable patterns of the old knight like the Sarastus. At this point, it didn't really matter if High Queen Esmeralda Terran was young, too hot-blooded, or foolish. The size of her contribution and the total support her house barons had for her ensured claiming a seat next to the Princeps was a mere formality. Employed wisely, the assets of House Terran could conquer a lightly defended sector, or several worlds with major defenses. No problems with the ammunition deliveries and spare parts. No, everything the tech priests promised us is waiting for us either on our transports or in the reserve fleet. Leary O'Hara watched his own banner flying above the podiums and the stands filled with Nyxian spectators, the simple ocean blue and verdant green separated by a golden spear and the aquila. Good. After the drookery, it is time to explain to the Necrons why annoying our knights and Lady Weaver was the greatest mistake of their robotic lives. Hive Athena. 3.053.310 M35. Fist of Diamond Calico. According to his fellow Rashan's observations, there were 5 types of tech priests on Nyx, all easily recognizable. Which was stupid, because they were all supposed to be friends and unified in those robes with the cog and dragon symbol, but that was humans for you. Even Friend Weaver admitted her species was complicated when she spoke with him 2 years ago, and she was one of the nicest humans Calico knew. Right, 5 factions. The first group was called the Draconians. They were the ones who had chosen the flag of the Nyx Mechanicus, a flying reptile whose 2 arms crossed at the center, and with a cog above its head. It also was them who regularly pushed for the robes to be red trimmed with gold, the robes to appear scale-like, and to have their metallic bodies looking more akin than their human cousins. In speech, they equally voiced they wanted to research past, present, and future. Friend Weaver called them the Mechanicus moderators. It was them who worked most often with his people, appreciating their innate repair skills. The rationalists came in second. If the humans speaking while he feigned to be uninterested were right, the mistress of ships and shipyards was the leader of this faction. They were easily the second largest group of the Red Robes, and had many common points with the Draconians. They were more focused on the past and the present, and had an absolute love of making everything logical and efficient. As they had a lot of powerful Red Robes with them and lots of common points with the moderators, they were almost friends, and supported plenty of projects, including the ones where Rashans worked. The third faction was the Conservatives. Calico and his furry fists didn't enjoy their words, and he frankly didn't like them. Their minds were a pa obtuse, and unless Friend Weaver asked them something, after a long discourse following, they would say everything was fine and no one needed to change anything. By his fur, he didn't know how they could lie to themselves so much. Unlike the Draconians and the Rationalists, they changed their own bodies so much they weren't exactly looking like bipedal creatures at the end. Rashans lacked this capacity to believe utter nonsense. But that was fine. They saluted the Rashans and each group went its own way. The fourth faction was the Rigorists. There weren't a lot of them, and the Rashans had learned to steer clear of them. They didn't like his race, and wanted to do nothing with them. Something that suited the Fist of Diamond just fine. The fifth was the Xenologists. They were too happy to work with his species. But they were way too crazy. Calico supposed it was why the Draconians were never far away to intervene when something exploded loudly. The Rashans had learned to be wary of them. When someone was so eager to clasp your paw, there were problems awaiting you when you weren't looking. This was what he told to Friend Weaver when she asked him what he thought of the Mechanicus. 5 factions? I think you're a bit too optimistic, Calico, the Gold Light human corrected gently. In this very hive alone, I count 200 of them, though they could be sorted into the 5 larger categories you mentioned. You humans are so complicated. The Fist of Diamond knew it wouldn't be the first or the 10,000th time he said it. How did you reach the stars? By arguing until the flowers of the lotus wane. By arguing and working at the same time, the lady of the Nyx sector told him. Well, thank you for your opinion. Here are the details of your funds for the next year. Calico thanked the human and began to read the data slate, which he noticed had been gene-coded for him. It has greatly increased, Lotus Empress. We have sold quantities of Rashan plus highs in the Swiba subsector recently to celebrate their support in rebuilding their planets and adopting some reforms. And they are still very popular on Nyx, Wuhan, and the rest of the sector. Ah! Great Lotus, he had been completely wrong, hadn't he? That would teach him a lesson, thinking he knew better than Friend Weaver, at least outside the field of spare parts and mechanics. Good thanks, friend. I am going to go to Fafnir Enclave and the shops to tell you what I will use the money for. The merchants of floor 56 tell me that you are always welcome in their humble shops. They have new ribbons and goods for male and female Rashans alike. Floor 56 is good, but they are a bit too exposed. You have tens of thousands of your youth waiting for me every time I descend there. For some reason I don't understand, they all want to pics with my fur and smile. Friend Weaver coughed. Ah yes. You might be able to avoid them today. There are large military parades on the Carmine Avenue. My subjects will be less interested in Rashans for the next few days. Just make sure to send me invoices for what you pay for within 10 days. Once I formally return to military service, I won't have much time to answer every message, and that includes yours. The door opened to reveal a young blonde-haired human female. Lady Basilea. He has arrived. Thank you, Diana. I will go meet him in a second. An important visitor. Calico asked as the door closed. You may know him as Archmagos Dominus Dominatus Belisarius Call. Oh, the Fist of Diamond touched the fur of his chest. Yes, very important. Basilea Taylor Hebert. Belisarius' call had not changed much in a decade, Taylor reflected, as she welcomed him into the secure room where their conversation was going to take place. A few mechadendrites had changed their implant's connection to the metallic body. 2 of the previous DG weapons had been replaced with new ones. Then again, the Lady of Nyx hadn't changed at all, and unlike her consort, she hadn't even required a rejuvenation session in one of the clinics she owned to achieve that result. Maybe 12 years was too short an amount of time to judge. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe the Emperor had truly made her immortal against old age, that is. Given how many dangerous weapons existed in this galaxy and the reality the Emperor himself was nearly dead on the Golden Throne, it was best to not believe being touched by a golden blessing was enough to grant you invincibility. Lelith Hesprax had taught her that lesson rather quickly during their one-sided fight in the collapse of the Chimerac pocket dimensions. Silently, the insect mistress activated over 24 security systems and more than 10 highly advanced methods which would prevent anyone but herself, her 2 Dawnbreaker guards, and Call himself from listening to this conversation. Archmagos Call. You were supposed to be here more than a year ago to coordinate for the preparations which would allow us to improve the Mechanicus performance in Operation Stalingrad. I trust you have a good reason for this extremely significant tardiness. He better have. Arithmencia Sultan had been extremely happy to see her point about Call as a genius unable to follow deadlines vindicated, and knowing military realities, Taylor was going to be forced to put him in the reserve fleet, whether he wanted it or not. There simply wasn't any time to integrate his forces with the rest of Battle Group Volga. I have a good reason, yes, the Martian tech priest replied levelly. Your council may have told you already, but I didn't arrive on the Iron Revenant. It was mentioned, yes. Some of your doctrinal opponents may have mentioned it was a way for you to show off the vastness of your resources. Belisarius' call made a sound which could have been interpreted as a shrug for a non-tech priest. Would I have really done that? Certain questions, in her opinion as Basileia, didn't deserve an answer. But as it so happens, the Iron Revenant is on its way to Mars. It is going to need at least a couple of years in the Ring of Iron's docks to repair the heavy battle damage it suffered. Taylor felt like the floor was beginning to open under her feet. Radical or not, there was no denying Call's flagship was a very dangerous warship, and the power and the range of its armaments were perfectly capable of destroying entire squadrons without encountering much resistance. And the Iron Revenant was an Arch-Mechanicus, surpassing the average battleship of the Imperial Navy in tonnage and firepower by a comfortable margin. That meant Necrons. You found Necrons. Where? About 90 light-years east of Nylas, home of the Death Strike Astartes. Right at the edge of what is supposed to be the official Sodic territory. One of my supporters, Archmagos Amenhotep, founded an outpost on a Telluric planet. Mere weeks before I intended to join you at Nyx, I received an important message from him. He had apparently found a large deposit of Noctilith. Intrigued, I immediately sent him an astropathic message to inform him of my arrival, but when I arrived, they were being attacked by the Necrons. Yes. Call confirmed, placing a mechadendrite against the closest servo-owl to project a hololithic image of a brown dark planet which seemed to be Golden Throne. Were those nuclear explosions? And in the time it took me to arrive at the planet, I was able to confirm 3 things. The first, which I'm sure you will be happy to know, is that the anti-teleportation jammers that were disseminated across the Mechanicus work. I was able to speak with Amenhotep, despite the numerous interferences of our ground-based enemies. He was right, the Lady General admitted. It was very good news. And the 2 other points. The initial limited mining digging had nothing to do with the awakening of the Necrons. A few Mechanicus cogs appeared on the projection, underlined in red light. A second later, the Necrons complexes lit in green. And the 2 were nearly a quarter of the planet apart. As you can see, the probability of the Mechanicus having awakened the dormant threat is below 1%. Naturally, it means someone else has given it the instruction to awaken, or something. So it had begun. The Surican commanders had decided to stop playing around and were beginning to wake more and more Necron phalanxes in preparation for the war. Just to be sure, they were Sodic forces you fought on the world of Amenhotep too. Call finished, before elaborating. Given that my supporter discovered it, I thought I could honor his memory. Archmagos Amenhotep is dead. Archmagos Amenhotep, 70% of his forces, and 20% of the reinforcements I brought with me, the Archmagos Dominus did his equivalent of a cough. While we emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory. And without my Sicarian Rustwalker assassins sabotaging the command center of the Necrons, buying the Skitarii armies the time needed to blast apart their energy generators, none of us would have left that planet alive. Do I want to know the state of Amenhotep too after the, no doubt liberal usage of rad weapons you resorted to? No. The voice of Belisarius' call was dead serious. You do not. Taylor nodded absently before turning towards Gamaliel. Activate Case Red. Tell the Howling Griffins and the Inquisition I want every uninhabited world of the Sodic dynasty we have selected to be under attack in less than 100 hours. It will be done as you command, my lady, The herald of Sanguinius saluted and swiftly left the room, replaced a second later by Puriel, just as Taylor was viewing several vids of the butchery which had happened on Amenhotep II. And though the Skitarii had certainly inflicted non-minor losses on the Necrons, the immense Dolmen gates had never stopped sending Necrons away from the battlefield. We are going to face these troops supported by the Imga monolith very soon. The odds of it approach 100%. Call stared at her. The Howling Griffins. Their accords with the Ultramarines are that they don't fight by my side, Taylor reminded him. But neither Valens nor his Ultramar mouthpiece ever said anything about engaging in a campaign of xenocide against the Sodak dynasty. Admittedly, it was really getting into semantics, but the Howling Griffins were not officially part of Operation Stalingrad, even if Taylor obviously intended to thank them with the rest of her forces by the end of the campaign. Excellent. But will lone companies be able to fight their way through Necron defenses to fire exterminatus weapons? Who said anything about lone companies? The Howling Griffins had committed 2/3 of their fleet and 6 full companies to the effort. Supported by a few Navy squadrons and other Mechanicus bombardment ships, this was an extermination hammer which was going to be directed against the Sodak worlds, with one big exception. Call went immobile before making a noise which could be content or surprise. Ah, I see. You have been very busy these last 12 years, Lady Weaver. So have you, Archmagos Dominus. Amenhotep II. I ordered the majority of the Skitarii and Mechanicus survivors back to fortify themselves on the planet before continuing limited mining operations, the radical tech priest reported. I already sent orders to Mars to provide me reinforcements, but it's going to take time. The Noctilith deposits belong to the Mechanicus, for what it's worth. I was unable to secure more than a few kilograms for testing before traveling in all urgency to transfer my authority to the Zarquisitor. In the short term, a few kilograms were completely insufficient, especially compared to the 1 ton of rogue trader Phoronica Argovone. In the long term, how large are the deposits on Amenhotep II? I was hardly able to do a proper mining study, only the first mining site of Archmagos Amenhotep was. The first mining site, then. 100 million tons of 85% pure Noctilith. Probability 98.7%. It was good she was seated, because her legs had a minor moment of weakness here. Well, at least it gave her a plan B in case Operation Stalingrad ended with them unable to claim the resources of the Imga monolith. Between the system in the Nephilim sector and now Amenhotep II, they should have all the resources they desired to produce ether gold in large quantities and experiment with it a bit. The next minutes were spent discussing the intricacies of the future agreements which would be signed between Nyx and Call. Since the deceased Archmagos Amenhotep and his disciples had sworn themselves to the infamous old tech priest, Amenhotep II was essentially now owned by Call, though a senior Archmagos would have to be sent, maybe a lot of Archmagi. The Fabricator General wasn't going to thank her for recognizing Call's claims upon a Noctilith mining world, but hopefully more ether gold being sent to Mars to protect Olympus Mons would satisfy him. Now for the orders you made a few years ago. Call opened the mid-sized red-black strongbox on a hoverfield that she had almost forgotten after all this debate. The first object to be revealed was a gun the size of a plasma pistol, but one look at it was sufficient to know it wasn't something an officer normally had. Instead of the blue light managing to escape the reinforced transparent top of the container, the energy for this weapon was red-orange. The rest of the weapon was difficult to distinguish from other parade armaments, since Call had plated it gold everywhere. The Adrathic Destructor you asked for, Lady Weaver. I know it is safe in your hands, but I will warn you nonetheless, this is not a weapon for training. I tested weapons of similar potency in null zone conditions, A&D. There aren't many things which don't result in your target being erased from existence. Thank you. I promise I will use on targets which are beyond redemption. Belisarius Call nodded, before handing her several models of grenades, most of them completely forbidden to any guardsman or guardswoman who didn't at least hold the rank of general. And that, the Archmagos Dominus said while revealing what could be nothing else but a large blade, is one of my best creations this millennium. Adamantin, adamantium, a crystal of ether gold, and several priceless alloys recovered from Terra. I fashioned it to resemble the nebulous shard and modified some construction secrets of the Silent Sisterhood's blades, since I knew it was destined to be the replacement for your psychic sword in environments where there are doubts about its serviceability. The golden-winged para-human grinned as her hands touched the hilt of the blade. Many years spent training with close-quarters weapons gave a lot of insights about formidable weapons, and Taylor knew instinctively she had one in her hands. I leave you the honor of naming these weapons. I was a bit pressed for time. Don't worry, Archmagos. I'm sure I will be able to find one before impaling my first enemy on it. Regina Consort Way Cao. Yes, your spies did a good job. We did it exactly like that. Way would not have admitted such a detail to anyone, but by now, most of it was ancient history for someone of Gutenberg's rank. I thought the plan was to rotate every 6 standard months between Nyx and Wuhan. It was, the Regina Consort confirmed. Like a lot of things, it wasn't really enforced once we had to deal with the consequences on each world. We quickly realized that when it comes to dealing with reforms, 1 year was the minimum necessary to institute new laws and make sure our subordinates weren't facing too many insurmountable political and social walls. A spider rushed through an alley on their right, carrying a basket of fruits freshly picked from the trees behind them. We spent 4 years at Wuhan all in all, the governor of said hive world told the vice queen. And 6 years were lived here at Nix. The other 2 years were spent on several diplomatic journeys, mostly Theta in the Marches, Fei and Vijayanagara. Oh? So you spent your honeymoon on Lemuria? Wei smiled ironically. 1 month out of 3 we stayed in that system, the Wuhansborn noble admitted. The other 2 we had a lot of problems to deal with, neither Taylor nor I were directly involved in the Atlantis purges, but we spoke a lot with claimant pontifexes and claimant governors and had to find solutions to stem the refugee crisis. And while the agitation, a polite word to describe what had to be a very ugly Ministorum rebellion combined with a popular uprising, had ended, there remained a lot of problems in the planets of the Atlantis sector. Like who was going to hold the title of Lord/Lady Atlantis? I know the seat of ruler for the sector is still empty, Marianne Gutenberg chimed in as if she had read her thoughts. Which was impossible of course, since there was a librarian space marine in the garden. The vice queen was just very well informed, in addition to being one of the foremost beauties of the Imperium. One can't hide anything from you, Wei chuckled lightly. Yes, the succession of the unlamented Cardinal of Atlantis. It's complicated. As always, the blonde in her white dress nodded knowingly. Let me guess. The ecclesiarchy is trying its best to convince your wife the treachery and disasters created by the former Lord of Atlantis did not severely impact the loyalty of the Adeptus Ministorum as a whole. And other adept users are urging Nix to support a return to secular rule of the sector. An extremely simplified summary, but the core of the political infighting is there, Wei confirmed. I'm really surprised the last loyalist pontifexes didn't try to support the Atlantis diocese being swallowed into the Nix sector. The blue-eyed ruler of Zolingen remarked gently. Oh, they have already tried twice. No, has it been at 3 or 4 times? Wei shrugged before disregarding the matter. On this point, Taylor was strongly against the idea from the very beginning, and I support, and will support her wholeheartedly. The sector is big enough as it is, and if we have our way with it, Swibi will be the last annexation in our lifetimes. There are only so many subsectors you can add until your administration system begins to reach its limits and your realm become ungovernable. Marianne laughed quietly for half a minute. You realize that most of the adepts on the throne world would sell their souls for having the opportunity to add a sector to their power bases, right? I know. And it is one of the reasons we aren't going to do it. Besides, between the traditions, the social differences, and the fact many of the Swibi worlds had entirely different law codes when they were transferred to Nix rule, it had been far from easy to prevent economic and political disaster in the Swibi Nebula subsector. Keeping doing that while trying to replicate the exploit in the Atlantis sector would be, what was this word Lady Dragon had used? Yes, hubris. The other being the example of Ultramar. You are too perceptive for your own good. Wei smiled. A family gift, I'm told, Marianne joked. But more seriously. There's no denying the refusal of the Ultramarines to have anything to do with us caused numerous headaches. The Regina consort admitted. The Sons of Gilliman don't control all the main warp trails in the eastern fringe, but they have dominion over a large area of space, and the muster of several battle groups had to be made discreetly for many reasons. Having them on our side would have been an enormous help. As things stand, my wife and I have, well, found several reasons to be less than fond of Macrage. Politically, she was sure this had led to the political choices made in the last decade. Nix would not follow Ultramar in creating a miniature empire of its own. Because, as the Ultramarines had made clear, there was always the risk of becoming isolationist and forgetting you were part of a much larger imperium, and that unity was necessary to fight off the monsters lurking in the darkness. And the great matter. You heard of the Artemis Darren incident? I have, yes. Marianne shook her head before baring her teeth. And I want to hear every detail about it. Chapter Master Jeremiah Isley. The Grand Stratagem couldn't be said to be very orderly when Isley made his entrance. Between all the conversations, the flag officers arguing with each other, the chiefs of staff asking for data slates which came too slowly for their sense of self-importance, the tech priests babbling in binary language, and other forms of loud arguments, the entrance of a single space marine wasn't likely to attract attention. Chapter Master Isley to see the Basilea. Unless of course one dreadnought made sure your presence couldn't be more official and noticed if you pushed the button activating the war sirens. For this stunt, you can go outside and wait with the young battle brothers waiting for me, the Lord of the Heracles Wardens ordered in a tone that tolerated no refusal. I comply, I comply. Seconds later, the incident was almost forgotten as all the spectators of the stratagem went back to doing their usual activities, and the dance of orders, counter-orders and updates was resuming at full speed, leaving Jeremiah the leisure to approach the Basilea. Taylor Hebert must have had enough of her bureaucratic duties for the day, because right now, over 50 beetles and 24 tech priests were writing down an impressive number of commands and instructions under her dictation. And the current situation makes your universe-class mass conveyor all the more important. It is my command that you return to Bale as fast as possible to deliver the strategic cargo. Use your best judgment to choose between staying as part of the assets defending the moons or returning to Nyx, with the knowledge few escorts are available for the latter. End of message. Also, rogue trader Amanda Salvia, formerly Aliena Sinblade, was still operating in northern Ultima close to the home world of Sanguinius. And apparently the after effects of her ether gold binding were still as stringent as they had been 14 years ago, since the ex-seductress was reliable and loyal. The next orders confirmed this was a new series of commands for the rogue traders working far outside the Nyx sector. Violent warp storms having delayed his flotilla's return again and again, Lord Dennis Peters had made a detour to Nocturne and several systems, using his privileges to increase the water reserves of the salamanders. This service would undoubtedly bring rare ores and gems in return, not that they were really necessary by this point. Of all the rogue traders tied by writ and oath to Nyx, Clockblocker was certainly the wealthiest by now. The case of Wolfgang Bach was not discussed, but Isley wasn't surprised, since the young man's warships were currently being repaired in the docks of Jagatai's Celerity, and the man himself was assigned to the Enterprise together with his lovers. The moment Operation Stalingrad was over, he likely would head back to the Marathon Graveyard and continue the Tur-Athens quest. Magdalena Orpheus, once more venturing into the darkness of the Nostramo sector to dig up more adamantium and wealth, was warned of the incoming war and commanded to take refuge at Triplex Foul should enemy opposition be encountered. She had an Astartes strike cruiser with her as always, but it wouldn't be sufficient to discourage an aggressive opponent from engaging her flotilla of ore transports. As for Veronica Argovone, the impoverished woman who seemed destined to be the newest addition to their ranks, it wasn't her who was contacted, but several Forge Worlds Nyx traded with, the Basilea beginning negotiations for the service of multi-purpose explorator vessels and a few specialist magi. There were other messages for the rogue traders which had come with the Ventrilian nobles, though those were mostly exemptions from past debts and suggestions for future diplomatic accords. All of this was done in roughly 15 minutes, with the orders sure to be transmitted by astropathic choirs within 2 hours. Jeremiah was sure that in a great number of sectors, arriving to this point would have taken more than 20 days, if the powers that be had a sudden bout of competence. Chapter Master Isley, the insect mistress, greeted him once her long tirade was over and the glass of water handed to her was emptied. Lady Weaver, the Heracles warden nodded back. I have contacted the Lamenter's fleet. Archmagos' call was right. Exactly 2 days ago, a sizable fleet which corresponds exactly to the description of military assets that disappeared from Amenhotep II emerged from the dolmen gates of the Imga monolith, boosting the already sizable fleets fighting the Greenskins by 15 additional battleships and their cruiser escorts. Good. Good isn't exactly the word I would choose, my lady. The smile he received was positively carnivorous. The Logis analyzing the data call gave us agree we likely deprived the Necrons of 15 more battleships. In addition to the strike forces we are deploying against the different Sodic worlds of the eastern fringe. This force reinforced the Imga monolith, yes. But I am going to make sure there is nothing else to reinforce them with. Amenhotep II was certainly a Sodic Surican secret no one but this battle station's commander was supposed to know about. Once revealed and crippled, this card loses a lot of its value. True. Isley acknowledged. There is one more piece of good news as well. Chapter Master Yarabel reports the replicator forges weren't directed in the direction of this new fleet. He can't be sure, but it's highly likely these nightmarish devices are at last running out of strategic materials to duplicate the Necron armadas. The Supreme Commander of Operation Stalingrad finished. How fare the orcs? Badly, Jeremiah replied. The Lamenters haven't been able to find any additional fleets to throw into the quarantine zone, and the arrival of the Amenhotep fleet caught them off guard. I don't think they will survive for much longer, and that is if the Necrons don't use the same planet-killer weapons they unleashed 4 years ago. Then I suppose it's a good thing we don't need them any longer. Your Space Marines are ready. We are ready for Case Golden Fleece. The name was a bit ridiculous, but the mythology parallel was not entirely inaccurate. Somewhere on Nyx Quintus. 3.092.310 M35. Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. No table had been installed in the vast room. It would have been a waste, for no one would ever come back to sit around it a second time, and Odysseus was rather certain many of the participants would insist for the furniture to be burned in order to erase most of the psychic clues they'd ever been there. No official summons had been made. Only an inquisitor of one of the 30 conclaves in the Samarkand quadrant had the authority, resources, and means to walk through the multiple layers of security measures, including but not limited to inquisitorial stormtroopers, kill ships of His Most Holy Majesty's Inquisition, veterans of the Adeptus Astartes, assassins, and elite acolytes. It was not paranoia which had led them to take these measures. Though they were largely in the zone of Moth illumination, the archenemy had nonetheless tried to disrupt this conference. 2 transports had to be intercepted and boarded by the Brothers of the Red in the last few days, and each time the Space Marines had exterminated thousands of cultists whose goal was to eliminate as many Inquisitors as they could. This was just the latest batch of attempts which had been thrown against the Nyx sector in a decade. The eternal war between the servants of the God Emperor and the fell abominations of chaos continued. In appearance, nothing had changed. In reality, everything had. Odysseus didn't trust the words of heretics, not even when they were burning in an ether gold-induced pyre. But even he, a Lord Inquisitor with centuries of experience in this field, had been surprised by the sheer desperation, for lack of any other word, some of the prisoners had publicly manifested after their neutralization and their transfer into inquisitorial custody. The Black Crusade was coming, but even lords of the Ordo Malleus had to acknowledge there was more than anger and hatred lurking in the eyes of the damned when they spoke of the future to come, with the notable exception of the ambitious slime worshipping chaotic change and lies. Those always believed they would come out on top whatever happened, and the current situation wasn't convincing these traitors to adopt different opinions. Chaos is the ladder of change and ambition, one of them had the gall to tell him before his soul burned in golden flames. The Black Crusade was upon them, in fact. It was time to see if decades of preparation were going to be enough against the hosts of the lost and the damned. We have lost contact with the Cadia, Agrippina, and Belli's Corona sectors, the senior representative of the Samarkand conclave honoring them with his presence today affirmed darkly. Like Odysseus himself, he was a member of the Ordo Malleus. The archenemy, through an odious number of rituals we won't speculate about, is sending a sort of warp miasma, obscuring the holy light of the Astronomicon before the true assault begins. Losses in psychers, both astropaths and others, are still relatively low, but we are unable to re-establish contact. May the God Emperor protect the courageous souls who hold the gate in his name. A member of the Atlantis conclave muttered. Odysseus didn't comment upon the gold medallion representing an aquila above a spider he was carrying openly. The time of deliberations is over. Odysseus said. I will go with Operation Stalingrad. My successor to lead the Ordo Malleus for the Nyx sector has been chosen, and Inquisitor Pedro de Moray will take over the role of Lord of the Conclave in my absence. In all likelihood, the Inquisitor of the Ordo Obsoletus would serve that role well after that. Stalingrad would likely be his last true duty to the God Emperor before he retired. The last rejuvenations specifically tailored for his body had been a boon, but not one which could be replicated indefinitely. His vitality would fail him again, and in the field, slowness was too often punished by death if you were lucky, something worse if you weren't. Raphaela spoke after him, and her speech was similar to his minus the Lord of the Conclave part. As agreed long before today, Boniface Capua and Henry Charles III Severus added their voices to hers. Cleopatra Coral would have too, but she was already in the eastern fringe, her ship necessary for conducting and overseeing exterminatus weapons. Thus the Nyx conclave will do its most holy duty to the Golden Throne. There was a respectful moment of silence. And then the members of the Samarkand, Ifrit, Atlantis, and other conclaves spoke one after another to proclaim their commitment and explain the assets they had arrived with to pursue the fight against the heretics, traitors, mutants, demons, and xenos. For my Curium. 3.095.310 M35. Basilea Taylor A Bear. Having a baby Minds cat in her arms was an interesting experience. It had been a very long time since there was an animal close to her she couldn't mentally command. And the contact of her hands with the white fur was a bit strange too, after so many years touching her spiders, beetles, crabs, centipedes, moths, and more members of her swarm. The proximity with a baby feline destined to become a very large tiger had an air of unreality. But Ingrid, the name the Minds cat was answering to when it suited her, was getting bigger, and for all the increased strength given by the Emperor's gifts, Taylor knew she wasn't going to stay in her arms for long, adorable purring or not. A cat could only get so big before it was too heavy and too cumbersome for you to consider this method of transportation. Then she banished the thought, returning to her assimilation of what Archmagos biologist Robeda Leo Ogier had said. So the greenback taw destined to the custodes is proving to be impossible to effectively mass-produce. Yes, chosen of the Omnissiah. The tech priest with a metallic mask looking nearly human readily confirmed. As you can see by these numbers, a finger was pointed at the multitude of hololithic graphics present in the command center. The production output of greenback taw didn't increase in 309 M35. You were still able to deliver 2 cubic meters of it to the 10,000, Hark Alpha Dipides protested. I call it progress. But to achieve these numbers, I had to keep 50 of my best genitors constantly focused on its creation. The master of Bacta immediately countered. And since this is very highly sensitive work, training new tech priests for this critical duty takes a lot of production hours, and the Omnissiah knows I can't exactly compensate for lost time. Creating green Bacta is definitely turning out to be more artisan elite work than red and blue Bacta ever required. The problem, and Taylor didn't feel the need to say it aloud for the 2 members of the Mechanicu's Council had acknowledged it time and time again, was that stopping greenback taw production was politically impossible at this point. While in her persona of living saint and Lady Nyx she rarely asked anything of the golden-clad watchers of the throne, the informal influence justified continuing production. I want options when I return from Operation Stalingrad, the insect mistress announced contemplatively before caressing the pointed ears of Ingrid, and the two high-ranked tech priests nodded. Red Bacta and Blue Bacta. We produced 203 cubic meters of red Bacta last year, and 25 cubic meters of blue Bacta for the Adeptus Astartes. As you ordered, 70% of all Nixian strategic reserves were transported to the muster points of the different battle groups and allied forces. Which leaves in reserve? Rob Adalio Ogier gave a number. It was less than Taylor had expected. I thought we could leave a larger tactical stock, just in case, you understand. Impossible, the Logis Strategus were very clear on that. The Master of Bacta adamantly refused. Much as the prospect is unappealing, the 310M35 batch will play the role of strategic reserve. Since all predictions agree the danger to unescorted convoys is going to be extreme this year and the Adeptus Astartes is going to be fighting on a considerable number of theaters, it is not that much of a drawback. Do not worry, chosen of the Omniscia, a few months and the strategic Bacta reserve will be completely replenished. The commander of Operation Stalingrad internally grimaced, but approved silently. After all, she had placed these tech priests at the council because they weren't afraid to tell her what they thought was the most logical course of action, and for a decade she had had no reason to complain. It was thanks to them and the Catachan Queen Ants, of course, that the forces deployed had the minimum quantities of Bacta the diverse plans called for. Though if a human system was devastated either by the Imga monolith or the Black Crusade, things were not going to be pretty, but she would have to accept it. Unless ants were allowed to colonize more moons and planets than she truly felt comfortable with, the quantities of Bacta would remain strategically limited. All right. The Basileia said aloud. The Silent Bacta project. For the moment, it is a complete failure, the Archmagos biologist replied bluntly, at least unlike the psychers we tested at first, injecting the Bacta to the Sisters of Silence is doing exactly nothing. Motive force and great cog be praised, it is really a fascinating development, Hark Alphidippides supported his colleague's words. The pariah power of the anathema psychonal looks like it degrades the biohealing the moment the Bacta injection enters contact with the skin or blood. We are pursuing several paths, and my best apprentices have already written several works on this subject I will be pleased to present you with after the military operations are concluded, but for now we have no Bacta solution for the Sisters of Silence, or any person sharing their psychic gene peculiarities. Too bad, Taylor commented. The numbers of Sisters of Silence has nicely increased these last several years, though most of the sector was utterly ignorant of this fact, their powers and the priceless skills they had required leaving them out of sight, out of mind. Plus Lisa and the other Majorum moths really didn't enjoy their presence. The diva in particular seemed to have gained the peculiar ability of knowing instantly whenever a Sister of Silence was on the same planet as her. And like with a lot of things, Lisa wasn't shy about sending a messenger spider or two to inform her of this discovery every time it happened. Where do we stand with the gene seed of the Adeptus Astartes? Ant Queen Musket Lightning Fang. Glory to the Web Mistress. Yes, yes, Artemis. Glory to our High Queen of the Swarm, our Golden Mistress. Musket Lightning Fang knew the voice spider could communicate mentally, and sometimes she thought the Adjutant General did this just because she wanted the other members of the swarm to hear her voice. We have the honey you asked for. Do you have the silk? My sisters are landing with it as we speak. Ooh. Honey. The great spider, not significantly larger than her, but still rushed towards the containers and contemplated them like the red robes worshipped precious Bacta. Musket Lightning Fang eagerly watched the spectacle, knowing servo owls were circling above their heads and would be used to create numerous pieces of evidence for the great mistress. The Ant Queen didn't know why these spiders loved honey so much, but they did, and Artemis was the most enthusiastic in consuming it. It is all you will get for the duration of the campaign. So ration yourself. What? The Ant Queen felt the sheer horror transmitted by the mental link established for this exchange negotiation teaching. But I saw entire tons of it being transported to the supply ships. Those are for Lisa and the other members of the swarm, Adjutant General. Order of the High Queen of the Swarm, may she reign over us forever. Praise the Web Mistress, Artemis concluded instinctively before agitating her legs and narrowing her silver eyes. But rationing? You must eat a more balanced diet. I eat a balanced diet. Pizza and honey is a balanced diet. No, it is not. We were already forced to ban you from our main Bacta hive 1 year ago. Be reasonable. There was a lot of mental grumblings inside the favorite of the High Queen. Fine, fine. Vegetables? Vegetables, meat, and many nutritious foods your army will need to serve the High Queen. I will not forget. Musket Lightning Fang replied by mentally sending a deep emotion of amusement. We produce the best food of the swarm. Do your best, or worst, Artemis. More mental grumbling followed, before the voice spider accepted the inevitable and decided some honey was better than none. Your forces are ready? Everyone is ready. We have already escorted the ambule brutes to the landers. Stupid brutes. They are lucky their tunneling abilities make them indispensable, otherwise I am certain the High Queen would have disposed of them. They are inefficient when the Web Mistress isn't present to control them. I was unable to teach them anything about operational art. Breakthrough and trying to eat the enemies are all they know, and they didn't need my teachings for that. The voice spider paused. The web mistress has finished her meeting with her metal human servants. I must return to her side. Is it true she came here with a furry which does not belong to the swarm? It is true. But do not be worried. Except being furry, this white field has no qualities to speak of. It is disobedient. It is unable to recognize the majesty of the swarm or to listen to us. Its time in the arms of the web mistress may last a few days, but it will end soon. Glory to the swarm and the web mistress. Glory to the swarm, Artemis. Political feuds between Nyx and important Imperial Navy bases in Ultima Segmentum ensured three predominant opinions spread throughout the last years preceding Operation Stalingrad. First, Her Celestial Highness was trying to subordinate the Aeronautica Imperialis to the Astrum Militarum, or at least to create a variant which would be playing second fiddle to the Imperial Guard. Secondly, except for the Brunhilde Superiority Fighter, Nyx was uninterested in building the finest bombers and atmospheric fighters for the pilots transferred from Samarkand's other sectors contracted for the campaign. Third, the Living Saints Guard background resulted in an impressive lack of foresight where strategic bombing was concerned. Needless to say, the first 2 points were complete lies. The Aeronautica Imperialis preserved its independence, though the methods of recruitments and financial boons drastically decreased the domination of the upper classes in a field the local Imperial Navy's dynasties had always regarded as theirs. Obviously, men and women from the middle classes tended to be more loyal to Her Celestial Highness than their betters. Add the catastrophic losses of the Orc Wars in the Samarkand quadrant of the time, the butchery of Kamarak, and the meritocratic policy of the 300 to 310s in the Nyx sector and its neighboring client. Many air marshals and admirals heavily disliked the turn events were taking, and ordered the spreading of propaganda in consequence. No, the Brunhilde Superiority Fighter was not the only new airborne war machine to rise to the skies. It was the most visible though, with thousands assigned to Battle Group Volga alone. And unlike the evolved variants of Marauder bombers and Thunderbolt fighters, it presented an entirely new design, bearing traits akin to the long-disappeared Siphon fighter, except for the nose which gave it an Aquila look, by its pilot's own admission. The truth was, the Brunhilde had never supposed to be the only brand new design introduced by the Aeronautica during Operation Stalingrad. But while the performance of the Indigan prefects would remain as impressive as ever, the research program for a new bomber sponsored by Battlefleet Indiga became the very example of an industrial catastrophe. Political intervention, economic pressure, increasingly unrealistic expectations on the parts of several magi and archmagi, funds mishandling, the list was long and not limited to a single issue. It was a sad reminder that while the program of the Invincible class fast battleships was no more, all the stupidities which had led to its inception were still very much present at Karduniash and its tributary battlefleet bases. And when the failure was finally acknowledged as complete, it was far, far too late to do anything but deploy the classic war machines available. The critics of specialists accusing Lady Weaver of not believing in the Aeronautica's duty to conduct strategic bombing, however, were perfectly right. Then again, the sheer number of Marauder destroyer bombers present in the order of battle of every battle group was a large clue close support missions were going to be prioritized over hypothetical long-ranged aerial offensives on vulnerable enemy strongholds. Once again, it would be the enemy which would reveal if the opponents to this philosophy were right or not. From Iconic Weapons and Materials of Operation Stalingrad, by Julia Scribonius, Ultramar Rose Edition, 310M41. Nyx. Hive Ubia. White Palace. 3.102.310M35. Commander Freya Brasidas. Freya had expected the familiar dinner to be bad. She had, after all, completely ignored the suggestions of her father and volunteered for Operation Stalingrad, refusing to take the bait of exemption. Worse, from his perspective, she had been one of the 100 confirmed veterans chosen after an unofficial council of the higher UPS. The pilot of the Brunhilde Whitelands too had expected a long bout of arguing and an even longer period of having to justify herself. What a shock that she wasn't the one being shouted at this evening. Do you realize what you've done? Valdemar Brasidas, Duke of White Shield, fourth most powerful Duke of Hive Ubia by default, since with the execution of 2 of his peers a decade ago, there were only 4 dukes in the entire hive, was so furious he had stopped shouting to glare. For anyone who knew him, it was a very bad sign. It is only a military training school, her little sister Annika replied unrepentantly, her long white hair arranged to cover half of her face insufficient to hide a satisfied smirk. I don't know what you're so worried about, father. A military training school which in the last 4 years has become known to physically and mentally prepare young girls to join the Templar Sororitas and other Basilia-approved organizations, her youngest brother, Valdemar Erland, voiced in a tone which was constantly alternating between flattery and sycophancy. You might as well announce your vows to pledge your allegiance to the living saint, sister. And he began to serve himself a glass of 300 years old Amasek. I don't see where the problem is. Valdemar Erland was in the middle of drinking, and the surprise was almost sufficient to give him a heart attack. As it was, he spat out the Amasek onto the previously immaculate white tablecloth, and the coughing was impressive afterwards. You are a daughter of House Brasidas. Their father declared icily. For how long? Annika asked. One of our dear cousins is due a trial with the Adeptus Arbits. And I may be young, but even I know that when the government decides they have enough evidence to try you, it's the penal legions or a few years of heavy labor in the public works, if you're lucky. You are an impertinent child that should have been more attentive when your tutors taught you your duties to this family. As always, her eldest brother played the role of the attack mastiff. Where are mother's collections of paintings? Where are the hundreds of soldiers and servants we could count upon? Annika rose from her chair. Not in this palace, that's for certain. I prefer living a life of adventure and action, trying to regain some fortune. I don't know if I really have the temperament to be a Templar Sororitas. You don't? Freya interjected with no small amount of humor. I have seen the Battle Sisters of the Silver Rose, and believe me Annika, they are more respectful of the ecclesiarchy than you will ever be. Then I will try to impress other potential powerful women when the Sanguinella trials are held next. Annika shrugged, and once again, Freya was surprised how free and detached from true nobility obligations her sister was. Freer than she had ever been before formally entering the Aeronautica Imperialis. I don't think the guard is for me, but since our generation will be the one coming after an important military campaign, I think there will be a lot of opportunities to seize. Absolutely not. If their father had been enraged before, now his face was really frightening by its intensity. You will not serve that parvenu of governor. We are Brasidas. We bow to no one. Except when it is time to lick the shoes of Prince Magister Justinian for more funds to compensate for the loss of our traditional contracts to rising cardinals. Of course, Annika interrupted sweetly before marching in direction of the white-painted doors. If you walk through that door, I will disinherit you. Blue eyes shifted to stare at Freya. The same ultimatum applies to you, Freya. It is time you stop playing this ridiculous farce of Aeronautica pilot. Your duty is here, not shooting Xenos on some forsaken battlefield no one will care about in a decade. Okay, this one she hadn't seen coming. Then again, her little sister's decision had also caught her off guard. Maybe she had stayed away from her family for too long, at least from those who mattered. Her sister had stopped at the doors. Not because she was indecisive, you could shout a lot of insults at a Brasidas, but their line was not known for hesitating. Neither was she. The ultimatum was new, but she had already made her choice, hadn't she? Freya seized the crystal glass before her, emptied it of the amasec it would be a shame to waste it and then threw the glass against the wall behind her, where it shattered. I leave for Operation Stalingrad. Feel free to disinherit me, I am still a baroness on my own merits. Heroine of Kamarak, remember. And the two sisters left the ancestral home of House Brasidas hand in hand. They would never return. Hive Athena. 3.104.310 M35. Judge Missy Byron. So Dennis won't join you for your little military campaign. I think I told you that several weeks ago, Missy. And could you please stop playing with that gavel? Why? The Shaker smiled. You play with your insects all the time, and no one says anything about it. The golden-winged woman huffed before rolling her eyes. It's one of the perks of being recognized as a living saint. And you know it. What a pity. I'm thinking it would be extremely useful in silencing some idiots when they're dragged in front of me for a little trial. Taylor seemed completely unconvinced by her reasoning. Missy, half of the time, you yourself personally drag the loud-mouthed nobles into court to judge them. I don't think gaining saintly status would convince the accused to be more respectful of your authority. We might never know. And my gavel was really useful on Thorkilson Brasidas, I will inform you. The cretin tied to the Duke of White Shield. She nodded to confirm that was indeed the one. I wonder how he managed to avoid being purged for so long, given how many stupidities he committed in the last several months. We had much bigger fish to fry. Missy proposed rhetorically, though she knew it wasn't the entire story. No, the reality was, the exalted baron had not dared do egregious things as long as the hammer of justice slammed upon thousands of nobles, but as the devastating upheavals of the Wayne's reforms faded into the past, there were people who believed the iron fist of the Arbits had rusted. There was no other explanation why Brasidas had decided to release several cubic meters of toxic substances into the river next to his manufactorums, breaking nearly all environmental laws formulated and enforced by the Nix government. Worse for him, he had done so at the moment a Mechanicu's biologist survey team was doing a routine and unannounced inspection further downriver. One crime being all the excuse needed to really look into his affairs. She had rushed east of Hyvubia and easily noticed illegal disposal of toxic compounds was just the first crime in a long list. Brasidas and his main accomplices had tried to flee. It had been their final mistake, and the trial had lasted a single day. I fear this is a self-perpetuating cycle, seriously, the younger para-human told the Basilea. The nobility and other leadership will always have to be watched with a hawk's gaze, or several. Power is a drug for them. With time, they grow arrogant, they think they know better than you, and they begin to test the limits. That's a very nice speech, her boss assured her. Now tell me what you really want. This time it was her turn to huff. Too often, Taylor Bear was really too clever. As you said, Dennis will return soon, assuming the warp storms delaying him vanish as you expect. They will, there was no doubt in the insect mistress' voice. I think our good friend the rogue trader met these problems only because the ruinous powers desired that he didn't participate in the showdown to come. That is, frightening. It is utterly stupid, Taylor answered bluntly. Most of Dennis' flotilla is in need of long overdue maintenance after all these years. Dennis may have participated with his seneschal, but the starships under his command wouldn't have. In addition to this, the salamanders which went with him for the first part of his journey have long since returned and been assigned to other commands. But if the enemy wants to waste its strength on operations which won't decide anything for the next few years, I am not going to tell them to stop. Missy rolled her shoulders and petted the large feline animal which was waiting to be petted on the elevated couch next to them. Yes, well, whether Dennis is here or not, I'm sure he won't be of much help for the bureaucratic work. So I wondered if you could assign me one of your adjutant spiders to help with the workload. The expression she received in return held a lot of undisguised humor. Where is the girl who 3 years ago swore to me my arachnid servants wouldn't be able to solve the eternal bane of paperwork? Shush. Once upon a time, she would have blushed, but she had long since learned to not present such an easy target. I admit I was wrong. Now can I hire one, please? Fine, Taylor agreed after enduring her imploring eyes for a few seconds. But Bologna is busy restoring the arena of blades with the Mechanikus, I won't recall her. You will have to choose from among the younger ones which have been declared ready to serve. The smile grew larger. I will warn you in advance, I will ask my personnel to take pics of you and your Rashan fighting against crime with a loud spider in tow. Missy groaned loudly. Of course she would. Basilea Taylor Bear. I understand what the second Primarch was trying to do, I really do. But it wasn't a battle he and his legion could win. None of the 8 chapter masters composing the majority of the audience objected. Like everyone in this room, they had watched and analyzed the one-sided slaughter. In hindsight it is always easy to proclaim it, of course. But the second legion went into the null zone too deeply when they had little idea what they were dealing with. No, let's be honest. They had no idea what they were facing. And this lack of information was their death. A nod to the tech priests in the room, and several hololithic images flashed into existence. The biggest tactical advantage enjoyed by the Necrons over mankind is their ability to teleport aboard our warships whenever they want. They don't need to wait for the void shields to be brought down. An advantage you have neutralized by installing jammers aboard every starship mustered for Operation Stalingrad, Ancient Rylaner declared calmly. Yes, Taylor confirmed. It is not perfect, of course. First, obviously, this jammer must stay intact whatever the cost. The battleships in critical hulls received 2 to 3 for obvious reasons, but there is a reason I assigned each a team of tech priests. These jammers must stay intact at all costs, I can't insist on this enough. If they are deactivated, sabotaged, or suffer malfunctions, this battle will turn into a general massacre. The Second Legion barely managed to repel the initial assault on their first fleet with catastrophic casualties, and they had more Astartes than we did in Battle Group Volga. And the second point? Agilizaz politely inquired. The second point is that we can't deploy any battle group not belonging to Operation Stalingrad against the Necrons. The insect mistress explained. Their lack of Aegis battlecruisers would make them dangerously weak for an open battle with the Necron battleline, but their lack of teleportation jammers makes these unprepared battle fleets a disaster in waiting. It was not something she enjoyed saying aloud, but the truth was the truth. The forces prepared for Operation Stalingrad were the only available forces ready to stand against the Imga monolith with non-insignificant chances of victory. If other forces were thrown into the battle, it was going to unravel into butchery. Next we have the replicator forges, which for all their construction hiatus, seem to have regained some vigor in the last several days. Chapter Master Isley. The assets for Golden Fleece are ready. The Heracles Warden smiled. We may have to adapt and shift a few formations on the fly, but I think the disposition of the Necron forces offers us about 70% odds of success. That high? High Marshal Barbarossa wondered out loud. Isn't that a bit optimistic? I understand you aren't going to allow the Xenos to replicate their fleet until it reaches virtually infinite numbers, but their fleet has the tactical advantage so close to a star, since they can do the equivalent of mini warp jumps, and we can't. Only in the sense their fleet needs to be neutralized first, the commander of Operation Stalingrad corrected the Black Templar, who widened his eyes. We have a weapon which can obliterate the entire Necron fleet? Why didn't you deploy it at Kamarak? Lack of time, mostly, she answered. Plus Archmagos Hediatrix and myself weren't sure we could use it at close quarters without destroying our own fleet with it. But it was tested at Pavia, and we recently replicated the feat inside a very limited null zone, thanks to the generous help of the Sisters of Silence. I see, Agilizaz spoke for the assembled Astartes. But with the Necrons possessing an advanced and horror-inducing technology, can't this be an attempt to convince us to jump into a trap while we are overconfident? It could, General Nikolai Rokossovsky replied at her invitation. But there are several points against it. The principal one being they either allowed or failed to notice the recovery operations of the tsunami by the tech priests. Evidently, Necron and mankind's technology are hardly compatible without close cooperation from both sides, but I think, Chapter Masters, that you can agree no admiral in our Imperium would be permitted to keep his rank if the Black Legion escaped into the warp with the hull of a Gloriana battleship. Chuckles resonated around the command table. That is reasonable, Chapter Master Tafor has unrelented, his richly decorated armor giving him the image of a reptilian-decorated warrior from millennia ago suddenly roused to defend an interstellar empire. But these Xenos don't think like us. For all we know, it could be an attempt to wait until the bait is so beautiful we can't help but fall into the trap of our own volition. It's always possible, of course. Taylor ignored the polite mental nudge of Artemis to speak. It wasn't the time to impress Space Marines with one of her vocal spiders. But it is extremely improbable. First, the Surican dynasty is so arrogant they didn't bother to hunt the Lamenters and our other allies enforcing the quarantine of this region of space. Even if they pretended to not notice our forces, the intelligent thing would have been to demolish the patrols navigating too deeply inside their security perimeter. We gained too much information that way we wouldn't have gotten otherwise. They also should have tried to break through the blockade to see our reaction, Rylaner interjected. In the likely scenario their FTL capabilities have been repaired, humility and past failures should have forced any intelligent commander to recognize no plan of battle is infallible. Unless the enemy doesn't give you the time to think about it, always try to keep an escape path open. To do anything else is courting destruction. To this, the other Astartes had no arguments to oppose to their elder. Arrogance, Chapter Master Malakbal commented. It's all a question of arrogance. The amount of time we can keep the Xenos arrogant and contemptuous of our capabilities is going to determine the course of this campaign. The longer they sneer at us and think they can repair their fleets and armies without going all out, the greater our chances of victory rise. What is the status of the military operations? Asked Chapter Master Sulla. The Inquisition has just reported the completion of an exterminatus bombardment upon Schrödinger 7. The Necron infrastructure has shattered under the planetary destruction created by the cyclonic torpedoes. The Howling Griffins are making good progress at Davitas. The ruler of Nyx looked at each participant of the conference. Except one target, the general offensive against the holdings of the Sodak dynasty has begun. The tech priests of Hypnoth are beginning their own attacks in 48 hours. The other forces will all be in action less than 24 after this mark. There was no backing out now, not that they could have sent orcs against the Necrons forever, but this time they had begun the war. The Sodak dynasty could not and would not tolerate these challenges to their military supremacy. The Sarakhans, well, they would find in these offensives more motivation to pursue their genocidal deeds. Ave Imperator, the black-haired para-human spoke. Are you with me? Ave Imperator. Basilica Hagia Sanguinella under construction. 3.107.310 M35. Grand Architect Cyrene Versailles. Cyrene was very proud of the incomplete work done upon the Hagia Sanguinella, and the fact crepuscular rays could illuminate some of the greatest mosaics and statues at particularly auspicious moments of the day had led to many praises being directed towards her person. Still, the Grand Architect wasn't about to let pride get to her head. Months before the first stone was emplaced, the Perpetual Woman had known there was exactly one person in the entire world whose opinion counted, and the rest of the compliments were irrelevant waste paper if she didn't approve. Today this person had come. To her surprise however, the Basileia had not directly summoned her, and after a few hours of waiting, the ancient architect had dismissed her subordinates and gone searching for the lady of the Nyx sector. Given the advantage of being the architect of the gigantic edifice, it didn't take long to find her. Not that there were many golden-armored women with brilliant wings of gold in the basilica at every hour. Lady Weaver was motionless, staring at the great sculpture representing Sanguinius swearing his loyalty to the Emperor. Like a lot of artistic projects ordered by the government of Nyx, it was fairly realistic, for it had been based upon pics which had remained in the Blood Angels databases for several millennia. The ruler of the Hive world was not praying, however. That much the Grand Architect was pretty sure of. A certainty verified by the many ants patrolling on the outskirts of this section of the Basilica along with Space Marines. I thought you wished to inquire about the progress we'd made in the last 2 months. Cyrene whispered. She was not a religious woman anymore, but the solemnity of the location imposed a minimum of dignity. Your efforts are more than satisfactory, the Basileia replied in an unconcerned tone. I had Pierre infiltrate the construction site times to correct the security flaws, and he brought back plenty of visual material for me to judge. Cyrene didn't know if she needed to grimace or grin. That dreadnought, I swear. I also sent Artemis several times. To see if she could stop talking for a few hours. Ah. The Perpetual commented. So that's why certain of the artists swore they saw spiders debating at the entrance of the narthex. A few workers thought painting all day was making them go crazy. Tailor Bear chuckled lightly. No, the spiders were very real. May I suggest they come officially next time, Your Celestial Highness? Cyrene asked. Just to avoid minor emotions of panic. We will see. Cyrene knew it was the best she could demand of her powerful and very influential patron. The seconds passed, and the conversation didn't resume. And the rays of the sun disappeared one by one, until the last source of light was on the face of stone used to represent the emperor. It was, oddly poetic, in a way. I'm going to war. So I've heard. If someone in the Nyx sector was unaware of it, he or she was a recluse and lived like a hermit away from any form of civilization. I'm going to kill them, Cyrene. For what they've done to mankind. For all the innocents they've killed and will undoubtedly kill in the coming years. And for all the atrocities they will commit if they're not stopped in time. I will not let them enslave us to the will of the ruinous powers. Good. Her voice was hard, unyielding, much like the materials she built the Hagia Sanguinella with. They have made their choice, and it was the wrong one. I am sure of it now. The light disappeared after several minutes and 2 Dawnbreaker guards arrived with some candles to make sure they didn't remain in complete darkness, though the Golden Wings made sure they weren't blind and unable to find their way back. And if you have Erebus in your sight, I will fulfill my promise, don't worry. First make sure this vermin doesn't escape. Cyrene hesitated before going on. Like a lot of people, I underestimated him, thinking him a slimy bastard, but he's still there. He survives and always comes back to turn good things into ashes. Don't let him escape, that's the only thing that matters in the end. The vile one will die. The young woman swore. And the Black Crusade will fail. Archcardinal Winston Marlborough. More than 13 years after the Battle of Camarak, the popularity of Her Celestial Highness Tailor Bear had not diminished in the slightest, if the crowds massed in front of the Hagia Sanguinella were any indication. No, if anything, it had massively increased. There were millions of souls traveling to see the living saint wherever her military, religious, or governmental duties led her to each day, and today was no exception. In fact, given that there were always large numbers of pilgrims paying tickets to be allowed to contemplate the rising structure of the basilica under construction, the audience was likely larger on this day than on any other. Knowing the Basileia was going to war and would not be seen in public audiences for a while may have given more impetus for a last short pilgrimage despite the dark clouds gathering over this part of Nyx Tertius. I heard you plan to visit Claire 47 after my departure. You heard correctly, Winston nodded curtly. While I do not make a habit to visit every shrine world of Ultima, this new visit is a good opportunity to see with my own eyes how well the reforms and the martyr monuments have taken inside the Nyx sector. In addition to this, your grand architect told me the grand dome of the Gaius Mausoleum was nearly completed. I'm quite curious to see how good it will look in reality. The mistress of spiders said animals had strongly encouraged that particular title among the pilgrims nodded while waving at the crowds as she descended the red stairs. I thought about visiting it myself, the living saint confessed. But there was never enough time. I had a lot of more important things on my schedule, and in the last couple of years, overseeing the military preparations has not left many hours of free time. There just weren't enough days for a visit to that shrine world. Maybe once I return. I certainly intend to take a few holidays. If Operation Stalingrad ends in a victory, as I'm sure all Nyxians hope, I don't think you will face any objections. You might be surprised. The black-haired woman smiled as her wings tensed. But that is all in the future. For now, there is a war to win. My prayers and those of the faithful will accompany you wherever you go. Tailor Bear nodded, before once more donning her helmet and descending 2 more steps. Then she drew the new sword which was handed to her by a space marine and presented it to the millions of pilgrims and other members of the public in the classic imperious salute. Given the explosion of cheers and joy, the Nyxians and other members of the audience loved it. Giraffe Spaceport 3.112.310 M35 Chancellor Friar Achelios. Friar bowed as Lady Weaver nearly ran into the room he had selected for their meeting. Your command was relayed to all navigators of Battle Group Volga. Many were surprised. They understand what is at stake though, and will comply. The Chancellor kept his voice devoid of any accusation. It was obvious the Basileia had prepared this move for years, possibly ever since the moment she returned to Nyx after the fall of Camarak, and informed almost no one. 0 navigators had been taken into confidence for sure. Friar was not vexed. Like many things the Basileia did, it was for good reasons. This was a major tactical and strategic advantage which could make all the difference between victory and defeat. It couldn't be jeopardized because someone had spoken in front of the wrong servant and aroused suspicions of inimical parties. Concerns. Of course. Unlike so many things that were tested in a decade, the members of the novice nobilite are wise enough to recognize this had never been tested before. They have worked with Ethergold and visited your giant companion at least twice, but being in contact with the light in the matrium for several minutes is very different from what you propose. This raised barely an eyebrow from his interlocutor, who in her magnificent golden armor was equipped like a lesser goddess going to war. I, being an old experienced hand and having come into contact with ether gold plenty of times. He coughed before resuming his speech in a blunt manner. Our navigators will obey and do what you expect of them. But it is going to be extremely exhausting. All warships which don't have a replacement navigator won't be able to guide the hull into the warp without 24 hours of rest. Maybe longer. Thus I plead in the name of the novice nobilite, you don't sacrifice our strength lightly. I never sacrifice my allies lightly. This was not a rebuke, and it was, more conviction bathed in light speaking. But there is a reason why the monsters we fight are called the enemy, Chancellor. The golden-winged lady's face relaxed a bit. We plan for an initial assault of extreme violence, but our starship's drives will still need many hours to travel across the null zone. The only plausible scenario which would truly require going back into the warp so early would be that for one reason or another, the Imga monolith manages to translate out of the Volga system before our arrival. The Chancellor of House Achelius nodded. It was indeed, incredibly unlikely. The Necrons had not yet finished breaking the resistance of the Greenskins, and leaving an enemy alive at your back was not the kind of strategy favored by the Necrons. But I can't promise several days of respite will be granted to your navigators, so best prepare for the alternative. Now your message mentioned something interesting. For sole answer, he unrolled the priceless map he carried upon his person on the closest table. This is a map of the Great Crusade era. The Basileia commented after a couple of seconds. You combined the data with the current reach of the Astronomicon. We did, and by we, I mean the magisterial houses involved in Operation Stalingrad. Our best estimates is that after the Emperor's light grew in strength 2 years ago, approximately 96% of our galaxy which was illuminated at the end of M31 is now within his illumination range. Counting the sectors raised during the heresy and other subsequent wars, various cosmic phenomena and other disasters, this leaves very few anomalies. One of them being the Calyx expanse. Yes, Friar admitted. Though it's not the only one. The dark marches beyond southern Tempestus are also in the dark. The north of the halo stars was never a pleasant region to explore, and it has been steadily getting worse these last several years. My assistants are forming a more complete list for you to study in the next few days. The eyes of the insect mistress didn't stop observing the map. Part of the main assault, you think, or contingencies in case their forces fail. There was no need to ask who or what was the they the Lady Nyx referred to. Both are not completely incompatible, I think. But in my experience, it sounds more like a contingency plan. The regions in the shadows are too far from the monolith to be the staging points of counter-offensives, especially as in some, Imperial order was confirmed to be strong as of the last astropathic communications. The archenemy may believe precautions are needed where you are concerned. Especially after Kamarak. Then let's hope their preparations and contingencies are inferior to ours. Taylor Hebert concluded in a voice of command. Thank you for the information, Chancellor. You can return to the Enterprise, I will join you soon. Brigadier General Tanya Svrev. There were some categories of people who were dedicated to assassinating the Basileia, or at least paying someone to order the attempt and pay some hired blades to do so. In general, these scum were either aristocrats, heretics, or simply outright stupid. The 3 psychers definitely fell in the last category. Trying to attack the Basileia in the middle of the Giraffe spaceport before her departure, at an hour where security was raised to the maximum, the Space Marines were everywhere, and over 100 Sisters of Silence were patrolling not far away. Stupid may be overestimating these psychers' intelligence, really. Death to the tyrant. One of the 3 assassins screamed as 2 Sisters of Silence dragged him in front of Lady Weaver. Death to. His scream of defiance was brutally stopped as the Basileia placed a small crystal of ether gold upon his forehead. A second later, the assassin screamed louder, and then completely collapsed. The impact of his body hitting the ground was rather loud, all things considered. So that's how they were able to stand being in Lisa's presence for so long, the Lady General of the Imperial Guard mused. Rogue psychers, but with only minimal taint. Inventive, I will give them that, though I doubt you are the ones who thought of it. We acted of our own volition, tyrant. The second psyker assassin spat. His deranged eyes and almost clownish clothes may have been funny if he hadn't just demonstrated his powers by liquefying 5 civilians and 2 guardsmen before being neutralized. Your limitless tyranny is approaching its end. One of the Sisters of Silence's fists met his jaw. Once. Twice. 3 times. Somehow I rather doubt it was your idea. You aren't intelligent enough. Lord Inquisitor Tor. Yes, Lady Weaver. I know it will be difficult, but can your interrogators break these men before we embark? It's unlikely they know anything interesting, but it's better to be safe. My teams will do their best to break them in the allotted time, the black-armored elderly man carrying the rosette of the Holy Ordos declared. Please. Please not that. The third psyker who looked like a very ugly underhive ganger began to plead between 2 series of mad screaming. What did you think was going to happen to you even if your assassination succeeded, which? One of the priests hotly retorted. The mouth of the criminal instantly clamped shut. So there was someone or something which still terrified them more than the Inquisition. For how long that would stay true, the Brigadier General had no idea, but she was betting the time span would be counted in hours. Now that this assassination attempt appears to have been dealt with the severity it required. It said quite something about the numbers of death cultists and other types of hired killers she regularly had to deal with that their Lady General appeared more incredibly annoyed than actually worried. We can begin the real order of the day. Shield Captain Vi Volturus, the floor is yours. At first Tanya frowned, much like the rest of the Fae 20th she stood in parade formation with. Not for long, however. The ranks of centipedes and spiders opened to reveal the ormite-clad custodian who was sometimes seen in Hive Athena and other command centers of Nyx. The Fae guardswoman had the greatest difficulty not sweating or fidgeting as the Watcher of the Holy Throne marched less than 10 meters away from them. Meager consolation, she was far from the only one. The assembly had Mechanicus Archmagi, Knight Pilots, Titan Moderati, Guard Officers, and Senior Adepts amongst many higher officials, but aside from the Space Marines, few were those who were able to stand without shaking from head to toe. Even veterans like General Flabinico of Ventrilia or General Dundee of Indigo were clearly intimidated. So powerful was the presence of the majestic custodes that Tanya only belatedly realized that the sentinel sworn to the God Emperor was far from alone. Behind him, several massive insects had carried an object which was very similar in basic shape to one of the pylons of Cadia she had seen in so many pics these last years. Like them, this object was clearly constructed from Noctilith. Unlike them, it was not devoid of marks and inscriptions. In fact, it seemed some sculptors had tried to do the very opposite. There were at least 3 aquilas upon it, and wherever her gaze fell, there seemed to be stone seals of purity immortalis into the obsidian-colored pylon. As per the agreement between His Majesty and the forces of Operation Stalingrad, the member of the 10,000 rumbled in a tone which managed to be heroic, threatening, and inspiring at the same time, I deliver this imperial pylon into your custody, Lady Weaver. And I accept it gladly, for all the brave souls which are still fighting and will fight against the horrors of oblivion and damnation. The living saint answered with a respectful nod. She took a series of fluid steps forwards. The custodian took 1 step left. An orb of light hit the Noctilith construct while she blinked, and in mere seconds all spectators, be they military or civilians, had a free pyrotechnic display as the black substance shifted to a more pleasing and wholly shining golden color. Heartbeats later, it was literally golden fire which burned everywhere on its edges. Then it intensified by several times. This pylon, their lady announced in a very satisfied tone, is a focus which will allow our fleet to sail far more smoothly inside the Empyrean. Our navigators will be able to guide the shipmasters of the Imperial Navy and more brave men far more accurately without needing to break formation. Given that neither Tanya nor anyone Hive Athena had ever even heard about this pylon's existence, the secret must have been incredibly well guarded. I heard rumors, this time there was definitely a thin smile on their Supreme Commander's lips, that we would need months to travel to the eastern fringe. That we had ceded too much of the initiative to the enemy. That the initial deployment moves were too risky given the threats hanging like swords of Damocles over our heads. Lady Weaver bared her perfect white teeth. Let me reassure you. With this pylon placed on the Enterprise, the dangers of the Immaterium won't be capable of hindering our offensive against the Imga monolith. We are going to bring the light of the God Emperor to the darkest pits of hell once again, and we are going to teach them that waiting for so long was the greatest mistake they could have ever made. Mankind rules this galaxy, and we will show no fear. Ave Imperator. The speech resonated in her brain and her soul. And like millions of throats, hers did the only thing it could do in response. Ave Imperator. Ave Imperator. Ave Imperator. Fukin's Arsenal Shipyards. 3.113.310 M35. Regina Consort Way Cao. I will miss you. The kiss which followed these words was extremely long. I will miss you too, love. Keep my heart, it belongs to you. Their hands separated, and soon, too soon, the golden armor and bale rubies went away. I will return. Hell itself won't stop me. Wei believed her. She had survived Kamarak, this new storm would be endured and vanquished. It still hurt to see her walk away, surrounded by the Dawnbreaker Guard, the Fae 20th, and hundreds of other officers and military personnel. It hurt that she couldn't go with them, and yet the Regina Consort knew it was the logical path. While she had assiduously followed an exacting physical training regimen these last several years, Wei wasn't blind to the fact that in a major war zone, she was a liability, not an asset. There would still be regrets. Magos, please open the plates and shift the salon into observation mode. I comply, Regina Consort. It took 5 seconds for the order to be fully carried out, but once it was, the view was phenomenal. Thousands of starships had been gathered here, from the 2 gigantic Gloriana super battleships to tiny recon vessels and small supply transports. It was a fleet the likes of which had rarely been seen in the Nyx sector for millennia, and Wei could only hope it would be seen again. For at its head was the Enterprise, and like billions of souls, she could only hope this battleship would return triumphant, like she had promised. For many minutes, nothing happened. The mighty force labeled Battle Group Volga of Astroyan Terran name assigned to the uninhabitable system where the Imga monolith awaited stayed relatively immobile, a gigantic serpent of metal, ceramite, adamantium, and advanced technology. And then the Enterprise's engines activated, and one by one battleships and cruisers imitated the fleet's flagship. In less than a minute, it seemed like the hive world was surrounded by a myriad of extra-large candles. But these were not candles. Each dot of light was a warp-capable hull containing thousands if not tens of thousands of humans, and all of them answered to the orders of a single woman. Glory to the web mistress, may she trample the Xenos and the heretics. Wei gave a sardonic look to the giant spider Taylor had gifted her, just in case. It wasn't the only being ordered to make sure nothing regrettable happened to her, but it was obviously the most remarkable. To be honest, Wei was surprised she had managed to stay quiet for so long. Indeed, Wei agreed softly as Battle Group Volga traveled away from the high orbit of Nyx at increasing speed. Please remind me what is next on my schedule, dear. Of course, Regina, lover of the web mistress. The answer is bureaucratic work. Wei groaned. Nobody should be able to utter those words in a joyful tone of voice. Truly, Taylor had created monsters. Nyx system. Approaches of the Primus Mandeville Point. Battleship Enterprise. 3.120.310 M35. Lady General Taylor Hebert. As a Lady General, Taylor had to have high standards. It wouldn't do at all to base her successes on the kind of screw ups some of the idiots fired from the Departamento Munitorum considered extraordinary. But this time, she was really satisfied by Archmagos Sagami's report. Not a single problem? Give my compliments to the tech priests in charge of the engineering sections. The maintenance reforms we passed a decade ago have proven their worth, Dragon preened smugly on the lithocast screen showing her the images of the Hornet's bridge. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller seemed really amused by that. If I intervene to protect the honor of the Imperial Navy, will something bad happen to me, Your Celestial Highness? Taylor took 2 good seconds to feign thinking about it, before nodding gravely. I fear so, Lord Admiral. There were a lot of chuckles, both on her bridge and on the audio links established with the other flagships of the fleet. After half a minute of idle jokes and pleasantries, Taylor decided the mood had been sufficiently lifted, and they were less than a minute away from the Mandeville Point. The insect mistress rose from her command seat, looking at her senior commanders. Dragon and Archmagos Sagami for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller and Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal for the Imperial Navy. Princeps Seniorus Darius Sobek for Legio Astorm and Grand Princeps Tessifon Surina for Legio Defensor. High Marshal Gerlach Barbarossa, Chapter Master Malakbal, Regent of Nocturne Tafor Hezon, Chapter Master Agilazaz, and many other masters and captains for the Adeptus Astartes. General Nikolai Rokossovsky, General Flabeniko, General Dundee and more than 20 other superior officers of general rank for Army Group Volga of the Imperial Guard. Legate Galatea Dumas for the Templar Sororitas. King Lirio Hera and High Queen Esmeralda Terran for the Case Taurus Knights. And though they weren't physically present, Lisa and Artemis amongst thousands of her insects were tied to her. I expect the best from you, the para-human commander announced, knowing her words would reach these commanders, but also the tens of millions of soldiers under them. And I know you won't disappoint me. We are going into the fires of battle for the Emperor, for the Imperium, and for mankind. We broke the Drukari threat at Kamarak forever, now it is the time for the Necrons and other horrors of the darkness to receive our wrath. You know what we are about to face. You have received the best training and equipment we could give you in 12 years. And since Dragon had deemed fit to remind her of the famous historical citation. Some may ask, what is our aim? I can answer in one word. It is victory, victory at all costs, victory in spite of all terror, victory, however long and hard the road may be, for without victory, there is no survival. The moment she ended her speech, thousands of men and women were already roaring in approval aboard the Enterprise. We march for victory. Illuminate the void. The warp. Once upon a time, they were 4. Now they were 3. But since an eternity or mere seconds ago, they were once more united in a common purpose, in theory. In practice, what the 3 considered unity would have caused hysterical laughter amongst most mortal races inhabiting the Milky Way. There was no friendship in the warp, no true alliance save the temporary absence of betrayals. Chaos undivided, invoked by the word-bearers in their prayers and dreams, made the relationship between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union during World War II look like a love affair. The 3 had decided this state of affairs would continue. Each of the ruinous powers found its own reasons to do so. Threads of the future had been explored with great difficulty, and unlike the events they had been witness to during the destruction of Kamarak, their survival was not in question this time. The horrors of the Empyrean were confident the anathema had no way to hurt them. To see this foundation be toppled at the very beginning of the tragedy promised by Lorgar was one of those kinds of surprises they very much could have done without. There was a lance of light hurled at the surface of the Sea of Souls. One ship, guiding thousands of others, shining and traveling as it wished, sailing safely in their very domain where the three were gods. The three sent their servants and hordes of predators to shatter it, of course. Such was their instinctive hatred for this accursed light that no other reaction was possible. But the light was too powerful up close. And though the appearance fooled a few servants, the three easily recognized the effort and the knowledge which had been poured into the pylon. This was the hand of the anathema at work. Of this the three had no doubts. Obviously, this realization did nothing to solve their current problem. Weaver had unveiled this asset too late for a countermeasure to be found at such short notice. The three couldn't stop or delay the ship beacon inside the warp, as much as they had intended to. The first battle was going to take place exactly when the Angel of Sacrifice had planned for it to, in the shadow of oblivion. This much wasn't in the power of the three to prevent. This was no minor reverse, but as Tsianch was the first to inform the other two, it could be easily countered. There was no delaying the first fleet, but time dilatations could be encouraged elsewhere. After a period of negotiations anyone but a daemon would have called a civil war, the three were in agreement. They would grant an easier passage to the Black Crusade fleet advancing towards the Kadayan Gate. And as their observation continued, Kern was the first to manifest what may have been called approval by an insane psyker. The two great offensives would strike their first targets at nearly the same moment. Nothing of importance was lost, and the plans of the three, each entity having a very different perspective of what constituted victory in this new game, could continue. Laughter echoed, the very essence of nightmares tormenting the dreams of billions. The warp erupted and boiled where the Astronomicon could not force it into a simmering pause. The Fifth Black Crusade had begun. The Eastern Fringe. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. Volga System. The Throne of Oblivion. 8.188.310 M35. Overlord Sobek-Hotep the Dustmaker. If there hadn't been any good news, the Royal Cryptek wouldn't have been granted the honor of receiving an audience. But he had good news, and as such was granted a reprieve. Hem. The Star Eater drive is repaired, O magnificent and peerless Overlord. At last, Sobek-Hotep rejoiced, before glaring at the other crypteks waiting next to the Master of Despair. Are there any limitations or other problems I should be aware of? No, Overlord, one of the numerous Surakan crypteks, a female his cousin Simit had allowed him to borrow for several years, replied. For all of them, the Star Eater drive is fully functional once more. We only wish to bring to your attention that each of the replacement parts alchemically forged for it is unique. Therefore we can only pray no other sabotage or destruction will be inflicted on it. The Dustmaker wished he could tell the Cryptek to return to its stellar studies, but it was admittedly not a topic that could simply be dismissed. And it forced him to ask a second question to Snefurka. I hope you have put many engram defenses and extermination protocols in place to make sure this kind of sabotage won't happen again. Having it happen once was not only a humiliation, it had also resulted in the Throne of Oblivion being unable to rally towards a safe system where repairs would have been conducted in a far more secure environment. Instead they had expended quantities of fleets and armies in battles against the Greenskins. No doubt the Silent King, praised be his name, would not be at all happy at the expenditure when he returned. Having it happen a second time would make them the laughingstock of the galaxy. Sobek-Hotep would kill several crypteks with his bare hands before that happened. More concerning, they had lost too much time. Time the vermin had used to prepare, and now they were becoming so arrogant as to attack Sodic worlds. Sobek-Hotep wasn't fond of the court of Mandragora, but he couldn't tolerate Necrons coming under fire from upstart species. The thief secessionist won't be able to set a foot upon this battle station without being obliterated. Snefurka promised. We can't deny, however, the criminal will have most likely delivered valuable information to the enemies of the mighty Suraken dynasty. Overlord Sobek-Hotep nodded before dismissing the crypteks. That piece of news, sadly, wasn't unexpected at all. He would be more surprised if the thief secessionist didn't auction off the secrets of the conquerors of the galaxy to the highest bidder. Royal Warden. Report on the military situation. Overlord Thokmeter the oppressor of the Sodic is leading the assault fleet against the Green Vermin, my glorious Overlord. Sihathor the Impaler proclaimed. And unlike some, he delivers results. He has cornered the beasts against the giant blue star. Your total and uncontested victory will be celebrated for eons. Sobek-Hotep consulted the lists of phalanxes and capital ships waiting for repairs. The recovery protocols and the crypteks assigned to this boring duty had long been overwhelmed by the flow of damaged necrodermis assets and felt dismay. Yes, Thokmeter had cornered the beasts in no time, unlike Zendrek, who had insisted in engaging in a series of long and little understood maneuvers over and over, but by the putrid breath of the Nightbringer, the number of destroyed ships was not good. 2 more battles like this, and we will have to summon another fleet. Again, Sobek-Hotep didn't add. Thokmeter is suitable for his ruthlessness, but I don't want to use him for the coming grand campaign. I will choose another grand commander to lead our mobile fleet. This won't be very difficult, oh my glorious Overlord, his subordinate affirmed. Thokmeter is eager to return to his domains and crush the red vermin which have dared set foot upon the holy soil of the sacred complexes. Any other time, Sobekhetep would have applauded this bloodthirsty determination, but not now. Worlds like those governed by Thokmeter were filled with the precious ore that the Silent King used to build contra-Empyrean nodes. And before this year, he had been certain the Narushlatset dynasty ignored their existence. So how were the upstart vermin able to discover their spatial coordinates? The galaxy was far too big for coincidences of this magnitude. By custom and law, if Thokmeter departs, command of the Surican fleet should be granted to Overlord Simit. The Overlord who had been allowed to take the title of Dustmaker by his infallible sovereign allowed the Impaler to hear his undignified snort. Overlord Simit was an incompetent nullity. Honestly, Sobekhetep was a bit surprised he had managed to survive the war in heaven, even if most of his existence had been spent away from the front lines. And the rare battles where he wasn't had all ended in non-negligible defeats. The day I place Simit in command of the whole fleet is the one I free the Deceiver's shard we keep prisoner in the depths of the throne of oblivion. The Surican Overlord sneered. His lineage is exalted, sufficiently so to grant him the command of our rearguard, which as every Necron noble possessing a small amount of intelligence knew, had done exactly nothing for the entirety of this battle, but he is too stupid to be granted command of a major extermination campaign. Perhaps, if you don't name him, my glorious Overlord, then Zendrek is the next choice. That was a less than perfect solution. Before the Great Sleep, Sobekhetep wouldn't have hesitated for a single second before naming the old Overlord for overall command of all the capital warships. But this had been before the Great Sleep. Before more than half of the senior overlords of the Sodok had gone utterly insane, and Zendrek believed he was still of flesh and blood. To his credit, the Overlord of Gidram was still better than most of his subordinates, even in this state, but his nobles the sane ones believed him to be an insult to all Necrons. It was already difficult enough to order them to close their eyes upon his eccentricities. Impossible described the challenge of giving him supreme fleet command extremely aptly. I am more and more tempted to go to Mandragora and rouse the rest of the Sodok court from the Great Sleep, the Dustmaker confessed to the Impaler. Given how much trouble the green vermin has. Alarms interrupted his speech. Then more alarms shrieked and blared. Overlord. Thousands of unknown ships emerging from the Empyrean at the edge of the contra-Empyrean zone. What? Confirm. Confirmation of the threat. One of his Nemzers answered. Energy profile of the ships similar to the vermin we crushed several thousand years ago. They are translating in an ordered formation. Sobekhetep wanted to ask the Surican noble what sort of hallucinogen energy he had recently absorbed. Necrons didn't jump into the horror sea without souls, they would never be able to arrive at the destination they wanted, but they had observed a multitude of enemies. They knew enough to realize that precision and accuracy for the upstart vermin was impossible. Non-Necron fleets missed their marks by light years, and arrived in disorganized messes that Necron fleets were too happy to shatter and vaporize. But the new fleet which was arriving on their right flank and whose presence was now materialized upon his holographic walls was there. It was not a decoy, the battleships and their escorts were truly there. They had really executed a translation at the edge of the contra-Empyrean zone with a precision they shouldn't be able to possess. And except for one fleet, all forces at his disposal were out of position to intercept them before they entered the throne of Oblivion's inner sphere. Establish communication with Overlord Simit. My gracious Overlord. He has more battleships than the vermin. If he is not able to win with such a tonnage advantage, he doesn't deserve to be part of the Surican dynasty. The rearguard fleet outnumbered the enemy battleships 2-1, and except two sizable hulls certainly the enemy's flagships all the Necron main capital vessels considerably outmissed their enemies, all the while having better weapons, communications and gravity drives. Simit wasn't a good commander, but Sobekhetep didn't see any way how the second cousin of the Silent King could fail. They will scream eternally in the void and realize why the Surican dynasty is the greatest and most redoubtable of all Necron dynasties. For the Silent King. For the Silent King, Overlord. Cruiser don't bez fraid. Warboss guard the metal defiler. De swarm bringa is air. Irk. Urgard was roaring in laughter. After 1-2 fists to the face, the boys roared too. Smart boy. Where's me smart boy? Smart boy got himself killed, big warboss. Watts. Urgard scratched his head and trampled 2 squigs before remembering the incident against the metal foes. Arg, yet. Fine, Ize need a new smart boy. He needed one a bit smart with a big shoulda. Not this one, not that one, not that squig. You there. Urgard bellowed. What's Uze name? X-Bruck, warboss. X-Bruck, Uze eat a new smart boy. What's the situation? Erz, warboss. The left of the fleet is gone kaput. The right is burning hots. The big center parts is taking lots of fire. And the battle cruisers is all gone. Urgard tried to think about, what was the thing Umis called it? State guy? Strategy? Bah, it wasn't likely to be important, if the Umis used complicated words for it. Called a boys, Smart boy. Call de boys. Tell em it is not Valawaik anymore, dis be Ragnarok. De swarm bringa is air. Orcs missed Kamoa Rak, we won't miss dis one. Yes, war boss. De enemies thinks Weezy lose like homies. Guard roared. But Weezy ain't homies. Weezy are orcs. We're the best. One squig was close, and the war boss was in need of a snack. Better. Left, right, center, who's carrying? Weezy are orcs. Prepare to teleporta and defleet engines. We attack. Questions. Attack. 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 The fury of his boys washed over Urgard, and it was like Gork and Mork were with him again. I will fight this swarm bringa. Red buttons meek boys. Hell or oblivion. Yaig. Yaig. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor A. Bear. We are Necrons. Surrender and die. Yaig. Taylor couldn't help but smile hearing the answers their arrival had generated. Well, the Lady General commented after emptying her cup of tea and handing it to one of her spiders. It seems the orcs are happy to see us. Since when are the Necrons in the habit of mistranslating Low Gothic? Asked one of the Nixian members of her staff. I mean the principle of surrendering is to limit the number of deaths on each side. Or so I've heard. No, there is no mistake in their message. They meant each word they broadcast. And what exactly is the point? Archmagos Sagami wondered with curiosity. If the choice is annihilation in battle, or annihilation as a prisoner, I can't find any race in my databases which will refuse to mount a desperate resistance, except maybe the Naiads. It is only logical, after all, to inflict as many casualties as practical to this enemy. The point is these Necrons are megalomaniacs. The Lady General sighed before continuing. In their arrogance, they believe there is no point in wondering if someone not Necron can coexist with them, be it an intelligent species or bacteria. Well, megalomaniac Xenos or not, they are certainly not taking us lightly, Gavriel remarked as he observed the hololith. They are sending all the warships they were keeping in reserve against us, and some of the isolated flanking squadrons are teleporting in to reinforce it. Even the 2nd Legion had not been granted the honor of facing such a mighty battle line. Battlefleet Volga was still far away, and the Auspex scans were jammed as expected, but the signatures of more than 30 Necron battleships were confirmed at 100% certainty. It was a battle line of nightmares and genocidal might. But she had to disagree with her bodyguard. They aren't taking us seriously, no. The Imga monolith is staying relatively immobile. If they had a clue about what we've got planned for them, they wouldn't send their fleet so far from the support of their planet-sized battle station. The black-haired Lady General analyzed the data for several seconds before resuming her speech. But since they're doing exactly what we want them to, I suppose I'm not going to complain. Archmagos Sagami, how long? Her intention was to ask how many seconds before they entered the null zone, but the unpleasant sensation which engulfed the Enterprise made the question moot. It was unpleasant. Like someone had nearly frozen a disgusting substance, and then thrown a bucket of it onto her face. We have entered the null zone, chosen of the Omnissiah. I think everyone felt it, Archmagos. The para-human replied politely. Status on the Kane pattern particle disperser cannons. Chapter Master Yarable is towing them away, chosen of the Omnissiah. I estimate he will translate away in 25 seconds. Good, very good. And for the next minute, Taylor continued to watch with her Dawnbreaker guard as a Necron armada powerful enough to raise entire sectors accelerated to meet the warships under her command. Despite the terrible null effect, and wasn't it a surprise that her wings, while less brilliant, were still there? Despite the carnage she was about to unleash on 2 different Xenos species, Taylor felt oddly serene. By her wealth, influence, and the work of countless subordinates, every preparation which could be made had been. In many ways, for the next hours, she was going to be nothing more than an important spectator. Only one thing remained to do. A simple Vox communication was opened. I formally cede tactical command to you, Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. The pause was more theatrical than practical, honestly. You can open fire. Order of Battle of the Kadayan System at the onset of the 5th Black Crusade. Approximate date, 8.185.310 M35. Prozan, Military Training World. Imperial Guard. Bar-El Penal Legions, 10 legions. Kadayan Shock Troops, 10 regiments. Kadayan Youth Guard, 10 regimental commands. Finred Highlanders, 10 regiments. Ecclesiarchy Forces. Frateris Templar, 1 army group. Adeptus Mechanicus. Legio Cybernetica, 1 cohort. Imperial Navy. Battlefleet Scarus Secundus, 5 battleships, 10 cruiser squadrons, 10 escort squadrons. Inquisitorial Task Forces, classified. Corolles, production of atomic materials and promethium fuel. Imperial Guard. Kadayan Shock Troops, 20 regiments. Kadayan Kasrakan, 5 companies. Drukian Fen Guard, 30 companies. Elysian Drop Troopers, 15 regiments. Mordian Iron Guard, 50 regiments. Vigilant Guard, 10 regiments. Juran Dragoons, 10 regiments. Adeptus Mechanicus. Legio Honorum, Demi-Legio. Ordo Reductor, Demi-Legio. Scitarii, 1 legion. Legio Cybernetica, 1 cohort. Imperial Navy. Battlefleet Agrippina Secundus, 4 battleships, 12 cruiser squadrons, 12 escort squadrons. Space Marines. Angels Sanguine, 2 companies. Blood Angels, 1 company. Flesh Tirers, 1 company. Heralds of Vengeance, 5 companies. Crimson Paladins, 5 companies. Space Marine Fleet Assets. 3 battle barges, 8 strike cruisers, 15 escort squadrons. Inquisitorial Task Forces, classified. Kasrasanan, Fortress World. Imperial Guard. Kadayan Shock Troops, 50 regiments. Kadayan Youth Guard, 2 regional commands. Kadayan Kasrakan, 10 companies. Kadayan Internal Guard, 200 companies. Mordian Iron Guard, 120 regiments. Vigilant Guard, 20 regiments. Aura Grenadiers, 8 regiments. Merovingia Sentinels, 19 regiments. Novian Gurkhas, 14 regiments. Narsine Yeomanry, 49 regiments. Praetorian Guard, 16 regiments. Ecclesiarchy. Frateris Templar, 1 army group. Adeptus Mechanicus. Legio Invigilata, Legio. Centurio Ordinatus, 2 ordinatuses. Scitarii, 2 legions. Legio Cybernetica, 1 cohort. House Griffith, 60 knights. House Sabelus, 24 knights. Imperial Navy. Battlefleet Corona Secundus, 6 battleships, 14 cruiser squadrons, 20 escort squadrons. Space Marines. Angels of Vigilance, 5 companies. Angels of Absolution, 7 companies. Angels of Redemption, 4 companies. Dark Angels, 1 company. Space Marine Fleet Assets. 4 battle barges, 17 strike cruisers, 24 escort squadrons. Inquisitorial Task Forces, classified. Cadia, Critical Fortress World, linchpin of the defenses of the system. Imperial Guard. Kadayan Shock Troops, 500 regiments. Kadayan Youth Guard, 50 regional commands. Kadayan Kasrakan, 100 companies. Kadayan Internal Guard, 1000 companies. Mordian Iron Guard, 30 regiments. Thracian Guard, 22 regiments. Donavar Heavy Armor, 10 companies. Vigilant Guard, 80 regiments. Aura Grenadiers, 13 regiments. Merovingia Sentinels, 50 regiments. Katachan Jungle Fighters, 10 regiments. Necromunda Infantry, 30 regiments. Armageddon Steel Legion, 35 regiments. Adeptus Mechanicus. Legio Griffonicus, Demi-Legio. Legio Ostraman, Legio. Legio Ferax, Legio. House Cadmus, 49 knights. House Cold Shroud, 36 knights. House Imperius, 24 knights. House Hawk Shroud, 35 knights. House Crast, 96 knights. House Moritane, 73 knights. Centurio Ordinatus, 3 ordinatuses. Legio Cybernetica, 2 cohorts. Scitarii, 12 legions. Ordo Reductor, Demi-Legio. Imperial Navy. Battlefleet Cadia Primus, 12 battleships, 12 cruiser squadrons, 24 escort squadrons. Space Marines. Silver Skulls, 5 companies. Black Consuls, 8 companies. White Consuls, 7 companies. Destroyers, 5 companies. Night Watch, 6 companies. Nova Marines, 1 company. Storm Lords, 3 companies. White Scars, 1 company. Space Wolves, 3 great companies. Angels Eradicant, 5 companies. Crimson Scythes, 2 companies. Iron Talons, 5 companies. Space Marine Fleet Assets. 1 Star Fort, 12 battle barges, 34 strike cruisers, 42 escort squadrons. Inquisitorial Stormtroopers, 100 companies of Tempestus Scions. Inquisitorial Task Forces, classified. Officio Assassinorum Forces, classified. Kasraholn, Fortress World. Imperial Guard. Kadayan Shock Troops, 40 regiments. Kadayan Youth Guard, 5 regional commands. Kadayan Kasrakan, 20 companies. Kadayan Internal Guard, 300 companies. Mordian Iron Guard, 35 regiments. Vigilant Guard, 27 regiments. Aura Grenadiers, 36 regiments. Merovingia Sentinels, 24 regiments. Mordant Acid Dogs, 9 regiments. Ecclesiarchy. Frateres Templars, 1 army group. Adeptus Mechanicus. House Navarros, 24 knights. House Vironii, 29 knights. Scitarii, 1 legion. Imperial Navy. Battlefleet Solar Decimus, 4 battleships, 10 cruiser squadrons, 14 escort squadrons. Space Marines. Aurora Chapter, 2 companies. Doom Eagles, 5 companies. Iron Snakes, 3 companies. Marines Exemplar, 5 companies. Mortifactors, 2 companies. Knights Unyielding, 7 companies. Angels Revenant, 1 company. Inceptors, 1 company. Space Marines Fleet Assets. 5 battle barges, 15 strike cruisers, 18 escort squadrons. Inquisitorial Task Forces, classified. Kasrograd, Militarist Hive World. Imperial Guard. Kadayan Shock Troops, 160 regiments. Kadayan Youth Guard, 40 regional commands. Kadayan Kasrakan, 50 companies. Kadayan Internal Guard, 500 companies. Mordian Iron Guard, 70 regiments. Vigilant Guard, 92 regiments. Aura Grenadiers, 38 regiments. Merovingia Sentinels, 25 regiments. Brimlock Dragoons, 24 regiments. Adeptus Mechanicus. Legio Presidium Vortex, Demi-Legio. House Borgias, 24 knights. House Durbach, 36 knights. House Raven, 72 knights. House Warwick, 12 knights. Centurio Ordinatus, 1 Ordinatus. Scitarii, 4 legions. Ordo Reductor, 1 legio. Imperial Navy. Battlefleet Solar Tertius, 6 battleships, 12 cruiser squadrons, 20 escort squadrons. Space Marines. Black Templars, 3 Crusades. Salamanders, 1 company. Blackguard, 4 companies. Excoriators, 8 companies. Imperial Fists, 1 company. Iron Knights, 3 companies. Subjugators, 5 companies. Brothers Penitent, 4 companies. Viper Legion, 8 companies. Sanctors of Terra, 6 companies. Space Marine Fleet Assets. 10 battle barges, 26 strike cruisers, 29 escort squadrons. Inquisitorial Task Forces, classified. Vigilantum, Naval Base and Naval Training Facilities. Imperial Guard. Kadayan Shock Troops, 5 regiments. Kadayan Kasrakan, 10 companies. Harakoni Warhawks, 36 regiments. Elysian Drop Troopers, 21 regiments. Aura Grenadiers, 100 regiments. Inquisitorial Stormtroopers, 5 companies of Tempestus Scions. Adeptus Mechanicus. House Arakan, 61 knights. House Daroth, 58 knights. Scitarii, 2 Macroclades. Freeblade Knights. Imperial Navy. Battlefleet Cadia Secundus, 12 battleships, 12 cruiser squadrons, 24 escort squadrons. Space Marines. Crimson Fists, 2 companies. Genesis Chapter, 2 companies. Hawk Lords, 7 companies. Raven Guard, 2 companies. Revilers, 2 companies. Sons of Horror, 1 company. Space Marine Fleet Assets. 3 battle barges, 9 strike cruisers, 11 escort groups. Inquisitorial Task Forces, classified. Kasrapartox, Fortress World. Imperial Guard. Kadayan Shock Troops, 58 regiments. Kadayan Youth Guard, 10 regional commands. Aura Grenadiers, 50 regiments. Agrippina Home Guard, 72 regiments. Blitzen Heavy Armored, 12 companies. Praetorian Guard, 10 regiments. Adeptus Mechanicus. House Draconis, 84 knights. Scitarii, 3 legions. Imperial Navy. Bacca Task Force, 1 battleship, 6 cruiser squadrons, 10 escort squadrons. Space Marines. Brazen Claws, 7 companies. Space Marine Fleet Assets. 1 battle barge, 3 strike cruisers, 3 escort squadrons. Inquisitorial Task Forces, classified. St. Jasmaine's Hope, Penal World. Imperial Guard. Kadayan Shock Troops, 2 regiments. Mordian Iron Guard, 2 regiments. Aura Grenadiers, 4 regiments. St. Jasmaine's Hope Penal Legions, 20 legions. Imperial Navy. Nemesis Task Force, 2 cruiser squadrons, 6 escort squadrons. Space Marines. Exorcists, 10 companies. Space Marine Fleet Assets. 3 battle barges, 6 strike cruisers, 6 escort squadrons. Kasperberg, Fortress World, provider of war materials. Imperial Guard. Kadayan Shock Troops, 40 regiments. Kadayan Youth Guard, 2 regional commands. Kadayan Kasrakan, 3 companies. Kadayan Internal Guard, 70 companies. Mordian Iron Guard, 40 regiments. Aura Grenadiers, 10 regiments. Vigilant Guard, 6 regiments. Merovingia Sentinels, 15 regiments. Valhalla Ice Warriors, 42 regiments. Adeptus Mechanicus. Legio Decimata, Demi-Legio. House du Frane, 48 knights. House Nero, 20 knights. Scitarii, 4 legions. Legio Cybernetica, 3 cohorts. Imperial Navy. Battlefleet Obscurus Sextus, 2 battleships, 5 cruiser squadrons, 11 escort squadrons. Space Marines. Howling Griffins, 1 company. Reclaimers, 4 companies. Storm Warriors, 9 companies. Watchguards, 2 companies. Space Marine Fleet Assets. 3 battle barges, 12 strike cruisers, 14 escort squadrons. Inquisitorial Task Forces, classified. Departamento Munitorum of Cadia. Engineer Corps, approximately 150 companies. Siege Auxilia Corps, 4,107 major counter-siege batteries and a total of 10 million men under arms. Segmentum Obscurus. Kadayan Sector. Kadayan System. Cadia. Kasratiruk. 8.187.310 M35. Governor Primus Andreas Valderzay. And we lost 3 more astropaths trying to contact Agrippina, Governor. Do I want to know how they died? The Kadayan major grimaced before shaking his head in a silent no. With all due respect, Governor, no, you don't. May the Emperor welcome their souls, for they have done their utmost in his service, he prayed before continuing his walk upon the ramparts of Kasratiruk, a reassuring view if there ever was one. This warp miasma is truly one of the worst heretical things I've ever seen in my life. And a life on Cadia granted you the chance of seeing some really nasty stuff. While the rate of mutations and corruption was relatively low given the proximity to the Eye of Terror, the key word was relatively. Not a single year passed without some companies losing their minds and trying to assassinate their commanders, formerly righteous souls beginning to mutilate themselves and speaking to invisible forces, or reavers serving the monsters releasing chaos spawn and other abominations into demonic drop pods onto the orbital defenses. There was a reason that Kadayans learned to fire a lasgun before they were able to walk, and it wasn't just to prove to the rest of the Astra Militarum how superior they were. At least the effects spread is lessening, Governor. One of the colonels of his staff seemed to need to find a silver lining in every situation. It doesn't need to reach further, the second highest ranked commander of the guard present in the Kadayan system replied. The warp miasma is so advanced it would have swallowed Vigilantum if the planet's configuration wasn't favorable to us. Indeed, by a good turn of fortune, Cadia was on the side facing the gate at this time of the year, while most planets were on the other side of the sun, so to speak. The heretics have severely decreased the distance they need to travel before confronting our defenses. But we had many days to redeploy the minefields and the other static platforms, Governor. It is not a minor advantage. Andreas Valderzay didn't answer, though he made a note to seriously reevaluate how promising this captain was. Anyone who couldn't recognize that winning between 5 and 10 days of deployment from the Kadayan Gate wasn't worth the combat losses didn't understand a single thing about the value of time in warfare. Any news from the planetary shield? The tech priests are busy installing. No, Governor, his chief of staff gave him an apologetic smile. I received the usual platitudes from the liaison Magos, who doesn't look like he knows more than I do, I think. God Emperor protect him from his allies. No Kadayan was going to insult the Adeptus Mechanicus, not when their military contribution was worth more than 12 million Scitarii and of course the formidable war machines of the Titans, the Ordinatuses and the Knights oath bounded to their tech religion. But, the relations, while better than they'd been a decade ago, remained far from the unity of the Kadayan Guard Command. Their hierarchy was completely opaque to him, and any general or senior officer's authority was insufficient to direct the massive Engine's tactical moves. The Adeptus Mechanicus was an allied force, but it was not coordinated with the other Adeptuses. They were even more insular than the Space Marines in that regard. Andreas Valderzay forced himself to see the good side. Integrated or not, the planets of Cadia had been able to count on these resources to fortify the system beyond his pre-muster dreams. Kasratiruk, military capital of Cadia, gave a good example of what awaited any traitor eager to challenge the Imperial Guard. Pre-Kamarak, the Kasra had been able to rely on 3 standard walls and 10 military districts to stop any invader cold. Now it had 5 and 20 respectively. The anti-air batteries had been doubled. Immense fosses to break the assaults of traitor titans and daemon engines had been dug up. Complex patterns of minefields had been emplaced, with less than 10 officers having seen the overall map depicting the full defensive system. Plasma and melta weapons had been prepared by the thousands to destroy any armored spearhead. Any location which could serve as an improvised spaceport was a camouflaged bunker, an anti-air redoubt, or some nasty surprise which would incinerate the first thousands of beasts and scum to land. Not that reaching Cadia would be easy for them, oh no. Right above his head was the star fort of the Black Consuls, an ancient relic of the Great Crusade 30% bigger than a Rami lies. The new planetary shield of the tech priests may not be online, but the 5 layers of killer satellites and the defense grid certainly were. Battlefleet Cadia Primus was also standing vigil with them. Little more than a decade was not sufficient to transform a planet into an unending series of kill zones and military defenses where every move revealed 3 more traps, but at least a third of Cadia right now fitted this description. No, as always, it wasn't military strength which was the problem. It was ignoring what sort of devilry the heretics would bring to defeat the 500 million Cadians garrisoning this very planet, and the tens of millions of non-Cadians and comrades in arms erecting Kasran defenses as fast as they could on the other worlds. Governor, may I remind you that you have a meeting with the War Master in 30 minutes. And here was another problem. I have not forgotten, the senior officer of all the Cadian military retorted. How could he? Andreas had really thought the High Lords would let him take command of the entirety of the guard present near the Cadian Gate while Lord Admiral John von Bismarck did the same for the Imperial Navy. Lord Commander Militant von Oberstein had appeared to be in support of leaving him with his hands free, as long as he could show results, which was done with several probing raids annihilated and cult suppressions as soon as they showed their ugly heads. The High 12 had disagreed. Cadia was incontestably now the second most heavily defended system of the Imperium. Holy Terra always beat any aspirant to that title, and it deserved more than a Lord Militant. The rank equivalent to Governor Primus of Cadia's title gave him the authority of. So they had sent him War Master Ender Travane of the Armageddon Steel Legion, victor of the Puerto Crusade, favored champion of Hydra fewer since he had returned over 200 of their vassal worlds to the fold in a single campaign. Andreas wished they had sent him someone else. Aside from the obvious fact the man wasn't a Cadian, which several of his senior officers had not taken well, anyone aware of the War Master's career knew he was under a death sentence of the commissariat, a sentence only the presence of 2 custodes by his side prevented from being executed. In addition to this, the governor despised the title itself. War Master was too often heard on Cadia when uttered by traitors and heretics. If anyone was to be granted such authority, it was better to associate with it the title of Lord Solar, which was a very respectable name, for had it not been taken by the Primarch Rogaldorn himself while he walked among them? I think we can make a detour by. This was the moment the warp miasma around the system coalesced into a tempest of violet lightning far above their heads. Whispers assaulted his ears, and then loud voices. It ended in a formidable shriek, and 2 shots resonated as a commissar used his sidearm to blow off 2 troopers' skulls. The whispers ended after a few seconds. The maelstrom of eldritch energy raging around Cadia didn't. So it begins. Andreas Valderzay coughed before beginning the series of orders which would see billions of men rushing to their stations. General alert to all commands. General alert to all commands of the Cadian Gate. They are coming. The next order was not hard to understand, though it would be far from easy to accomplish. Everything which comes out of the eye must die. Primus line of defenses of the Cadian Gate. Light cruiser Last Dawn. Captain Erwin Knox. What in the name of? Erwin only barely had the time to draw his power sword and parry as his first lieutenant, his ex-first lieutenant now tried to murder him. Fortunately, dueling had always been a class he was gifted in, and 3 seconds later, the traitor was impaled dead upon his blade. Then the captain of the Last Dawn turned his attention to his bridge. It was a war zone, as stations and devices were soaked in the blood of his men, and some began to sprout the most awful mutations it had ever been given to him to observe. For the God Emperor and Holy Terra. He barked while defending himself from a horror of green pus sprouting several awful yellow tongues. Defend this bridge. Death to the traitors and the heretics. The melee was furious, and though it felt like hours, it was most likely over in half a minute. And then it was over. The corpses stopped twitching, and all those who remained standing were kissing their Aquila medallions and murmuring prayers to him on Holy Terra. Report. The tech priests have repelled an attack from the Enginarium. 2 port flak turrets have been sabotaged, 1 is still in enemy hands and an assault party is trying to force its way in. Compartments 5D and E36 are contaminated and must be considered lost. Request permission to open them to the void, the petty officer who had immediately stepped forwards to assume the duties of his treacherous second enumerated. Granted. Get these infected spawn out of my ship. We have been boarded. Reaver boarding party on J-22. They are gunning down everyone in the lander hangar. That's, how the hell were they able to board us in this? Archenemy ships detected. Archenemy ships detected. 500 no. 700, 900, over 1,000 Raider class hulls. Erwin gaped. 1,000 Raider hulls sent directly at their throats? It was absolute madness. Vessels of Raider tonnage were lighter than a destroyer on average, but they weren't that expendable. Except the archenemy clearly thought they were. And now they were coming straight at him, leaving him no choice. Activate the minefield. Activate the minefield now. Knowing there wouldn't be any time to confirm anything in a serious attack, the powers that be had given him the authority to exercise his own judgment, and at this moment he thanked whichever officer had the idea. Execute command detonation Kappa Alpha Kappa. The last Dawn's void shields began to receive a torrent of fire, but they held long enough for the minefields to be activated and tear reality apart. A roar of joyous fury echoed through the ravaged bridge as hundreds of raiders flashed out of existence, perhaps as many as 2/3 of them in 5 seconds. And as other minefields of the Kadayan defenses blasted the heretics out of existence, war became truly apocalyptic. The macro batteries of the last Dawn accounted for 2 more raiders, before Erwin saw more lightning and an even greater storm coming. Stop firing! Captain! These were fire ships, he articulated with difficulty as pain pierced his fingers, and a heartbeat later, his ears and every part of his body. These, raiders, all, suicide, hulls, sacrificed. This had just been the prelude, he was certain of it. The real assault was going to begin now. As if the archenemy was listening to his thoughts, the Eye of Terror pulsed and the traitor armada emerged into reality. First came 8 behemoths of doom, greater than the greatest battleship ever built by mankind in its ages of glories. 8 space hulks, dragged from the Empyrean, transformed by the heretics into harbingers of devastation and apocalypse. Priority message to Lord Admiral von Bismarck, the Kadayan-born captain spoke to his last communication officer. Vanguard of the enemy strength sighted. 8 space hulks, apocalypse strength. At least 50 battleships, Infernus class. A&D. Over 400 cruisers. Message sent, Captain. The officer reported after several seconds. Usually, they would have waited for the confirmation of reception, but today there would be no such thing. The equivalent of a warp storm was raging around them, and even if the message went through as he hoped, the last Dawn would never survive that long. Not against the multitude of squadrons the archenemy was bringing to the fight. A last glance at the crackling hololith told him only one other loyal light cruiser was still here, out of the 5 which had been patrolling what had been the first line of Cadia's defenses. None of the 10 destroyers with them had survived. And the enemy continued to pour in more and more warships with every passing second. God Emperor save them, how many fleets had the traitors built? No, it didn't matter. It wasn't worth asking oneself the question. Their void shields were now dead, and no light cruiser could truly maneuver in these conditions. All available power to the weapons, he ordered, knowing it was certainly the last order he would ever give his men. Fire at will and remember your oaths. For Cadia and the God Emperor. The world shook in fire and the screams of demons. Hell had come to Cadia. Outer edge of the Kadayan system. Depths of the Abyss-class super battleship Treasajun. Death Mistress Mikhail H. Shadow Dagger. The face of the brute thing when it realized it was going to fall plunge into the furnace below was really nice funny. Mikhail H. Shadow Dagger saluted him to drive the insult deeper. Praise Malal. Your god is unborn and before long. The tiny pathway crumbled and dropped the brute thing to its doom. Good riddance, the leader of Clan Ishan, what was left of it, thought. Slowly and methodically, the Death Mistress returned to safer ground. Much as she didn't say it, this brute thing had been quite the test challenge. Everything was dangerous testing aboard this battleship, yes. Every level was filled with daemon things, mad slave things, cultist things, and of course brute things, some of them belonging to the more lethal heretical category of the sorcerer brute things. It was a lot of work when Mikhail H had fewer than 100 tales to spy, sabotage, and murder assassinate. The female Skaven who had taken the title of Shadow Dagger sniffed. There were no more brute things or slave things, she had made certain of that, but there was something. The leader of Clan Ishan turned A&D. Malal, save her. I mean you no harm, servant of anarchy. Mikhail H of Clan Ishan released much fear musk as she contemplated the immense brute thing which had somehow managed to sneak up on her. It was huge. It was Shadow. It was. And then something shifted in her. The Death Mistress felt something powerful in her heart, in her paws, in her head. The female Skaven felt her god's presence again, yes. She had been right to keep her faith. Praise. Lord of the Ravens, Malal spoke through her humble maw. Shadow of Liberty. Liberator of Darkness. Or do you prefer another title, Corvus Corux? The shadows changed to reveal a brute thing of shadow armor and shadow skin, except large, bigger than a brute thing. Much bigger, and more mighty powerful. I have many titles and names. Yes, you do. Her god agreed. Nearly as many as the oaths you so imprudently made in your youth, and now, they chain you. They drag you to your doom. The same can be said about you, Lord of Anarchy. Raven feathers fell, but they vanished in the shadows before touching the ground. This Skaven is the greatest of your servants left. How long, I wonder, until she falls or is captured by the word-bearer's dark apostles? The strength you gathered is imprisoned by the 3, leaving you vulnerable. They did not make the mistake of breaking the planet, dispersing your servants like the sons of the lion were after the battle of Caliban. Your brother was indeed wiser than I expected. He is not my brother. There was no roar shout, but Mikhail Ach felt the silent death murder in the voice. Not anymore. Then why do you come to me, Shadow of Liberty? Malal asked. As you admitted yourself, my servants do not carry the gifts to murder Lorgar Aurelian, they have merely enough to shroud themselves from his slaves' sights. And they also have the blessings to sniff out the rituals done in the name of the three. Ha! So that is your plan, using my paws to carve your way to your prey one murder at a time. Malal spoke. Tell me, do you think this unnatural alliance will be to the taste of your genitor? His interlocutor appeared unfazed and asked another question. Who do you think allowed your resurgence, Lord of Anarchy? And you know very well you have no power over me or over those of my gene line. The anathema's son to the end, I see. The death mistress of the sabotage claw didn't know if it was mockery or compliment. Maybe it was both, as always with her god. Very well, you have your alliance, Corvus Corax. My last Skaven will be placed at your disposal, until your brother's essence lies at my non-existent mercy. And I will add one last boon, you might call it a prophecy. That won't be necessary, the immense raven thing answered as it wrap-shrouded itself in dark shadow. Oh, but I insist. Malal laughed. 8 fortresses. 8 planets. 8 rituals, to fuel the glory of chaos undivided or anarchy. I see worlds burning. I see light and flame. I see victories without tomorrow, campaigns without future, and hope bathed in bloodshed. I see angels accepting their destiny and paying the price for it. And at the end of the journey, 2 primarchs will die, and the throne of the galaxy will be won and lost. There was a long silence, and the raven thing became nearly invisible. So be it. Terra stands. The presence of Malal left vanished, but not before three last words were spoken by the divine power using her throat. No, Cadia stands.